Chapter 1 Why don't you carve a caged bird to protect yourself? Chapter 1 Why don't you carve a caged bird to protect yourself? Damn it! Damn it! Why would Kirigakure ambush here? Hinata Hisanobu was running in the forest in a panic, his Byakugan already activated as he looked at the mist shadow ninja approaching quickly from behind with a look of despair on his face. As a member of the Hyuga main family, he was dissatisfied with the protection given to him by the clan elders, and he took his guards to the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigak. At the beginning, it was just as he expected. He, who was already a special jonin, showed off his skills here. The mist-hidden technique that the mist-hidden ninja was good at was completely useless in front of the Byakugan, which attracted praise from many companions and satisfied his vanity. But today, he received a mission to pick up his companions. This is where the nightmare begins. When he arrived at the rendezvous point, he did not wait for his companions, but instead welcomed 11 Kirigakure ninjas, including 3 jonin. These enemies were hiding far beyond the sight of his Byakugan. By the time he detected them with his Byakugan, the encirclement had already been formed. If he hadn't brought 2 branch family guards with him to fight to the death to stop the 3 jonin, he wouldn't even have had a chance to escape. But he was only rated as a special jonin because of the special nature of his Byakugan. As a member of the Hyuga clan and with basically no actual combat experience, how could he possibly defeat the group of mist-hidden ninja elites who were mingling on the battlefield behind him? Hinata Hisanobu's expression kept changing as he watched the distance shorten little by little. These ninjas never killed him, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to run so far, and he naturally knew the other party's purpose very well. White eyes. Hinata Hisanobu took out a kunao and aimed it at his eyes several times, but failed to pierce them. Wait a little longer, the distress signal has been sent out, maybe some nearby Konoha ninjas can come over. When the Kirigakure ninja was 50 meters away from him, the desperate Hinata Hisanobu finally saw hope. A somewhat familiar chakra appeared in the vision of his Byakugan. Feather. The chakra broke through hundreds of meters at an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of everyone, making Hinata Hisanobu, who was stopped by Kirigakure again, look ecstatic. Stop them quickly, I am a member of the Hyuga clan, you have to protect me with your life. At this moment, Hinata Hisanobu had never been so grateful for his status as the head of the family. The visitor was a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, with the same white eyes as him, but their identities were different. He is from the main family, and Hinata is a member of the Hyuga branch family. Therefore, even though he knew that the other party was just a special jonin like him, he could only protect him with his life at this moment. Seeing the hope of survival, Hinata Hisanobu overlooked one thing: why did the special jonin with the Byakugan appear alone on this battlefield without any teammates? Hinata Yuluo was outside the ninja's attack range. Hearing the order, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After confirming with his white eyes that no one was coming within 2 kilometers, he whispered in his heart. 8 gates of Dungia, the 5th gate, open. 8 trigrams 64 empty palms. In an instant, a vast amount of chakra was released from Hinata-U's palm, transforming into 64 shock waves that hit several Kirigakure ninjas. The Kirigakure ninjas, who were originally alert, were horrified and had no time to dodge. They all coughed up blood and flew backwards, falling to the ground without a sound. Hey! Hinata Hisanobu, who was planning to escape, looked at this scene with a dazed expression. That is the Bagua empty palm. No, the Bagua 64 palms, that is a fusion of the Bagua empty palm? How can it be? The branch family is not qualified to learn the 8 diagrams 64 palms, let alone have such power. And the green steam on Hinata-U's body. What? Hinata Hisanobu's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp pain, and he realized belatedly that his arms had also disappeared in the previous attack. In order to prevent you from launching the caged bird attack, the first thing I did was to cripple your arms. In the eyes of Hinata Hisanobu, who was incredulous, Hinata-yu stared at him as if he were looking at a little white mouse and said with a smile, "How lucky we are that the two branch family guards fought so hard. I thought we would have to waste some effort. I have been looking forward to this day since you came to this battlefield." The first experiment subject of the main family, Hyaga Hisanobu. A few minutes later, 3 Kirigakure ninjas arrived at the battlefield, frowned at each other, collected the bodies helplessly, and left quickly. 10 minutes later, a team of Konoha ninjas finally arrived, and Hinata-yu was among them. The main body succeeded. After only taking a glance at the traces left at the scene, Hinata-yu knew what was going on. He said in a deep voice, "Captain, there are traces of Bagua Kongjong." Jonin Uchiha Kotaro frowned, made a gesture, and arranged for the others to be on guard all around and look for clues, then signaled him to continue. Judging from the extent to which the ground was cracked by the impact, the Hyaga ninja who performed the 8 trigrams palm is much stronger than me. He is probably a Jonin in the clan. Hinata-yu's shadow clone looked at the ground and trees that were previously affected by the empty palm and analyzed it calmly. "And as far as I know, there are only 2 Hyuagakunin in the Kirigakure battlefield. Jonins are elite no matter which ninja clan they belong to, not cabbages. If Hinata Hisanobu hadn't insisted on coming, these 2 branch clan Jonins wouldn't even appear here. After all." Hinata-yu looked at his captain. Now many ninjas from Konoha's strongest ninja clan, the Uchiha clan, have been sent to the mist battlefield by the higher UPS. Although letting the Uchiha clan, which is good at fire jutsu, fight against the Kirigakure clan, which is good at water jutsu, seemed crazy to Hinata-yu, this was not the first time that the Konoha High UPS had made such miraculous decisions. The elders of the Hyaga clan did not want to be in the spotlight and compete with the Uchiha clan by relying on their blood advantage, thus offending the Uchiha clan for no reason. Therefore, the Hyaga ninjas that came were only sufficient and not very strong. Uchiha Kotaro's expression darkened. The 2 branch family Jonin have been protecting the Hyaga main family. If the Byakugan falls into the Kirigakure, it will be troublesome. "Captain, here is the severed arm of our village's ninja." At this time, a Chunin who was alert to the surroundings discovered 2 broken arms on the ground, one of which was still holding a kunao tightly in the palm. Hinata-yu and Uchiha Kotaro instantly moved over and observed, from the wounds, it seems that they were broken at the same time by brute force. The victim didn't react. With such strength, only both arms were broken. A trace of sadness appeared on Hinata-yu's face, and the companions around him fell silent. Worst case. Ninja battles have always been based on a single fatal strike. The only possible reason for intentionally destroying the enemy's ability to resist is for the sake of the Hyaga clan leader. This member of the clan did not commit suicide and was captured by the enemy. It's really ridiculous. The Hyaga branch family was controlled by the Hyaga main family because of the caged bird technique, but because of this, their Byakugan cannot be taken away, and no one will target them. And the Hyaga clan, a useless person with insufficient strength, who insisted on coming to the battlefield to be a target. After glancing at Hinata-yu, Uchiha Kotaro looked at the broken arm and cursed inwardly. "Since you are going to the battlefield, why don't you carve a caged bird to protect yourself like the Split family?" End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Don't you hate it? Chapter 2. Don't you hate it? Stay alert and investigate further. Quickly calming himself down, Uchiha Kotaro glanced at Hinata-yu and didn't let him check with his Byakugan. The 3 Hyaga ninjas were all in danger and couldn't even escape. The enemies they faced clearly had means to deal with the Byakugan. Perhaps it is a perception ninjutsu that can detect farther than the Byakugan, or perhaps it is a strong person who is similar to the Yellow Flash, who is good at speed and teleportation. If you trust Bai Yan too much at this time, you may lose the opportunity. The few of them kept a distance that allowed them to provide timely support and carefully explored the forest. At a certain moment, Hinata-yu's shadow clone briefly disappeared from their sight, and Hinata-yu's real body returned to the team silently. He is the ninja responsible for perception in this team, so it would be very easy to hide it from everyone. Hinata Hisanobu had been knocked unconscious by him and sealed in a scroll that stored living things. Once this mission was over, he could officially begin his research. In the end, they found another trace of battle several kilometers away, but gained nothing else and had no choice but to return to the commander's camp to report. The black-haired man heard Uchiha Kotaro's report and looked at Hinata Yu. A pair of Byakugan falling into the hands of the enemy actually has no impact on the overall situation, but if a Hyuga clan member falls into the hands of a hostile force, the harm will be extremely great. Hinata Yu, Uchiha Kotaro, and the black-haired man were all well aware of this. I will report the matter to the Hokage. You must immediately notify all Hyuga clan ninjas to be careful on the battlefield. Once it is confirmed that the enemy has mastered the caged bird seal, all Hyuga ninjas must immediately evacuate the Kirigakure battlefield. Yes. Watching the two people disappear in an instant, the black-haired man suddenly smiled. After making such a big mistake, the old man would probably scold him to death. But you got what you wanted, Mr. Yu. Tick, tick. The sound of dripping water echoed in the dark space. Hinata Hisanobu was awakened by the faint sound. He wanted to open his eyes, but found that his body had lost consciousness and he could not open his eyes. However, the faint sounds coming from all around and the smell of disinfectant made him know that the person must be here. Hinata Yu, you traitor, how dare you attack the main family? A hoarse voice came out of his mouth, very softly, but still heard by Hinata Yu, who was concentrating on synthesizing the potion, and he revealed a hint of a smile. Don't say that. I've been patient for a long time. A head family member showed up in person on the battlefield, and he only brought 2 Jonin guards with him. What a great opportunity! It would be a pity to give it up. My whereabouts were revealed to Kirigakure by you. A sporadic voice came out from Hinata Hisanobu's mouth. That's right, but I didn't expect that they would actually send out 3 Jonin. Fortunately, the 2 branch Jonin stopped them, otherwise they might have left some traces. After preparing the medicine, Hinata Yu walked towards the experimental table where Hisanobu was lying and said in a low voice. After traveling through time, he practiced with the shadow clones left by his deceased parents and made rapid progress. With the advantage of foresight, he gained the trust of Might Dai and inherited the 8 gates. He successfully improved his strength to the level of an elite Jonin at the age of 14. It's not too bad to deal with multiple Chunins, they can be dealt with quickly, but if there are Jonins among the enemies, it will be a bit troublesome. Are you hating the Zone family? Hating the bird in the cage? Hinata Hisanobu murmured, so, I'm taking revenge in this way. Hinata Yu showed a trace of surprise on his face, and said with a smile, revenge? If it was before today, I might have had some thoughts, but now? Why should I care? The indifferent tone made Hinata Hisahisa's confidence sink. He was not afraid of Hyuga Yu's revenge. He was like a bird in a cage. As long as Hyuga Yu showed a flaw because of hatred, he would be greeted with death. This time, it was because they were on the battlefield that Hyuga Yu succeeded easily. With this lesson, the main family ninjas would only be more cautious. But Hinata Yu's calm tone showed that he really didn't care. How could a ninja from a branch family, whose life and death are controlled by the main family, be so indifferent? Aren't you afraid of being a caged bird? I haven't figured out how to completely free the bird from the cage, but there are many ways to restrict it or make it ineffective. Hinata Yu placed 2 bottles of reagents next to Hinata Hisanobu's head and said with a smile, besides, didn't you bring the method to completely solve the caged bird problem? What's the meaning? Hinata Hisanobu felt uneasy. Just today, a ninja from the Hyuga clan fell into the hands of Kirigakure, and he mastered the technique to activate the caged bird. If this member of the main family failed to survive the torture of Kirigakure, betrayed the village, and told the enemy how to activate the caged bird seal, what do you think would happen? The Zone family association exists in name only. Hinata Hisanobu was not stupid, he immediately understood Hinata-Yu's thoughts and felt a chill in his heart. If Kirigakure mastered the technique of using the caged bird, what would the Konoha High UPS do? They will force the clan to crack the caged bird technique. Even without the Hokage and the others taking action, the main family must take action themselves to break the bird in the cage or change the way the curse is cast. Because at that time, Kirigakure had become another main family and could easily decide the death of the Hyuga branch ninja. The main family needs to be within the branch family's field of vision to activate the caged bird technique. Once the technique falls into the hands of the enemy, the branch family members will die when they see the enemy. Now is the Third Ninja World War, Konoha is under siege by many ninja villages. The Hyuga clan is an indispensable part of Konoha's combat power and must not be lost. The clan and the top brass must find ways to render the enemy's caged bird technique ineffective. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Hinata Hisanobu's face lost all color and he kept repeating the same thing. Just because of his own willfulness, the foundation of the Hyuga clan's rule over the branch family, the caged bird technique, could actually disappear. What will the branch family do at that time, and what will the main family do? He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of revenge the Zone family would face once they lost the bird in the cage. That's why Hinata-Yu doesn't care. Who would care about a bunch of dead people? He didn't think about what would happen if Hinata-Yu didn't get the technique to activate the caged bird, because it wasn't necessary. Just like the fake news that he was captured by Kirigakure, as long as Hinata-Yu fabricates the illusion that the Hyuga branch ninja died in the caged bird technique a few times, the Konoha high-level officials and the main family will have to consider lifting the improved caged bird technique. And given the opponent's strength, it is not difficult to do this. It's all you, it's all you. Hinata Hisanobu said resentfully, you are destroying the Hyuga clan. Without the bird in the cage, the Hyuga clan will surely perish. You don't even know the enemy the Hyuga clan is facing. The Otsutsuki on the moon. Hinata Hisanobu's expression froze. I'm not their opponent yet, but why do you think that they won't take action with the caged bird? Just like this time, if they only attack the main family and then get the technique to activate the caged bird, the Hyuga clan will be wiped out as well, right? Ignoring his shock and hatred, Hinata-Yu gave him a sedative, waited until he calmed down, put on gloves, and took out his eyes. It's really ridiculous that the technique that controls the life and death of most people in a family can be used by every member of the main family, and there are no restrictions on it. Doesn't this clearly tell everyone that anyone can master the technique to activate the caged bird? Then as long as the technique is revealed, wouldn't anyone be able to control the life and death of the Hyuga branch? Even if the main family can guarantee that the technique will not be exposed while alive, what can it do? The ninja world even has ninjutsu to control the dead, so it is not difficult to reincarnate a member of the Hyuga family. Hinata-Yu paused and looked towards the exit on the left, and a figure walked in. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, The Impure World Itself. Chapter 3, The Impure World Itself. I thought Yukun would choose another way to deal with the caged bird. The figure that suddenly appeared smiled. Lord Orochimaru, neither you nor I have any interest in researching such a boring technique as the caged bird. Wouldn't it be better to let someone else crack it? Hinata-Yu was not surprised by Orochimaru's arrival, and was just focused on taking away Hinata Hisanobu's Byakugan. This underground laboratory was built near the Konoha headquarters, but it was not something he could do now. Its owner is none other than Orochimaru. I have no interest in freeing other people from being caged birds, but I am very interested in freeing Yujun from being caged bird. So Lord Orochimaru hasn't given up on extracting information directly from my mind. No one likes to passively receive information. Orochimaru came to the experimental table, looked at the two eyeballs that Hinata-Yu had placed in two containers, and licked his lips. The Zone family's white eyes are really good research material. Upon hearing this, Hinata-yu picked up one of the containers and handed it to Orochimaru, who took it with narrowed eyes and took out a scroll tacitly. This is the impure world reincarnation technique. You should need it to carry out your plan, right? Hinata-yu took it and took the initiative to increase the price of the deal. The Byakugan is just like the Sharingan. It can also evolve. The condition is to fuse the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. However, we can't do it. Orochimaru was satisfied having obtained another interesting secret. For him, as long as he has a hint and breaks through that layer of window paper, he can achieve a lot of results. However, Hinata-yu's mention of being unable to do so made him frown slightly. Can't do it? This is the first time I've seen you-kun being timid. If you don't have the strength of a ninja god, don't even think about it. Ignoring Orochimaru's teasing, Hinata-yu shook his head. According to Tonari, in order for the Byakugan to evolve into the Rinnegan, the blood of the Otsutsuki on the moon is needed. But that's hard to come by. The Otsutsuki on the moon is indeed strong, not because of his individual strength, but because of his huge Rinnegan. If we start a war rashly, the moon might be driven by the giant Rinnegan and fall from the sky to destroy the ninja world. We need to make long-term plans. I'm really curious about where Yu-jun got all the information from. I previously found a member of the Hyuga clan in the Impure World relics, but he only knew that Yu had a distant relative of the Hyuga clan and spied on the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, but he didn't know about the Byakugan's evolution. Orochimaru said meaningfully while studying the Byakugan. The young man in front of him was the one who came to him at the age of 12 and exchanged the secrets of the Uchiha and Senju clans for his guidance. At that time, he was about to give up the wood release experiment, but he picked it up again because of this. Uchiha and Senju are both descendants of the Six Paths Sage. Their power comes from the same source and complements each other. This news made great progress in his experiments and he even created a monster. However, compared to the secrets he already knew, the boy's peculiarity made him feel more interested. You are strong enough to protect yourself now. You don't need to maintain the self-destruction technique all the time. That would be very dangerous. Orochimaru said gently. At the age of 12, Hinata-yu did not have the strength he has now, and the gap between them was huge. If it weren't for the fact that Hinata-yu had set up a spell in his mind, once the alien chakra invaded his mind, it would detonate his eyeballs, indirectly triggering the caged bird, destroying its nerves and memory. He would have already controlled the other party and checked Hinata-yu's memory. As for killing Hinata-yu and then asking for information through the impure world reincarnation, it was too wasteful. This young man is probably the most talented person in the Hyuga clan right now. This can be seen from the fact that Hyuga Byakugan's ability to see far is twice as far as that of ordinary Hyuga clan members, making him the best candidate to study the power of the Hyuga clan. I'm still very stressed when I stay with you. Hinata-yu's face was calm, but his movements of checking the impure world reincarnation scroll slowed down and his body was tense. Orochimaru has too many tricks up his sleeve. Even if the information he has means that the other party won't attack him for the time being and he still has a life-saving trump card, he still can't let his guard down. I won't attack my companions. Orochimaru smiled helplessly. I attacked today, and you didn't stop me. Not to mention that you even exchanged defense zones with Jiraiya to make it easier to obtain the Sharingan. Who would believe that you didn't attack your companions? After Hinata-yu finished complaining secretly, he suddenly looked up and asked, Lord Orochimaru, do you have any offerings for the impure world? Orochimaru casually took out a scroll and released the mist ninja he had captured, and did not care about Hinata-yu's attempt to verify the authenticity of the impure world reincarnation. The second generation's impure world reincarnation was only a semi-finished product. The summoned ninjas were pitifully weak compared to the original ninjas and posed no threat to him. As for the direction of improving the impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru already had ideas, so he was not worried at all about using it as a trading item. Do you have any personal information about the ninja? Or do you want to use this Hyuga clan member for experiments? Hinata Yu did not answer. Under Orochimaru's strange gaze, he drew the impure world reincarnation formation on a blank scroll, then cut his own palm and pressed the blood on it as intelligence information. Spiritual summoning, impure world reincarnation. Hinata Yu put his palms together and watched the grey-white paper gradually cover the Kirigakure ninja, turning into a small, newborn baby, thinking to himself. As expected, from the moment I was born, I lived by taking someone else's name. Reincarnation, rebirth, fusion with the original owner, etc., are just self-deceiving ideas. It succeeded in one try. Orochimaru's originally interested expression turned serious. His own blood summoned someone else? Is Hinata Yu a reincarnated person, just like his corpse reincarnation? You really gave me a surprise, Yu-kun. Hinata Yu cancelled the impure world reincarnation, allowing the newly born soul to return to the Pure Land, and said softly. Lord Orochimaru, it seems that our cooperation can last for a long time. After all, if I die, the impure world reincarnation will be useless. It seems so. Orochimaru regained his usual composure and said with interest, there are quite a few Hyuga branches coming to the Kirigakure battlefield this time. Who do you need to sacrifice? Do you need my help? Let them choose. Hinata Yu said coldly, some people kneel for too long and can't stand up, so they should never stand up again. Just like he said to Hyuga Hisanobu, he personally had no interest in revenge against the main family, but it was hard to say whether the Hyuga main family could survive after the analgesia before and after the caged bird was removed. Starting from the second day, some Hyuga clan ninjas died suddenly when they encountered the enemy, and the news that Kirigakure was suspected of mastering the caged bird technique quickly spread throughout the camp. Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of the Kirigakure battlefield, immediately made a decisive decision and gave the order. All Hyuga ninjas immediately withdraw to Konoha. Among them, of course, is Hinata Yu. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 You will regret it, Hiruzen. Chapter 4 You will regret it, Hiruzen. A few days later, Hinata Yu and his fellow ninjas stopped and slowly walked out of the forest. In front of us, 3 huge human head statues come into view. As our eyes move downward, we see many buildings neatly located together. Konoha, the starting point of everything. I haven't been back to the village for a while. I miss it so much. A female ninja relaxed her expression, looked at her companions with her white pupils, and asked softly, well, what do you think the main family will do? The Hyuga ninjas around looked at each other but didn't say what was really in their mind. The curse seal Gaiden, they should consider removing it completely, right? The female ninja pressed her palm on her forehead, the part covered by the ninja forehead protector. To be honest, this mark is a bit ugly. So, you hate it? A high-ranking Hyuga ninja suddenly appeared, looked at the frozen girl, and said coldly, go find the adults to receive your punishment. Yes. The girl lowered her head deeply. Don't think this accident will bring about any changes. Once we are separated, we will be separated for the rest of our lives. The Hyuga ninja looked around at the many Hyuga ninjas, watching them all lower their heads, before continuing, anyone who wants to free the bird from the cage, follow me now. No one responded. Seeing this, the Hyuga Jonin nodded in satisfaction. We need your help to improve the caged bird technique. It's voluntary, so go ahead if you want to. After saying this, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The atmosphere among the Hyuga ninjas at the site was dead silent, and no one dared to enter the village that was the symbol of home first. Do the Konoha high-level officials agree that the Hyuga clan should improve their techniques rather than completely remove the caged bird? That's right. If we release the caged bird from the separation of the family now, it would be equivalent to freeing the unstable factors. The Hyuga branch families were slaves of the main family, and the Konoha ninjas ignored the suffering of these branch families. Companion? A true companion would not watch a companion being put in a slave collar. Not only did the Hyuga branch family have conflicts with the main family, but it had also never been truly accepted by Konoha. Hinata-yu noticed the clenched fists of several ninjas and whispered in his mind. However, in order to improve the technique, the Hyuga clan must hand over the caged bird technique. What will the person who gets it do? As a technique for controlling others, the advantages of the caged bird are self-evident. Just making improvements will indulge the ambitions of some people. Anyone with foresight will certainly study how to break the caged bird trap. Danzo, what do you want to do by taking the caged bird jutsu from over there? Hokage building. The third Hokage looked at the old man opposite him with a serious expression. The power of the roots is already sufficient, stop expanding. Danzo said coldly, Hiruzen, you are too nervous. I just need the caged bird to strengthen my control over my men. Most members of the root are excellent tools and do not need to be caged birds. But some of my people just want to live an ordinary life. We must completely cut off their thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes changed slightly. What do you want to do to Nono and Kabuto? Danzo said meaningfully, they are members of the root. They just need to be spies without emotions. No, they are a part of Konoha, the heirs of the will of fire. Nono has obtained enough information for Konoha. Let her enjoy the rest of her life in peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, and Kabuto, hand that kid over to me after he completes his mission. Hiruzen, you are too soft-hearted. Danzo shook his head, if you had allowed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to join the root, I could have turned her into a perfect war machine and ended the Third Shinobi World War. Instead of using fragile emotions to bind the Jinchuriki like you do now. Nono is a perfect spy. She has too much information and she is not as stupid as Kushina. You must not be soft-hearted when dealing with her. Her fate is only Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sharp and interrupted him. I am the Hokage and it is my duty to make everyone in the village live a happy life. Kabuto is a good kid, and Nono has long been tired of the spy life. Konoha's victory does not require their sacrifice. Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking in his aged face as he neared 50, he's becoming more and more naive. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. After saying this to vent his anger, Danzo could only reluctantly retreat. Naruto, it's Naruto again. Every time Hiruzen took out Naruto, no matter how many reasons he had, it was useless. In Konoha, the Hokage is the most powerful person. Whether he, the assistant Hokage and leader of the root, can continue to serve is just a matter of Hiruzen's words. Therefore, if you want Konoha to operate according to your own ideas, you must become a cage. The caged bird technique, the most successful ninjutsu in the history of the ninja world to control others, I hope it won't disappoint me. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo leave and took a puff of his pipe wistfully, exist. An envy wearing a cat-faced mask suddenly appeared. It's like a bird in a cage. No matter how much defense is taken, it will still fall into the hands of some ninja clans after this. Danzo can't stay quiet either. There must be a way to break it. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Go find Tsunade and ask her to return to Konoha and tell her. He paused, then said, it's the teacher's request. Yes. The ANBU took the order and left. With Tsunade and me, plus the help of the Yamanaka and Hyuga families, we should be able to break the caged bird technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed secretly. I hope there is no time to turn over this card, Danzo. As a member of the branch family, life in Konoha is boring. Carry out tasks on time, go to the caged bird research team organized by Konoha for inspection, and live every day mechanically. Hinata-yu just added a shadow clone to take over the job on this basis, and practiced and researched. Like ordinary Hyuga clan members, Hyuga-yu does not often appear outside the family, nor does he show his enthusiasm to the residents like a certain kind-hearted Uchiha. They are slaves without names, and are subjected to the white eyes and strange looks from their peers. Among such people, if someone suddenly appears with a smile on his face and who wants to inherit the will of fire, he will only be considered to have ulterior motives. Therefore, Hinata-yu never thought about gaining the trust of the Hokage and other high-level officials, but only played the role of a member of the Hyuga branch family. Kid, what is the relationship between your Hyuga clan and Orochimaru? In the laboratory of the Caged Bird research team, Hinata-yu, a female ninja who seemed strange yet familiar, asked. Besides the teacher, that guy even wrote to me to ask me to come back, and it was for the Caged Bird. It's not like he would do that. She was wearing a coat with the word gambling written on it, with 2 golden ponytails tied behind her head, and she exuded a majestic aura. Tsunade Senju, the princess of the Senju clan and one of the 3 ninjas. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Is the Byakugan really worse than the Sharingan? Chapter 5. Is the Byakugan really worse than the Sharingan? Tsunade-sama, how can I possibly know what Orochimaru-sama is thinking? Hinata-yu said helplessly, maybe he just wants to protect his companions. After all, he is the commander-in-chief of the Kirigakure battlefield. Protecting your companions? Orochimaru. For some reason, Tsunade felt like laughing, but she couldn't. If there hadn't been the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, Orochimaru would have become Hokage, right? An outstanding Hokage who truly values his companions. But Tsunade can no longer understand Orochimaru now. War. Tsunade gave up with a dull look on her face. You can go now. What does Orochimaru want to do have to do with her? Let the old man worry about his own headache. She was just a weak female ninja who suffered from hemophobia. What did the troubles in Konoha have to do with her? Even Tsunade has been called back to help. It seems we can look forward to some results. On the street, Hinata-yu looked back in the direction of the laboratory, thoughtfully. After traveling back in time and becoming a branch of the Hyuga clan, his biggest problem was being a bird in a cage, but the bird in a cage couldn't actually kill him. The first time he made a deal with Orochimaru, he traded the secrets of the Senju and Uchiha for his guidance and the spiritualization technique. For a soul that does not belong to the ninja world, does the body it possesses really belong to him? The results of the previous impure world reincarnation proved that it was not the case, and he had guessed it as early as when he obtained the spiritization technique. Because he used the spirit transformation technique, he could sense the existence of the Pure Land and could even go there directly. However, he had a hunch that once he entered the Pure Land, it would be difficult for him to come back, so he did not try. This also shows that when his soul comes to the ninja world, his life and death have nothing to do with his body, but are determined by the survival of the soul. The body is just a carrier of the soul. A bird in a cage cannot kill the soul and poses a limited threat to him. However, it is not easy to gain the current strength. Hinata-yu does not have the habit of starting over again. Now that he has taken action, he naturally wants to get results. Hinata-yu turned his attention to a female ninja who was walking towards the laboratory. Hinata Miyuki, the member of the branch family who said the bird in the cage was ugly that day. There has been some progress in the research on the Byakugan, so you can try it for me and add fuel to the current situation. Tsunade-sama, how is the research on the caged bird going? Walking into the laboratory, Hinata Miyuki's cute face was filled with obvious nervousness. The progress is encouraging. Tsunade glanced at the girl's better face and said calmly, in another month, your branch family will be engraved with a brand new caged bird. Hinata Miyuki's expression froze. That's it. Sure enough, nothing changed. After returning home, Hinata Miyuki lay exhausted on the bed, feeling tormented. Do I really have to continue like this, devoting everything to the clan like my father and mother did? Hinata Miyuki clenched her fists as she thought of her parents who were forced to go to the battlefield and died because of the willful ninja of the main family. If the main family ninjas were not going to the front line, they would not go to the battlefield as guards. If it weren't for the Zone family, they wouldn't have been ambushed by the Kirigakure. Dedicating oneself to the clan? No. Absolutely not. She got up from the bed and walked to the desk. She raised 2 fingers of her right hand and placed them in front of her eyes. Untie. She released a small barrier and the drawer of the desk opened. Hinata Miyuki looked at the scroll and her raised hand paused in the air. She gritted her teeth and said, "No matter what his purpose is, I need strength now." After convincing herself, she grabbed the scroll and studied it carefully. This scroll appeared in her room not long ago. I don't know who did it, and I don't know if it was a trap. However, as a branch family, even though her parents are both jonin, she is not qualified to obtain the advanced training methods of the gentle fist. If you want to have the power to resist, you must take it up. The first part of the scroll records some soft boxing techniques, including Huishin, Bagua 64 palms, etc. However, Hinata Miyuki quickly skipped over it and looked at the end. The Byakugan and Sharingan are of the same type of bloodline limit. The opening and evolution of the latter is related to Yinsuku chakra. What about the former? There are also differences in the Byakugan power of different Hyuga ninjas, which is directly reflected in the detection range of their Byakugan. After research, we found that this is also related to Yinsuku chakra. However, the difference is very small. Generally, the detection limit of the Hyuga Byakugan seems to be 1 km, and Yinsuku chakra can only increase the range by several meters. The Byakugan is obviously different from the Sharingan. This bloodline limit is very stable. If you want it to evolve, simply increasing the yin release chakra will not work. However, because of this stability, the Byakugan's rejection reaction is extremely small, and anyone can be transplanted. Its pupil power is also very stable, and any Byakugan can perfectly absorb the pupil power of other Byakugans. Then what would happen if a pair of Byakugan absorbed the power of all the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? The evolution of the Sharingan can greatly increase chakra, and can even evolve into the legendary Manjiki, which is the power of the ninja Shura who dominated the ninja world. As one of the 3 major eye techniques in the ninja world, is the Byakugan really worse than the Sharingan? The last part of the scroll seemed like a record of an experiment, and she was the subject chosen by the person behind the scenes to continue the experiment. But Hinata Miyuki didn't want to refuse. The other party gave her 2 choices. First, practice the gentle fist step by step and eventually become a jonin of the Hyuga clan. Second, inherit the research and continue the experiment. The former can allow her to live well in Hinata and become a high-level slave, but it cannot allow her to take revenge. After her parents died, she could only hide her hatred in her heart and never show it in front of others. Because she doesn't have the power to take revenge. Whether it was the main family members who caused the death of her parents and may still be alive, or the Kirigakure Jonin who murdered her parents, she, a Chunin, did not have the strength to take revenge. Not to mention revenge on the Hyuga clan, the source of all the tragedies. Hinata Miyuki stared at the words on the scroll, "Are the Byakugan really worse than the Sharingan?" and whispered in her heart. "Let me verify it for you." On the other side, Hinata Yu opened his Byakugan and smiled. "It's time to start." End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Are you doubting Orochimaru? Chapter 6. Are you doubting Orochimaru? The atmosphere in the village has been strange lately. Who says it's not true? Even though the battle with the Hidden Cloud village has ended, there is no joyful atmosphere in the village at all. At night, 2 patrol ninjas were chatting. Because many ninjas from the Uchiha clan went to the battlefield and the guard team was short of manpower, ninjas like them who had free time were temporarily transferred to the guard team. "You are the one who retreated from the Kumigakure battlefield, right? I remember the yellow flash was over there." "That's right, the A and B combination of Kumigakure is really strong. If it weren't for Minato-sama, the Kumigakure battlefield would have collapsed. But now it's good." The third Reikage was killed by the Hidden Rock village. The brothers couldn't break through Lord Minato, so they could only choose to lead the troops to retreat. The pressure on the village was much less. Then Lord Minato will support other battlefields next, right? Is the war going to end because of one person? Minato-sama is just that powerful. The middle-aged ninja who had retreated from the front line showed admiration on his face. You really are. The other ninja smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he smelled a smell and his expression changed. Blood. The two looked at each other and began to search solemnly. Finally, the two found the body in the corner of the house. The corpse lying in a pool of blood had long black hair and the Hyuga clan's emblem on his clothes. The eye sockets that originally held his Byakuyan were now empty. Because of his death, the caged bird automatically destroyed his nerves and white eyes. It's Hinata Akihime, he's a jonin from the Hyuga branch. I'll clean up the scene and you report to the Hokage immediately, said the middle-aged ninja solemnly. It is good. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a complicated expression. Hinata Akihime, this is the third time this month, and this time it's a jonin. Someone is using caged birds to hunt down ninjas from the Hyuga branch. Danzo, who was called by him, said calmly, although there is no evidence, the previous 2 times were all genin, and the attackers themselves may not be strong. He killed a jonin suddenly this time without causing any commotion. Only a bird in a cage can do that. According to the investigation, the injuries that Hinata endured were not fatal, right? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards him. It's you. In response, Danzo said calmly, killing the Hyuga branch has no meaning to me. But killing the Hyuga branch family is meaningless to anyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, especially for the one who controls the bird in the cage, it is unnecessary. The people in Konoha who now control the caged bird include the Hyuga clan, him, Danzo, and members of the caged bird research team. Is there anyone among these people who needs to continuously attack members of the Hyuga branch family? Danzo said, the 3 people who were attacked were very close to the main family. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, are you saying that someone is seeking revenge against the main family? Maybe it's more than just revenge. Danzo took out a document and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it silently, but became furious after just reading the beginning. Danzo, you actually let the Hyuga ninja die in my name. It is their duty to be loyal to Konoha. Danzo said indifferently, the 2 Hyuga ninjas I secretly sent to the Kirigakure battlefield were killed, not like birds in a cage. There was a Konoha ninja who was secretly planning this. He arranged the attack to make it look like Kirigakure had captured the main family ninja. His purpose was to force us to break the caged bird. But in fact, Kirigakure did not get the bird in the cage. And the one who is killing the Hyuga branch ninja in Konoha now, is him. Danzo looked seriously at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose anger was gradually dissipating. He is a member of the branch family, and a very scheming Hyuga branch family. This attack is both revenge against the main family and to put pressure on us. From the perspective of outsiders, the only people who would kill these Hyuga clan members with caged birds would be those ninjas who study caged birds. This would arouse public opinion within Konoha and force us to crack the caged birds. 3 months. It has been exactly 3 months since the arrest of the main family. Danzo had already begun to notice something strange. That doesn't prove anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said calmly, your actions may have been seen through by Kirigakure. They are deliberately creating confusion to lure us to send more Hyuga ninjas, and then use the caged bird to catch them all in one fell swoop. My spy in Kirigakure is high level enough, but he didn't get the caged bird. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were sharp, and he scolded. Danzo, don't forget who is in charge of the Kirigakure battlefield. If the attack was a conspiracy by the Konoha ninja, Orochimaru would definitely be able to sense something was wrong, because there were only a few people who had the right to know the whereabouts of Hinata Hisanobu, Therefore, if an insider committed a crime, he would never be able to hide it from him. If what Danzo said is true, then the first person to suspect is Orochimaru. Whether it was knowing the truth and not reporting it, or aiding and abetting the evil, Orochimaru did at least one of the above. Danzo opened his mouth, but for a moment he found it difficult to come up with a rebuttal. Would Orochimaru help a Hyuga branch? Impossible. What value could the Hyuga branch have? Orochimaru has no reason to help the Hyuga branch free the bird from the cage. But if this is not the case, then who is the enemy attacking the Hyuga ninjas now? The method is too immature. Hinata Yu secretly watched Hinata Miyuki attack another Chunin and shook his head. Although the technique to activate the caged bird was given to her, she was ultimately a girl who had lived as a tool for 14 years. She is obsessed with pursuing power, and now only attacks opponents she can handle and absorbs the power of their Byakugan. As for the Jonin, she needed to consider the possibility of dying before she activated the caged bird. But such behavior will sooner or later allow Konoha to lock onto her. From a weak Genin, to a Chunin, and finally to a Jonin, even a fool could have guessed that the attacker's strength was gradually increasing. Even if you kill Hyuga ninjas in order to improve your strength, it will be exposed. So Hinata Yu killed Hinata Akemi with a caged bird in order to disrupt the direction of the investigation. If we define the current behavior as revenge against the Hyuga clan, I'm sure we can relate it to the previous events. But the third Hokage, who was able to show mercy even when Orochimaru defected, won't doubt him. The prerequisite for catching me is to catch Orochimaru. It will be a dilemma, right? Hinata Yu smiled secretly when he saw that Hinata Miyuki's movements were much more agile than before. With just 3 pairs of Byakugan, her strength quickly increased to the edge of a Jonin, much faster than expected. If you don't find her soon, the future is going to be interesting. Besides the method he and Orochimaru discussed, there is another way to evolve the Samsara Eye. Integrate a large number of white eyes. This is how to create the giant Samsara Eye. But what if you simply integrate pupil power? The answer will soon be born. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 The Bird That Wants to Fly Out of the Cage. Chapter 7 The Bird That Wants to Fly Out of the Cage. Hinata Miyuki held her eyes with her hands, feeling the stinging pain there. She suppressed her excitement, cleaned up the traces she had left at the scene, directed the clues to the mountain clan, ignored the corpse, and left. The caged birds of the Hyuga clan would damage the ninja's neural tissue, and even the Yamanaka clan would have difficulty obtaining information from the corpses of the Hyuga branch. In addition, many members of the security team are temporary members, and there are loopholes in the patrol range. So Hinata Miyuki relied on the advantage of the Byakugan and attacked 10 people without being discovered. That's right, 10 people. She has now absorbed the Byakugan power of 10 people. At first, absorbing the pupil power simply increased her chakra, which in turn increased her physical strength, accelerating her progress in strength. But this time, the 10th pair of white eyes seemed to be a qualitative change. This is a leap I have never felt before. White eyes, open. Hinata Miyuki returned home and waited for the pain to pass, then opened her Byakugan. The air vibrates. The desks, wooden chairs, and other objects around made a slight tremor, as if they were under a heavy pressure, and even cracks appeared on the fragile surface of the wooden chairs. The Byakugan's field of vision has been increased to 3 kilometers in diameter, and the chakra has also been increased threefold. Hinata Miyuki was wrapped in thick blue chakra, and a feeling of joy filled her heart. If she could only compete with the Jonin before, now she can even try to fight with the elites among the Jonin. Hinata Miyuki took a long time to come back to her senses. She walked to the table, picked up the mirror, and looked at her eyes. The originally pure white eyes took on a hint of sky blue. When the whites of the eyes are turned on, the protruding blood vessels in the eyes become less noticeable. It seems that I need to use transformation techniques to conceal my Byakugan in the future. The sky blue Byakugan is too conspicuous. Hinata Miyuki suppressed her joy. Suddenly, her eyes fixed. Who is it? A breeze blew in from the window, and there was no one around in his sight. Illusion. Hinata Miyuki shook her head, not believing that her feelings were wrong. She did feel watched. Was the first change 10 pairs? Hinata Yu was taking notes silently. The chakra has increased by nearly 3 times, and the concentration has doubled. The Byakugan's vision has increased in an unknown way, which is a bit like the changes when the Sharingan evolves into a Mangekyo. However, unlike the powerful eye techniques brought by the Mangekyo, the Byakugan evolution improves the basics. Hinata Miyuki's chakra is now extremely condensed. If she uses her soft fist, the power will be doubled, reaching the level of an elite Jonin. Having recorded this, Hinata Yu noticed Hinata Miyuki's vigilance, stopped using the Byakugan to observe, and continued writing. Of course, the Byakugan's improvement won't explode like the Sharingan, directly elevating her to a level comparable to that of a Kage. But the Byakugan has its advantages. It doesn't consume a lot of pupil power. It just improves the basics of a ninja. I'm afraid it won't lose its light like the kaleidoscope. Stability, it is indeed the most basic characteristic of the Byakugan. Since the Byakugan is the foundation of the Otsutsuki clan, was it designed this way on purpose? With some guesses in mind, Hinata Yu put away the research records and stored them in his own special scroll. After observing for a while, if there is nothing wrong with Hinata Miyuki's Byakugan, he also needs to take action. The evolution of the Byakugan increased Hinata Miyuki's Yintsuku chakra, and even her soul strength increased, making her intuition even sharper. It's not enough to just observe with your eyes, you have to experience it in person. That won't work if you don't have the strength to crush her. Hinata Yu chuckled. You can't keep going like this, Hiruzen. Danzo said coldly, 11 people from the Hyuga clan have died recently, and the murderer has also made various misleading statements. If I hadn't controlled public opinion, rumors would have spread all over Konoha by now. Let's take control of the Hyuga branch family. The murderer may be among them. No, the new caged bird has been completed and will be recarved for the branch family soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted, I will be responsible for the review. Hiruzen, you. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily, not understanding what he was insisting on. The village is short of manpower right now, and members of the Root and Anbu are also gathering intelligence on the battlefield. We don't have the manpower to waste on the infighting of the Hyuga clan. It's you who doesn't understand, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked tired. How many people in the Hyuga branch family do you think hate the main family? Danzo's eyebrows jumped, do you mean? Just before you came to me, more people were killed. There were 3 people in total, including a main family ninja. This is really an unexpected gain. Hinata Yu stared at the panicked boy in front of him and recalled the previous scene. In the room, the old man was lying on the ground, his face full of fear and despair, with blood flowing from his neck into a pool. Hyuga Mingjian, an elder of the Hyuga clan, was killed by the young man in front of him. Why do you want to do it? The calm voice like water gradually calmed the boy down. If it weren't for the help of the tribesmen in front of him, he would have been caught by the guards who reacted quickly, right? Thinking of this, he whispered, my sister is 5 years old this year. I thought this incident would prevent her from being cast as a bird in a cage. But, it really doesn't work. The boy smiled self-deprecatingly. You can understand, right? The village and the clan only treat us as dogs, a useful dog that will wag its tail if given a little benefit. I hate them, but I don't have the courage to fight them. But now someone has taken action first. He bit his lip and said in a deep voice, I don't know who he is, but he killed ninjas close to the main family. This made the main family panic and sent their guards to investigate. What's a clan without guards protecting it? What if there's a bird in a cage? It's the branch family who takes care of their daily life. It's the branch family who prepares food for them. Is it difficult to poison and assassinate them? They have no experience, no ability, and have forgotten everything about being a ninja in their superior life. If it weren't for those traitors from the branch family, would it be that difficult for us to kill a bunch of rubbish from the main family? The boy stared at Hinata Yu with bloodshot eyes. A bunch of arrogant rubbish, why should you be our masters? If the village can't change the Hyuga clan, then why not just kill all the main family? A smile suddenly appeared on Hinata Yu's calm face. There's no point in killing them all. You're still a bird in a cage. The boy's excited expression became stiff. But it doesn't matter. I know where to get you out of the cage. While improving the caged bird technique, research on how to crack the caged bird has also been put on the agenda. Your strength is not enough, and neither are your companions. Staring at the boy's dilated pupils, Hinata Yu whispered, "Can you be the bird that flies out of the cage?" End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Rebellion against Tian Gang. Chapter 8 Rebellion against Tian Gang. There is definitely more than one person who resents the Zone family. No one dared to resist before, but the situation is different now. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a complicated look in his eyes. If there is one, there will be another. Whether it is imitation or they have joined forces, it is difficult to investigate the mastermind behind it. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "We can't abandon the main family. There is no possibility of winning over the branch family. For so many years, we have been ignoring the ideas of the branch family. They may have resentment towards us. But, if we lose the branch family, is the main family still valuable?" This. Danzo was speechless for a moment, gaining insight into just how much trouble the Hyuga clan was in. If, as he guessed, the mastermind behind this was a member of the Hyuga branch family, the branch family ninjas who hated the main family would definitely try to protect him. Even the ninjas who have been aroused to hatred are already a problem. What should the village do if more and more branch ninjas start to resist? Strictly speaking, this is an internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. When Konoha village was established, it was said that the ninja clan had the right to autonomy and the Hokage could not interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja clan. Even if they intervene forcibly on the grounds that it is a war period, which side should the village help? Just like Hiruzen said, what's the use of a main family without branches? Rely on them to go to the battlefield and give the enemy the cold shoulder? If we continue to be restrained, the enemy will only become more rampant. We must cut the Gordian knot. Danzo closed his eyes, "Leave it to me. You know, I have some tricks in this regard." Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his cigarette but ultimately did not give an answer. Without a companion, without strength, will you never be able to fly out of the cage? Watching Hinata Yu walking towards the core area of the main family, Hinata Yusha clenched his fists and turned to leave. In order to free the bird from the cage, he would definitely snatch it from the top. The fourth pair. The next night, Hinata Yu looked at the Hyuga Jonin who was knocked down by his attack and walked over leisurely. He grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. "Hinata Yu! Are you the one who attacked your own people?" Forced to look into Hinata Yu's eyes, the attacked Hyuga Jonin gritted his teeth and said, "You have strength far exceeding that of a Jonin, but you are not loyal to the main family. You are a shameful traitor." Hinata Yu ignored him and made a few seals with one hand. Sealing technique White Prison. What? Roars of pain continued to come out from the mouth of the senior ninja, but were masked by the barrier set up by Hinata Yu in advance and could not be heard outside. The white Yintun chakra and the power of the Byakugan constructed a ribbon-like channel between the two pairs of eyes. The Jonin felt that his Byakugan, which he had opened at the age of 7, was degenerating, his pupil power was dissipating, and was gradually returning to its unopened state. He couldn't help but show a look of horror. "What are you doing? What on earth is this sealing technique? If you have any doubts, I will tell you after you die." Feeling the throbbing in his eyes, Hinata Yu raised his free right hand and said with a smile, "Thank you for your gift. The palm fell and blood spurted out. Whizzing! With the sound of swords quickly cutting through the air, 2 Anbu appeared. Hinata, you killed your companions, come with us. Hehe, have you been cooperating with the Hyuga clan for too long? Throwing away the corpse in his hand, Hinata looked at them with his sky blue eyes. I have the role of eyes, so I naturally noticed that you guys were coming, but you took your time to deal with him. Don't you think it's strange? The expressions of the 2 Anbu behind their masks suddenly changed. Boom! An Anbu wearing a fox mask landed in front of them from a distance, creating a huge crater in the ground. The sudden change caused the 2 Anbu to quickly move together, standing back to back and alert. One of them asked his companion who had fallen to the ground. What's going on? Aren't you lying in ambush? The Anbu wearing a fox mask stood up, vomited blood, and said with rapid breathing. He is his accomplice. He has the Byakugan, but he is not in the Hyuga clan's records. They were sent by the Hokage to investigate the Hyuga attack. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to let Danzo interfere in the affairs of the Hyuga clan, for fear that he would take this opportunity to control the Hyuga branch. So they have read the information of all Hyuga clan members. And this Anbu Jonin was very sure that the Hyuga clan definitely did not have such a terrifying strong person. The enemy is at 7 o'clock, has Byakugan, and has strange cracks on his body. Be careful, his strength may be as good as that of the Hokage. Hokage-sama? Are you kidding me? The 2 Anbu exclaimed, but the next moment, they understood. Click click click. Along with the sound of armor shaking, a Hyuga ninja wearing armor from the Warring States period appeared in front of the 3 people. The strong chakra was like a substance, and it was intimidating at the sight of him. Seeing this, Hinata strolled towards the 3 Anbu. Being locked in the village, surrounded by surveillance, and even the offerings for the impure world reincarnation are hard to find, it's very tormenting for a researcher. Although I don't have the habit of disturbing the peace of the dead, it is convenient to directly ask the dead about some secrets. I'll trouble you 3 to become the sacrifices. As soon as he finished speaking, a Bagua formation appeared under the feet of the evil world ninja. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The lightning-fast soft fist sealed the chakra of the 3 people before they could react. The soft fist technique is used to perfection by the Edo ninja. Using the main family ninja as a sacrifice, with the same bloodline, the reincarnated ninja has 70% of the original strength. Hinata witnessed all this and praised, but if you are not strong enough, it is meaningless. You are worthy of being the head of the clan in the Warring States period, Hinata Minjayu. In this era, you are a strong man comparable to the cage. You evil little brat from the branch family. Hinata Miyu was clearly still conscious. You actually developed a technique to desecrate the dead. Aren't you afraid that you won't be at peace even after death? Hat. Hinata chuckled. He did not defend the copyright of the second Hokage. He just said. What are you angry about? Are you being manipulated? I'm just angry that I gave birth to an unworthy descendant. Even the soft pupils of your white eyes cannot hide your anger. Hinata shook his head, placed seals on the 3 ninjas, and put them into the scroll. You are just angry that you are being manipulated by a branch family. Just like the branch families you dominated in the past, you cannot accept a similar fate as them. The words that made Hinata Minjayu even more annoyed came out of his mouth. It was really easy to find your personal intelligence information at the main family cemetery yesterday. There was no obstruction, no accidents. At first, I just wanted to be safe and increase my combat power, but now that I have summoned you, I can't help but feel that it is a kind of karma. When you are alive, you rule the branch family. After you die, you will be ruled by the branch family. Isn't that good? End of this chapter. Chapter 9 You are not an adult. Chapter 9 You are not an adult. Immortal reincarnation is truly the most suitable ninjutsu for the main family. Hinata-yu's whisper made Hinata Minjayu's expression become ferocious, but his strength was not enough to break the control of the dirty world, so he could only say coldly. As a branch family, it is your duty to protect the main family. If you have evil intentions, you should be put to death. The caged bird is for people like you. As he spoke, he raised his trembling fingers and was about to use the caged bird technique. Seeing this, Hinata-yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You haven't understood the situation yet. The current Hyuga clan does not have the ruling power it had during the Warring States period." Because Hinata-yu did not stop him, Hinata Minjayu did activate the caged bird. But, it didn't work. Hinata-yu didn't show any pain. Hinata Minjayu's pupils constricted. Most sealing techniques and curses rely on the chakra of the recipient, not the caster. Hinata-yu moved his fingers slightly, and a coffin appeared behind Hinata Minjayu. He retreated unwillingly and heard Hinata-yu's voice in his ears. After all, there is no better way than to let the enemy limit himself. And the caged bird is no different from them. The chakra that destroyed the nerves and the Byakugan belonged to the Hyuga branch family from the beginning. But the caged bird's ability to mobilize chakra doesn't seem to be as strong as my current pair of white eyes. When the coffin was about to be closed, Hinata Minjayu saw the pair of strange eyes and recalled the news passed down from generation to generation in his mind, and a chill rushed to his forehead. He hunted the Hyuga clan members not for revenge, but to open the samsara eye. The Hyuga clan developed the caged bird because they were worried that the moon Otsutsuki would take away their eyes, but now a branch family actually knew about this? Who is he? Is it Otsutsuki? Lunar Otsutsuki in disguise? Filled with doubt and despair, Hinata Minjayu fell into a deep sleep again. The Hyuga clan is finished. After taking back the impure world ninja, Hinata-yu quickly left the scene. To be honest, he was also surprised that the evolution of the white eyes could make the bird in the cage ineffective. Even if the caged bird is to be ineffective, it should be the real samsara eye. I didn't expect that a semi-finished product could do the job. It's not a complete solution. When Hyuga Hell activated the caged bird, the power of the Byakugan was forced to suppress the caged bird, which affected my ability to exert my strength. It would be fatal for me to be disturbed by a caged bird in battle. Hinata-yu narrowed his eyes slightly. We still need to completely free the bird from the cage. 5 kilometers away from the crime scene, Hinata-yu saw two ninjas reflected in his eyes. He stopped walking and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the pub on the street. At this time, two ninjas and a ninja dog passed by the street. One of the male ninjas looked around and found that he was from the Hyuga clan. He frowned and wanted to step forward and ask. But he was stopped by another female ninja with a ninja dog. The female kunoichi of the Inyazuka clan shook her head at him and turned her gaze to her own ninja dog. The ninja dog understood. Lowered its head and sniffed in the direction of Hinata-yu, then shook its head at her. Seeing this, the female ninja quickly took the man and the dog away from here. The male ninja endured all the way, but finally couldn't help but ask. Inyazuka-senpai, it's so late, and that Hyuga ninja shows up here. The kunoichi interrupted him softly, tomorrow is the day that the Hyuga clan will recarve the caged bird for the branch family. The male ninja understood instantly. As expected, the village doesn't intend to remove the caged bird. Sorry, I don't object to the village's decision, but I have a friend in the Hyuga branch family. The female kunoichi said, I understand, but this is an internal matter of the ninja clan, and the Hokage-sama has no right to interfere. Male ninja. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming somewhat heavy, the female ninja suddenly said with a smile, by the way, do you know why that little brat looked so ugly just now? Because of the bird in the cage. No, maybe that's why he came out to relax, but the reason for his ugly expression is that he is not an adult, ha ha ha. The male ninja was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing after he realized what was happening. After watching the two patrolling ninjas leave, Hinata-yu walked into the izakaya without changing his expression. And then, was kicked out. "Little boy, wait until you are an adult before drinking." Hinata-yu looked at the shop owner's gentle face expressionlessly, then turned and left without saying a word. It's really enough. He is so old in his past and present life, but he can't even enter a pub. He clearly remembered that Jiraiya and Tsunade among the three ninjas were not honest, and the latter had been gambling since she was a child. It seemed that the casino had never stopped her, right? Just because it was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who taught Tsunade bad things and he doesn't have to take any responsibility, so the casinos just let themselves go? He can still hear the legend of Big Fat Sheep's childhood in Konoha. With mixed feelings, Hinata-yu used his Byakugan to avoid the investigating ninjas all the way. Only when he arrived at his underground training ground did he carefully feel his own improvement. The chakra increased by 2 times, which was not unexpected. After all, his chakra is far stronger than that of Hinata Miyuki, the original Chunin, and several times that of an average Jonin. Roughly equivalent to 4 Kakashis? Well, he had seen the 12-year-old Jonin Kakashi about a month ago, together with the 4th Hokage Minato. In other words, his chakra now has the power of 8 cards. Not much, but not too little either. When Naruto was a child, he had 4 times the chakra of an adult Kakashi, but the Uzumaki clan are all chakra monsters, so they cannot be compared. Feeling the rapid increase in chakra, Hinata-yu concentrated his chakra on the Byakugan. The air vibrated and even tiny cracks appeared on the ground. I see. I didn't notice it before. This is the Byakugan pressure. The eye technique used by Kagaya Tsutsuki. After careful study, Hinata-yu nodded. Nice ability. Transform the power of the pupils into chakra airflow, causing gravity-like pressure attacks on the enemy and the environment. However, the gap in hard power between him and Kagaya Tsutsuki is too big, and this ability can only have a significant impact on Chunins. If he wants to be effective in the battle against Shadow, it depends on his experience and strength. Finally, this 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 5th gate, open. Empty palm. The chakra increase brought by the 8 gates and the increased chakra density after the evolution of the Byakugan make this empty palm far more powerful than before. Boom! The solid basement wall collapsed, leaving a large hole in the middle. It's far inferior to the performance of the 80 Gods air attack. The chakra density needs to be further improved. Hinata-yu muttered to himself. And if I don't use the 8 gates, I can't even use such an attack. The gentle fist technique can only be used against humans, and has limited destructive power against large chakra monsters such as the tailed beasts and Susanoo. Minato's team has already headed to the Iwagakure battlefield, and the time for Obito to transform into Kenji is not far away. There is still a long way to go. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, The Zong Family's Response. Chapter 10, The Zong Family's Response, Part. After thinking for a moment, Hinata-yu took out the scroll that sealed 3 Anbu ninjas and released an unconscious Anbu ninja from it. Then, he took out a test tube containing black hair from the ninja tool bag at his waist. This was the hair of the Hyuga ninja he had just killed. He did not collect the blood as that would easily leave the smell of blood on his body. Spiritual summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The grey-white paper wrapped around the Anbu ninja in the formation. He was awakened from his coma by the severe pain and looked at the paper surrounding him in fear. What's this thing? Before he could finish his words, his head was also wrapped in paper, and the former Hyuga Jonin returned from the underworld. He opened his eyes blankly, and saw Hinata-yu not far in front of him, and immediately wanted to take a defensive posture. But to his horror he was completely unable to move. What did you do to me? This is the impure world reincarnation of the 2nd Hokage. You've already died, haven't you forgotten? The Jonin raised his hands dully and looked at his hands which were covered with cracks. He's dead. You can slowly accept this later. Hinata Yu walked closer to him and placed a kunao with a talisman on it into his mind. Now, open your Byakugan first. The Jonin's fingers were raised uncontrollably, and he said, Byan, open. Hinata looked at his smoothly opened Byakugan, a gleam in her eyes. Before this Jonin died, his Byakugan power had been absorbed by him, but he was still able to open his Byakugan. Just like Nagato and Uchiha Itachi who were trapped in the impure world reincarnation. Although they lost their eyes, they did not lose their pupil techniques and bloodline. Isn't it the chakra that is inherited, not the bloodline itself? Hinata Yu laughed quietly. So, to open the Samsara Eye, you need the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The unknown Hyuga Jonin kept his Byakugan open and looked at him resentfully. You resurrected me to take revenge on the main family. It's for verification. Hinata Yu glanced at him and explained in a good mood, before you died, I used a sealing technique to absorb all the power of your Byakugan. That is a sealing technique I created based on the Uchiha clan's transcription seal. It is completely opposite to the transcription seal. It can forcibly absorb the eye power of the recipient. But, you couldn't even open your Byakugan at the last moment before you died, but you can do it now. Why? Before the Hyuga Jonin could recover from the sudden question, Hyuga continued, because you didn't lose chakra. The reason why a ninja's bloodline limit exists is not because of the inheritance of bloodline, but because of the inheritance of chakra. Any blood successor ninja who has been reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation can attest to this. Even though they have lost their bodies and their genes, they can still use their bloodline limits. In this way, Hinata Yu understood the answers to some questions. Why does Nagato still have the Rinnegan after being impure world annihilation? This question can be viewed together with Naruto's situation. The beard on Naruto's face is because of the Nine Tails chakra, which he has had since birth. This is because Kushina is Naruto's biological mother. And the Nine Tails indirectly passed its chakra to Naruto. It's a bit strange to think about it this way, but Naruto's natural chakra inheritance should be Minato and Kushina and Nine Tails. Well, a child of two people and a fox? Nagato's situation is very similar. He had the Rinnegan transplanted since he was a child and served as a tool to maintain the activity of the Rinnegan. This allows the powerful force contained in the Rinnegan to continuously infect Nagato's chakra, causing Nagato's chakra to transform into the chakra unique to the Rinnegan. And from the art of spiritualization, we can find that the soul of a ninja is not simply spiritual energy, but is composed of chakra. Therefore, after the impure world reincarnation gave him a body, Nagato could still use the bloodline of the Rinnegan. After all, the chakra of the Rinnegan was still with his soul. However, if you think about it this way, to activate the power of the Rinnegan, you only need the corresponding chakra, and you don't need the Rinnegan itself? At this moment, seeing that Hinata Yu was lost in thought, the upper ninja frowned and asked tentatively. Knowing this, what can you do? Hinata Yu gave him a cold look that sent chills down the spine of the Higurashi ninja. It will help me improve my strength even further. After saying that, Hinata Yu waved his hand, took back the Hinata Jonin who was full of questions, and walked out of the underground training ground with a deep look in his eyes. The Byakugan, Sharingan, Samsara Eye, and Ninja World Eye techniques are just organs, similar to the lungs and heart, except that they are organs that convert chakra into eye techniques. The important thing is the chakra that makes them exist, that is, yin-yang escape. The Samsara Eye is a pupil technique of the same level as the Rinnegan. It is impossible for it to become so powerful without the influence of yang release chakra. Yin and yang escape complement each other. The eternal Manjaki represents the limit of yin escape's chakra, and Hashirama's chakra represents the limit of yang escape's chakra. The combination of the two creates the Rinnegan. Obito transplanted Hashirama's cells, so that Mangekyo would not go blind, and it can be said that he almost had the eternal eye. If you want the Byakugan to evolve into the Samsara Eye, yang release chakra may be the key. Deep in the Hyuga clan territory, many clan elders and clan leaders gathered here. Another ninja close to us was killed tonight. That traitor was too rampant. An elder said angrily, Master Chief, what are you thinking? Since the other party is hiding well and difficult to catch, just interrogate them one by one. I don't believe they can fight the pain of being a caged bird. Even Danzo could guess that the people who took action came from the Branch family, so how could they, who knew the resentment of the Branch family better than anyone else, not think of it? It's just too difficult to check. When it comes to stabbing someone in the back, the white eyes have too much of a natural advantage. Not to mention that they were ninja from the same village and had fought together in the Third Ninja World War, so these attackers knew better than anyone how to hide from Konoha's investigation. They know exactly which ninjas cannot be attacked when they appear within the Byakugan range. Which ninja clans have unique investigative methods that can find clues that ordinary people cannot discover, and how to counter them. Upon hearing this, Hyaga Hayashi's father, the current head of the main family, opened his half-closed eyes and said indifferently, Do you want them to launch a coup? Seeing the disdainful looks from the elders, the clan leader sighed. Don't say it's impossible. Sheep can also become deadly when led by lions. Judging from the time of death and strength of the ninjas, there are quite a few branches secretly resisting. Once we take the initiative, more branches will stand on their side. After all, we are enslaving them and want to enslave them for generations. No parent would want to see their children become slaves, let alone their descendants, generations to come. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, The Zone Family's Response. Chapter 11, The Zone Family's Response, Part. This caged bird incident has confirmed to all the families that waiting will not change anything, and patience will not change anything either. The main family and Konoha never treated them as companions from the beginning to the end, so their resentment and even resistance were only understandable. Don't further provoke the Branch family. I have already discussed with the Hokage and will make the Branch family put down their anger. As he spoke, the Hyaga clan leader handed them a scroll of ninjutsu. After reading it, the second elder's expression changed. Master Patriarch, did the fourth elder die in vain? And this technique? The Patriarch shook his head, his eyes cold. It's just a temporary compromise. Even if we find the murderer who killed the fourth elder, we can't kill him for now. As the day of carving the new caged bird approaches, the anger of the separated families has been accumulating. If no one resists, it will only be impotent rage, but if someone takes the lead, there is no guarantee that someone will not do irrational things. For the Branch family, the ninjas who act in secret are heroes who dare to resist. Killing them will ignite the powder keg of the Branch family. The war has reached a critical period. If the Hyaga branch is forced to rebel, it will not only make other villages laugh at it, but the Cloud Village, which has already ceased fire, may launch an attack again. Just like the start of the Third Ninja World War. The Raikage used the fact that Tsunagakuer had lost the third Kazekage as an excuse to say that they were willing to generously accept Tsunagakuer and let the Raikage serve as the cage of Tsunagakuer, and launched a surprise attack on Tsunagakuer. If it weren't for the activeness of the fourth Kazekage, it would have been questionable whether the Wind Country could continue to exist after that attack. If the fourth Raikage is as shameless as his father, war with Kumagakuer will come again. As if seeing through everyone's reluctance, the Hyaga clan leader snorted coldly. Don't think about cleaning up the Branch family. That would be no different from weakening our own strength. In the future, the individual abilities of the clan will also need to be improved. After all, the fourth elder died because he lost his caution. With these two sentences, the Patriarch set the tone for the meeting and discussed with the lamenting elders the carving of the new caged bird. It was already the next morning when the meeting ended. The Hyaga clan leader walked alone to his home, where two Hyaga ninjas were waiting. The sun is full and the day is full. Hinata and day difference. His two sons, however, had different fates. Master Patriarch. *2. Facing the two brothers' salute, The Hyuga clan leader nodded and said, "From now on, the branch family will be managed by you, Hisashi. Don't let me down." "Yes." Facing his father, Hisashi bowed his head deeply. Seeing this, the Hyuga clan leader looked at Hayashi indifferently again. "Hayashi, what do you want to say today? I don't need to give you any advice, right?" The sun rose as usual in the morning and cast its rays through the window. Arizia felt himself shrouded by his father's shadow and could not help but lower his brows. "I see. The Hyuga clan has a large territory, with the main family residence as the center. The buildings scattered around are the residences of branch families. The differences in regions and altitudes show the difference between the main family and the branch family. Not only that, the cemeteries of branch family ninjas and main family ninjas are not together. Because the Byakugan of the main family will not disappear immediately after death, but will only slowly rot, in order to prevent someone from stealing the Byakugan of the corpse, the main family cemetery is located in the core of the Hyuga clan. The cemetery of the branch family is on the edge of the clan land." Hinata Miyuki stood in front of her parents' tombstones and bowed to them. "Sorry, Dad, Mom. Even if my hands are stained with the blood of my people, I don't want to keep them kneeling any longer." "It's Miyuki. Are you here to see your parents too?" When Hinata Miyuki was feeling sad, a voice came along with the sound of footsteps. She turned her head and hummed softly. "Yu-jun, long time no see." She had carried out missions with her fellow tribesmen in the Hidden Mist battlefield, so she was quite familiar with them. In her impression, the other party was a special Jonin who was one of the most powerful branches in the Hidden Mist battlefield. He was very powerful and worked extremely hard. The most important thing is that he is not biased towards the Hyuga family. Hinata Miyuki folded her hands on her stomach and quietly watched Hinata Yu place the flowers she brought in front of the two tombstones. "Put your hands together and worship." After Hinata Yu finished all this, Hinata Miyuki asked softly, "Is Yejun also worried about today's ritual of carving a caged bird?" "Well, the recent actions of my tribe have me a little worried." "Are you worried that someone will be unable to resist and kill the Zone family today?" Hinata Miyuki didn't keep silent and asked directly in a low voice. At this point, all Hyuga ninjas are aware of the current situation. "No," Hinata Yu glanced at her and said calmly, "I'm worried about the decision of the Hokage-sama." Hinata Miyuki breathed a sigh of relief, then also frowned. Indeed, it's too quiet. Even if the murderer hadn't been found, the Hokage and those advisors shouldn't have been so quiet. In recent days, more and more members of the branch family could not help but take action. Even though the top management blocked the news, some rumors began to appear on the streets, but the top management seemed to ignore them. Just strengthen night patrols, send more secret agents to investigate, and reduce casualties. Although it did cause trouble for her actions, it was only because she didn't want to take action against her companions yet. Before, she had killed those members who were close to the clan. Even after her Byakugan evolved and she vaguely felt that the bird in a cage had no effect on her, she had already wanted to target the Zone family. Therefore, Hinata Miyuki couldn't help but feel uneasy about the strange attitude of the top management. "It should be fine. We all have to recarve the caged bird." Hinata Miyuki touched the curse seal on her forehead that was blocked by the forehead protector and said softly, "Hokage-sama may just want us to reach a consensus among ourselves." You saw the confidence and determination in Hinata Miyuki's eyes, his eyebrows jumped, and he guessed what she was thinking. "Want to kill all the clan members and then defect? Because you are strong enough and feel that you will not be affected by the bird in the cage, so you want to solve the problem with force? It really fits the operation of Naruto. Scorpion is a puppeteer. When he was weak, he attacked the third Kazekage and made him into a human puppet. After he grew up, he started to act recklessly, arrogantly destroying a country and challenging his grandmother. Nagato was able to endure humiliation and gather the 6 paths of pain to take revenge on Hanzo. As a result, he attacked Konoha alone in the later period. Konan was able to secretly collect hundreds of millions of explosive tags to warn Obito without being discovered by Black and White Zetsu. However, when dealing with Obito, she never thought of cooperating with the reconciled Naruto. Looking at the ninja world as a whole, basically they can survive when they don't have the strength, but when they feel they have enough strength, they all start to commit suicide and try to solve all problems with force. Where does the confidence come from? Shaking his head secretly, Hinata Yu took the girl in front of him as a negative example and joined the ranks of Nagato and others. Teacher Dai could kill this body of his with all 8 kicks, he really couldn't be as confident as the above-mentioned people. Miyuki, you haven't been paying attention to the voices in the village lately, right? His legend is everywhere. Under Hinata Miyuki's puzzled gaze, Hinata Yu looked up at the blue sky. The son of Konoha has returned. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Hokage abdicates, retreat to advance. Chapter 12, Hokage abdicates, retreat to advance. Near the gate of Konoha village, a team of ninjas retreating from the battlefield were greeted by many people lining the streets. Are those the heroes who destroyed the god of Nobi Bridge and forced Iwagakure to retreat? I know that with Lord Minato here, the village will definitely win. Now only Kirigakure is still resisting, and the war will be over soon. I really wish it was me who went on this mission with Minato-sama. The civilians had already learned the news from the Hokage building. After ending the battle with the Hidden Thunder village, Minato Namikaze led Konoha to victory again. At this time, people were discussing the coming of peace and were very excited. Of course, there are occasionally some strange discussions. Minato-sama is so handsome. Minato-sama is mine, you bitch. Hey? You look like that? A messy hair. I told you not to call me by that nickname. Minato walked with Rin and Kakashi among the cheering crowd, with a sunny smile on his face. When he heard those strange discussions, his smile turned into a bitter one. Hokage-sama, although it is to boost the morale of the village, it is difficult for me to deal with such enthusiasm. Sighing secretly, Minato tried his best to ignore the boiling red chakra in a certain direction, straightened his expression, and walked to the end of the road. There, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a look of satisfaction. Minato, you did great. Minato stretched his hands back and pulled the 2 disciples with gloomy expressions to him. This is all thanks to Kakashi and the others, and that kid Obito. Having said that, Minato paused and looked at the expressions of Kakashi and Rin. The visible sadness made Minato sigh. He patted their heads comfortingly and said to the Sandai, Master Sandai, they are already very tired after carrying out the mission. Let them rest first. This is not okay. In Minato's puzzled gaze, the Sandai smiled and shook his head. Today is an important day for you. As your disciple, I hope they are here. Now, hold out your hands. Minato held out his hand with a confused look on his face. Then, as he and the crowd around him watched in shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the bamboo hat that symbolized the Hokage and placed it in Namikaze Minato's hands. I originally wanted to hand over Konoha to you after the war, but I think now is a more appropriate time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, looked at the people of Konoha around him, and said, as the 3rd Hokage, I nominate Namikaze Minato as the 4th Hokage. This proposal has been approved by the daimyo. Everyone standing here, do you approve it? The crowd was silent for a few seconds, and then cheers that shook the sky rang out. The 4th Hokage! The 4th Hokage! The 4th Hokage! The legend about Minato began to spread a few months ago when the ninja from the Reagan battlefield returned to the village. He forced the newly ascended 4th Raikage to retreat, and was regarded by the enemy as a powerful ninja who could be abandoned upon meeting him. No one objected that Konoha, which had been through a lot of war, needed a new Hokage. A powerful, young Hokage. Minato, you are the one that everyone wants. The 3rd Hokage smiled gently and said, take on this responsibility. Third generation, sir. Minato stared at him blankly, listening to the shouts all around him. Naruto, are you going to become the fourth Hokage? A sunny smile appeared on Minato's face again. He put the hat on his head and said firmly, I will bring the final victory to Konoha in the name of Hokage. Konoha's cheers reached their peak at this moment. Compared to the excitement of the Hokage's succession, the Hyuga clan was extremely quiet at this time. Many Hyuga ninjas gathered in an open space, looking at the figure on the platform and staring at each other in confusion. That was not the head of the Hyuga clan, but the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why is he here? Isn't this the place to depict the newly caged bird? I know what you're all wondering. The person standing here is not the real person, but just a shadow clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the many rolling eyes in the audience and said loudly, I am not a qualified Hokage. When I was in office, I did not handle the relationship with the other 5 nations well, which resulted in Konoha being the target of siege every time. Not to mention overseas, I couldn't even handle the relationships between my peers in the village well. Apologies are meaningless to you, but as the Hokage, I have an unshirkable responsibility as things have developed to this day. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed deeply and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Really sorry? The branch ninjas looked at him in confusion. The Hokage apologized to them personally. They were at a loss for a moment as they had never seen such a situation before. Hinata Miyuki stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and her heart sank. The new caged bird was researched by many ninjas, and was eventually improved by Tsunade and me. I can guarantee that this time the technique cannot be used to torture the recipient. It will be a technique that truly protects the Byakugan. The separation suddenly became noisy, and many people smiled. A mother looked at her child, who was too young to be taken care of by her, and tiny tears fell from her eyes. The end of the month, it's great, it's great. Sarutobi Hiruzen still bent over, the incompetent Hokage, will also abdicate today. The new Hokage will be Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha. The Hyuga clan, whether it's a branch family or the main family, is a member of Konoha. I hope that with his help, you can truly integrate into the village. Without giving them time to digest the information, pie after pie fell on them, making the branch ninjas feel like they were in a dream. Namikaze Minato is no stranger to the branch family ninjas. The first commander of the Kirigakure battlefield was Minato Namikaze's teacher, Jiraiya. And because of the mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, in the early days of the Third World War, Minato Namikaze served as reinforcement and was active on various battlefields. Some of the branch ninjas had fought alongside him. The young man who is like the sun? If it were him. A branch family jonin stepped forward and bowed to the Hokage on the higher ground. Hokage-sama, please do not belittle yourself. You are the first person to bring change to us, thank you. The 2 previous Hokage failed to do this. Yes, Lord Hokage, please raise your head. I am willing to accept the caged bird that Lord Hokage has improved. That's right, 3rd generation Lord, please raise your head. We will discuss it with the Zone family. More and more people came out and expressed their understanding. Faced with this scene, Hinata Miyuki clenched her fists, feeling somewhat desperate. Why did you forgive so easily? Are you satisfied with just loosening the leash a little? The 3rd Hokage never said that the caged bird no longer has the ability to control our life and death. A young man who shared similar sentiments with her was Hyuga Ueki, who had previously killed the 4 elders of the Hyuga clan. He looked at the 3rd Hokage in silence, without any expectation in his eyes. Senior Yu said that the 3rd Hokage was secretly researching ways to break the bird in the cage. He had even had a glimmer of hope for this, thinking that the Hokage was on their side. But what the Hokage did today made him realize that the other party was not researching the solution for them. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Who won? Chapter 13 Who won? A good move is to retreat into advance. Hinata Hayashi stood in the shade of a tree in the distance, looking at the third Hokage with a complicated look. Originally he didn't understand why his father suddenly passed the position of patriarch to him, but now he understood. In order to deal with the branch family issue, this Hokage had already taken action. Arrange the ninjas who retreated from the Reagan battlefield in various units, let them spontaneously spread the glory of the fourth Hokage, and lay the foundation for their own abdication. Then today, in the name of abdication, he granted the grace of separation. Could the branch family resent his previous indifference? No. Things that the first two generations of Hokage did not change were changed by the third Hokage. Even the Kage of the village bowed his head and apologized for them and stepped down from the position of Hokage. What could they resent? But, this is what the branch family fought for themselves. Some of the rebellious branch families even killed the main family. If the Hyuga main family does not want to completely turn against the branch families, it will have to make some compromises. But the separated family will not know this. Therefore, the three generations could use this as a favor to divide the family property. If you just loosen the reins a little, many branch ninjas will be grateful. Because no one believed that anyone could break the caged bird, the branch family ninjas who had long been accustomed to the caged bird did not believe that the main family would be able to remove it. As for the Zone family's thoughts? Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not stepped up efforts to search for the murderer, and his indifferent attitude may have put pressure on the main family and forced them to cooperate with him. The branch family respects him, and the main family owes him a favor. The Hyuga clan, which has always been low-key, was pulled onto the chariot by the third generation. Brilliant means. Although this also prevented the third Hokage from tracking down the murderers, lest the branch families would be unhappy and his plan would be in vain, the branch families that were secretly acting were also restrained. Many branch families have already been satisfied. If they continue to act, the branch families may not support them. The third Hokage can then not worry about the opinions of the majority of the branch families and directly use thundering means to kill them. Looking at the third Hokage standing up because of the branch family's understanding and looking in his direction with a smile, Hayashi took a deep breath. Hayashi, it's our turn now. From now on, we can be as close as we were in the past. Hinata Hisashi looked at the Hokage on the platform with a dazed look in his eyes. Is it really the same? Rizu didn't answer and took the lead. His and Hayashi's promotion to the throne represented a concession by the main family, which would further extinguish the anger of the branch family that had lasted for hundreds of years. He didn't know whether this was right. All he knew was, he had no choice. Seeing the two sons of the clan leader coming on stage, Hinata Miyuki closed her eyes, turned around and was about to leave. She didn't want to listen, nor did she want to see the satisfied expressions of her tribesmen. There is no win in the separation. What's there to be happy about? A hand reached out from the crowd and grabbed Hinata Miyuki, who was about to leave. She looked at it with a frown. It's Hinata Yu. The boy, who was about her age, smiled like the people around her, but there was no smile in his eyes. The other party listened carefully to Hayashi and Hisashi's speech on bringing a new style to Hyuga and took back the hand that was holding her. During this process, Hinata Yu made several indistinguishable gestures. It's the secret code of the mist-hidden battlefield. Because the Kirigakure's specialty is the Kirigakure technique, which can conceal the enemy's whereabouts, the Hyuga ninjas who act as eyes prepared several sets of secret codes to covertly inform their companions of the enemy's location. The enemy's position is at 8 o'clock. Hinata Miyuki instantly understood the meaning of these words and calmed down. There was also a gentle smile on his face. Yeah, this is the best time. A chance to observe how many people in the branch family are extremely dissatisfied with the main family. What's wrong recently? Since you plan to take everything on yourself and then defect, deep down you don't care about other people's suspicions? Even basic vigilance has been lost. Hinata Miyuki was secretly alert and gave Hinata Yu a look of gratitude and apology. Maybe they wouldn't do anything right away, but the main family would definitely monitor those who were still dissatisfied and deal with them in the future. Hinata-yu reminded her that it was risky, as her expression and movements might have been observed just now. Ignoring Hinata Miyuki's gaze, Hinata-yu took in the scene around him and carefully checked everyone's expressions. Anyone who smiled sincerely was quickly excluded by him. Others he kept in mind. There are unexpectedly many people, about 30. Looks like I have to thank Orochimaru. After a long while, Hinata Hayashi announced, "Start now, carve a new caged bird." At home, Hinata-yu was writing his name on a blank scroll. Those were the names of the branch family members that he had written down earlier. Hinata Minjaya was like a guard at this time, standing behind him, looking at those names one by one, burning with anger. Do you want to unite with them to fight against Konoha and the main family? He couldn't match them up, but he knew that these people were the ones that you had learned about through his perspective before, and they were the ones who were dissatisfied with the Zone family. They are qualified. Hinata-yu said indifferently, compared to those who are still immersed in their dreams, they are considered to be awake. There are really many uses for impure world reincarnation. It can be used to summon the dead to fight, or it can be used for research. Even reconnaissance can be accomplished using impure world reincarnation. The reason why he was able to collect information at will in the morning was because of the impure world reincarnation. The impure world reincarnationist can share the vision with the impure world ninja. By summoning and placing Hyagamiu, a cage-level strongman in advance, he can enjoy the effect of the Byakugan on the field. After all, the characteristics of the Byakugan being activated are too obvious, and he cannot use it in that kind of situation. As for the people on the list, they are the ones he personally recognized as branches that could be used for the next action, if some supplies are needed. These people can also be eliminated first. You are so calm, as if you have won. Wasn't your plan easily defeated by that little guy Hiruzen? Hinata Minjaya sneered. He is the head of the Hyuga clan who led the Hyuga clan to join Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage who was like to be called Monkey by the second Hokage, is also a junior in front of him. I don't even know what I plan to do with this incident. Hinata-yu looked at him with amusement. If helping a test subject conceal information and gaining some pupil power can be considered a plan, it seems that I completed it perfectly. Hinata Minjaya still sneered, as if he was looking at a stubborn loser. Isn't your goal to free the branch family from the cage and turn against the main family? Although I do need the Hyuga branch to remove the caged bird, it's not what you think. Hinata-yu put away the scroll, took out a scroll that recorded his research on chakra, and made a spiritual seal. A white viper appeared, looked at the scroll he handed over, and swallowed it in one gulp. Watching the white snake disappear on the spot, Hinata-yu chuckled and said, I have never thought of becoming the savior of the branch family. I just need a group of helpers who can be of use to me when necessary. He felt that he was not a bad person who did all kinds of evil, but he was not a good person either. Of course, there is a price to pay for helping the family break the cage. Besides, do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Namikaze Minato really won? The one who pushed him to become Hokage now was me. In the face of Hinata Minjaya's stiff expression, Yu laughed softly. With the seniors of the Sunin still alive, how do you think the Sandame bypassed them and allowed Minato to directly become Hokage? End of this chapter. Chapter 14. The organization is called the Avengers. Chapter 14. The organization is called the Avengers. Hidden Mist Battlefield, Konoha Headquarters. Iwagakure has admitted defeat. Reinforcements from the village will arrive soon. The end of the war is not far away. Orochimaru spoke calmly as he looked at the gathered jonin. At this last moment, there must be no let-up. The faces of the jonin visibly relaxed, and they answered in unison, yes. Well, Orochimaru nodded, let's go down. After the jonin left the tent, Orochimaru took out the map and looked at it for a while, and suddenly his expression changed. Puff! Accompanied by white smoke, a white viper appeared in front of Orochimaru with its tongue spitting out. It opened its mouth and spit out a scroll. Orochimaru smiled and picked up the scroll, unfolding it and looking at it. It records some of Hinata-yu's conjectures about chakra. It is not precious, but it is indeed helpful for Orochimaru's research. It's just a letter to the teacher recommending Minato Namikaze. Yukun is really being polite. The biggest rival of Minato Namikaze when he became Hokage was the Sunin. Their qualifications are all above Watergate. However, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were unwilling to take on the position of Hokage. The only one who did not explicitly refuse to serve as Hokage was Orochimaru. So when he delivered the letter recommending Namikaze Minato to the third Hokage according to Hinata-yu's wishes, some things were destined. Teacher, you have been considering my attitude, but you have already chosen Minato in your heart, right? We have been working to build momentum for Minato and help him accumulate political assets. The young people of the Inoshikacho clan, who have been friends with Sarutobi for generations, are all Minato's comrades. You have put so much thought into this, but I'm afraid you don't want to give up the position of Hokage now. It's just that the situation is like this, and you have to do this. Orochimaru shook his head and burned the scroll he had just read with flames. This time, the main family did not win. Their secret caged bird had fallen into the hands of many people, and they even lost some control over the branch family. The Hyuga branch also did not win, they did not completely solve the problem of the bird in the cage. The teacher seemed to have resolved the incident perfectly, but he chose to incriminate himself when he stepped down in a hurry, taking some of the responsibility on himself, which had a significant impact. On the surface, it seems that Minato, who obtained the position of Hokage and could use the hidden mist battlefield to consolidate his power, gained the most. But is this really the case? What do you want to do by making Minato the Hokage? Yukun. There are no coincidences in this world, only inevitability composed of various unobservable variables. Just like you don't know what I'm going to say next. But it's just you who doesn't know. I know it myself. Hinata-yu stood up and walked towards the door of his house. If I tell you, this variable becomes a constant. That way you can get a small glimpse into the future. Unfortunately, the many variables in the Naruto world are constants for you. That is, the predetermined future. The separation brought hope, but what will happen when this slightly false hope is ruthlessly torn apart? Hinata-yu looked back at Hinata-miyu, whose face was obscured by the shadow of the house, making it difficult for the latter to see clearly. Looking forward to it? It seems not. Hinata-yu whispered in his heart. How similar. The Uchiha now is dreaming the same as the Hinata at this moment. The clan leader and the new Hokage are good friends, and the clan leader's wife and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are best friends. The Uchiha clan has laid the foundation for entering the upper echelons in this generation. Unfortunately, this dream would fade and turn into the Uchiha's nightmare. What will happen to Hinata? Turning around and walking out of the house, Hinata-yu suddenly stopped and looked towards the shadow of the house. What's the matter? Hinata-yu walked out from the shadows, bowed his head and asked. Yuzun. No, Master Yu. I hope you can help me, I need strength. Hinata-yu looked at his expression and said, come in and talk. After saying that, without listening to Yoshi's response, he opened the door and walked into the house. Hinata-miyu saw this scene with his Byakugan and hid himself. Yes. Hinata-yu followed in with excitement on his face. The two of them walked all the way to the living room, and Hinata-yu turned around and said, why did you come to me? Because you are the strongest ninja in the branch family. He can find out that the Hokage is breaking the caged bird and can easily sneak into the core area of the main family. Among the branch family ninjas, Hinata-yu is the strongest that Hinata-yuki knows. After a pause, Hinata-yuki continued. Besides, I think you are trustworthy. Many of the people from the separated families are just caged birds. Hinata Yuaki gritted his teeth when he said the last 3 words. Those people are slaves in their souls. Even if the caged birds are released, they will not be free. Oh, do you think you are different from them? Hinata Yu smiled and said, if I hadn't told you the news, would you have wanted to completely free the bird from the cage? I don't think so. Hinata Yuaki was silent, but soon said firmly, but I will continue to resist, find a way to deal with the caged bird, and bring all the tribesmen who are willing to resist with me. Hinata Yu looked at his determined eyes, narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured. Barely qualified. Hot-blooded, but rational. Be courageous and take action. Most importantly, he is not an idealist. Oh, you passed. Before Yusha could react, Hinata Yu took out a scroll and threw it to him. This is the power you want. It is the power that will allow the branch family to stand up completely, and even allow the Hyuga clan to break away from Konoha. Hinata Yuaki looked at him in disbelief, then looked back at the scroll. To make Hinata leave Konoha. How is this possible? Don't believe it. Yu asked calmly. No, 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 it's not like that. Yusha shook his head hastily, it just feels a little unreal. In his imagination, Yu was at most a strong man second only to the Hokage. It naturally felt incredible that he could suddenly do such an incredible thing. Believe it or not. Yu said, if there is nothing else, please go back. Wait, Master Yu. Hinata Yuaki took a deep breath and bowed. My companions and I founded an organization with the goal of making the branch family stand up completely. Please join us. Silence fell on the place for a moment. Just when Hinata Yuaki was at a loss and wanted to secretly look at Hinata Yu, the latter's voice came. What is the name of the organization? Hinata Yuaki showed a joyful expression visible to the naked eye, and then scratched his head awkwardly. I haven't thought about this yet, but since the original intention is to gain freedom and take revenge on the main family, why not just call it the Avengers? You can go out. Hinata Yu only heard 3 words and then coldly drove Hinata Yushu out. Outside the door, Hinata Yuaki looked confused. Is there anything wrong with this name? He scratched his head in distress, unable to figure out the reason, so he could only take the scroll and leave. When he returned home and read all the contents of the scroll, the 13-year-old boy stood there frozen with mixed feelings. That is history, the history of the distant relatives of the Hyuga, the main family of the Otsutsuki family being massacred by the branch family. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Shadow Guard. Chapter 15 Shadow Guard. Hinata Yu stood under the Hokage building, looked up, and walked inside. A lot has changed here in a short time. Some familiar ninjas left here, and unfamiliar ninjas began to work here. The person sitting in the Hokage's office changed from a dying old man to a young man. In wartime, keep things simple. There was no speech on the succession to the Hokage, but Minato Namikaze had already taken office and started doing the work of Hokage. Hokage, I want to apply for the Jonin examination. Hinata Yu whispered as he looked at the young man in the sunshine in front of him. Hinata Yu, 15 years old, completed 4 S-level missions, 32 A-level missions, B-level. Reading Hinata Yu's mission record, Namikaze Minato frowned and thought. To be promoted as a Konoha Jonin, one needs to have sufficient merits or mission experience to prove one's various abilities. But during the war, the Jonin examination was mainly an examination of strength. The mission experience and merit requirements can be appropriately lowered. However, Hinata Yu's resume is also at an average level, so there is no problem for him to apply for the Jonin examination. Minato Namikaze is now thinking about something else. The third-generation lord asked me to appease Hinata. Will the branch family choose him? He had already heard from the third Hokage about the recent events in the village, and had no objection to the decision to appease Hinata. The branch family needs to be completely integrated into the village, and the main family has just been severely damaged, so it is the best time to regroup. If it is done well, it will also be beneficial to stabilize the situation in the village. And this requires him to arrange a suitable position for them. Not too high, nor too low. It can also bring out the abilities of the Hyuga clan. Okay? Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. There just happens to be such a location, although it is only suitable for splitting up the family. A new Hokage must form a shadow guard. The shadow guards can communicate directly with the shadow and guard by the shadow's side, which in itself is a kind of trust in the people who are chosen. Moreover, each village has the habit of arranging the candidates for the next Hokage into the shadow guard. The third Hokage was once a member of the shadow guard of the second Hokage, and the fourth Kazekage also served as the guard of the third Kazekage. This position can fully demonstrate the importance of dividing the family. Minato thought to himself, in that case, let's conduct the shadow guard selection after the Jonin examination. But soon, Minato Namikaze frowned. Most of the shadow guards are very powerful, and some are even the next shadow. The reason for this is that only a strong person of this level can play the role of guardian shadow. Otherwise, if they encounter a powerful enemy, do they need shadow to protect them? Hinata Yu's Byakugan is very effective in covering up his lack of strength. In addition, in order to appease the Hyuga clan, the advisor and the third generation will agree to let him serve as a bodyguard. But for others, if they are not strong enough, I'm afraid it won't work. But when Minato thought carefully about his own fighting style, he honestly felt that it was a complete waste to put strong men into his shadow guard. As my bodyguard, it would be meaningless if you can't keep up with me in battle. Thinking of this, Minato came up with an idea. At the Jonin exam. At the Ichiraku ramen stand, Hinata Miyuki waited for the ramen to be served and asked in surprise, "Is Yukun going to officially become a Jonin?" Yet, Hinata Yu, who was sitting next to her, nodded, "I think it's okay." "Really? That's great." Hinata Miyuki had a look of envy on her face. "If it weren't for that scroll, how long would it take for me to have the strength of a Jonin?" She didn't know, but it probably wouldn't be soon. "Then today I will not only express my gratitude, but also wish you success in passing the assessment." Hinata Miyuki reacted and looked at boss Ichiraku with some embarrassment. Although Ichiraku ramen is delicious, wouldn't it be a bit strange to use it as a celebration? "It's okay." While Hinata Miyuki was struggling, Hinata Yu said, "I like Ichiraku ramen, too." This was a restaurant that Naruto personally advertised and gave good reviews to, and he had already tried it. "It tastes really good." "Ah." The ramen was ready at this time. Hinata Miyuki took her portion and nodded slightly. "Forget it, I'll prepare the gift well later and wait until Yejun passes the test. Anyway, she can't do anything for the time being, and she won't defect." As expected, some of the same clan were indeed targeted by the clan. Although she was not under surveillance because of Hinata Yu's timely reminder, she also lost the opportunity to take action. The fourth Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique, a tricky character. She is not afraid of death, but she cannot die now. As the only person in the branch family who is not afraid of being a bird in a cage, if she dies as a result of killing all the members of the main family, the branch family will have no insurance. After all, the third Hokage, Tsunade, and others also master the caged bird technique. She didn't feel at ease with these people until she let the branch family release the bird in the cage. Hinata Miyuki, who was in a depressed mood, turned her grief and anger into appetite and quickly devoured the food in front of her. Hinata Yu looked at the empty bowls gradually piling up in front of Hinata Miyuki, then looked at the 3 bowls in front of himself and fell into deep thought. After the Byakugan evolves, the appetite will also increase? No matter how I think about it, it's impossible, and my appetite is still the same as before. So it's natural. I was on a mission with her and I was eating ration pills, but I didn't notice this. Noticing Hinata Yu's strange look, Hinata Miyuki paused and her face turned slightly red. My father and I both have big appetites, probably because we inherited the genes from my grandfather. My appetite is actually not that bad, but my cousin eats more than me." When her cousin was mentioned, Hinata Miyuki's expression gradually calmed down and she seemed not to want to say more. Hinata Yu considerately didn't ask, but he already had the answer in his mind. Her cousin is probably from the Zong family. If 2 children are born in the main family of the Hyuga clan in a certain generation, one of them will be engraved with a caged bird and become a member of the branch family. This is to limit the number of people in the clan. The other will become the head of the family, and his or her talent will usually be higher. According to Hinata Miyuki, her lineage became a branch family, while her cousin's lineage became the main family. However, the main family member who eats more than Hinata Miyuki and is not much older than her, it's easy to make connections. Thinking about it, Hinata Yu smiled and said, "Being able to eat is a blessing. This means that your body energy is naturally stronger than that of ordinary people, and the amount of chakra is not less. It is a very lucky thing for a ninja. Chakra is composed of physical energy and spiritual energy in a certain proportion. If the physical energy is strong and the mental energy can keep up, the amount of chakra will not be less." Hinata Miyuki was stunned, then smiled in surprise. Yukun's way of thinking is really unique. Normally, everyone would think it's very strange, right? A girl eats so much. It's only 10 bowls. Hinata Yu's eyes drifted to the stacked bowls on the table. "I've seen more. Is he from the Akimichi clan?" Hinata Miyuki wondered. "No." Hinata Yu shook his head, stood up and walked out of the store. "She is your cousin's daughter." Miyuki put the money down speechlessly and followed her. "She's not married yet, how can she have a daughter?" "Hinata Yu, you didn't refute that her daughter can eat more than you. I've already thought of this from her appetite. Her lineage has always been like this, with an amazing appetite. Except for her figure, she looks more like Akimichi than the Akimichi people." Hinata Miyuki lowered her eyes and saw her feet. She couldn't help but murmured, "But it's really enviable." Hinata Yu paused, then quickly walked forward without changing his expression, pretending not to hear. "What are you envious of?" If Hinata's mother was the same as Hinata, it would be enviable, but you don't seem to be much different. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Dai and Hinata Yu. Chapter 16 Dai and Hinata Yu. A few days later, Hinata Yu created 3 shadow clones as usual and made arrangements. One was doing experiments underground, and the other was training in ninjutsu in an underground training ground. The last one studies the various knowledge he has collected. 3 shadow clones is the optimal number he has verified over the years. If the number exceeds this, the fatigue value will accumulate and his training efficiency will be seriously reduced the next day. Hinata Yu's real body came to the forest and began to practice physical skills. The shadow clone can only give back experience, but cannot increase physical strength or open the next gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. He must improve this himself. The training method is Kai's self-discipline. This is a man who almost kicked his way out of the final battle, so his training method has its merits, and anyway, he won't shout it out like Kai, so there is nothing to be ashamed of. You're training like this without any soul. As Hinata Yu was doing push-ups with one hand in sweat, a loud shout with full energy and a sound of breaking through the air rang out. Hinata Yu reacted quickly, exerting force with his hands and feet at the same time, and instantly moved back several meters to avoid the incoming fierce kick. Kai, it's not a good habit to alert the enemy while attacking. Hinata Yu looked at the place where he had just stood, and saw a strange man in green tights standing there. It might cost you your life on the battlefield. That's right, Kai. Burning youth also depends on timing. You can't let it down on the battlefield. Mighty Dai, who was also wearing tights and had thick eyebrows, walked out from behind the tree, folded his arms and nodded deeply. If you ignore the green tights on him and his son, you can probably be sure that he is educating his children seriously instead of just charging forward on a weird track. I understand, father. Kai grinned and raised his hand to give Dai a thumbs up. Youth does not allow failure. Kai. Dai looked at his son with tears in his eyes. Well said, for the sake of youth, we have to run 10 laps around Konoha today. Kai, oh. Hinata Yu looked at the two of them with an indescribable expression, holding his forehead helplessly. In Konoha, these two people were sometimes the most difficult for him to communicate with. So hot-blooded. However, it is easy to get along with them. With a smile on his face, Hinata Yu asked, Teacher, you guys are not looking for me for training, right? No, Dai held up a finger and shook it from side to side, it's just for training. You've been back for nearly half a year, and Kai and I have never seen you come here. We need to check if your level has dropped, Kai. Showing his white teeth, Might Guy responded to his father, and then he faced you again. Let's have a bloody battle. Hinata Yu narrowed his eyes. Kai, I am now a special Jonin, and I have submitted an application for the Jonin assessment to the Hokage some time ago. Kakashi, the opponent you identify with, has already become a Jonin. You haven't kept up with us. If you want to fight us, you must at least become a Jonin first. Kai paused, put away his posture, and nodded in agreement. Yes, although challenging a Jonin makes me excited, without a corresponding identity, I can't make you accept me, right? Okay. I want to become a Jonin as soon as possible, and you can't refuse a challenge when the time comes. First, run 10 laps around the village. You cannot stop in the middle of the way, or you will be punished to run 20 laps. Might Dai remained silent as he watched Kai being sent away by you with a few words and running off to train. He's really good at dealing with Kai. Teacher Dai, I'm sorry. Something happened in the tribe before, and I don't want to implicate you. You walked to Might Dai and apologized. Ah, about the murder of the Hyuga tribe members. Might Dai scratched his head, ignoring his son's burning youth, and asked in confusion. I heard from above that it seemed to be done by spies from other countries, right? Hinata Yu shook his head, it's a bit complicated. The Hokage has personally taken care of it. Might Dai understood immediately and stopped asking about it. Instead, he smiled and said, you will be promoted to Jonin soon. You must work harder in the future. He didn't seem to be worried that Hinata Yu would not pass the test. The 15-year-old special Jonin is different from a 10,000-year-old genin like him. Might Dai knows that Hinata Han will become a Jonin sooner or later. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Hinata Yu smiled. What can a genin like me who doesn't know ninjutsu teach you? Dai shook his head and said with relief, you and Kai have surpassed me. Not in terms of strength. Hinata Yu. Konoha has always been the strongest genin. Especially those who have not been promoted to Chunin for many years are the most outrageous. Now in Konoha, if we talk about personal strength, only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Dai can pose a fatal threat to him. No one else, even the third Hokage who was known as a ninjutsu master, was dangerous to him. After all, he knew the trump cards and abilities of those powerful ninjas in Konoha. And they don't know his intelligence. If the village's assessment for promotion to Chunin did not have requirements for all aspects of a ninja's qualities, you wouldn't have always been a genin. Hinata Yu said sincerely. I guess the 7 ninja swordsmen were secretly cursing this before they died, right? The strong man who can kill the cage is a genin, and only Konoha can do that. Ha ha ha, although I am very happy to be praised by my disciple, I do have many shortcomings. The 8 Gates ninjutsu is a forbidden technique after all. Dai laughed, showing the same shining teeth as Kai. Do your best in the Jonin exam, and don't lose because of carelessness. I will prepare the best gift for you to celebrate. Hinata Yu glanced at the tights she was wearing with difficulty, and forced a smile. Thank you, teacher. Hope it's not what he thinks. Okay, enough small talk. You sent Kai away because you want me to personally guide you, right? Dai put one hand behind his back and made a gesture of inviting a fight. Come on, let's have a passionate fight of youth. Hinata Yu's eyes narrowed, and a green aura emanated from his body. Since you want to become a jonin, there are some things that you don't need to hide too deeply. As long as it is within the controllable range, the third generation will not take action against the people of the Hyuga branch. Moreover, the fourth generation Hokage is in power after all, and the third generation will not interfere in unnecessary matters. Can the domain be opened already? Dai's expression became serious, and a green aura appeared all over his body. It looks like it will be a bloody battle. After saying this, Dai and Hinata Yu looked at each other and disappeared at the same time. Suddenly there was a loud crash in the forest, and the terrible force broke the trees just by glancing at them. The forest soon became a horrible sight due to the two men's torment. Hinata Yu carefully used his Byakugan to record and observe Dai's movements, and adjusted his own moves from time to time when the latter intentionally fed him moves. Slowly absorbed the other party's strengths. Daiju is not only his teacher of 8 Gates ninjutsu, but he has also been practicing physical skills for decades. He needs to learn all kinds of experiences and physical skills. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Uchiha Pill. Chapter 17 Uchiha Pill. This bloodline limit is really convenient. Dai sighed inwardly as he felt the progress Hinata Yu was making. But he quickly adjusted his mood, and the green steam on his body became higher and higher. It's just that Doman can't seem to teach you anything, so let's take a look at this trick. 8 Gates of Dunjia, the 6th gate, Jingmen, open. Seeing the flames attached to Dai's fist as the Jingmen opened, Yu's pupils contracted and he instantly moved away several meters. Towards the peacock. The burning flaming fist shadow enveloped everything around it, destroying it completely. So this move was taught to Kai by Dai? It's really scary. Hinata Yu secretly sighed. After Kai opens the 6th gate of the 8 gates, he can fight with Kisame. If he only used Konoha steel fist style and Doman without using the soft fist style, he wouldn't be able to withstand Jingmen's special skills. You are only 15 years old now. You will definitely be able to open the Jingmen in the future, but I am not sure about the 7th gate above it. Dai looked at Yu seriously. Now I will teach you all the taijutsu techniques I created. It is up to you whether you can use them or not. Yes. Yu Zheng nodded. The two trained until late at night before leaving. The next day, Hinata Yu received a notice from the Anbu. The Jonin exam will begin in 1 day. As an important fighting force of a ninja village, the Jonin is an important criterion for measuring the fighting power of each village. Now because of the war, if we don't count the special Jonin, there are only about 100 Jonin left in Konoha, and each of them is the core and captain of the team. When necessary, these people can even become commanders of a certain war zone, which shows their strength and status. On the day of the assessment, Hinata Yu was taken to an underground training ground by the Anbu. Here, 20 people have already arrived early. Hinata Yu observed secretly and found that he knew most of them, but he only knew their information and abilities unilaterally. The only person who was not familiar to Hinata Yu was the last boy wearing the Uchiha clan emblem. When Hinata Yu looked at him, the Uchiha boy noticed it keenly and turned around to see a pair of white eyes. From the Hyuga clan. The boy's expression became visibly ugly, and he laughed sarcastically. Is everything fine in your clan? Are you all free to take the Jonin exam? Recently, the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan have caused a lot of trouble for the security team. The bodies of some Hyuga members were not discovered in time by the patrol troops and were seen by the villagers, who were responsible for the cleanup work. Not only was the murderer not caught, but the higher UPS also seemed unwilling to investigate further, which made the Uchiha members of the security team unhappy for a long time. Hinata Yu stared at him calmly for a while, then looked away, no longer looking at him, and turned to observe other people. You. The blatant disregard made the boy even more angry, but when he thought about the impression that the Hyuga branch family left on him, that they were mostly a group of gloomy and introverted guys, he felt that it was natural. So he could only say unhappily, "Humph, there is no point in observing. The Jonin assessment tests strength. If you are not strong enough, don't come. My name is Uchiha Yamaru, a special Jonin. Pray that you don't meet me." Hinata Yu, who originally didn't intend to pay attention to him, looked strange for a moment and turned to look at him. "Uchiha Pills. Why, have you heard of my name?" Uchiha Yamaru saw Hinata Yu's response, and his ugly expression improved. He crossed his arms and looked at him. "You are only about 15 years old. Is this your first time to participate in the Jonin examination? If you meet me, you won't even have a chance to show yourself, let alone become a special Jonin." Konoha did not have a special assessment for promotion to special Jonin, only an assessment for promotion to Jonin. After all, a special Jonin is someone who excels in a certain ability but is not strong enough to be a Jonin, so there is no need to set up a separate assessment for him. Just record the abilities of the eliminated ninjas during the Jonin examination and select the appropriate ones. But if the performance in the assessment is too poor, one can only continue to stay at the level of Chunin. And so, if you apologize to me sincerely on behalf of the Hyuga clan, I will let you go." Hinata Yu did not reply. The Uchiha Yamaru in front of him obviously made him a Chunin. "I've never heard of your name, but I think your name is very similar to Senior Yaoi. Pill. This name is surprisingly suitable for Uchiha. Whoever named you had great foresight. Uncle Yaoi." Uchiha Yaoin frowned, his arrogant look disappeared, and he looked Hinata Yu up and down. "Are you a retreatant from the Kirigakure battlefield?" Uchiha Yami is a direct subordinate of Uchiha Fugaku and has always assisted him wholeheartedly. He was originally a high-ranking member of the security force and also his relative. Because he was needed on the Kirigakure battlefield, he is now active on the Kirigakure battlefield together with the chief of the Fugaku clan. Thinking of this, his expression softened. "Since you are Uncle Yaoi's comrade in arms, I won't mind it. I'll show you some mercy when I meet you, and let you show some ability. Do you want to be disqualified for discussing this kind of thing before the exam?" A gentle voice came from behind him. Yaoin's expression froze. He turned his head reluctantly and saw the smiling fourth Hokage. "Hokage-sama, I am not. I know, but it's a big taboo to underestimate your opponent, Pill." Namikaze Minato smiled gently. "You is just like you, both are special Jonin." Uchiha Yamaru looked at Hinata Yu with wide eyes. A 15-year-old special Jonin, who is about to become a Jonin genius, is not much different from him, but she is pretending to be young here? A Chunin might overestimate his abilities when taking the Jonin examination, but a particularly Jonin who dares to take the examination is basically certain to win. As a result, this Hyuga clan member was still observing those Chunins, as if he was on guard against them, making him think that the other party was participating for the first time. So sick. Ignoring Uchiha Yamaru's look, Hinata Yu said respectfully, "Hokage-sama. It is necessary for him to observe those Chunins and collect their information. After all, in a few years, these people will be the backbone of Konoha." "Ah." Nodding in response, Namikaze Minato looked at Hinata Yu with satisfaction. "Keep this vigilance in the future. After all, he is experienced in the battlefield and has a different mentality from Yaoin. Although Uchiha Yakumaru is also a special Jonin, he is the Uchiha ninja who stayed in Konoha. He grew up in the peace period between the Second and Third Ninja World Wars. Lack of training in character, coupled with the arrogance unique to the Uchiha clan. This time, you just treat the assessment as an optional test, right? For ninjas, a detonating tag can threaten their lives, and a Chunin is much more dangerous than a detonating tag. If you underestimate them, you may end up in trouble." Minato remembered that when he saved Kushina, those ninjas who kidnapped Kushina also underestimated him. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Hinata U vs Uchiha Yamaru. Chapter 18, Hinata U vs Uchiha Yamaru, Part. I understand, Hokage-sama. Hinata U nodded in response. Judging from the familiarity between the two, is Yakimaru a statement from the Uchiha clan in support of Minato Namikaze? Shisui was still young and hadn't shown any talent, let alone attack. This Uchiha Jonin, who is about the same age as him, should be the most capable Uchiha ninja left in Konoha. Except the name is a bit unlucky. The ninjas around also noticed the arrival of Minato Namikaze and looked at him with excitement or nervousness. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze stopped chatting with the two and announced the rules with a smile. Just like Uchiha Yamaru said, this assessment is an actual combat. After drawing lots, everyone has 3 chances to fight with different opponents and show their strengths. After Minato briefly explained the rules, a Jonin in charge of the examination appeared on the field. The first test will begin now, Nakayama Ryuhisa vs Shiranui Genma. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures remained on the field, while the others quickly left the field and gathered around the edge to watch. Uchiha Yamaru watched the 2 people's boring competition for a while, and then went to Hinata U with a cold face. Let's directly propose to the Hokage that the 2 of us fight each other. Hinata U looked at Uchiha Yamaru, who also looked at him with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. There are only 4 special Jonin in this assessment. Compared with the other 2, I think you are more worthy of the battle. It also lets me vent. Hinata U raised his eyebrows slightly and looked in the direction of the 4th Hokage, and saw that the Hokage was also looking at them with a smile, and an epiphany arose in his heart. No, we'll get to it. After saying that, he ignored Uchiha Yamaru, perfectly fitting the image of the Hyuga branch family's taciturn person. Uchiha Yamaru followed his gaze and saw the 4th Hokage. His expression instantly became serious and calm. His goal today is not to pass the Jonin examination, but to enter the sight of the 4th Hokage and join his shadow guard. It was rare to have a Hokage who was close to the Uchiha, so they had to seize every opportunity. Soon, the 2 were called and competed twice each. When the opponents are all Chunins, it is naturally difficult to pose a threat to them and win easily. At this time, the special Jonin other than the 2 of them were called and entered the competition. Uchiha Yamaru instantly understood what you meant when he said they would face off. Sure enough, as soon as this match was over, the examiners shouted, "Next match, Uchiha Yamaru vs Hinata U." Uchiha Yamaru and Hinata U appeared on the scene at the same time. Whether it was the ninjas who performed poorly in the test or the ninjas who were confident they could pass, their curiosity was piqued. Hinata and Uchiha. What will happen when the 2 kinds of eye techniques collide? Even ninjas from the same village would be curious. According to the rules, Hinata U and Uchiha Yamaru made opposing seals towards each other. Upon seeing this, the examiner shouted start and immediately left the venue. 3 Megatama appeared in Uchiha Yamaru's eyes. Feeling the power of the Uchiha clan, he looked at Hinata U indifferently. You have seen the power of the Uchiha clan in the Hidden Mist battlefield, now come and experience it for yourself. Stop talking halfway. On the opposite side, Hinata U had already closed his eyes, and only the blue veins around his eyes showed that he had opened his Byakugan. Uchiha Yamaru was stunned, and the Konoha ninjas around him were stunned. Even Minato had a confused expression. I didn't expect it to be like this. The opponent was stunned, but Hinata U would not stand still. He approached Uchiha Yamaru at a high speed in a flash, and his sharp and authentic soft fist hit Uchiha Yamaru's chest like lightning. But with a bang, the Uchiha pill turned into white smoke and disappeared. It's a shadow clone. Clang clang clang. Several shurikens collided with each other in the air, changing their respective trajectories, covering Hinata U from all directions like a fishing net. There was a huge fireball coming from behind. Hinata U had sensed something and turned around, striking in one direction with his empty palm, destroying the fishing net and escaping the attack range of the shuriken and fireball. Then he quickly approached Uchiha Yamaru's true body. Uchiha Yamaru, who wanted to create some distance, saw that Uchiha's throwing technique was not effective, so he made a slight snort and had to start a physical duel with Hinata-yu. Although he was indeed shocked by Hinata-yu's actions at first, his own quality was not enough to make him dazed during the battle. But in the end, I was affected a little and failed to distance myself in time. Now, be careful. Looking at the steel wire between his fingers, Uchiha Yaoan calmed down and focused on avoiding Hinata-yu's acupoints. You can use your eyes like this. I've never seen it before. At the edge of the training ground, Shiranui Genma sighed. Isn't that natural? The Hyuga clan has always been low-key and not competitive. Although they are known as the two great ninja clans in Konoha together with the Uchiha clan, there is basically no conflict between the two. They are not fighting, and it seems that there is no time when the Hyuga clan needs to close their eyes and fight the whole time. His teammates, who also came to take the test, leaned against the wall in a similar manner and sighed. And we need to worry about whether we can pass the Jonin exam. With their reaction speed just now, if we were to take the field, we would be defeated quickly. Why worry about it? Wouldn't it be great if you could become a special Jonin and improve yourself slowly? Shiranui Genma smiled lazily and said, but it seems that the Sharingan has no advantage over the Byakugan. The Byakugan's abilities are mostly in reconnaissance, while its ability to see through the enemy's chakra flow is more of an auxiliary to its soft fist. It doesn't add much to the combat power itself, but now it seems to be a real counter to Uchiha. The strongest point of the Sharingan is illusion. Once the enemy looks into its eyes, he will fall into a powerful illusion. But this is useless when Hinata-yu closes his eyes and fights with the Byakugan perspective. As for the Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu and taijutsu, do the Hyuga clan use ninjutsu? Anyway, he hadn't seen much of it, all of it was gentle fists. It is even more impossible to copy the gentle fist. The only benefit that the Sharingan brings to Uchiha Yamaru's physical skills is the bonus to nerve reaction and the improvement in insight. There is another advantage, intelligence advantage. The last teammate of the two, Yamashiro Aoba, who wore glasses and was good at reading other people's memories, said, catching the attention of the two. Intelligence. Don't underestimate me. It's just that my Sharingan is useless. In front of Hinata-yu, Uchiha Yamaru dodged a palm with difficulty, his body fell to one side with a smile on his face. He moved his fingers slightly, and several shurikens that appeared in Hinata-yu's blind spot were pulled by the wire in his hand and attacked the back of Yu's head. There are blind spots in the separation of family and white eyes. Although Uchiha Yamaru is proud, he will not give up his intelligence advantage or ignore the enemy's weaknesses in battle. Just like how Hinata-yu blocked the Sharingan illusion in this unexpected way. Using intelligence to kill the enemy, that's what a ninja is. You can't avoid this distance. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Hinata-yu vs Uchiha Yamaru. Chapter 19, Hinata-yu vs Uchiha Yamaru, Part. The sound of breaking air from behind did not change Hinata-yu's expression at all, and in Uchiha Yamaru's sight, he even revealed a hidden smile. Bagwazang, go back to heaven. Blue chakra flowed out from Hinata-yu's acupuncture points all over his body, and as he rotated, it turned into a hemispherical chakra shield. With a few ding sounds, all the shurikens were bounced away. Uchiha Yamaru, who was nearby, was also affected by Kaiten. He could only raise his arms to block Kaiten's chakra flow. Kaiten? Isn't that a move that only the Hyuga family can use? The knowledgeable ninja asked curiously. The ninja with wild ideas murmured to himself, I heard that the Hyuga clan was murdered before, could it be? Next to the fourth Hokage, a short silver-haired Anbu appeared and looked at him for instructions. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said gently. He realized this himself. Nothing was stolen from his home when the fourth Hyuga elder died. Kakashi, he's a genius like you. No. Namikaze Minato paused, turned sideways and said to Kakashi, he is a strong man. He lost his freedom when he was young and lost his companions on the battlefield, but he still did not give up his efforts. This Dao Huatian was shown to me. He wants to change his destiny. Kakashi, I hope you can become as strong as him, not in strength, but in spirit. Ninjas always have a lot to lose. The Anbu remained silent. Seeing this, Minato sighed. It was indeed the best choice for the third Hokage to assign Kakashi and Obito together. Obito's innocence and enthusiasm saved Kakashi, but he lost his life forever. As a teacher and the fastest ninja in the ninja world, he was still one step late. I hope Kakashi can cheer up. On the field, Uchiha Yamaru showed his amazing fighting skills in the face of the unexpected Kaden. He adjusted his body position in time, put his hands in front of him to avoid head-on impact, and at the same time, through the collision with Kaden, he distanced himself from Hinata Yu. The response was pretty quick. Hinata Yu used his Byakugan to see Yaoen's trembling arms, and a Bagua pattern appeared under his feet. Do you want to continue? Are you having trouble using your hands to perform fire release and Uchiha throwing jutsu? I told you, don't underestimate me. Uchiha Yamaru ignored the red and swollen arm and frowned and asked, how did you find out? I'm sure you noticed it before the shuriken flew towards you. Didn't you tell me the answer before? Hinata Yu chuckled and said, on the battlefield of Kirigakure, Uchiha's throwing technique is much more useful than fire escape. He had seen it. Yes, of course he had seen it. Uchiha Yamaru's expression kept changing. The ninja clan has always been like this. Many people say that the Hyuga clan is conservative and the gentle fist is passed down from generation to generation. But which ninja isn't? The same is true for the Ino, Shika, and Jo families, and the Uchiha clan as well. Fire style, Uchiha throwing technique, plus many illusions developed based on the Sharingan. Most of the Uchiha clan members have mastered these. However, compared with the Ino Shikajo clan, the Uchiha clan's heritage seems to be stronger. The reason is still the Sharingan. The throwing techniques and fire escape techniques that the Uchiha clan is good at were developed to complement the Sharingan. Yamashiro Aoba explained in a low voice to his companions. Fire-style ninjutsu is very obvious. If the difference in strength is not too great, it is not difficult to dodge or counteract it. So we must create opportunities to hit. Some ninjas who specialize in fire escape have created fire escape ninjutsu with greater range and power at the cost of consuming more chakra. For example, a B-level ninjutsu like Great Fire Extinguishment can have a very large range if the amount of chakra used is sufficient. Some have covered up the fire style, such as the fire style Asuma has mastered, ash burning, which first releases smoke and then ignites it. The enemy will fall into the trap if they are not paying attention. Some ninjas who heard this also attracted their attention, but Yamashiro Aoba ignored them, but the Uchiha are different because they have the Sharingan. As long as the enemy is trapped in an illusion, the fire escape technique can hit the target anyway. That's why Uchiha is the best fire escape technique in Konoha, and even in the ninja world. Just in terms of hit rate, it's number 1. As for the throwing technique, it was developed based on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan to diversify tactics. Sharingan illusions are difficult to break. It is impossible to fight freely in front of the Sharingan. No one can fight without looking at the opponent's upper body. But once it is broken, the strength of the Uchiha ninja will be reduced by several times. Yamashiro Aoba looked at the Uchiha Yamaru who was struggling and unwilling to admit defeat and the Hinata Yu who was at ease, and sighed. They are both special jonin, so the difference in strength won't be that big, but when Hinata Yu closed his eyes, Uchiha Yamaru had already lost. It is obvious that Hinata Yu, who shared life and death with his Uchiha comrades in the Kirigakure battlefield, has a deep understanding of the Uchiha's strengths and weaknesses. The intelligence of the two is not equal. Uchiha Yamaru only knew that Hinata-yu was a member of the branch family, and he knew nothing about his strength or the gentle fist skills he mastered. Although the latter also did not know the information about Uchiha Yamaru, Yamaru was only a special jonin and it was impossible for him to surpass those Uchiha jonin. By analogy, most of his information will come to Hinata-yu's mind. You don't have to insist. Hinata-yu used Kaiten to block the dragon flame technique again, and said to the panting Uchiha Yamaru, "Our victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. The Sharingan also has many advantages that the Byakugan does not have. The copy I can allow Uchiha ninjas to quickly learn taijutsu and ninjutsu and grow. Its offensive power is also far superior to the Byakugan. Not to mention the huge improvement that a ninja gets when the Sharingan is opened. The Uchiha ninja who safely advanced to the 3 Magatama level, his chakra and other basic data exceeded that of ordinary chunin, at least reaching the level of special jonin. After all, our family's Byakugan is more inclined towards assistance. However, even for the Sharingan and Byakugan, their abilities in their final evolved forms are reversed. The Rinnegan technique has many side techniques and auxiliary skills. But the Samsara Eye technique has become extremely aggressive, greatly improving the strength of the ninja, which can be described as a step to heaven. The Rinnegan becomes more like the Byakugan, and the Samsaragan becomes more like the Sharingan. What an interesting change! Uchiha Yamaru, who had performed many fire escape techniques, was overwhelmed and knelt on one knee exhausted. Hateful! He angrily pounded the ground with his fist, looked up at Hinata-yu in the distance, and said unwillingly, "I admit defeat. But don't get too cocky, I will learn and develop genjutsu that can be performed without the Sharingan, and I will challenge you again one day. Then shatter your calm and peaceful expression." Thinking of this, he stood up and reluctantly made the seal of reconciliation with Hinata-yu. The invigilator appeared at the right moment and announced, "Hinata-yu Sheng." End of this chapter. Chapter 20 This is the Hyuga family. Chapter 20 This is the Hyuga family. In the Hokage's office, Minato looked at the 4 people in front of him who were calm and composed, and said with a smile, "From now on, you are Jonin, the pillars of the village. You must set an example. Should I say it's unexpected? None of the Chunins qualified, only a few experienced and powerful Jonins passed the test. Those Chunins still need some training." "Yes," several people answered seriously. "As all of you were once special Jonin, you must be very clear about your duties, so I won't say much. Go down and celebrate with your family and friends." Minato smiled, "By the way, you, leave the pills here. I have a mission for you guys." The other 2 ninjas left tactfully, while Uchiha Yamaru's expression changed and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Minato. "Pill, look up." Minato looked at him gently, and waited for Uchiha Yamaru to look up before saying, "The pride of the Uchiha belongs to your family, not just you. You don't have to carry it all on yourself." "I see." After a moment of silence, Uchiha Yamaru nodded. You too. Don't worry about the distinction between the branch family and the main family. You are now a Konoha Jonin, and this is your only identity." Minato paused, then smiled, and suggested, "Even if I say this, you won't really listen. So, do you want to accept my help? As a designated member of the Shadow Guard." Hinata-yu's eyes narrowed. "Finally come." In the conference room, a member of the Hyuga clan wondered, how did Hyuga-han learn how to return to heaven? Shortly after Hinata-yu and Uchiha Yamaru competed, the details of the competition had already reached the ears of the main family through some big mouths. After all, the branch families who have been promoted to the rank of Jonin are the focus of the main family and are the best candidates to protect them when they travel. It is also the object that requires the most caution and vigilance. Did the 4th elder spread the news? Is he the murderer? Impossible, didn't we check it? The 4th elder's family didn't lose any inheritance. The third elder of the Hyuga clan shook his head and said with an unpleasant expression, "I'm afraid it's true as the Hokage said, he realized it on his own. The question now is whether it needs to be recovered. It's too unruly to leave Kaiten to the branch family members." Cough cough. 2 light coughs interrupted his words, attracting everyone's attention. The great elder looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who was sitting at the head of the meeting room, and asked in a low voice, "Patriarch, what do you think? Since he has figured it out on his own, don't do anything unnecessary." Hearing this, Hayashi glanced at the elders. "I just received news that Hinata-yu has been appointed as a member of the Shadow Guard by the Hokage-sama. Don't even think about making trouble in secret. Let him serve as a bridge between the Hyuga and the Hokage from now on." Just as Hayashi thought, after the Hokage moved out, the elders quieted down. The elders of the Hyuga clan are conservative and stubborn. They are low-key to the outside world but particularly high-profile to their branch families. These old men are different from the Uchiha clan elders. They don't have much ambition and have never thought about the position of Hokage. They just want to guard the Hyuga clan's little piece of land. The reason for this is the warning passed down from our ancestors. With the moon Otsutsuki hanging over their heads as a sword, they only want to firmly grasp the power of the Hyuga branch to protect themselves. As long as it does not involve the foundation of the clan, they can make concessions. What's more, there is no need to make enemies with the new Hokage over a branch family. The great elder thought for a moment, and sighed in the silence of everyone, "Okay, but Hinata-yu can't pass on the story back to Tianweishuan in the future. I'll find Hisashi and talk to him." Hayashi nodded. "Well, clan leader, how are the negotiations with the third Hokage going? He has already promised not to use the Gaiden or activate the new caged bird technique, and even cast a spell on himself to prevent his related memories from being searched." "That's good." The clan members breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from their main family, only 2 people knew the technique to activate the new caged bird. One is the third Hokage and the other is Tsunade. Now the former has responded sincerely, the latter should. Tsunade-sama said she didn't know. Hinata Hayashi said something that shocked everyone, and when he recalled Tsunade's actions at that time, his expression changed slightly. "Lady Tsunade was in the casino and made a bet with me, and she won. Then when I asked her about it, she simply left saying she didn't know." "What is this? The third Hokage said himself that you and he revised it together, how could you not know?" Everyone looked unhappy. Tsunade's identity is too special. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire, one of the 3 ninjas, and the founder of Konoha's medical system. Strictly speaking, her prestige in Konoha and the Land of Fire far exceeds that of the third Hokage and the other 2 Sunin. If she wants to become Hokage, no one can compete with her. Because the Fire Country daimyo will definitely support her. So, if Tsunade said she didn't know, there was nothing they could do. Rizu also frowned and said nothing. Tsunade loves to gamble, but she always loses, and her nickname of a fat sheep is well known to everyone. So she wins, what happens? He felt vaguely uneasy, and thought carefully about recent events. He thought of something that was out of place, and asked the people who were secretly complaining about Tsunade. In order to prevent the inheritance and activation of the caged bird technique, all members of the main family have been cursed. What's going on in Kirigakure? Do you have any guesses? The elders looked at each other, and the second elder stood up and said, "I was the one who cast the curse on all the members of the clan." The clan leader must still have some memories from his childhood. Rizu nodded. He had met this elder when he was just chosen as the head of the family as a child. "You know, the curse I set is similar to the root tongue curse, and the recipient cannot say anything about the caged bird. There is also a technique developed based on the principle of a caged bird that can actively destroy the brain and white eyes to prevent the enemy from obtaining memory and white eyes." When the second elder said this, he didn't dare to look at Rizu directly. We and the former clan leader speculated that Hyuga Hisanobu didn't have time to use the brain-destroying technique before he died, and his memory was read by Kirigakuer. Hayashi lowered his eyes and clenched his hands under the table. I've wanted to ask this before, why can't the curse be changed to be triggered automatically? The corpse can also read the memory, wouldn't it be better to change it to automatically destroy the brain after death? A ninja commits suicide much faster than casting a curse seal. Then what's the difference between us and the branch family? Our death is not dignified. A clan leader retorted subconsciously, earning Rizuo's cold gaze, but he still looked at Rizuo calmly. Apart from not having your life and death controlled by others, what is the difference between such a technique and a bird in a cage? Moreover, the main family would not study the method to break the curse, which meant that after they died of old age, their bodies would be mutilated just like the branch family. They are the main family, why should they do this? After a moment, Hayashi looked away from him and turned to the others. Their approving expressions made Hayashi feel sad. This is the main family, the Hyuga main family. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Flying Thunder God Inheritance. Chapter 21, Flying Thunder God Inheritance. You've probably all heard about my fighting style. It's very difficult to keep up with me. In the training ground in the forest, Minato's shadow clone looked at the two people in front of him and stated the facts in a calm tone. Even in the ninja world, there are very few who can keep up with me when I fight at full strength. So, after discussing with my advisor, I made some adjustments to the selection of guards. Minato's shadow clone raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. First, a ninja doesn't have to be very strong, but he must have several talents, excellent nerve reaction speed, precise chakra control skills, and the most important spatial perception talent. The second is. He deliberately dragged out his tone, but did not receive any expectant expressions from the 2 expressionless people in front of him, and could not help feeling helpless. Why does it feel like there are 2 more Kakashis? Obviously, Yaoan was not like this before. It seems that he changed after being defeated by you. Although he seemed calm, he felt uncomfortable because no one picked him up at this time. Shaking his head, no longer thinking about livening up the atmosphere, Minato said, the second is to have merits. You can learn this forbidden technique from me, the merit of the Flying Thunder God technique. Hinata Yu took a deep breath, and even though he had expected it, his eyes still became hot. Flying Thunder God technique, a ninjutsu that can make one invincible in the early stages of Naruto. It's not like he hadn't thought about getting it from Orochimaru before, but the other party didn't know this S-level ninjutsu. If he wanted to get it, Orochimaru had to read the Book of Seals, which would leave a loophole. Therefore, he chose to obtain it from Minato's channels, which was also one of the reasons why he was promoted to Jonin before. Minato needs the support of some ninja clans so that his orders can be better executed. The Hyuga clan, which has just experienced turmoil, is a good choice, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is the best candidate for guards. Combining the 2, he has great confidence in becoming the Hokage's bodyguard. And this has many benefits. Having traditional guidance is always better than figuring things out on your own. Just like it would be difficult for Naruto and Kabuto to learn fairy arts without the inheritance of fairy arts. As the only person in the ninja world today who has learned and improved the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Minato is the best teacher. Originally, Minato did teach Genma Shiranui and the others the Flying Thunder God technique, but the 3 of them did not fully master it. Thinking of this, you calmed down. It's not certain whether you can learn it or not, so there's no need to get excited. If I only learn half-baked products like Huo Xianjian and others, I will be wasting this opportunity. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the 2 people, Uchiha Yamaru looked even more excited. Minato's shadow clone smiled faintly and asked. Your exploits on the battlefield seem to have never been exchanged for any ninjutsu. Yes, Hokage-sama, because there is no need. Minato frowned at the boy's indifferent answer, and thinking of the conservative situation of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga really couldn't learn any ninjutsu, so his tone became gentler. Then your merits are enough. Pill, you have captured spies in the village before, and you have also accumulated merits for the security missions around the village, which is also enough. S-level ninjutsu represents the difficulty of practicing, not the difficulty of obtaining. Especially the strategic value of the Flying Thunder God technique, which makes the village wish more people could learn it. The merit requirement is just a basic screening. Although as the Hokage, Minato could directly teach the Flying Thunder God technique to the two of them, it was already an internal decision, and it would be inappropriate to teach them S-level ninjutsu unconditionally. Minato's shadow clone took out 2 scrolls from his arms and handed them to the 2 men. This is a scroll that records the key points and insights of learning the Flying Thunder God technique. It will be destroyed after reading it. It is forbidden to spread it outside. Yes. Hinata-yu and Uchiha Yamura responded, took it and started reading. Hinata-yu was shocked by the detailed records after just one glance. No wonder no one except the 4th generation Shadow Guards had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Having such detailed learning experience was definitely different from personal exploration. This is Minato's core inheritance. Among the necessary talents to learn Flying Thunder God, the talent of spatial perception may not be possessed by you. But this can actually be cultivated. Today, my shadow clone will lead you to perform Flying Thunder God a few times, so that you can experience the changes in space firsthand. There will be intervals between each use, so you have enough time to savor it. Minato's shadow clone said seriously, come here to train at 5 o'clock every morning. When the time is right, I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to continuously transfer around you. You cannot use pupil techniques to observe during this stage. My speed is not very fast. When you can judge where I will appear before I appear in a certain place, you will pass. Record this process carefully. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. I will answer your questions before I disappear. Once you complete this stage, you can officially start the Flying Thunder God training. Yes. Uchiha Yamura glanced at Hinata-yu and calmed down to study. As someone who possesses the Sharingan, I can't be worse than you in learning ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, one of the forbidden techniques created by the 2nd Hokage. Unlike the Impure World Reincarnation technique, which was designated as a forbidden technique because it was too dangerous and evil, it was extremely difficult to master. Even though he was taught by the 4th Hokage's clones and his talent for spatial perception was indeed developed, Hinata-yu still had no idea how to use it. However, he was mentally prepared for this, but Hinata-yu was completely unprepared for the person who showed up at the training ground a few days later. It's not good for a 15-year-old boy to have a heavy expression on his face all day like Kakashi. It's better to enjoy your free time like Jiraiya-sensei. Of course, don't learn his bad habits. The woman in front of Hinata-yu had long, thick red hair, a characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. And Konoha now has only one member of the Uzumaki clan, the wife of the 4th Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, don't disturb you, he's training in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. On the side, Minato's shadow clone said with some headache. Hey? He is considered your student, right? Kushina turned around and asked, you just watched him being as indifferent as Kakashi. Kushina, you has been used to it since he was a child. He is different from Kakashi. You don't have to worry about it. Minato smiled bitterly. No, I'm going to take care of it. I understand Kakashi's situation, but what does it mean to keep doing it like this? As the master's wife, I can't control Kakashi for the time being. Now this second Kakashi, I will try to correct him no matter what I say. Kushina stopped and looked at Hinata-yu. Your name is Yu, right? What do you like most? Read. Kushina frowned and shook her head, no, it's too boring. What's your second favorite thing? Practice. Kushina narrowed her eyes and stared at Hinata Yu. Hinata Yu's expression was calm. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 rolled up. Chapter 22 rolled up. After a long while, Kushina admitted defeat, looked at the indifferent pill again, and complained to Minato. Why are all the disciples you find like this? Can't they be more cheerful? Isn't Lin very optimistic? Minato's shadow clone smiled helplessly. It was, and it's not optimistic now. Kushina felt a little sad when she thought about the changes the war had brought to Minato's team. War always means losing. Recently she often had nightmares, dreaming that her future child would be as depressed as Kakashi all day long, which made her feel bad. If she can't change Kakashi and the Hyuga boy in front of her, how can she teach her children to be optimistic in the future? It's still easier to worry about it than to be like Obito. I hope my children can be as optimistic as him. Minato was silent. Kushina quickly perked up and asked excitedly, why did you call me here? To help you train the shadow guards. I hope you can use the tailed beast chakra to give them some protection. Space ninjutsu is too dangerous after all. Minato's shadow clone looked at Yamaru and Eugen and said seriously. If something goes wrong during the transfer process, it can easily cause physical damage, but with the help of the tailed beast's chakra, their physical defense will be improved while their recovery ability will also be strengthened, which is of great help. I see. Kushina nodded in understanding and patted her chest, then leave it to me. Who of you will go first? Kushina-sama, I'll go first. On the side, Uchiha Yamaru said in a deep voice. His expression was calm, and there was no sign of his impatience at all. But he was thinking in his heart that he must learn Flying Thunder God faster than Hinata Yu. Kushina's eyes fell to Yamaru, pausing for a moment with emphasis on his Sharingan before muttering, Obito's clan members don't look like him. Yaoan frowned, his expression fluctuated, of course I am different from Obito. He didn't want to be compared with Obito, the famous last place figure in the clan, even though the other party was now a hero of Konoha. Oh? Different. How dare you say bad things about Obito in front of Minato and me? Doesn't this kid understand the situation? That's right, most Uchiha don't know how to consider the situation, and Obito has this problem too. Kushina's eyes turned cold, and the bright red chakra on her body made several people feel that the temperature around them had dropped. If there is a problem, it must be corrected. Just as Minato's shadow clone smiled bitterly and tried to smooth things over, Hinata Yu took the initiative to step forward, patted his shoulder in front of Yamaru's confused gaze, and said to Kushina. Kushina-sama, what Yamaru said before is not what you think it means. He thinks he failed to protect the honor of the Uchiha clan and lost to me. He is not worthy of being compared with a hero like Obito. Yaoan looked at Hinata Yu with wide eyes. What the hell is this bastard talking about? In your eyes, I am not as good as Obito, the last one? Minato also looked as if he had just gotten to know Hinata Yu all over again, but when he saw the blood-red chakra on Kushina's body, he smiled knowingly. I am afraid that my training will be affected later. Hinata Yu ignored Yamaru's gaze, which contained strong emotions, and remained expressionless. This is a rare opportunity to come into contact with the Nine Tails chakra, so don't mess with me. Moreover, whether as a villain or a hero, you really can't compare to Obito, he is both extreme. So that's it. Kushina put away her chakra and smiled again. The oppressive atmosphere around them disappeared instantly. Yamaru, you have a cold face just like you. I thought you meant that you disdain to compare with a loser like Obito. Yaoan also realized that the fourth Hokage was Sensei Obito, and the person in front of him was Obito's master's wife. Wasn't he looking for death by saying that just now? Obito died heroically, why is he holding on to the fact that he was the last one? How is that possible? I'm just used to having a cold face. Yaoan forced a smile and gave up his pride in humiliation. Ah, very good. After looking at Hinata Yu with satisfaction, Kushina took out a hairband and tied her bright red hair into a single ponytail. Kuabai, lend me some chakra. You didn't know what kind of treatment the sealed nine tails had suffered, but from the increasingly powerful aura from Kushina, it could be seen that it was definitely an inhumane beating. Kushina, who had snatched the nine tails chakra, gradually began to radiate a brilliant golden glow, golden lines appeared on her skin, and a layer of chakra coat surrounded her body. Nine-tailed golden body mode. Such a huge and condensed chakra is the largest that Hinata-yu has ever seen. I plundered a lot of chakra from the nine tails. You can come together. Letting the two hold her hands, Kushina transmitted the chakra to Hinata-yu and Uchiha Yamaru. In an instant, scarlet boiling chakra coats appeared on the bodies of the two people. This is the power of the nine-tailed fox. Hinata-yu clenched his palms and felt the surge of chakra, sighing inwardly. Konoha during this period was truly powerful. Two of the three ninjas are at their peak, the third generation is still strong, and the fourth generation and his wife are far superior to the average cage-level strongman. Bamankai is already on the way. There are two Uchiha geniuses in the younger generation who are still developing. This kind of strength and potential is really terrifying. If Konoha does not commit suicide, other ninja villages will always be inferior to it. Lady Kushina, we still have a lot of nine tails chakra. Can you give it to my shadow clone? Hinata-yu asked. You want to practice with your clone? Kushina, whose golden glow had dimmed slightly, glanced at Minato and only agreed when she saw that he didn't say no. Okay, alright. After all, it's the nine tails chakra. If it's not enough, she can just grab some. She doesn't feel bad about it. Watching the four Hinatas going to train in their chakra robes, Yamaru hurriedly used the shadow clone technique to summon 5 clones. Wait, Lady Kushina, please take care of my clone too. Okay. Kushina smiled helplessly. After the two and the clones' figures moved away, Kushina looked at Minato with a smile. Is this the real body now? Well, come and keep you company for a while. Minato's real body, who had arrived unnoticed, said with a smile. With the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be really easy for him to leave the Hokage building without anyone noticing. Kushina's smile softened a bit, but she said, don't just say nice things. You must be here because your job as the Hokage is not important. The work of the Hokage is very important. Minato shook his head, it's just that this time it's a little special. I received intelligence from the front line that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist disappeared from the front line. I need to make some arrangements outside the village. They don't want to. Yes, they probably think that Konoha has just experienced a change of Hokage, and there are various handovers and affairs that need to be dealt with, so there are loopholes in the defense, and they want to take advantage of it. Perhaps there is also the idea of helping to relieve the pressure on the front lines. After all, Jiraiya-sensei has already led the vanguard troops to support the Kirigakure battlefield. Facing 2 of the 3 ninjas, Kirigakure must be under a lot of pressure. Minato confirmed Kushina's guess. The Kirigakure spy that Yamaru captured earlier has revealed the attack plan with the help of the Yamanaka clan. I need to prepare in advance. Is that so? Do you need me to come with you? No, if they dare to come, no one will be able to leave Konoha. A cold light flashed in Minato's eyes. In the distance, Hinata-yu, who had opened his Byakugan, was also watching the two of them. He learned this information through lip reading and raised his eyebrows slightly. From facing Hachiman Dai to facing Minato? And even being beaten by the mixed doubles of the Yandere couple? It's hard to say which situation is friendlier for them. However, it is an opportunity to collect personal intelligence information about powerful ninjas, and it can also allow Teacher Dai to escape danger. With some ideas in mind, Hinata-yu continued training. Hinata-yu shot the marked kunao towards the distant tree and tried to transfer his shadow clone over there. With a short scream, his shadow clone blurred for a moment, but ultimately did not change its position and returned empty-handed. Hinata Yu, who was observing the process with his Byakugan, saw a flash of blue light in his eyes, causing him to pause as he was about to continue. "Hey, you usually use shadow clones in your training, right?" Uchiha Yamaru's voice interrupted Hinata Yu's thoughts, and he sneered, "I can train one more clone than you, just wait, I will definitely surpass you." Hinata Yu's body glanced at him and said calmly, "You can try, maybe I won't see you tomorrow." Uchiha Yamaru was full of question marks. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Tsunade is too idle, let her move. Chapter 23, Tsunade is too idle, let her move. The next day, as Hinata Yu expected, Uchiha Yamaru took a leave of absence and did not come. Shadow clones will cause cumulative fatigue. He has been practicing physical skills since he was young, and he only dares to use 5 clones for training at most. Uchiha Yamaru's operation can only be said to be courting death. Not everyone is Naruto, who has the physical bonus of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine Tails Chakra as a guarantee. In the morning, with the help of Kushina's Nine Tails Chakra, he was fine in his training, and he could even create more clones. But after tasting the sweetness, Uchiha Yamaru obviously did not increase his attempts at all after returning home, but directly created the largest number of clones to practice. And then, he lay dead. For a few days, no one took it seriously at first, thinking that Uchiha Yamaru was in trouble, and Minato's clone couldn't help but offer to go and visit him. "I didn't expect to get such an answer from you. I warned him." Hinata Yu faced Minato's shadow clone and explained calmly, but he didn't listen. "Yaoan looked at your calm and indifferent expression, it would be strange if he could listen to you, he would just remain unconvinced and maintain practicing with more clones than you." Minato smiled and shook his head, "You will be members of a team from now on, so get along well with each other." "I don't think I ever provoked him." Hinata Yu said, "I just stated the facts." Minato was silent again. "Strictly speaking, that's true, but your expression and the facts are the biggest provocation to him. I didn't expect that you has an interesting personality." Kushina laughed secretly at the side, "I think he can handle Kakashi." Glancing at Kushina, Hinata Yu said nothing. "Everyone is disguising themselves to some extent and wearing a mask all the time, but he doesn't feel tired. But occasionally showing your true self can gain more trust. Because when a person shows a different side of himself in front of another person, it means that he has opened up part of his heart to that person. And sincerity is the best weapon." However, he did not deny that it was easy to get along with the Minato couple and the pill, especially the latter. In this ninja world where cannibalism is everywhere, Uchiha Yamaru, who always wants to defeat him, seems very naive. Because he is upright. Kakashi. Thinking of his disciple, Minato's shadow clone's eyes dimmed a little. His gaze fell on Hinata Yu and he changed the subject. "Speaking of which, there is something I haven't asked for your opinions on yet. My shadow guard will be a standard 3-person team. What do you think of the other person?" "Lord Minato, the shadow guard is the team that protects your safety. You don't need to consult our opinions." Hinata Yu frowned. "The problem is that there aren't many suitable candidates among Konoha's current Jonin and special Jonin. I've already selected them once." Although he fooled the advisor with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato really hasn't found a suitable person among the younger generations of Konoha. "That's right, Junior. The prerequisite for him to find the Shadow Guards is that they must be ninjas under the age of 16. Flying Thunder God has great strategic significance, and Minato also wants to leave a legacy for Konoha. Originally, he planned to teach it directly to his disciples Kakashi and Obito. However, the latter died in battle and the former became depressed. This plan has to be interrupted. So he planned to teach the younger generations of Konoha, and also put his mind at ease. Minato, you and Yamaru both have great talents. If the third person is too bad, it will be inappropriate from all angles. In his mind, you and Yamaru will be the backbone of the village in the future and the elites among the Jonin. If the gap between the third person and him is too big, the sense of disappointment in the future will overwhelm him. Do you want to train younger generations? Hinata Yu understood Minato's thoughts and reminded him directly, after your name of Yellow Flash spread throughout the ninja world, many of Konoha's Jonin wanted to learn Flying Thunder God. But until now, no ninja has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yamaru and I haven't mastered it either. In that case, why can't we choose other directions for training? Yaoan and I don't know any medical ninjutsu. If you get hurt, Hokage, we won't be able to treat you. If the third person is a medical ninja, it will surely be of great help as well. Minato fell into deep thought. Hinata Yu's idea was a standard four-man team configuration. It's just that the captain has become him, the Hokage. The members include 2 Jonin and 1 medical ninja. Hinata Yu also has the ability to perceive. A very complete team. Seeing Minato thinking, Hinata Yu continued. Moreover, if it is a medical ninja with extraordinary combat power, this team will have no obvious weaknesses. Now Konoha's strongest medical ninja is in the village, and it should be possible to train him. Anyway, Lady Tsunade seems to be free too. I saw her staying in the izakaya for the whole afternoon yesterday. Izakaya? For an afternoon. Before Minato could react, Kushina had narrowed her eyes and looked at you thoughtfully. How did you know that? It's just that I walked past that street twice that afternoon for something, and I saw she was always there. You remained calm. Is it? She looked at him with a half-smile, but it was completely useless facing this expressionless man. Kushina could only look away speechlessly and turned to look at Minato's shadow clone. You arranged Kakashi to join the Anbu and take care of him by your side, but Rin is a bit difficult to deal with, right? Why not let her go to Tsunade-sama to learn from her? She has always blamed herself for dragging down Obito and Kakashi. Minato's shadow clone pondered in silence, then suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared, leaving only one sentence lingering in the air. I will pass the news to the main body and discuss with the advisor to see if we can allow Lady Tsunade to reopen the medical class. For a moment, only Kushina and Hinata Yu were left at the scene. The former looked at the latter and suddenly smiled kindly and sincerely. I think the reason why you and Yaoan failed to comprehend Flying Thunder God is because you have no pressure. Let me help you. Mikoto took her son to the battlefield to find Fugaku. Minato didn't come home often because of work, so she was already bored and anxious. Now that Minato's shadow clone is not here, it's time for me to fulfill my responsibilities as an elder. Looking at Kushina, whose smile became increasingly presumptuous and whose body was glowing with golden light, Hinata Yu calmly raised 2 fingers. Untie. Boom. Hinata Yu instantly turned into white smoke like Minato's shadow clone, leaving only a piece of white paper with words written on it falling to the ground. Kushina was stunned, and walked forward in disbelief, picked up the note and started reading it. It would be very difficult to hide the use of shadow clones from her and Minato. Minato-sama, Kushina-sama, I'm sorry, I have some new insights into the Gentle Fist, please allow me to use my shadow clone for today's training. So it was a shadow clone from the beginning. Sighing helplessly, Kushina didn't think there was anything wrong with you doing this. Flying Thunder God focuses on skills and experience. He can use his clones to learn, but his physical skills must be improved with his original body. She put the note away, paused her gaze at a corner, and walked towards the village. I have to spend half a day alone again. Except that the surveillance and protection personnel were replaced by some people she was familiar with due to Minato's arrangement, other aspects seemed to remain unchanged. After all, the people who control Konoha are still the ninja clans and high-ranking officials. Although Minato received some support from the 2 clans because of Hinata Yu and Uchiha Yamaru, the Uchiha and Hinata clans had been outside the core of the village for many years and their help was limited. The power of Hokage could never be fully taken back into his hands. The third generation is really a hands-off manager. Kushina muttered. Although the third Hokage gave up the position of Hokage to Minato, Kushina instinctively had no good feelings towards him. Since you have abdicated, why can't you dismiss those advisors and Hokage assistants? To put it bluntly, is it right to keep a group of old people to disperse Watergate? These were all the older generation of Konoha, and Minato was in no position to handle them based on either his achievements or seniority, so he had to listen to their opinions on everything. Although she didn't know much about this kind of thing, Kushina knew that if the Hokage didn't have enough power, it would be a recipe for disaster. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Space Pupil Technique. Chapter 24 Space Pupil Technique. In the underground training ground, Hinata used white pupils turned blue-white. That is active pupil power. He raised his hand with a frown, and pushed out a palm swiftly. With a bang, there was clearly no shock wave generated, but the wooden stakes 100 meters ahead exploded directly. From Hinata-Yu's perspective, it was as if the space had shifted, and in front of the wooden stake was his right hand. Spatial control of the Samsara Eye. There are 6 abilities that the Samsara Eye has used, including the Samsara Eye Chakra mode, controlling gravity and repulsion, absorbing chakra, summoning the Hamura statue, controlling puppets, and space manipulation. Among them, space manipulation is an eye technique that can directly create space channels. He just created a small space channel and pressed his palm on the wooden stake. Now, there is a whirlpool in front of his body and 100 meters away, which is only wide enough for the palm of a hand to pass through. This can be considered a special eye technique. Hinata-Yu thought to herself. After absorbing enough Byakugan to evolve, he did not continue to attack the Byakugan for 2 reasons. One is that 3 generations have stepped down to apologize and are no longer suitable to continue. Another thing is that the power of the Byakugan pupils is undergoing transformation. When his Byakugan just evolved, his eyes were uncontrollably tinged with a hint of sky blue, which was a sign of the surging transformation of his pupil power. He had not known what the change was for, because over time he was able to control the power of his Byakugan and prevent it from taking on the blue tint, but no change occurred. And in the past few days, changes occurred, and a pupil technique unique to him gradually emerged. Hinata-Yu thought about it and withdrew his hand, and once again created several space channels that he could pass through, with different distances and directions, carefully feeling the eye power being consumed. The pupil power consumed to establish a space channel has nothing to do with distance, but only with size. However, it must be within the field of view of the Byakugan. The consumed pupil power can be restored, and it will not burden the vision. It is less than the kaleidoscope pupil technique, but it does not have the disadvantages of the kaleidoscope. As always, it fits the stable nature of the Byakugan. No, it should be said that it is the stable nature of the Byakugan that makes it difficult to perform pupil techniques. Hinata-Yu's mind suddenly turned and he came up with an idea. The Byakugan itself was resisting change, but because I recently trained the space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, the feedback from the chakra and shadow clones promoted its transformation, so it awakened a space pupil technique similar to the Samsara Eye. No, wait, why would I think those 6 dojutsu were all at the Samsara Eye stage? Hinata-Yu suddenly reacted. Because the Rinnegan appeared as a finished product without any evolutionary process in between, he fell into a misunderstanding. For example, if there was only the Rinnegan of the 6-path sage and no example of the Mangeki, how would others view Susanoo? That is the exclusive pupil technique of the Rinnegan. That's right, if there was no example of using Susanoo with the Mangeki, everyone would think so. The Samsara Eye was completed in one step, lacking any changes in between, so he naturally thought that those eye techniques were exclusive to the Samsara Eye and were born at the Samsara Eye stage. Actually, probably not. As the final evolution of the Byakugan, stability should also be a characteristic of the Samsara Eye. Its eye techniques are not as changeable as the Mangeki and Rinnegan. The abilities revealed by the giant Rinnegan clearly overlap a lot with Tonari's Rinnegan. In addition to the 4 pupil techniques that are obviously linked to the Samsara Eye, the other 2, puppet control and space manipulation, may be the pupil techniques of the previous Byakugan evolution stage, just like the Susanoo of the Samsara Eye. If that's the case, my Byakugan should have another stage before it evolves into the Samsara Eye. But it's just a guess after all, I have no reference. Hinata-yu narrowed his eyes, took out a Flying Thunder God kunao with special runes on the handle from his ninja tool bag, and threw it forward. S.A. With a sharp scream, Hinata-yu's figure appeared in the kunao and smiled slightly. I trained Flying Thunder God to perfect my eye technique, and my eye technique helped me complete Flying Thunder God. It's really complementary. This is Hyaga's Jonin. Just one shadow clone is so powerful. In the forest, Ebisu looked at Hinata-yu's shadow clone in front of him and easily killed a ninja who sneaked in from Kirigakure, and said with some admiration, "You is very strong." Kai gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly, "So we can't lose either. Let's annihilate all these Kirigakure ninjas." After saying that, he rushed towards the nearby Kirigakure ninja. "Come on." Ebisu rolled his eyes. "They are on patrol duty." Because his original teammate Genma Shiranui wanted to take part in the Jonin examination, he applied to leave the team and formed a temporary scoring team with 2 other teammates. They completed the tasks quickly and improved their resumes so that they could take part in the Jonin examination. As a result, their team now only has 2 people, and without a Jonin to lead the team, some missions cannot be taken. His teammate Kai asked someone he knew to help. Although it was only a shadow clone that came, the shadow clone of a Jonin was not ordinary. Even if you encounter ninjas who have somehow sneaked in from the hidden mist during a patrol mission, you still have to escape from them. But Ebisu felt like he couldn't be happy. Having been on the same team for so long, he didn't hate Kai, but he hated facing him alone. Whenever he thought about that bastard Genma Shiranui not returning to the team after taking the Jonin exam, leaving him alone to face Kai, he felt that the future was hopeless. "Ebisu, Kai, stop!" A sharp shout brought Ebisu back to his senses, and his gaze turned to the Hinata-yu clone on the branch in front of him. The other party looked at the distance solemnly and said in a solemn voice, "You return immediately, and fire a signal flare to notify other patrolling ninjas to leave after you get away. There are 7 Jonin from Kirigakure who have penetrated deep into this place. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure." A chill that seemed to freeze the blood enveloped Ebisu and Kai. The 2 looked at Hinata-yu in disbelief, but only saw the others receding back. "My shadow clone will do its best to lead them away, go." In the front that the 2 of them could not see, Hinata-yu's shadow clone had a calm expression. He was originally worried that Kai would run into the 7 ninja swordsmen like before as an insurance. Dai's free teaching was the foundation for him to gain a foothold in the ninja world. He would always remember this favor. Even if Minato was not there, he would make sure that the 7 ninja swordsmen would never return. It was so easy. We were able to sneak into Konoha so close. It seems that the so-called yellow flash is not a big deal. You won't be vigilant after becoming the Hokage. The owner of the long knife stitch with yellow spiky hair and a bandage on his face, Kurasan Kushimaru, squatted on the tree and sneered. He is known as the fastest in the ninja world. I wonder if he can escape from us. The owner of the explosive sword, Mori Jinpachi, kicked away the dead Konoha ninja at his feet and said with an arrogant smile, "If the 7 of us go together, the old guy, the 3rd Mizukage, is no match for us, let alone a newcomer who has only risen in recent years." End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Red-Eyed Ranmaru. Chapter 25 Red Eyes Ranmaru. Hearing the bold words of exploding blade and flying foam Mori Shinpeki, the others all laughed quietly. The 4th Hokage? If you meet them, you will just become a dead person. Don't even think about it. A Konoha Jonin was lying on the ground covered in blood, looking at the few people with shock and anger on his face. Hokage-sama will definitely make sure you never come back and die without a burial place. Haha, we'll wait. The long-sword Kurosai Kushimaru grinned fiercely, pierced through the ninja's body with the blade, hung him on a tree with a silk thread, and enjoyed his painful groans. Among the surrounding trees, there were several corpses hanging on difficult-to-see silk threads. Obviously, they were all tortured to death by the Kurosai Kushimaru. Okay, you've had enough fun, don't forget our mission. Beheading Sword Biwajozang leaned against the tree trunk and gave a light reminder. Isn't it just to cause trouble and reduce the pressure on the front line? Morichinpachi snorted coldly. Those useless people from Iwagakure and Reigakure actually withdrew their troops, leaving only a few ninjas at the border to put pressure on Konoha. Have they never thought about the consequences of being defeated? I don't think the so-called fourth Hokage will give up war reparations. Kirigakure has suffered heavy losses in this war. If they still cannot gain enough benefits from Konoha, these war hawks will have to pay the price. We came here because we don't want to lose. Biwajozang's tone was indifferent. If we can take the opportunity to kill the fourth Hokage, Konoha will be in chaos. The other three hidden villages, even the Sand Village which is Konoha's ally, will not give up this opportunity to bite Konoha. The Kirigakure will be able to usurp the most benefits. Tisk, you don't have to make it so clear. Kurosai Kushimaru raised his sword in dissatisfaction, ready to give the Jonin a quick death, but a bolt of lightning killed the Jonin faster than he could. Raya, what do you mean? Kurishan Kushimaru frowned. Black Holeiya, who had long green hair and sharp teeth, said coldly, the enemy is coming. The other 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen instantly became alert. Even though he looked down on the Konoha ninjas in his words, this was the Konoha that could hold off 3 ninja villages on its own. They also have to be cautious when sneaking into the vicinity of Konoha. Kurishan Kushimaru glanced at the bag behind Kurikuriga and spoke while holding up his knife in alert. The little ghost behind you is quite useful. Can you lend it to me next time? Ranmaru is my tool. A hint of coldness flashed in Heichu-Leiya's eyes, don't think of hitting on him. There are very few eye techniques and bloodline limits. Several kunai with detonating tags attached were shot from a distance, interrupting Kurishan Kushimaru's playful words. But this obviously can't hurt them. What? A Hyuga brat. Casually pushing aside the kunai and ignoring the explosion behind him, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost looked at the figure flashing by in the distance and grinned, who of you wants to go? Hurry up and get rid of it. Biwajozo saw that Hinata-Yu's shadow clone had been hovering 100 meters away, and even moved away further. His expression changed. If we let him observe with his Byakugan, we will be surrounded by Konoha ninjas. His words made Zigwashan Puffer Ghost raise his eyebrows slightly. He obviously wants to lead us away. There should be other Konoha ninjas ahead. We're already here. It doesn't matter if we're discovered. As long as we're not surrounded, what do we have to worry about? After saying that, Heichu-Leiya transformed into white lightning and quickly approached Hinata-Yu's shadow clone. Seeing this, Hinata-Yu's shadow clone did not change his expression, but only took a deep look at the bag behind Kurikuriga, trying his best to distance himself from Kurikuriga and delay time. No wonder they had not attracted attention even after going deep into this place. It turned out to be the 8th person. The owner of the Red Eye bloodline, Ranmaru? It's worthy of being a pupil technique that can restrain the Byakugan. He just missed the opponent. This eye technique can see through, sense power and danger, and is somewhat similar to the Byakugan, but is superior to the Byakugan in some abilities, and can also create chakra images that the Byakugan cannot distinguish. When the 7 ninja swordsmen encountered Sensei Dai who had opened the 8 gates, 3 of them were able to escape, which might have been influenced by him. However, can you escape from Teacher Dai's outburst and escape Flying Thunder God? At the same time as the shadow clone was caught up and killed, a mark was silently imprinted on Heichu-Leiya's thunder sword. When Hinatayu's shadow clone was facing the 7 ninja swordsmen, warning and rescue flares were also fired by Ebisu, who was a little away from the battlefield. There was an explosion out of nowhere at the edge of Konoha. Namikaze Minato was discussing with his advisor in the Hokage building, and Hinata Yujun, who had just walked out of the basement, paused, looked over there, and their figures instantly disappeared on the spot. Is it Kirigakure? In the conference room, consultant Utane Koharu frowned when she saw Minato suddenly leave. That should be the case, but didn't Minato set up a barrier outside the village? He also arranged for Hyuga ninjas to be on guard. How did the 7 ninja swordsmen bypass them? Midaman Yan replied. The Kirigakure attack plan was no secret to them. Even if no spies were exposed, they could guess Kirigakure's intentions. Now Kirigakure's only enemy is Konoha, and it is strange to see such a powerful force as the 7 ninja swordsmen leave the battlefield. The two were puzzled as they pondered over this, only to see Danzo stand up without a word and walk towards the door. Danzo, what are you doing? They are just the 7 ninja swordsmen. It won't take Minato much time to deal with them. You guys discuss this with the 4th Hokage. Tsunade's teaching of the medical class has nothing to do with what I need to be responsible for. Midaman N frowned and sighed. Hiruzen asked us to watch you, don't do anything to embarrass us. He's not the Hokage anymore. Danzo gave a smile that was either mocking or complicated, opened the door and left. Hiruzen is no longer the Hokage, and Minato does not have enough power. No one in Konoha can restrict him now. Looking at the closed door, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en looked at each other, with a hint of worry in their expressions. Does the red eye have a longer perspective than the white eye? Quickly traveling through the alleys of Konoha, Hinata-yu sorted out the memories that his clone brought back after disappearing. He knew that Minato had deployed Hyuga ninjas around Konoha, and the only reason the 7 ninja swordsmen were able to pass through them without being discovered was because of the red eyes. More than 1 kilometer, but less than 5 kilometers. Hinata-yu's eyes flickered. After the Byakugan evolved, his field of vision more than doubled to a range of 2 kilometers. So the position of Kai and the others at that time was actually a bit far away from the position of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The bloodline of the eye techniques other than the 3 major eye techniques are very valuable for research. We must catch the 4th Hokage before he kills Ranmaru. Thinking of this, Hinata-yu sensed the flying thunder god mark left by his clone, and his figure disappeared in a blur. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, The 7 Mist Ninja Swordsmen. Chapter 26, The 7 Mist Ninja Swordsmen, Part. Just a clone. Heichuleya looked at the figure in front of him that turned into white smoke and disappeared with an unpleasant expression. Along the way, Ranmaru's red eyes were invincible. The ability of perspective combined with the ability to sense danger made it impossible for the ninjas of the Hyuga clan of Konoha to discover their whereabouts. But now, there is an exception. Ranmaru, when did you sense him? When we are 2 kilometers away from us. A faint voice of a child came from the bag behind Heichuleya. Is that the limit of your perspective? Black Ho Thunder Fang nodded. He's heading straight towards us. That's right. If we hadn't triggered any alarm, his Byakugan's observation range might be farther than mine. Ranmaru replied softly. That's a threat that needs to be killed. Black Holeia frowned. An observation distance farther than 2 kilometers is no joke on the battlefield, and all kinds of advantages will be seized by the enemy. Since he sent a shadow clone to investigate, I'm afraid his real body is observing us outside your field of vision. Be careful next time. At this time, the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen also arrived. Kurisan Kushimaru looked around but didn't find any bodies. He taunted, what? Did the enemy run away? It's a shadow clone of the Hyuga ninja. His vision may be farther than Ranmaru's. Black Holeya ignored his provocation and explained to the others, we have to be careful next time. Farther than Ranmaru. Biwajozu's eyes narrowed, and the others also put away their relaxed expressions. Since the 7 ninja swordsmen are all powerful ninjas, there are no medical ninjas among their members, nor is there a need for them. But if you want to carry out the assassination mission perfectly, you cannot do it without a sensory ninja. The reason why Kuriko Rega was able to join and become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen was not only because of his ability to use the Thunder Sword and his strength as a jonin, but also because of Ranmaru's bloodline limit of eye techniques. In the opinion of several people, Heichuleia's role may not be as good as Ranwan, but Ranwan thinks of himself as Heichuleia's eyes and does not listen to others at all. If it weren't for the fact that there was no record of the red eyes technique and the consequences of the transplant were unknown, based on Ranmaru's performance, the red eyes would have been transplanted to other Kirigakure ninjas long ago. Now they can only act together as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As members who benefited from Ranmaru's assistance, they naturally understood the severity of the situation. However, before they could react, Ranmaru in the bag suddenly said in a hurry, "Run, there is powerful chakra approaching at a very fast speed. Very fast, really fast, I can't follow him with my eyes. He stopped where we just stopped, let's go quickly now, Leia." Everyone's expressions darkened. "Sorry, I'm late." Minato put the Konoha ninjas hanging on the trees on the ground one by one, closed their eyes, looked coldly in a certain direction, and used Flying Thunder God again. "Soon, is it the 4th Hokage?" He came alone without any guards. Biwajozu muttered. "That's perfect." Kurosai Kushimaru showed a cruel smile, "Let's kill him together." Ignoring the reactions of others, Ranmaru just kept dissuading Kuriko Rega, "Hurry up, at that speed, you are no match for Rega." Before the anxious words fell, the sounds of several kunao breaking through the air were heard all around, aiming directly at the Kurishan Kushimaru. He subconsciously used the long sword in his hand to push away these strange kunao, which revealed a slight flaw. Boom! What? A golden flash appeared in everyone's sight, accompanied by a violent explosion and Kurishan Kushimaru's uncontrollable scream of pain. In the spiral pit, Kurishan Kushimaru kept coughing up blood mixed with internal organs, and his body was in great pain. He stared at his companions with his pupils gradually dilating, wanting to reach out for help, but he didn't have the strength to raise his hand. And the others obviously didn't have time to care about him, a dead man with his internal organs destroyed. How could it be so fast? In just a moment, Kurisan Kushimaru was. Muri Shinpei was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Namikaze Minato at the edge of the pit. When the latter turned his gaze towards him, a sense of fear instantly arose in his heart. Without thinking, he swung the explosive knife towards the ground. Boom! When the explosive knife came into contact with the ground, the detonating talisman instantly blew the ground into pieces, sending stone chips flying everywhere and smoke and dust rising. Those who know the mist-hidden technique, use it quickly. If this guy can use it, we're done for. The Ziguishan Puffer Demon and Biwajozang both raised their fingers with solemn expressions and worked together to perform the mist-hiding technique. Thick fog quickly covered the battlefield. On. The 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen showed unprecedented tacit understanding and launched an attack on Minato in the thick fog. With the opponent's speed, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. They could only leave after making sure that Minato had lost his combat effectiveness. Only Heichuleia was one body length behind the others and was a little hesitant, but at this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in front of him with burning green steam. The palm containing terrifying power seemed to have been accumulated before it was transmitted, and it attacked directly at his chest. Bagua empty palm. His pupils constricted, and Black Holeia had no time to make a more effective reaction. He could only slightly turn his body to avoid being seriously injured. Boom! His palm was in contact with human flesh and blood, and he endured at close range an attack from Hinata Yu that went beyond the scope of the empty palm and was close to the divine air strike. His body immediately made a horrible explosion, and his left shoulder and arm were completely blown apart, and one of the two thunder swords also fell to the ground. But Hei-Chu-Leia had no time to care about these things. After retreating dozens of meters with the power of his palm, he turned into lightning without even reminding his companions and quickly moved away from the battlefield. The space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God was far more terrifying than they had previously known. What's more, there are two practitioners now, and one of them even has the Byakugan that can ignore the mist-hidden technique. It's impossible to win. Without looking at Kurokurega, who was severely injured by his attack, Hinata-Yu's cold voice sounded above the battlefield. 7 o'clock direction, 25 meters. The expressions of the 5 people who quietly surrounded Minato changed drastically. A smile appeared on Minato's cold face. He took the lead in taking out the Flying Thunder God Kunao from his ninja tool bag and shot it in that direction. The mist-hidden technique can indeed limit his speed. In this environment, it is impossible to use Flying Thunder God to quickly kill these people, but that is under the premise that there are no companions. Taking back what he said before, his fighting style still requires companions. However, he can keep up with his companions. When he fell into the battlefield, his excellent observation ability enabled him to discover the mark on the Thunder Sword, and he was quite surprised at first. Because that was the Flying Thunder God seal designed by Hinata-Yu, and the other party should be training in the training ground. But no matter what the cause was, the muffled sound coming from not far away just now made Minato understand. "Are you able to use Flying Thunder God already?" The corners of Minato's mouth rose slightly, and his figure teleported to the kunao that passed by Jinpachi Mori, and the raised nan in his right hand collided with the raised explosive knife in an instant. The detonating talisman on the explosive knife exploded with a loud bang. Bang bang bang! The violent and continuous explosions covered up the sound of the flying kunao. A figure appeared silently behind Jinpachi Mori, and while his attention was focused on Minato, a punch shattered his heart meridian. Seeing his enemy fall unwillingly, Minato gave you a gentle smile. "Is this what it feels like to have a successor?" Suddenly I could understand how Jiraiya-sensei felt when he showed off to others. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, The 7 Mist Ninja Swordsmen. Chapter 27, The 7 Mist Hidden Ninja Swordsmen, Part. Hokage-sama, I know these opponents are nothing to you, but it was our fault that you entered the enemy camp without an escort. Hinata-Yu's calm words gradually calmed Minato's mood, which had originally improved because there was someone to take over. It's this feeling. With a personality that is completely opposite to Kushina's, her expression and voice alone can calm people around her. Although it was beneficial on the battlefield, he always wanted to interpret more deeply what was said in that tone. Literally, this meant that the two were not with him when he came to fight the enemy, and that he had not fulfilled his duties as a shadow guard, but Minato had a feeling that the other party was asking him to reflect on not bringing guards. Illusion? There is no fluctuation in the tone of voice, and I can't hear it at all. Minato shook his head, not wanting to think about this unimportant matter. He looked at Hinata-Yu, and a Flying Thunder God Kunao with his own logo appeared in each of their hands and they handed it to the other. At the same time, Hinata-Yu's whispers rang in his ears. 7 o'clock, 29 meters, retreating, 25 meters per second. Quickly determining the best intercepting position, Minato produced 4 Flying Thunder God Kunao in each of his hands and threw them in that direction. You also made a similar move, but in another direction. S.A. With a short scream, the two figures disappeared again. In the foggy forest, low explosions could be heard from time to time. Hei-Chu-Leia stood on a tree and carefully explored the surroundings. After confirming that there were no enemies, he began to treat the wound on his arm. After bandaging it with an emergency bandage, he hurriedly took the bag on his back to his front, opened it and took a look. A young boy was lying peacefully inside, sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Hei-Chu-Leia smiled. Fortunately, that blow only knocked Ranmaru unconscious. Thinking of Hinata-Yu who suddenly appeared, Heichulaya frowned and looked at his thunder sword. He felt relieved only after confirming that there were no strange marks on the sword he left behind. After the fourth Hokage became famous, the information about Flying Thunder God was naturally repeatedly studied by them in Kirigakure. Naturally, Heichulaya knew that the transfer of Flying Thunder God required a special mark. He had already understood that Hinata-Yu's shadow clone had made contact with his lost blade at the last moment, and it was probably at that time that the Flying Thunder God mark was left behind. Are you letting me go because you want to support the fourth Hokage? After all, he is a Konoha ninja. Even if he knows that the fourth Hokage who masters Flying Thunder God will be safe, he cannot remain indifferent. Heichulaya breathed a sigh of relief and felt lucky to have saved his life. As for the others, the ninjas that came out of the Blood Mist village don't care about their companions. Perhaps I held on to that naive idea at first, but I have abandoned it after experiencing various elimination missions. Now, the only person that Kurikai Rega needs to care about is Ranmaru. I lost my Thunder Blade and became a deserter. I'm afraid I'm the best person to shirk responsibility. I can't go back to the village. Kurikai stood up with the help of his broken arm and put the bag on his back again. From now on, I will be a wandering ninja with Ranmaru. He determined the direction and quickly left in a certain direction. And 100 meters behind him, a pair of white eyes were quietly watching him. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon and Biwajo Zhang stood back to back, alert to any movement around them. Damn, did those two guys just run away? The screams coming from two directions just now have already explained their fate. Don't think too much about it. Biwajo Zhang said coldly. I understand. Please don't hold me back. Cold sweat slowly flowed down the face of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish. He looked around nervously while pretending to be calm. How many minutes had it been since we encountered the enemy? 1 minute? 3 minutes? Anyway, it will never be less than 10 minutes. In such a short time, only 2 people are left among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Shadow, is it that scary? It was hard for him to imagine how terrible it would be if such a person was put on the battlefield, as he killed them with a machete like cutting vegetables. Iwagakure and Kumagakure retreated. It doesn't seem that difficult to understand. The quiet and silent environment oppressed the hearts of the 2 people. Just as they were waiting for death, 2 blurry figures walked out of the thick fog. It's you. Looking at Hinata-Yu who appeared, Biwajozu instantly understood who had just reminded the 4th Hokage. Byakugan is indeed the nemesis of the mist hidden technique. When the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost saw you, he showed an ugly and ferocious smile and whispered, I'll go stop that white-eyed kid, and you can use the silent killing technique to hold back the 4th generation, how about that? Without the assistance of the Byakugan, it would be difficult for the 4th Hokage to reach full speed. You and I might have a chance to escape. After glancing at the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, Biwajo Zhang did not expose his little thoughts and attacked Minato head-on. The opponent's Flying Thunder God must have those kunao as a medium. If you are careful enough, you may be able to win. Although there is little hope. As for escaping? Unless they can hold the Hokage hostage, it's impossible. On the other side, although the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost still looked solemn, he couldn't help but laugh maliciously when he looked at Hinata-Yu's slightly immature, underage face. A genius of the Hyuga clan? Let me learn the soft fist that you are so proud of. Needlehead 1000 books. Letting go of the same hata in his hand, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost quickly formed a seal. His hair became extremely hard and shot out towards Hinata-Yu like a violent storm. Back to the days. The blue chakra sphere protected Hinata-Yu and collided with the continuously flying hair. Seeing that the technique was useless, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon did not waste chakra and directly used water escape. Water Dragon Bomb. A water dragon dozens of meters long rose from the ground and smashed towards Hushin from the sky, while the figure of the Puffer ghost also disappeared from the spot and was hidden in the thick fog. Yu Gang used Kaishin to neutralize the water dragon, then slapped his side fiercely with his palm. The blow containing terrifying power was like a drop in the ocean and was blocked by Samehada. With a cold smile, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost waved his sword and forced him back. Gentle Fist? Taijutsu Ninja? Your attacks are still guided by chakra, which is useless to me. His Samehada is the most powerful among the 7 ninja swords, and can devour the enemy's chakra and even ninjutsu. No one can perform in front of him. It is indeed worth studying. Nodding in acknowledgement of Samehada's strength, Hinata Yu said calmly, but the master can't. As he finished speaking, green steam appeared from his body again. The Puffer Ghost was stunned. Does the Hyuga clan's soft fist have this move? Death by this move should be the fate of you, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Under the incredulous gaze of the Pufferfish Ghost, Hinata Yu used Flying Thunder God just like the 4th Hokage, appeared out of thin air beside him, and his flaming fists hit the acupuncture points all over his body. The 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, open. To the peacock. Faced with this move, Samehada, which can absorb chakra, was completely useless. Even in the high-speed attack and defense, Samehada, which was used as a shield by the pufferfish, was kicked away by Yu. The pufferfish ghost could only take the hit with its body, and every part of its body was hit hard. He jumped back awkwardly, wanting to form hand seals and use ninjutsu to fight, and had no intention of using physical skills against the enemy. The physical skills this guy just displayed were completely different from those of ordinary Hyuga ninjas. Without the core of using softness to overcome hardness, it was instead more like Konoha's steel fist style. Shark muscle can't absorb this thing. However, just as he was about to launch the ninjutsu, he found that his chakra was mobilizing extremely slowly. The movements became stiff. This is... You should be familiar with acupuncture. A cold voice came from behind. The puffer ghost didn't have time to turn around. His body went limp and he couldn't stand up again. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Ninja Clan. Chapter 28 Ninja Clan. I didn't expect you to master Flying Thunder God so quickly. Minato, who was the first to end the battle, walked over. In the end, Biwajozo was not able to survive this mission as he had originally planned. Minato walked closer and looked at the Flying Thunder God mark on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon's body, praising. That was the 8 Gates ninjutsu just now, right? I heard from Kakashi that you and Guy studied together with Dai, but I didn't expect you to be able to open the 6th gate. And you were able to combine Flying Thunder God and Taijutsu in such a short time. I'm afraid even I'll find it difficult to deal with you like this. Hokage-sama, although I can sense that you are sincerely praising me, I don't think I am your opponent. Looking at the body of Biwajozo in the distance, Yu shook his head. He did not focus all his attention on the Zigwashin Puffer Ghost just now, but deliberately kept a little attention on the battlefield on the other side of Minato. Facing Minato alone, even with the limitations of the mist-hidden technique, Biwajozo could not last more than a minute. When Minato activated the Sage mode and his perception ability improved, he was killed instantly. Turning his gaze to the disappearing eyeshadow around Minato's eyes, Hinata Hain secretly complained. He remembered someone saying during the Fourth War that he was not good at magic. But when he entered the battlefield, he discovered that there was natural energy in Minato's body that was merging with chakra and transforming into fairy chakra. With rich combat experience, he was ready to deal with the mist-hidden technique the moment he entered the battlefield. Hinata Yu was sure that if he had not come, the 7 ninja swordsmen would not have been able to hold out for long. Now, only Biwajozo enjoys the power of the magic. As for Minato's praise, if they fight, without using their trump cards, they will probably just use Flying Thunder God to fly around, and no one will win. Minato himself was just being modest, and was a little surprised at the power of the 8 gates. He didn't really think that you could surpass him now. The other party has such potential, but he is only 15 years old and has not yet reached the peak of his ninja career. As for Hinata-Yu's previous concealment of the 8 gates, he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. There are many hidden ninjas in Konohagakure. Even a genin like Dai, Minato can feel a hint of pressure from him. Is he going to punish them? It is natural for ninjas to hide their trump cards. The Hyuga clan rejects physical techniques other than gentle fists. Perhaps you did not use it before just out of concern for the main family. Being able to show it to him now shows my trust in him. Digging too deeply into the matter will only destroy the relationship between both of us. While they were talking, the effect of the mist hidden technique had disappeared. Picking up same hata from the ground, Hinata-Yu asked. Hokage-sama, what should we do with these ninja swords? Ninja sword. He looked around and without the thick fog, Minato's vision became clear again and he soon noticed a broken arm and the thunder sword. Where's Black Ho Thunder Fang? I cut off one of his arms and carved the flying thunder god mark on him. He can. Stop talking halfway. Hinata-Yu frowned slightly, as if sensing something. Seeing this, Minato felt a little strange. What happened? Hinata-Yu's expression was solemn. I sensed that the location of the flying thunder god's mark is inside the village. Minato was stunned and his pupils constricted. Root base. In the dim room, only a weak firelight provided light. Root Deputy Leader Aberame Ryoma confirmed the identity of the body on the ground, turned to the head of Danzo and said, Danzo-sama, this is Kuroki Rega of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Danzo nodded slightly, looked at the Hyuga ninja kneeling beside the corpse, and said calmly. Get up. Hinata Takuma stood up nervously, lowering his head and not daring to look at him. You did not do well. I am the leader of the Root and the Inn of Konoha. As a member of Konoha, you should have supported the Hokage instead of coming to me. However, Danzo changed the subject. I admire the abilities of the Hyuga clan. Your Byakugan has irreplaceable advantages in various situations. The Root is also in short supply of Hyuga clan ninjas. I can consider your proposal to take the Hyuga branch into my own service, but not now. Having said that, Danzo turned and walked into the darkness. Don't come here for now. Take that body as your trophy and hand it over to the Hokage. Yes. Hinata Takuma replied with his head down. Ryoma, carve the seal of Root on him. Clear. Aberame Ryoma looked at Hyuga Takuma and said coldly, come with me, the Root seal evolved from the bird in the cage, and it will not let you show your flaws in front of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Takuma. In the Hokage's office, Namikaze Minato repeatedly looked at Hyuga Takuma's information and confirmed with Hyuga Tsubasa, he is the guard of the main family, right? Why is he on the patrol list? To be precise, he is the future guard. He is the guard specially trained by the clan for the next generation. Taking the information from Minato, Hinata-Yu explained, he was 1 year older than me when we were in the ninja school. My impression of him was that he was a calm and mature senior. The main family had high hopes for him. Is that so? Minato frowned. What they are discussing now is related to Black Ho Thunder Fang. After Hinata-Yu sensed that the flying thunder god mark on Kuroko-Rega was in the village, Minato's first reaction was that there was a spy helping him. However, when he and Hinata-Yu went to look for the clues that Kuroko-Rega didn't have time to clean up, Hinata-Yu gave him an incredible answer. It was the Hyuga ninja who took away Black Ho-Rega. This conclusion was drawn based on the traces of battle left by the last clue. That's why Minato went back to his office to check the list of patrol ninjas for today. As for the 2 consultants, he had temporarily arranged them to other places on the pretext of dealing with the ninja swords and the bodies of the 7 men. Is there a tradition for the branch family to report to the main family before reporting to the Hokage? Minato thought about it and asked the question he had always avoided. Have. After a pause, Hinata-Yu explained. This is part of the ninja clan's right to self-governance. Hokage-sama, since you are not from the ninja clan, you may not know that after the first generation decided that the Hokage had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja clan, the second generation once divided the rights of the ninja clan on this matter. When it comes to important intelligence and people from other countries that are time sensitive, the ninja clan has no right to handle it on their own. They must report it to the Hokage immediately. This is the basic obligation of the ninja clan if they want to stay in Konoha. Otherwise, the Hokage can punish them. As for matters that only involve personal merit and are not time sensitive, they can be discussed within the clan and then reported to the Hokage. However, Hinata Yu said in a deep voice, that's normal times. During wartime, all families must not lag behind in all matters related to the war, and any intelligence must be reported immediately. If it is really the Hyuga family who did it, you can just attack them directly, and the other families will never complain. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Disparity. Chapter 29, Disparity. I understand. Nodding solemnly, Minato suddenly smiled. I'm glad that my shadow guard is you and Yaoan. You haven't reported any intelligence to the clan so far, right? This is the duty of the shadow guard. Hinata Yu put the information down and said calmly. Minato shook his head, if you hadn't reminded me, I might never have understood the rules of the ninja clan. There are some things that can't even be opened without someone reminding me. The ninja clan. Strictly speaking, Konoha is in their hands. The two advisors, and even the third generation, were all from the ninja clan. Putting the matter that he was currently unable to handle in his heart, Minato asked with a smile. You are now the third head of the Hyuga clan, right? That's why you know so much about the affairs of the ninja clan. The shadow guards have a long period of contact with the Hokage and are positions that allow them to come into contact with Konoha's core affairs. As a member of the shadow guard, you and Uchiha Yamaru naturally have a certain degree of appeal within the clan. And because of the special nature of the Hyuga clan, those who yearn for freedom will seek out Hyuga Yu, right? Hinata Yu, the tribe members came to me, but I ignored them. It was the tribe leader Hisashi who talked to me about this. Although Hayashi's main purpose was to prohibit him from passing on the clan's unique skills. Support from your tribesmen is very important and can help you move forward more smoothly. Smiling and shaking his head, Minato looked out the window. Because of the shadow of war, Konoha was very quiet during the day and lacked the bustle of peacetime. Neither of them spoke, and the room fell silent for a moment. After a long while, Minato whispered. I want to go to the battlefield in 2 days and end this war. The hidden worries in the village are far more than he thought. Staying here as Hokage to stabilize the situation will not be effective. In this case, he will have to quell the external threats first. The battle situation at the front was not as smooth as the villagers had imagined, even though 2 of the 3 ninjas were there. Seeing Hinata Yu's puzzled look, Minato took out another piece of information and handed it to him. Have a look. Hinata Yu saw some familiar names in the information and his eyes narrowed. Kirikyuko is planning to take one last gamble. That's right, so I have to go. Minato nodded. Are you going to let a few consultants manage the village? Well, I'd like to ask the third generation to take charge, but he seems to have other plans, so, are you willing to stay in the village? Hinata Yu was stunned by Minato's gentle words and gaze. Let the shadow guards stay in the village to assist in handling Konoha affairs? This is not the way to train him only as a guard and an outstanding junior. Thinking of this, Hinata Yu said in a low voice, the branch family cannot be placed in the upper level, and as a shadow guard, it is natural that I should go to the battlefield with you, please understand. Really? What a pity. With a long sigh, Minato did not continue to persuade him on this matter. There is a long way to go, and some things just need to be done slowly. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Takuma came to report that he killed Kirigakurakurega. Just then, an Anbu appeared and informed them of the news. Minato glanced at Hinata Yu, thought for a few seconds, and said to the Anbu, according to the usual practice, record the merits and send the body and the ninja sword to the advisors. There is no point in investigating this matter now, as he cannot do anything about the rules of the ninja clan. Yes. After the Anbu left, Minato looked at Hinata Yu as if he had been reminded, some of those ninja swords are your spoils of war, do you want any? I'm a taijutsu ninja, they won't do anything to improve my strength, not to mention you'll have other uses after the war, right? It was a question, but Hinata Yu's tone was firm. Hearing this, Minato smiled but did not answer, feeling a little emotional. It's a shame that you're just a powerful ninja, you. Really? Minato didn't do anything, that's good. For him right now, the Fudonin clan is the best choice. At the Sarutobi clan's home, listening to the report from the newcomer, Sarutobi Hiruzen smacked his cigarette, sighed, and said to the two people in front of him. Minato is an excellent Hokage, but he is not suitable, or rather, he was born at the wrong time. The most suitable time for him is when the second generation has put pressure on the ninja clan to the point where they can't breathe and they are in urgent need of a gentle Hokage to show their favor, which is my position. When I first became Hokage, I was not as gentle as I am today. In order to exercise the power of Hokage, I promoted many ninjas that I could trust, including people from the Sarutobi clan. As for the various ninja clans, the second generation's policies are still adopted, promoting civilian ninjas, developing ninja schools, and suppressing them. But I soon discovered, I was wrong. I was extremely wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark gaze fell on the two people in front of him. I vigorously developed the ninja school and even served as the principal myself to train civilian ninjas. I wanted to use civilian ninjas to balance the ninjas born in the ninja clan. But soon, the ninjas, who were sure that the death of the second generation would not change anything, had new ideas. They infiltrated various departments, guiding the Jonin, the new students of the ninja school, the teachers of the ninja school, and the interrogation department. They gained power in a more subtle and less conspicuous way, but I didn't notice it in time because of the Second Shinobi World War. It's easy to see now that the ninjas in the interrogation department are basically from the Yamanaka clan, and there are many ninjas from the Hyuga clan and the Aberame clan in the perception team. There are problems with their abilities, but an important department of Konoha should not be controlled by the ninja clan. Apart from the guard team, other departments are controlled by a certain clan. If the Hokage does not want to confront them head-on, he can only compromise on some things. In this situation, if they don't cooperate and try to do something, what will the Hokage do? Hayashi, what would you do if it were you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked one of the two people in front of him. Third Sama, this kind of thing. I can't do anything about it. Hayashi's breathing hitched and he lowered his head and answered. What did this make him say? Their Hyuga clan is also there. Although the infiltration of Konoha's foundation was probably his father's fault and had nothing to do with him, he is the clan leader now. Yet, there's nothing I can do. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes tiredly, because my rights also come from the ninja clan, the largest ninja clan in Konoha now, the Sarutobi clan. I have been the Hokage for many years and have promoted many of my confidants, which has enabled the ninja clan behind me to achieve unprecedented growth. Gradually, I need their support to exercise my power, but if I take action against the ninja clan, will they still support me? Denzo has always been keeping an eye on the Uchiha, but has he ever thought about how many ninjas the Sarutobi clan has? Even if we don't count those who died in the war, there are still 2,500 people now. The two people in front of him widened their eyes in disbelief. How many ninjas are there in the Hyuga clan? Counting the main family and the branch families together, there shouldn't be more than 800, right? The Sarutobi clan is more than 3 times their number. This, in terms of numbers, is indeed the strongest ninja clan in Konoha today. It was then that I understood why the second generation allowed the Senju clan to intermarry with the residents of Konoha, so that now the Senju clan exists in name only. He's destroying Konoha's largest ninja clan. The political assets left by the two generations of Hokage, as well as the prestige that the Senju clan paid for with their blood during the First and Second Ninja Wars, will allow the Senju clan to continue to control Konoha. In order to prevent this from happening, the second generation used a gentler method to quietly eliminate Konoha's most prestigious ninja clan. What Sandai said overturned the three views of Rizua and the other man. Is it true that Tobirama Senju personally turned the Senju clan into history? Hinata Hayashi looked secretly at the Sandai, but could not tell whether he was true or false from his somewhat gloomy expression. However, the other party's previous speech in Hyuga really made him unable to trust the other party. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the two some time to digest the situation, and then continued. The second generation's approach also greatly enhanced the potential of civilian ninjas, paving the way for the policy of suppressing the ninja clan in the future. But I failed to comprehend, and Sarutobi became the new Senju. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette, his expression extremely complicated. If we could be gentler at first and give the ninja clan some benefits, and wait for the civilian ninja to grow up and compete with the ninja clan, Konoha would not be like this now. Among the Konoha ninjas, civilian ninjas account for 50% of the total number because of their huge base, but most of them are only Genin and Chunin. Among the Jonin and Special Jonin, the ratio of civilian ninja to ninja clan is 2 to 8. They also occupy many basic but necessary positions. What does this represent? As long as the Hokage makes policies that are detrimental to all ninja clans, they can dismiss the Hokage. Even making the Hokage a traitor. Is it ridiculous? Could it be possible that the Kage of a village could become a traitorous ninja? It's ridiculous, but it could actually become a reality. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Spy. Chapter 30 Spy. I left Minato a mess. Although he was born a commoner and commoner ninjas are naturally close to him, without the support of the ninja clan, it is difficult for him to carry out his orders. Strength can solve many problems, but it can't help him govern the village. Not to mention those three old friends. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. There are many interest chains behind Koharu and Yan. Many ninja clans are connected with them, even the elders of the Sarutobi clan. Danzo has drawn a clear line with the ninja clan, but he is the most dangerous because he controls the root and is used to dealing with everything in a shady way. After all, whether it is the Hokage or the two advisors, they all need to pay attention to their reputation and the impact of their actions, but Danzo would not care about these things. Those who are unscrupulous are often the most dangerous. Danzo's attitude towards the ninja clan has always been that of a useful tool. He never thought of appeasing them. If it weren't for his pressure, the ninja clan would have probably taken action against Danzo long ago. Some of the strong men in the root were forcibly transferred from the ninja clan by Danzo. Kushina even complained to me about why they were not removed from their positions, but if we did, the consequences would be unpredictable. If the shinobi and the root took this as a signal to take action against them, Konoha would start a civil war. And they can't afford such a loss. Unless we can eradicate the forces behind these three people at the same time, or kill them at the hands of external enemies, these three people will probably stay in Konoha's upper echelons for a long time, longer than a Hokage can serve. Letting out a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards another Hyuga ninja who was present. Minato is close to the current Uchiha clan leader, and Kushina has a good relationship with the Uchiha clan as well. With the support of the Hyuga clan and Shikaku, he can gradually secure the position of Hokage. He didn't mention the Ino, Shikaku, and Jo clans. Although Shikaku and his two companions are the clan leaders, like Hyuga Hayashi, they cannot represent the entire family. Maybe there's nothing we can do about Konoha's entrenched ninja clan, but Minato, who was born a commoner, at least won't make the situation worse than before. I've made mistakes many times, but I can't make a mistake this time. I'm sorry to have wronged you, Takuma. Without me suppressing him, Danzo will definitely try to do something. Please help me keep an eye on him. I will remove the curse on your head, and I will also help you explain your dereliction of duty this time. Yes. Lord Sandame. Hinata Takuma responded in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to Hayashi. I'm sorry, Chief Hayashi, I made many criticisms of the Hyuga clan in my statement. Please forgive me. Hinata Hayashi shook his head. I understand, the ninja clan is corrupt. If they are allowed to take charge of Konoha, sooner or later, Konoha and they will suffer a catastrophe together. Just like before, didn't the Zone family suffer backlash? Laughing bitterly, Hyuga Hayashi calmed down and asked in confusion, Hokage-sama, why did you let Takuma infiltrate the route? If you just want to keep an eye on Danzo, there should be better candidates. With what has happened recently with the Hyuga clan, it would not be out of place for Takuma to infiltrate the route as a member of a branch family that resents the main family. If anyone else joins the route during this period, it will only arouse suspicion. Given Danzo's understanding of me, he will definitely guess that it was my doing. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained softly. Moreover, the new curse seal of the root is evolved from the caged bird. Caged bird Danzo also knows it. I am worried that he will break the curse seal created by me and Tsunade and attack the Hyuga clan. With Takuma as an insider, he can react in time. This is not impossible. Danzo is also jealous of the Hyuga branch. After all, they have been trained by the main family for hundreds of years and lack the consciousness of resistance, making them the most useful tools. It only broke out once recently, but it quickly calmed down with its own actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Hyuga Takuma's calm face. Even though his life was in Danzo's hands, he still remained loyal to the main family. It is not the body that surrenders, but the mind. The caged bird technique, it's really scary. Are you worried that Danzo will take action against the main family and control the branch family? Hinata Hayashi's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth and said, how dare he? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, there is nothing he dares not do. Just turn it into an internal conflict among the ninja clan, and the Hokage has no right to hold him accountable. If the Byakugan is mastered by the root, Danzo can even monitor the movements of the entire Konoha. Why doesn't he want it? Returning to the family with the worried Hayashi, Hyuga Takuma did not stay at home for long and went to a place with few people. Entering the underground from the hidden cave, at the end, a figure was waiting for him. Hearing the footsteps, the other party turned around and looked. Hinata Takuma knelt on one knee and reported, Master Yu, I have successfully infiltrated the route. Hinata Yu looked at his subordinate and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, get up. In the information he told Minato, there was one word missing in his evaluation of Hinata Takuma, forbearance. Among the Hyuga clan, the first one to surrender to him was not Hyuga Yuki, but Hyuga Takuma, who had been in contact with him in the ninja school. This calm and mature ninja, who will serve as Hinata's bodyguard in the future, has more dissatisfaction with the main family than one can imagine. I have sent the boy who was with Black Holeya to your laboratory No. 3. Hinata Takuma stood up and continued to report to you. As for the third Hokage, his attitude is a little strange. He seems to be very worried about Danzo's actions. But the third Hokage is already in Konoha, and he can suppress Danzo himself, so why should he let him infiltrate the route? Hinata Takuma briefly summarized what the third generation had said and stated it to you. After listening, Hinata Yu did not speculate on the behavior of the third generation, but just said. The fourth generation will go to the battlefield in 2 days. Hinata Takuma was a little confused at first, not understanding why you mentioned this matter, but suddenly he said in an instant, the third generation will also go to the battlefield. But he still couldn't understand why an abdicated Hokage had to go to the battlefield. If we want to reduce the number of Sarutobi clan members, isn't the Kirigakure battlefield the best opportunity? Yu's question made Dijian react instantly and felt a chill in his heart. That's right, in a war that the fourth Hokage is bound to win, anyone who is confident in their own abilities will want to go to the battlefield to gain merit. No one in the Sarutobi clan could have imagined that their clan leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would use this as an excuse to reduce the power of his own clan. But does Sarutobi Hiruzen have such courage? Hinata Yu, frontline intelligence. After Jiraiya led the vanguard to provide support, the third Mizukage of Kirigakure has already entered the battlefield, and both tailed beasts have been deployed to the battlefield. And those famous strong men from Kirigakure have gradually appeared on the battlefield. Even the front line has been forced to retreat once. If ordinary ninjas go in, they will just become part of the meat grinder. Regardless of other things, as far as Yu knows, the third generation did not lie about the second generation. Itaki is not the only one in the ninja world who plays the game of elimination to annihilate his entire clan. And now, the third generation wants to learn from his teacher and do it again. Takuma felt his heart grow colder. The third generation probably took action after knowing this information. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Stand Up, Don't Kneel Down. Chapter 31, Stand Up, Don't Kneel Down. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen's own power, and it is still under his control. Why is this happening? Hearing Hyaga Takuma's question, Hyaga Yu said indifferently. Wouldn't it be better for the Sarutobi clan to die as heroes than for the Sarutobi clan to become corrupt in the future and become a cancer that Konoha must eliminate? The number of ninjas can be controlled, and the Sarutobi clan can survive safely under the rule of other Hokage. A tall tree attracts the wind. After all, they are not the Thousand Hands clan. They don't have enough prestige. The Thousand Hands clan can exit calmly, but they can't. The Senju clan was indeed integrated into the village by the second generation, or it could be said that they were exterminated. From the perspective of the second generation, such behavior actually has many benefits. First, it solved the problem of future inheritance for the village. The prestige of the Senju clan is really too high. If they continue to exist, the Hokage of Konoha will only be named Senju, or be related to the Senju. In the long run, the Senju clan will inevitably have a secret gap with the various ninja clans. It would be fine if there were more talented people among the younger generation, but in the second generation, the Senju clan did not have any powerful ninjas, and Tsunade was too young. Then letting the Senju become the center of Konoha would be a way to invite disaster. Secondly, integrating into the village and no longer identifying themselves as the Senju clan is the best ending for the Senju clan. This can be seen from the fate of the other six path sages and Hamura's direct descendants. It is actually a good thing for Senju to integrate into the village. The Uchiha clan was almost wiped out by Itaki, the Uzumaki clan was scattered all over the ninja world and lived a miserable life, the Kagaya clan was wiped out, Tonari was the only one left of the Otsutsuki on the moon, and the Hyaga clan protected themselves like humble birds in a cage. In comparison, only the Senju clan had the most decent ending, living and dying with Konoha. So what if the descendants don't have the surname Senshou? They are all proud that their ancestors are from the Senju clan. Because the third generation had been in power for too long, the Sarutobi clan had similar rights to the Senju clan, but they did not have enough prestige. After all, the Senju clan was one of the two clans that founded Konoha, and they also led the charge in the first two Ninja World Wars. The Ninja clan could complain about the suppression policy of the Senju Tobirama, but they could not harbor resentment towards the Senju clan. But this is not necessarily the case for the Sarutobi clan. Standing at the pinnacle of power, it is impossible to step down without bloodshed. Think about the team originally led by Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane Ui. The former is the next chief of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans, and the latter is the child of high-ranking officials of the Hyaga, Abarame, and Inyazuka clans. Asuma and Kurane Ui were still in a romantic relationship, and it was easy to see that the leader of the ninja clan at that time was still the Sarutobi clan. Is it beautiful? It was very glorious, but when the third Hokage was fighting Orochimaru, none of these ninjas came to help him. Can't break the 4 purple flame formation? That's Konoha's ninjutsu, how could it not be cracked? Even if the Yamanaka clan could send 4 jonin, they could control the sound 4 and let them resolve the problem themselves. However, no one would do that. The third Hokage had been Hokage for too long, and the Sarutobi clan had grown too powerful. The Uchiha clan had been exterminated, and Hisashi was handed over to Kumagakure, so the ninja clan no longer trusted the third Hokage. Letting him die in the battle to protect the village was the last dignity left to him by the ninja clan and Orochimaru. Hinata Yu put away his thoughts and reminded the silent Takuma, "You just need to know these things in your heart. The future of the branch family is not in Konoha. There is no need to get involved in the conflict between the ninja clan and the Hokage. The third Hokage allowed you to enter the route and let Danzo focus on the Hyuga clan. This may not have caused some thoughts among those of you who are dissatisfied with the village and the main family. He and the fourth Hokage left the village intentionally to give Danzo an opportunity to cause trouble. He is the third Hokage of Konoha after all. You can believe in his power, but you can never believe in his kindness." With cold sweat running down his head, Hyuga Takuma lowered his head and replied, "Yes. The third generation was really cunning." He almost believed Sarutobi Hiruzen's lies because of what he said before. Now that I think about it, no one can verify whether those words are true or false. Moreover, if he really had no ability, how could he have suppressed the darkness in the ninja world and balanced the ninja forces until now? Perhaps the most important reason why we cannot attack the ninja clan is that the Sarutobi clan itself is the largest ninja clan. And now, this former ninja hero couldn't help but take action against his own people, even though his purpose was to allow the Sarutobi clan to continue better. However, based on what he was doing now, it seemed that he was not qualified to judge the other party. The other party was doing it for the future of the Sarutobi clan, while he was doing it for the future of the Hyuga clan. Thinking of this, Hinata Takuma's mood gradually calmed down. "Then what do you need me to do? Should I hand over the jutsu to Danzo? You don't have to take action this time. Just wait for Danzo to fail. It's not time for it to be born yet." Hinata Yu glanced at the charred marks on Takuma's palm and said, "Retreat and take a rest first. From now on, just help me keep an eye out for the 2 people named Yakushi in the route." Even though Ranmaru was knocked unconscious by him and Kuriko Rega was seriously injured by him, it was not easy for Hinata Takuma to kill the latter. "Yes." Hinata Takuma obeyed the order and wanted to use the instant body movement technique to leave, but he heard a calm and gentle voice. "Now that you've stood up, don't kneel down. You must feel uncomfortable kneeling before me to report, Takuma-senpai." Hinata Takuma paused, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. He did not give a reply, but after leaving, he carefully reviewed his actions again, confirmed that it had no adverse impact on Hinata Yu's plan, and then fell into a deep sleep. Today's battle with Rega alone had exhausted his physical strength, and then he had to act in front of Danzo and the third Hokage, and his body and mind were already exhausted. In the underground space, a sneer was heard only after Hinata Takuma had gone away for several minutes. Hinata Minjihu stepped out from the shadows and said sarcastically, "Good means of winning over subordinates." Glancing at him casually, Hinata Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's far less effective than impure world reincarnation. Even if you have evil intentions, you still can't do anything." Hinata Minjihu's face darkened, and he looked at him unkindly. "If you have the ability to break free from the control of the impure world, fight me." Pat. A coffin appeared out of nowhere and put him and the words he had not yet said into it. "Just do your reconnaissance mission well and don't think about other useless things all day long." Hinata Yu began to think about taking back the old senior who was only capable of being of some use but usually just looking for trouble. The reason why the fourth generation wanted to go to the battlefield was because of the intelligence he was shown today. The third generation of Mizukage, the two-tailed beasts, Mei Terumi, Yagura Karatachi, Kisame Hoshigaki. What a powerful lineup! If some of them had not fully grown, Konoha's front would have collapsed. However, with so much combat power invested, if the losses are too great, Kirigakure will be seriously injured. If the Mizukage has any sense at all, he will not make such a choice. However, the third Mizukage had already been under the control of another person, so it was understandable that this happened. Hinata-yu narrowed his eyes. The fourth Hokage was allowed to take office as Hokage ahead of schedule and was busy with affairs. Rin and Kakashi were also being watched by the fourth Hokage, who was worried about their conditions, so it was impossible for them to leave the village to carry out the mission. Finally forced you to take action. Ban, I gave you the best stage, don't let me down. Let me see how powerful that Toad's prophetic ability is. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Betting on whether you will be hit by aliens. Chapter 32, Betting on whether you will be hit by aliens. Recollecting his thoughts, Hinata-yu threw out a scroll, and 7 unconscious Kirigakure ninjas emerged from it and landed on the ground. These were used as smoke bombs by the Kirigakure, which had previously assisted the 7 ninja swordsmen. It's a bit of a waste to use the 9 tails chakra to strengthen you. Taking out another scroll, Hinata-yu formed a seal with one hand and watched the ominous blood-colored chakra in it enter the bodies of the 7 mist ninjas. Ah! The 7 people woke up from the severe pain and let out uncontrollable screams. When half of the 9 tails chakra was left, Hinata-yu stopped. The second generation of impure world reincarnation can only retain a small amount of the ninja's power, and the stronger the ninja, the less it retains. The most intuitive direction of improving this technique is naturally to increase the strength of the sacrifice and the compatibility with the impure world ninja. The 9 tails chakra that Kushina gave him was indeed quite a bit, but the rest had other uses, and it was enough to temporarily strengthen the sacrifice to this level. Looking at the mindless scarlet eyes of the mist ninjas casting fierce glances at him, Yu made his next move. The blood representing personal intelligence information fell on the heads of the 7 people, and Yu formed seals with his hands. Spiritual summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Looking at the 7 faces that he had just met standing in a row as the confetti flew around, Hinata-yu said softly. From now on, you will serve me, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Woke up. As soon as Ranmaru opened his eyes, he heard a familiar voice. Mr. Leia. The whites of his eyes were pitch black and the look in his eyes was complicated, but he still smiled at Ranmaru. To him, Ranmaru is more than just an eye or a tool. Where is this place? I remember I was knocked unconscious by that Hyuga ninja. Ranmaru tried to stand up by holding onto the wall, but his body wouldn't allow it. Seeing this, Kurikai Rega gently helped him up. This is his underground base, and I am already a dead man. He could feel the hand supporting his shoulder was extremely cold, and the whites of Kurikai Rega's eyes were completely dark. Ranmaru did not shout in disbelief, but simply asked. The purpose of him leaving me behind? He promised that as long as you can assist him in his experiments, he will keep you alive. In that case, Rega can also be with me, right? Heichuleya moved his lips but couldn't utter a word, he just nodded. I understand. I'll cooperate. Ranmaru said calmly, as long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter. Ranmaru. I'm sorry. Looks like we're done reminiscing about the past, so let's start the experiment. Hinata-yu walked out of the shadows, ignoring the complicated and resentful expression of Kurikai Rega, and looked at Ranmaru. First, tell me about the various abilities of your red eyes. Okay. Ranmaru patted Kurikai Rega soothingly and whispered, my red eyes can see through things, create illusions, and revive life. It's a little different than expected. In the laboratory, Hinata-yu looked at the red eye data with an interested expression. In order to prevent him from doing some bad research, Hei-Chu-Lei had told him a piece of gossip. The village where Ranmera lives was once inhabited by the Kagaya clan, and this was related to his encounter with Ranmera during his previous mission. The red eyes that are similar to the white eyes are the descendants of Kagaya. Should this be considered a kind of mutation or a phenomenon of atavism? No matter which one it is certain that the red eye bloodline and the Byakugan are inseparable. And life resurrection? It's also a pupil technique that can solve the problem of a bird in a cage. Unfortunately, the shadow clones and the filthy ninjas will have to take over the research from now on. There is only one day left before he and the fourth generation will go to the battlefield, so he has no time to deal with these things. Thinking of this, Hinata-yu put down the information, turned and walked towards the izakaya on Konoha Street. Before leaving, I need to meet some people. However, using gambling to verify the future, there are so many strange things in the ninja world. Looking at Tsunade and a Hyuga clan member guessing the size of the dice in the izakaya, Hyuga-yu shook his head helplessly. This should be the 10th person he knew, right? It's another acquaintance, Hinata Miyuki. Hinata-yu looked for a while and wanted to step into the izakaya, but when the owner next to the counter saw him come in, he smiled kindly and pointed to the sign at the door of the store. Minors are not allowed to enter. Hinata-yu said calmly, I am here to perform official duties. This is the order of the Hokage-sama. The shop owner scratched his head and sighed, you can go in, but don't drink. It was obvious from his words that he didn't completely believe Hinata-yu's words. However, Hinata-yu had already expected such treatment, after all, it was always like this. This store is very strict with minors, I'm afraid there are some stories. He walked a few steps to where Tsunade and the others were sitting and was discovered by the somewhat bored Hinata Miyuki. She immediately stood up excitedly, as if she was relieved. Yu-jun, are you here to see Lady Tsunade? This shop was very special, if Tsunade hadn't brought her in and promised not to drink, she wouldn't have been able to get in at all. Hinata-yu is the same age as her. He probably wouldn't come here if there was nothing wrong, and he wouldn't come directly to their table. Seeing Hinata-yu nod, Miyuki looked at Tsunade and said apologetically, sorry, Lady Tsunade. I'll accompany you next time. I'll take my leave today. After saying that, she hurried out of the store without waiting for Tsunade to say anything. Hinata Miyuki simply couldn't understand how there could be such an unlucky person in the world. 10 times in total, Tsunade lost every time. But Tsunade refused to give up, as if she had to win over her once, which made her feel very miserable. Fortunately, I can be free now. Thank you, Ya-jun. I will give you a thank you gift later. Stinky boy. Seeing Hinata Miyuki leaving quickly, Tsunade glanced at Hinata-yu unhappily, never mind the official business, since you caused her to run away, you should take the place and accompany me. It's about the medical system again, right? I have clearly rejected that Minato guy, and he even sent his own shadow guards. Hinata-yu did not refuse Tsunade's invitation. His eyes moved between the empty wine glass on the table and Tsunade's slightly drunk face. Did Lady Tsunade encounter any troubles? Isn't it okay for me to just win a game? Tsunade rolled her eyes. But I heard that you always lose when you gamble. If you're not in a good mood, there's no need to do something you can't win. My pleasure. Tsunade took a sip of wine and looked at Hinata-yu in an inelegant sitting position. Since you think I will lose, then find a way to make me win. Anyway, I must win once soon. Are you in a state of anxiety because you have defeated Hinata Hayashi but nothing bad has happened yet and you want to change? Hinata-yu was silent for a moment, then he remembered the news that Takuma reported to him a few days ago, and soon smiled. In that case, let's bet on whether you will have bad luck today. I bet you choke when you drink, choke when you eat, and get hit by a moon man falling from the sky when you go out. Tsunade shuddered and sobered up. What are you kidding, kid? She looked at you with a complicated expression, and her eyes twitched. are you trying to curse me? No, I just think that Lady Tsunade should be able to win such an obviously impossible bet. Hinata Yu smiled. As for Tsunade, she even lost, it's a bit scary. If you lose, it means that an Otsutsuki will fall from the sky. Then Madara can call Tsunade the strongest in the ninja world. After all, it is the ability to summon the Otsutsuki at any time. It has to be said that Hinata Yu's proposal did arouse Tsunade's interest. Every time she wins, she loses. But after defeating Hinata Hayashi before, nothing has happened recently and she has no idea what to do. The anxiety in her heart has been piling up. I've been betting with different people recently, just to see if I still have time. After all, she had always had good luck whenever bad things happened. Not only Hinata, she also gambled with others, but because of Hayashi, she went to the Hyuga clan more often. And the result was a complete defeat, of course. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Various Ninjutsu to deal with the bird in the cage. Chapter 33 Various Ninjutsu to deal with the bird in the cage. It's quite strange, it shouldn't be like this. My gambling luck can't possibly fail, right? Thinking about it, Tsunade still did not choose the method that you said. We'll talk about this kind of novel bet later. I guess you've never played dice before. Let's try something simple first. Just one dice. If it's above 4, it's big. If it's below 4, it's small. You go. Hinata Yu glanced at the dice cup and dice and didn't move. There's no point in betting like this. Whether I win or lose depends entirely on whether I want to or not. You're quite confident. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That has aroused my interest. You tell me your purpose first, I'll listen to it, and then you can bet with me a few times. Anyway, it's nothing more than a medical class. You have figured out how to crack the caged bird, right? Tsunade's pupils constricted and she stood up instantly. How did you know? Only the third generation, her, and the current Hokage Namikaze Minato know about this. Why does Hinata Yu in front of her know about this? At once, many speculations emerged in Tsunade's mind, causing her expression to change. Please pay attention to the impact. With a sigh, Hinata Yu gestured to the surroundings. Noticing the Konoha residents looking around, Tsunade sat down with a stiff expression and stared at Hinata Yu. Don't change the subject. This is not something you should know. Hokage-sama wants me to stay in the village and assist the advisor in running the village. Hinata Yu looked at Tsunade's frown, then her expression gradually softened. This is not the right arrangement for the shadow guards, nor is it the right arrangement for the members of the Hyuga branch family. Unless Minato is sure that he doesn't need to exist as a branch family. I see. So you're suspicious of me when I was studying the caged bird. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, looked at Hinata Yu's calm expression again, and muttered, You are quite smart, but a smart person shouldn't ask such questions. I want to confirm it. Hinata Yu lowered his eyes slightly, and then I will carefully consider the Hokage's suggestion. Refilling the glass of wine, Tsunade shook her head. I did complete it, but strictly speaking, that method of cracking is not universal. I know it's not that easy. If it weren't for the fact that the solution to the caged bird problem is hard to be universal, I wouldn't lend you a hand. Hinata Yu's eyes were deep. Although he did not actively research ways to crack the caged bird, his years of research on ninjutsu and forbidden techniques gave him many ideas for a solution to the caged bird. Even when studying the forbidden techniques of the eye and the soul, he had some methods to deal with the caged bird curse. Some are temporary responses, while others are complete relief. But they all have flaws and are not universally applicable. For example, Izanagi. He knows how to transcribe and seal, so how could he let go of this buggy ninjutsu of Uchiha? In the Kirigakure battlefield, it was not difficult for him to obtain a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, as his Byakugan had a field of vision of 2 kilometers at that time. As for the Izanagi technique, this was obtained by Orochimaru when he studied the power of Senju and Uchiha. In order to better understand the Sharingan, he dug up the ancestral graves of the Uchiha. Well, Uchiha Madara's father, I don't know where Orochimaru found the grave. I learned about Izanagi and the transcription seal from the Uchiha clan leader of the impure world. If not, the sealing technique of reverse absorption of pupil power, White Prison cannot be completed. After obtaining the 3 Magatama Sharingan on the battlefield, he engraved Izanagi directly into his eyes through the White Prison. Now he can use Izanagi twice, but this transcribed eye technique is not as strong as the one performed by the Uchiha people, and it cannot be delayed like Madara, so it can only be used as a temporary means to deal with the bird in the cage. Just like the Amaterasu that Ataka transferred to Sasuke could only burn Obito, it is not his own eyes, it is not his own dojutsu, and there are too many restrictions after all. The price he paid was that the power of the 3 Magatama Sharingan was exhausted and turned into ashes. Other temporary solutions include sealing techniques, which can cut off the connection between the clan and the bird in the cage. It is difficult to remove the bird in the cage, but it is relatively simple to prevent the bird from receiving commands from the outside world. All you need to do is create a sealing technique specifically to deal with it. Disadvantages: the sealing technique has obvious signs, the chakra flow in the sealed part is abnormal, and it is very easy to be discovered by people with Byakugan. After using it, you must be prepared to defect. Among all the solutions to the complete problem, the best one was the soul reincarnation technique he developed using the spiritization technique and his own soul characteristics. It can solve the problem of the bird in the cage, but you doesn't want to use it. He is a physical ninja, and a physical ninja based on soft fist and white eyes. Using that move is equivalent to giving up all his strength. And today, he has obtained a more efficient means, Ranmaru. The opponent's red eyes allow him to transfer his own life force, a similar eye technique to the one used by Cho to resurrect Gaara's Kisei Tensei, but the prerequisite is that he is alive and his soul is still in the body. This condition is nothing to him. And by dying and then resurrecting, you can also escape from being a bird in a cage. However, it is not universal either. In Hinata U's memory, in Ranmaru's story, he used this trick to resurrect Kuroki Rega and almost died, and his recovery was inexplicable. But this kind of pupil technique cannot be used twice. It might be okay once, but if used twice, the red-eyed boy will definitely die. If all the Hyuga branches are to deal with the bird in the cage, Tsunade is the only one in Konoha who can do it. Or rather, the slug immortal can. Thousands of years of experience have given it knowledge and abilities far beyond those of ordinary ninjas. The other 2 sages might be able to do it, but the most gentle of the sages and the one most likely to take action is the slug sage. The 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, and him all have high hopes for Tsunade because of this. Thinking of this, Hinata Yu pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Is it a solution related to medical ninjutsu?" As expected, it was that ninjutsu. It's no use telling you, that's not something that ordinary people can do. Tsunade's eyes were somewhat complicated. And she casually set up a small barrier to block out the sound. That is an A-level ninjutsu that only one person in the history of the ninja world has ever been able to perform, split. It's not a clone, but a split. The ninjutsu used by the 2nd generation Tsuchikage was to split himself into 2, both of which were the original body. In addition to Wu, there is another creature who knows this trick, and that is the slug immortal, one of the 3 holy places. Its ability to split is even more terrifying. It can be divided into countless individuals, both large and small. The bird in the cage is a curse after all, not a part of the body. Just like when the clan used the bird in the cage in the past and you used the clone technique, your original body would suffer because of the bird in the cage, but the clone would not, because there is no curse on the clone. A split body is similar to a clone, but it is different from a clone. Even if the original body dies, the split body can survive. After all, the bird in the cage is not a part of the body. As long as another self is perfectly split, the problem can be completely solved. The split body will not have the caged bird, but the original body does, so once someone activates the caged bird, the original body will die, but the split body will not. However, the price is that strength and chakra will be permanently halved. Only through communication with the slug sage did Tsunade know that this loss of strength could be recovered through cultivation. The reason why the second Tsuchikage was unable to use the split technique was because he had once met the slug sage and gained inspiration from him. No one knew this technique better than the slug. The second Tsuchikage had used this trick to avoid danger several times, and he slowly recovered his strength after surviving. This solution is the best answer Tsunade can give at the moment. Hinata-yu thought about it and nodded. Tsunade had the same idea as him. The simplest and most violent solution for a caged bird is to die once. The bird in the cage will disappear when it dies. Although the bird in the cage still exists after Hayashi is brought out of the impure world reincarnation, that is only because the cursed chakra has remained for many years, which is similar to the product of Nagato's Rinnegan. It's not like he hasn't seen cases of branch family ninjas dying. After their eyes and brain nerves are destroyed, the caged bird curse will disappear. Therefore, as long as you have the ability to survive after death, you can solve the problem of the bird in the cage. Split is an unusual solution, the original body dies and the split body survives. In addition to this, the Izanaga that Madara once used, which delayed activation after death, will also work. After all, that was to restore the body after death, and the caged bird seal has disappeared. Various reincarnation techniques and similar eye techniques can also solve it, so Ranmaru, Cho and others can do it. People who master Ryame's natural dragon tongue and have the Rinnegan can also do it. Even according to the original development, the entire Hyuga branch family would have a chance to deal with the bird in the cage. Pain-carrying rice incident. That Super Shinra Tenkan will definitely affect the Hyuga clan. The dead ninjas will disappear like caged birds, but Nagato will resurrect them later. What a good opportunity! But it seems that the branch family did not seize it, and may even have voluntarily carved a caged bird like the new caged bird before. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. What are you hesitating about? Chapter 34. What are you hesitating about? However, the resurrection ninjutsu in the ninja world is basically a life-for-life exchange, and is not universal. But the jutsu of splitting is different. It has a threshold, but everyone can learn it, and once you get it right, the number of eye rolls can be doubled. It was a huge help to his research on the Samsara eye. There are about 700 branch family ninjas and 30 main family ninjas. Although the number seems large, there are actually not that many Byakugan, because there are certain conditions for opening the Byakugan. Maybe it is not as strict as the Sharingan, but it requires constant training and practice to open the eyes. In addition to the two ninja world wars that took place less than 10 years apart, many of the branch family's Byakugan ninjas died, and there were probably only about 400 pairs of Byakugan left in the Hyuga clan. This is different from the Otsutsuki on the moon, they are born with the Byakugan and do not need to train. So if the number of lunar Otsutsuki branches in the past was about the same as that of the Hyuga clan, that may be the only chance for Hinata-yu to advance to the Samsara eye. The number of qualitative changes caused by quantitative changes is difficult to control. The number of Byakugan required to evolve the Samsara eye is unknown. It is also unknown whether the Byakugan is the only one that needs Byakugan pupil power when the Byakugan evolves to that stage. In order to have room for recovery, increasing the reserve of white eyes is a must. Even the safest method is to first create a giant Rinnegan, which has already been successfully used, and then go directly to the moon to snatch Otsutsuki Tonari for research. After all, the evolved Rinnegan only requires a pair of Hyuga Byakugan, which is too special. Thinking about this, Hinata-yu looked at Tsunade. From the beginning of the research to now, they have only developed the splitting technique that can be used by humans. The slug immortal has given his full support, so it is impossible that this is the only product. But when he looked up, Hinata Yu found that Tsunade had a complicated expression, with a look in her eyes that was unclear whether it was pity or sadness. Your ancestors left absolutely no room for the bird in the cage to break free. That thing is connected to your eye nerves and brain nerves, and it uses your own chakra to restrict you. Unless all nerve connections are cut off at the same time and the chakra transmission is stopped, you will only die if you rashly use medical ninjutsu to break it. From the very beginning, your ancestors left you no way out, only a dead end. But they may not have thought that the ninja world has developed for hundreds of years and has produced many strange ninjutsu and forbidden techniques that can just happen to solve it. If you can accept that, the second-generation grandfather's reincarnation is also acceptable. Thinking about something, Tsunade suddenly laughed contemptuously. Do you feel hopeless? Are you dissatisfied with those ancestors and the caged bird? Splitting is not something that ordinary people can learn. The second Tsuchikage defined it as just an A-level ninjutsu, but no one in the Uegakuer has learned it again so far. Even if she used slug cells to create that kind of medicine, there was no guarantee of success rate. No. Hinata Yu's calm voice interrupted Tsunade's thoughts. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, Lady Tsunade, but the reason you are willing to tell me is essentially because I have a caged bird in my body, right? Besides, the caged bird did help me on the battlefield. Without the caged bird, he would have suffered the same treatment as the main family on the battlefield, and the caged bird was also a prerequisite for him to establish a deal with Orochimaru. There is gain and loss, and there is loss and gain. Just like what he said to Ju Xian, he did not hate the bird in the cage. Compared with various disadvantages, this technique brought him more benefits in the early stage. Tsunade paused and glanced at him in dissatisfaction. This little brat is not cute at all. That's right, she was willing to tell Hinata Yu that in addition to the fact that the fourth generation trusted each other, the most important reason was the bird in the cage. After winning the bet with Hayashi, Tsunade actually suspected that the Hyuga clan was doing something secretly, because she had just completed the splitting technique and the potion at that time, and the Hyuga clan would definitely not be happy with the existence of such things. As for the branch family, she can activate the caged bird, so she is not worried about what the Hyuga branch family can do. After all, she is the only one who knows the splitting technique, and even the old man didn't teach it to her. The branch ninja can't get it from her, so why should she worry? Since you've messed with me, I've lost interest in gambling. Just one bet, and you can go back. Tsunade started rolling the dice without waiting for Hinata Yu's consent. Her palm turned into an afterimage in the air, and finally she placed the dice cup heavily on the table. Big or small? Hinata Yu narrowed his eyes, stared quietly for a while, and whispered the answer. Big. Tsunade left with mixed feelings. She kept losing today and she didn't know whether she should be happy or not. Nothing bad happened, so you should be happy, right? Forget it, I won't gamble for the time being. Does what is happening in Konoha now have anything to do with her? If she really had to worry, she felt that she should be worried about Jiraiya and Orochimaru and the others on the front line. After all, according to the intelligence shown to her by the third Hokage, the lineup dispatched by the Kirigakuer was simply terrifying. Why didn't I realize before that this isolated overseas ninja village has a war potential that is no less than Konoha's? I hope Orochimaru and the others are okay. Hinata Yu sat in the izakaya until the owner asked him to leave, then he stood up and walked away. What strange eyes, like a monster. White-eyed monster. She looked dazed, sitting there staring into space. She must be blind. I saw her in the hospital. She was blind and couldn't see. In the park, 3 children were pointing fingers at a little Hyuga girl and even discussing various bad ideas in a low voice. I've seen her brother before. He's a big monster with white eyes. Can he be blind too? Probably. Then let's do something to her that her brother wouldn't know about, right? Like throw some sand in her eyes. That's a bit too much. The little boy who said that was excessive had already grabbed a handful of sand from the park and was looking at the little girl eagerly. "You're eager to try it, aren't you? A blind man can be fine if he gets some sand in his eyes. He's already blind anyway. Didn't the ninja school teacher ask us to learn more about the human body's weaknesses? This is a good opportunity." The leading boy walked towards the little girl first, and before the little girl came back to her senses, he pushed her to the ground. "Eh? What are you going to do?" The little girl collapsed on the ground, looking at them in panic. She was just waiting for her brother here, and she didn't do anything to make them dislike her. "Isn't this visible?" The two looked at their companions who pretended to know everything, and withdrew their gazes at the latter's annoyed expression. "Can you see things with only the whites of your eyes?" "I don't know. The teacher doesn't teach this in class. You can study it. It will give you some experience when you encounter enemies in the future." "Humph, since there's no one around, just throw some sand in her eyes and see if she can see it." The boy whose IQ was doubted by his companions was a little unhappy. He looked at the helpless girl sitting on the ground and showed a malicious smile. He moved his palm holding the sand closer and closer to the girl's eyes. The latter subconsciously gathered chakra in her palm, but soon stopped. "If I hurt them and cause trouble outside, my brother will be punished by the elders of the clan." Thinking of this, the girl closed her eyes in fear, looking at the hand so close to her. "Ha ha ha, what's the point of closing your eyes?" The boy was about to open her eyes as he spoke, but suddenly he found a shadow covering him, as if it had gone dark. His other two companions fell to the ground in fright. "Janin." Looking back at Hinata Yu, who was wearing a jonin vest, especially the other person's eyes that were exactly the same as the girl's, the boy felt his legs a little weak. Could he be the girl's brother? At this time, the boy's two companions had already climbed up and ran home in a panic, leaving him alone. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I just... After talking for a long time, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Hinata Yu just glanced at him and then looked at the little Hinata girl, who opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. "Brother Yu." Hinata Yu nodded and said calmly, "Stay with your brother from now on and don't be outside alone." "Well, thank you, Brother Yu." The girl looked at the boy, who bowed his head and apologized with lingering fear. "In the future, it is better to go out less. I have heard from my brother that their eyes are different from those of ordinary villagers, and some children regard them as monsters." I didn't expect it to be true. When the boy saw that Hinata Yu didn't react, he took a tentative step forward, and when he still didn't react, he ran away in ecstasy. Then another person appeared in front. White eyes, ninja forehead protector, and a face similar to that of a girl. "Is this her brother?" The boy turned pale. When he thought of what he had done, his eyes went dark and he fainted to the ground. Without looking at the boy, Hyagayuaki stepped forward, took the girl's hand, and said to Yu seriously, "Thank you, Yu senpai." Hinata Yu ignored his thanks and walked straight past Yushu, whispering something that fell into his heart. "How long are you going to hesitate? We are not welcome in Konoha." The Uchiha were regarded as wolves and tigers by the villagers because of their apathy and problems with the guard team, and were not welcomed. Is the Hyaga branch family okay? How can the Hyaga branch family, who always has a numb and cold expression, get along with the villagers in a friendly manner? Even because of the punishment methods used by the main family in the past, some Hyaga children developed a submissive character. Being bullied is natural. The Hyaga branch was not integrated into Konoha. Konoha didn't try to accept them. So, what is he hesitating about? Hinata Yuaki couldn't help but clench his empty palm, and looked up at the setting sun with a complicated expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Is this how Flying Thunder God is used? Chapter 35, Is this how Flying Thunder God is used? After returning home, Hinata Yu glanced at the shadow clone studying in the study and went to the dormitory. He took out a dice from his arms and looked at the number on the top, his eyes flickering. A little, small. He loses, Tsunade wins. Master Danzo, I have brought her back. In the dark room, Danzo looked at a girl indifferently, with 2 root jonins following beside him. Engrave the mark of roots on her. Yes. The senior ninja on the left responded and stepped forward, carving a curse mark on the girl as she struggled in fear. No. Lady Tsunade, help me. Danzo watched the girl's painless resistance quietly, his heart chilled. Hiruzen, do you really think I don't know the arrangements you made for Tsunade? Just to improve the curse seal, there is no need to call back Tsunade who suffers from hemophobia. You want her to break the caged bird. Unfortunately, by doing this, you're offending more than just my interests. I hope you can be more sensible, Tsunade. 2 days later in the morning, Hinata-yu arrived at the village entrance early, but found that 2 ninjas were already standing there. They are all acquaintances. Uchiha Yamaru, A&D. Hitaki Kakashi. You've been in the spotlight lately. The corners of Yaoen's mouth drooped, and he said sarcastically, not only did he learn Flying Thunder God, but he also killed the 7 ninja swordsmen together with the Hokage. He is really amazing. Unlike me, I can only rest at home. Hinata-yu looked at him for a few times and asked in confusion, were you jealous this morning? Why do I smell something sour? I heard from a medical ninja before that eating vinegar in the morning can easily damage your stomach, so you should take care of your body. I'm just upset that I didn't stay by Hokage-sama's side to protect him. Take a deep breath, and then take another deep breath. Uchiha Yaoen kept reminding himself in his heart, Lord Hokage is coming, I can't lose my composure. You want to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen? Hinata-yu shook his head, frowned and looked at the pill, helping him analyze, you are good at illusion and fire escape. There are 7 people in the 7 ninja swordsmen, many of whom are good at water escape. It will be difficult for you to fight against them. You will hinder the Hokage. Uchiha Yamaru stared at him intently, feeling that a string in his body was stretched to the extreme. And Hinata-yu was still outputting, you Uchiha clan always take winning and losing very seriously, and regard defeat as a shame. Why do you want to humiliate yourselves? Kakashi, who was reading a comic book nearby, couldn't help but look up at Hinata-yu. This conversation sounds familiar. When Obito was still around, he seemed to say similar things often. That. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Yamaru who lowered his head. The string is broken. Ah! Hinata-yu, you bastard! A white blade flashed, extremely sharp. Hinata-yu took a step back. Obviously, Uchiha Yamaru has a good grasp of the basics of swordsmanship, and even when he attacks in anger, the sword is very steady. But as for how much improvement it has on the pill's own combat power, basically none. In that case, why take a knife? While thinking in his mind, Hinata-yu kept dodging Uchiha Yamaru's attacks. After venting dozens of moves, Uchiha Yamaru calmed down and fire flashed in his eyes. This time I will let you try out the results of my recent practice. Buzz buzz buzz. The knife in Yaoen's hand trembled slightly, and the sound made Hinata-yu frown. A hidden chakra was eroding his spirit, but it couldn't break through the pupil defense. So that's it, an illusion activated by sound? You are amazing, perhaps more talented than me. But you can't surpass the Uchiha's 1000-year heritage. This move was created by a senior who didn't open the Sharingan. Well. Uchiha Yamaru's voice became lower and lower. Looking at you who was looking at him expressionlessly, he stopped attacking and looked at the blade in confusion. He can't practice well? Why didn't the other party fall into the illusion? Although he had suffered a lot recently due to his previous recklessness, he learned from his mistakes and began to learn illusion. This sound illusion is an A-level illusion and is extremely difficult. After studying for such a short time, he had indeed only mastered the basics, but couldn't he even make Hinata Yu dazed for a moment? Well, I know about your recent improvements. You don't need to continue demonstrating. Hinata Yu walked past Uchiha Yamaru, who was stabbed again, and walked towards Kakashi. You are Kakashi, right? We met in the ninja school. Hello. Kakashi nodded, looking at the lost Uchiha Yamaru from the corner of his eyes. Wouldn't you like some comfort? He is very resilient. Hinata Yu shook his head. Is it? Kakashi looked away thoughtfully and looked back at his book. You want to test his strength, right? After all, he is my teammate. I need to know his current level. To save him on the battlefield. No, this makes it easier for me to use Flying Thunder God to send him to an enemy of similar strength after I determine the enemy's position. Hinata Yu said casually. Kakashi was silent. This picture appeared in his mind. On the battlefield, a mist ninja was observing his surroundings when a voice came from the sky. Your opponent has been matched. Then, Flying Thunder God Kunao and Uchiha Yakumaru appeared in front of each other one after another. And the owner of that voice was Hinata Yu. Is this how the Flying Thunder God technique is used? Learned a lot. Uchiha Yamaru, who had recovered from his depression, returned to the two of them, looked at Kakashi, who was buried in a book, and asked Hinata Yu with a bit of displeasure, are you familiar with him? Lost again, need to keep practicing. I've seen you at the ninja school. So he's still my senior? Do you know the content of the comic book he reads? Uchiha Yamaru folded his hands behind his head, glanced at the book in Kakashi's hand, and whispered, the day before yesterday, he came to the clan to inform me of today's gathering. He met a junior named Uchiha Shisui, and the two got along very well. I also gave a copy of the book to Shisui. As a result, the elder who took care of Shisui came to me that night and blocked me at the entrance. He asked me to tell him Kakashi's information, otherwise he would break this guy's legs. Hinata Yu, who originally didn't care, had a slightly distorted expression when he heard the two keywords comic book and Shisui. The comic book Kakashi was reading, was given to Shisui. He remembered that Shisui was only 10 years old, right? That's what he deserves. Is everyone here? Before Uchiha Yamaru could get the answer from Hinata Yu, a gentle voice reached everyone's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw three figures gradually approaching. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and a girl who was about the same height as Kakashi. Nohara Rin. Kakashi noticed the arrival and returned from the world of books, looking at them with a frown. Didn't you say that Lin would be enrolled in Lady Tsunade's medical class and not be on duty for the time being? And why is Master Kushina here too? Lady Tsunade did not agree to that proposal, and, linear. Without mentioning Kushina, Minato looked at Lin helplessly. This usually gentle girl had a resolute expression on her face at this moment. Sorry, Kakashi, I want to use my own eyes to witness the arrival of peace for Obito. Don't worry, I will only stay at the base and act as a medical ninja. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Danzo. Chapter 36 Danzo. Based on the reader's suggestion, the protagonist's name was changed to Hinata Yu. Kakashi was silent for a moment, acquiesced to Lin's coming, and then looked directly at Kushina. Then why did Master Kushina come? Do I need your permission to go anywhere? Kushina tapped Kakashi's head and looked at Hinata Hane and Uchiha Yamaru with a big smile. From now on, I will be the captain of the three of you. You must listen to my instructions carefully. Uchiha Yamaru widened his eyes and looked at Minato in confusion. The other party smiled helplessly and said, there are two-tailed beasts on the front line. Kushina is the insurance. Otherwise, the village's ninjas will suffer heavy losses in response to such a large-scale attack by the tailed beast ball. As for the captain, Kakashi and she are now temporary members of the Shadow Guard. And why is Kushina the captain? Minato gave a wry smile. Some things were self-explanatory. Kushina, on the other hand, gave a victory sign with a bright smile on her face. go out of the village to fight, still with Minato. God knows how excited she has been these days. Has the front line become a main force showdown? Hinata Yu thought more and frowned. The best way for ninjas to display their strength is to fight in small groups. Fighting in large groups is not actually suitable. After all, the ninja community is famous for covert operations, espionage, and assassinations. When fighting as a group, many methods will be restricted and cannot be used. Therefore, even on a battlefield, the number of ninjas that can be gathered together is limited, and the tailed beast ball will not pose such a big threat unless it falls on the frontline headquarters. But from what Minato said, the main force of Konoha has gathered, which can only mean that Kirigakure made changes first. That's right. Kirigakure has 1,000 main ninjas gathered near the two Jinchuriki and are advancing step by step. Minato nodded, his voice solemn. The other elite ninjas led their teams to carry out harassment attacks. Senior Orochimaru and Sensei Jiraiya had no choice but to shrink their defenses in order to reduce losses. This is the information we received yesterday. Yamaru was puzzled when he heard this. There is no perfect Jinchuriki in Kirigakure, right? How dare they let ninjas gather near the Jinchuriki? Is it safe to gather around the Jinchuriki? If the Jinchuriki can control the tailed beasts, it is indeed safe. After all, the only strong men who can deal with the tailed beasts on the front line of Konoha are Orochimaru and Jiraiya. But they also have to pay attention to other strong men in Kirigakure to avoid being ambushed and unable to move freely. Then the ninja troops led by the Jinchuriki will be able to mow down the enemies with ease. However, the Jinchuriki who was unable to perfectly control the tailed beasts would even kill his own people when he went berserk. Moreover, since most Jinchuriki had miserable lives, he would be even more cruel when killing the ninjas of Kirigakure. Are the top leaders of Kirigakure mentally retarded? Why don't you let the Mizukage lead the team himself? Minato, I don't know, but the two-tailed beasts of Kirigakure show no signs of going berserk, so we need to find out. If Kirigakure mastered the method of creating perfect Jinchuriki, their evaluation and vigilance against them would continue to increase. I understand. Glancing at Kushina, Yaoan nodded, looking as if he reluctantly agreed. Yaoan, what are you looking at? Kushina smiled and said, my childhood dream was to be the first woman in Konoha to become Hokage. I have been working hard for this. I have the basics to lead a team of Jonin. Although I was only under the surveillance of the Anbu for a period of time. The woman who became Hokage. Yamaru took out 7 words out of context, and looked at Minato with Hinata Yu and the other two, as if to say, isn't this already done? The looks from several people made Minato blush, his gaze wandered, and he subconsciously looked at Kushina. But I found that her cheeks were also faintly flushed, like the first blooming cherry blossoms, which made people want to take a few more glances. Kushina noticed Minato's gaze and glared at Yamaru fiercely, then wanted to take the first step. Kushina, no need. Pulling Kushina in time, Minato smiled and shook his head, looking at Hinata Yu. Our marks are ready at the front line. We can go directly there with Flying Thunder God. After saying that, Minato instantly appeared behind Kushina and Lin, and placed his palms on their backs. Hinata Yu also made a similar move and grabbed Kakashi and Uchiha Yamaru by the shoulders. In an instant, the 6 people disappeared at the same time. With the Flying Thunder God technique, they will not act with the main force and can arrive at the battlefield in advance to provide support. In the village, the fully armed Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to a report from an Anbu, sighed, and rushed towards the battlefield with the support troops. Tsunade, I'm sorry, I really hope you can get over it. In the messy living room, Tsunade suppressed her anger, her palm tightly grasping the collar of a ninja like an iron clamp, and the other hand clenched into a fist, ready to attack. Tell me, where's Shizuan? Behind her, 2 middle-aged couples had complicated expressions and carefully looked at Tsunade's expression. They are Shizuan's relatives. Because Tsunade's research is highly confidential, Shizuan, the Chunin, cannot stay with her, so she stays in their house. As a result, when Tsunade came to visit Shizuan today, she discovered that it was a ninja pretending to be Shizuan using a transformation technique, and the real Shizuan had been replaced without anyone noticing. Tsunade-sama, Danzo-sama, I invite you to visit the route. The ninja who was hit in the abdomen by the strange force had some difficulty speaking, but his voice was still cold and ruthless. If you don't go, her body will be delivered tomorrow. As he spoke, his eyes changed for a moment, forming a complex pattern, but Tsunade, who was furious, obviously did not notice this and swung her right fist down fiercely. Boom! The ninja turned into a cannonball and slammed into the wall, making a dull thumping sound, as if the entire building was shaking. His body merged with the wall, embedded in the cold surface, and he lost all strength. Tsunade, who did all this, didn't even look at him and left the house with a cold face. The couple looked at the root ninja, then at each other, and hurriedly left the house to run to find the security team to deal with the situation. Although the Uchiha clan looks scary, it is better than being dead. In the vast space, countless staircases and passages are suspended in the air, crisscrossing each other. Going down these stairs is the darkness that lurks in Konoha. Danzo, come out. At the root base, Tsunade, eager to save people, walked in alone. The shouts were still echoing in the space, and countless figures had instantly appeared in the corridors around her, staring at her indifferently. 20 chunins, 6 jonins, and many more who haven't appeared yet. Tsunade glanced coldly at the root ninjas surrounding her and ignored them, only looking into the depths of the darkness. There, a one-eyed old man, leaning on a cane, slowly stood in front of Tsunade, followed by 2 jonin. Staring closely at his single eye, Tsunade sneered, "You called me, a medical ninja, here to give you another eye. I've said before that there is a best time for treatment. I can't do it now. You'd better live as a one-eyed monster forever. It's just right in such a dark space." Ignoring Tsunade's sarcasm, Danzo calmly raised his hand to signal. A ninja immediately appeared with the unconscious Shizuan. Looking at the mark on Shizuan's head, Tsunade's pupils constricted, anger boiling in her chest, and her eyes emitted a chilling cold light. Danzo. Many readers said that the name of the protagonist is not appropriate. Here I would like to ask for your opinions. How about Hinata Ayato? This is a direct copy of the name of a Japanese comic protagonist. If you have better suggestions, you can also raise them. After this change, it will not be changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Kaleidoscope. Chapter 37 Kaleidoscope. Don't be so angry. You should already have the means to remove it. Danzo looked at Tsunade indifferently. You just have to hand it over, and break her curse here, and describe your method of breaking it to me in detail, and you can leave safely. Tsunade stared at him. What if I say no? Danzo looked at Tsunade's determined expression and smiled contemptuously. You no longer have the strength to negotiate with me, Tsunade. The senior ninja beside him suddenly attacked. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a kunai slashed across Shizuan's face, and a trace of blood instantly flowed down. Seeing this, Tsunade's face gradually distorted. Blood, silence, broken. The memory of that night emerged uncontrollably in my mind, the hollowed-out internal organs, the body that was gradually getting colder. Tsunade knelt on the ground trembling. You are now, just a useless person who can't do anything. Danzo shook his head, go ahead. You're the sensei's granddaughter and I don't want to do anything to you. Tsunade's eyes were empty and her pupils were completely out of focus. Danzo frowned slightly and had a medical ninja treat Shizuan and wipe the blood off her face. Only then did Tsunade's eyes regain some of their luster. She stared at Shizuan and suddenly laughed softly. I never thought that I would have this day. She pulled out a scroll and stood up and walked over to Shizuan. This is my first time using it and I don't know the consequences. You'd better pray that nothing happens to Shizuan. Looking at the potion that Tsunade took out and sensing the strange chakra contained in it, Danzo's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to her." As soon as he finished speaking, 6 masked root ninjas appeared around Tsunade, and the light green chakra condensed in their hands showed that they were all medical ninjas. And as the strongest medical ninja, Tsunade could tell at a glance that these people were of top quality. When did the root foundation become so strong? Confused, Tsunade began to inject Shizun with the potion. While injecting, he explained at Danzo's request. "This is a medicine developed from the cells of the slug immortal. For that immortal, division has become an instinct. The medicine developed from its cells can greatly increase the probability of division. If the original A-level splitting technique is actually as difficult as some S-level ninjutsu, after using this potion, it can be reduced to B-level, which is similar to the shadow clone technique." Danzo said thoughtfully, "Is your method the splitting technique? What is the flaw in the technique? If you fail, you will lose half of your strength, or even die." Tsunade said coldly, "You have a member of the Yamanaka clan here, right? Let him control Shizun to perform ninjutsu." Danzo nodded to a figure, who immediately turned around and controlled Shizun with his mind, then used the splitting technique developed by Tsunade according to Tsunade's instructions. A senior ninja behind Danzo stared at the scene intently, watching Shizun's body gradually split into 2 after performing ninjutsu, and one of the bodies did not have the curse seal. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his palms clenched excitedly. He did not hide this, and Danzo noticed his action and was satisfied. Hinata Takuma truly hated the main family and hated the bird in the cage. He could see the darkness in the other's eyes clearly. It's ridiculous that the Hyuga main family didn't notice it. And after confirming that Shizun had successfully performed the splitting jutsu, Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was developed from slug fairy cells and contains fairy chakra, which has great research value. In addition, she regards the living slug as an elder and a friend, so it is impossible for her to always take the other's cells to make this thing, so the quantity is limited, and the live experiment has only been done twice, so the success rate cannot be guaranteed. She was really worried that Shizun would fail. Fortunately, everything is fine. Thinking of this, Tsunade turned her gaze to Shizun who had the curse seal, and with a complicated expression, she pressed a palm on her head. Hinata Takuma's eyes showed that this palm had directly taken away the opponent's life. Due to the influence of the curse seal, her eyes and nerve tissue were all destroyed. But, a stream of chakra returned to the other Shizun's body. "What is this?" Confused, Hyuga Takuma stepped forward and told Danzo. "Sir, when that body died, some chakra returned to the other body." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "What is that, Tsunade?" Tsunade looked at Hyuga Takuma and frowned at his sharpness and ability to detect that chakra. "Which ninja clan is this from?" Thinking about it, Tsunade said calmly, "Soul." "Soul. That's right. After the split technique is performed, the soul will also be divided into 2. However, when one body dies, the other body will recycle that part of the soul. This is similar to the principle of the disappearance of the shadow clone to feed back the original body's experience and memory. You can tell from the spiritualization technique that the essence of the soul is chakra, so the ninja next to you can tell." "I see." Danzo nodded in understanding. "Then can the power of the splitting technique be restored if it is reduced by half?" "Can." Tsunade said with certainty, "For a split ninja, the 2 bodies will share the strength equally, and the soul will also be divided equally, which will have a great impact on the strength, and even make it impossible to perform some ninjutsu. But when one split body dies, the soul will return like it did just now, but the energy of the split body cannot return, but it can be slowly restored through exercise, and the strength will naturally recover as well." The process of studying the splitting technique also allowed Tsunade to learn one thing from the living slug, that the opponent's strength is actually far stronger than some of the tailed beasts. But being split to the extent that she can summon it would seriously reduce her strength. If her true body could be completely summoned, she could even suppress the tailed beasts. After all, if she split them at the same size as the original body, with that many, she could bury the tailed beasts in it with just the acid she spewed. To put it simply, it's not that Katsuki is weak, it's that Tsunade is not strong enough. And the reality is indeed like this. Looking at Shizune, who was sleeping peacefully in her arms, Tsunade had a complicated expression, but soon regained her composure, handed the splitting technique and a scroll to Danzo, and said to him coldly, "It's okay now." Danzo waved his hand. And all the ninjas around him retreated. Several of them even left the route directly, making way for Tsunade. Tsunade wordlessly carried Shizune on her back and slowly walked towards the exit. And many more. When Tsunade was about to reach the end of the passage, Danzo said coldly, "Since Shizune has been engraved with the root seal, she is a root ninja. I only asked you to leave, but I didn't ask her to leave too. If you want to take her away, you can. Give me the jutsu to activate the Hyuga branch's caged bird." Tsunade paused and lowered her head. Her scattered hair obscured her face, preventing the surrounding ninjas from seeing her expression. Only Hinata Takuma saw a faint chakra suddenly appearing in Tsunade's mind, which was a sign of an illusion. He had been paying attention to Tsunade before. This extremely weak chakra didn't seem like an illusion that had just been cast, but rather like it had been lurking in Tsunade's mind for a long time. She was under a spell before she came here? A spell that even tricked her into rolling her eyes? While thinking, he clearly felt a chill coming over him and looked suddenly to his side. The eyes behind the mask of another Jonin behind Danzo turned into Sharingan. The Uchiha clan? There are Uchiha in the route, how is it possible? Did he originally join the route, or did he infiltrate? In the eyes of Hyuga Takuma, who was incredulous, the Megatama in his eyes spun rapidly and turned into a complex pattern. The strange chakra in Tsunade's mind suddenly surged. "If I don't come up with a better name within a day, I will change it tomorrow." End of this chapter. Chapter 38, A Farewell Gift. Chapter 38, A Farewell Gift. Above the root base, two figures stood facing each other in the shadow of the building. Using the impure world reincarnation to remotely control the situation in Konoha, I think we have the same idea, Yukun. Hearing the familiar tone coming from the impure world ninja's mouth, Hyuga Miu, who was controlled by Hyuga Yu, smiled and said, "After all, if I use impure world reincarnation, once the matter is exposed, I can put the responsibility on you." Orochimaru was stunned and didn't pay attention to this harmless joke. The reason why they used the impure world reincarnation was simply because it was convenient. He looked up and down at the figure in front of him and shook his head in amusement. "You have become more confident, is it because of your improved strength?" "Confidence comes from the accumulation of strength and knowledge. If I still don't dare to face you after growing up, you will be disappointed, right? Teacher Orochimaru." Hinata Yu whispered. "Teacher." With a hint of emotion in his eyes, Orochimaru looked at Hinata held quietly for a while, as if he saw Hinata Yu's soul through this impure world ninja. "That's right, he is Hinata Yu's teacher, the second teacher. Might Dai helped the other party to build the foundation of practical skills, and he made up for various shortcomings for you. He never added water to teaching Hinata Yu, experimental research, forbidden skills, sealing skills. Perhaps there was a transactional element involved, but the other party was undoubtedly his disciple. He is also the only disciple who has graduated. I heard that you have mastered Flying Thunder God. You were originally a leader in the Hyuga clan. If you master it, you will have the strength to stand firm in the ninja world." Orochimaru smiled. "Now, are you going to fly out of this cage of Konoha?" "It's not yet time." Hinata Yu denied, "They will leave. I still want to witness the peace that the fourth Hokage desires." Giving him a somewhat surprised look, Orochimaru turned thoughtfully towards the entrance of the root base. Flying Thunder God and the Nine Tails are very intimidating, but after the death of the first generation, the second generation and Mito were unable to bring peace to the ninja world. Minato is the new wind of Konoha, but he cannot blow to the entire ninja world. You should know this clearly. Yet. Hinata nodded calmly. Orochimaru tilted his head and watched him from the corner of his eyes. He did not ask his intentions, but instead said with emotion, "You and I witnessed the birth of Shin together, but you haven't seen his Mangeki ability yet, right? He is my most satisfying work so far. The power of Senju and Uchiha is balanced in him. After I gave meaning to his birth, the power of Shin's awakening did not disappoint me. Although the eye technique that Tsunade was hit by takes time to activate, even the Byakugan can hardly detect it before it is fully activated. And if you don't understand the original intention, you will never be able to break free from the illusion. Even I dare not say that I can deal with such a technique calmly." Speaking of this, Orochimaru's eyes flickered. If the letter could not be lifted, he would not dare to let the other party use it on Tsunade. Is this a genjutsu similar to Izanami's? Observing the root with his Byakugan, Hinata watched Tsunade gradually raise her head. And there was no longer any confusion or hesitation in her eyes. Not only are the abilities similar, but the casting process is also similar. The initial illusion chakra in Tsunade's mind is like a seed, which requires Tsunade to experience something that she remembers deeply before it can be activated. She should have been hit by this eye technique before coming to the root, the transcription seal. Judging from the time it takes for the illusion to unfold and end, the time in the illusion space is similar to Tsukuyomi. Under Shin's control, Tsunade probably experienced quite a long time in it, repeating the process from entering the root to killing Shizune many times. And even if Shizune didn't really die, repeating this process would be a form of torture, a torture of Tsunade's soul. Shizune's importance to her is self-evident. If she doesn't find her original intention, she won't be able to break away from the illusion and the shadow left by her death. Tsunade finally overcame it under such circumstances. In this case, the original arrangement of the three generations will be in vain. Orochimaru smiled slightly. In the final analysis, the teacher just wanted to try to force Tsunade into a seemingly desperate situation and let her face the past. Danzo was just pretending to cater to her, trying to find out the trick left by Sarutobi teacher. Neither of them had any hope that Tsunade would succeed. In that case, let me help her. This can also be considered as my parting gift. There were not many things in Konoha that he cared about. This war was his last chance to help Konoha. Hinata chuckled, "Your gift will make the third Hokage and Danzo suspicious." Orochimaru smiled back, "Hajime-kun doesn't really care." Hinata shook his head and said calmly, "You seem to have forgotten my identity." "Shadow Guard, Hyuga branch." "I see." Orochimaru was thoughtful. Tsunade recovers, and if she wants to stay in Konoha for a long time, the only person she might support is Namikaze Minato. In addition, the things she gave up this time in order to avoid the crisis will have a terrible impact on the Hyuga branch. No one knows what Danzo will do, and no one believes that he will be kind enough to help the branch family release the bird from the cage. Combining the two, Hinata will be taken care of by Tsunade in Konoha. In order to prevent Hinata from being seduced by Danzo in the name of freedom, Tsunade will even take the initiative to help Hinata free the bird from the cage. Strictly speaking, he helped you. In other words, Tsunade will definitely be able to recover, it just depends on who is behind it. It could be Sarutobi Hiruzen, it could be him, or it could be Hinata. Besides, this cage in Konoha is suitable for raising birds. While Orochimaru was thinking, Hinata indifferent voice came, which made him stunned, and then he smiled. Indeed. As the two were communicating, drastic changes had taken place in the root base. When Tsunade's expression changed, Hyuga Takuma behind Danzo directly swung his palm at Nobuo, who was standing beside him, and shouted to Danzo, Danzo-sama, he is an Uchiha. Tsunade has been hit by a genjutsu and may not be affected by hemophobia anymore. Without Hinata-yu's orders, he now only needs to play the role of Danzo's subordinate. Danzo instantly became alert and moved to the side to look at the root jonin who was attacked by Hyaga Takuma. Orange chakra bones appeared on the opponent's body, easily blocking Takuma's attack, and then he did not want to fight and rushed towards the exit at high speed. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. That kind of skeleton is Susanoo? Mangeki Sharingan. When did the Uchiha clan give birth to this pair of ominous eyes? Hiruzen, is this your backup plan? Sensing the increasingly powerful aura of Tsunade on the other side, Danzo reached out to stop the root ninja who wanted to chase him. You are no match for him, deal with Tsunade first. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew him, and he knew his old friend just as well. All the people in Konoha who could stop him were brought to the battlefield, leaving Konoha completely in his hands. Of course, he could sense that something was wrong. But can he not take action? How big is Minato? 23 years old. And what about him? He can't outlast the other party. Moreover, Minato has already started training the next generation for Konoha, Kakashi who is a 12-year-old jonin, and Hinata-yu who has mastered Flying Thunder God at the age of 15. The older generation of the ninja clan is dying out, and a new generation like Narashikaku, who graduated from the ninja school and inherited the will of fire, continues to emerge. Even Uchiha gave birth to more and more people who were similar to Kagami, such as Obito and Shisui. Sensei Tobirama's suppression and changes of the ninja clan have always existed, and even Uchiha gradually found his own position in the policies he left behind and stood beside the Hokage. In this situation, can he wait? Konoha is very powerful and has the greatest potential in the ninja world, so why can't it go further? Only if Danzo becomes the Hokage can Konoha get rid of the mildness it has had since Hiruzen came to power and stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. He must take action and must get enough support in this opportunity. So, if Tsunade really overcomes her hemophobia, she will become the biggest obstacle in Konoha at the moment. Leave her here, life or death. Following Danzo's cold words, dozens of root ninjas attack Tsunade together. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Tsunade, are the village's ninjas blind? Chapter 39 Tsunade, are the village's ninjas blind? Whoosh! A figure appeared behind the impure world ninja controlled by Orochimaru and bowed to him respectfully. Lord Orochimaru, I have completed the task you assigned me. Orochimaru said gently, thank you for your hard work. You can go to the land of fields first. I have made arrangements there. Yes. Glancing at the departing letter, Hinata-yu asked, is telling me where you are going directly an invitation to me? If Yu-jun is willing, you can come after leaving Konoha. I welcome you. Orochimaru smiled, his figure gradually blurred. I was worried that you would attack Tsunade directly and obtain the splitting technique. It seems that I was too worried. See you on the battlefield. If he hadn't stepped sideways, Hinata-yu would probably not have come back. Cage. Konoha is indeed a good cage. Birds that don't want to fly can be kept here. Watching Orochimaru disappear, Hinata-yu's consciousness gradually withdrew from the impure world body. If it weren't for Orochimaru, he really wouldn't pay attention to this side. Some things, once started, can't be stopped. After this incident, Tsunade will definitely push the Hyaga branch to remove the caged bird to prevent anyone from targeting her and Hinata again because of the caged bird. Konoha will become the most qualified birdcage and experimental subject storage base. As for the splitting technique, whether it is Tsunade or Danzo, it will be taught to him. Then I'll leave the rest to you, Chief of the Underworld. I'm sure you want to witness the end of the clan with your own eyes. Perhaps it's not as bad as you think. Hyaga Minjaihu took control of his body again and rushed towards the Hyaga clan's territory with a complicated expression. Over there, drastic changes began shortly after Tsunade demonstrated the splitting technique to Danzo. After making such a big fuss, Danzo is not going to cover it up. Arriving at the cemetery of Konoha and hearing a roar coming from afar, Orochimaru shook his head and walked in. Danzo didn't worry about the reckoning afterwards. He spoke ruthlessly, but in fact, the tone of the battle was set the moment he said Tsunade would be left behind. With the expanded power of the root, it would be no problem for them to stop Tsunade. How many years has Tsunade suffered from hemophobia? 10 years. Moreover, she is a physical ninja. She has not fought or seen blood for 10 years. Even if Tsunade's physical condition has always been at its peak, her strength will decline. As long as Tsunade is not killed, Danzo still has room to maneuver. Sarutobi-sensei is nostalgic and will protect him even if the fourth Hokage asks for punishment. Is this a preference? So what would you do if you wanted to leave Konoha? Let me go or kill me? While thinking, Orochimaru came to the grave of the second generation and collected his intelligence information. Then he controlled the impure world ninja to enter a coffin and disappeared on the spot. Finally, I have taken away the things I needed, and now I can focus on dealing with the battlefield. Psychic art. Lady Tsunade. The huge body of the living slug was suddenly summoned by Tsunade, bursting the passage between the root and the outside world, revealing its body directly in Konoha, and also separating Tsunade and the root ninjas. What happened? What happened to Shizuan? Her soft voice was like a spring breeze, which helped Tsunade recover a little from the torture of the illusion. Shizuan is fine. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on her for me from now on. Okay, Tsunade-sama. The living slug said softly, and immediately split into an individual to wrap up Shizuan, and quietly carried it away from the tail. After sending Shizuan away, Tsunade temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, and looked coldly at Danzo below. Neither of them had any intention of communicating, and the Yamanaka and Nara ninjas in the root attacked together, trying to control the living slug and her. With Konoha's strength, it will not be at a disadvantage even when facing a strong person like Tsunade. Tsunade was aware of this, and while dodging shadow binding techniques and hard turns, she fought with these ninjas on the edge, without any thought of stepping into the encirclement because of her superior strength. She had seen with her own eyes how difficult the secret techniques of the various ninja clans in Konoha were. She had once served as a commander on a front line and knew that the tailed beasts could be suppressed when they united. It was not a good choice to fight the root alone at this time. The huge body of the living slug appeared here, and any ninja in the village who was not blind would see it. Tsunade dodged the attack nimbly, but the slug was hit directly by the shadow binding technique because of its size and slow movement. The slug was stunned. Tsunade-sama, why would you fight the ninjas of Konoha? All my attention was on Tsunade and Shizuan just now, but now I see that all the ninjas around me are from Konoha? A civil war? Or did Lady Tsunade defect? It's related to the splitting technique. I'll tell you the details later. Now please help me stop them. Tsunade shuttled between the buildings, dodging more than 100 shurikens. Seeing several taijutsu ninjas surrounding her, she landed her fists on the ground without hesitation. Boom! With a click, the ground of the entire street began to shake, and exaggerated cracks extended to the surrounding buildings. Then, rubble flew everywhere, and the surrounding ninjas were directly blown away. It is good. The living slug was understanding and stopped asking questions. It split into pieces, and countless individuals emerged from all over its body. In an instant, they were all over the ground, spitting acid at the root ninja. The one who signed the contract with her was Tsunade. The Konoha ninja had nothing to do with her. She was just closer to them in the past because of Tsunade. Of course, she doesn't need to care about it now. The actions of the slug made it difficult for the root ninjas to attack. The immortal's splitting technique has been imprinted into her body's instincts. Whenever her body suffers a fatal injury, it will split on its own and is completely invincible. The root ninja who knew this felt that it was not possible to attack, and it was not possible not to attack either, so they were in a dilemma. Use the 4 purple flame formation. Abarame Ryoma frowned and gave the order. 8 Jonin stepped out and divided into 2 groups to form a 4 purple flame formation, but they still failed to trap all the living slugs. The trapped inside spit liquid at the barrier, and the barrier and the acid touched each other, burning each other, trying to wipe each other out. The clones outside ignored the attack and kept spitting acid at the ninja who set up the barrier. The 8 Jonin felt the speed at which their chakra was being consumed, and saw the highly corrosive liquid coming at them. Their faces turned black and they were forced to stop their ninjutsu. Why didn't I realize before that this psychic beast was so difficult to deal with? It will split apart with 1 hit. Although the means of attack is single, it is an attack of fairy chakra and is extremely corrosive. With the opponent's chakra comparable to that of the tailed beasts, even if they don't avoid the incoming acid, the barrier they set up will sooner or later be forced to disappear due to the depletion of their chakra. With the help of the living slug to share a lot of pressure for her, Tsunade also had time to observe Danzo's position, but found that the instigator had already left the scene and was replaced by Abarame Ryoma. Do you really believe that these people can hold her back? Tsunade's face darkened and she glanced at the first few people she had knocked down. That was Yamanaka, a ninja from the Nara clan. Because it was too difficult to guard against him in the melee, she pulled him out first. Some people's masks were also lifted, revealing their faces. Although they all had the root seal on their brains, they were all people she knew and had not been root ninjas before. These people were forced by Danzo to become his subordinates. How many people like this are there among the root ninjas? Just thinking about it would make it difficult for Tsunade to kill them, and without killing them, it would be difficult to get rid of them. Danzo, he really has her in his grasp. Besides, are the ninjas in the village really blind? There is still no support. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, The Nine-Tailed Fox That Has Been Passed Down from Generation to Generation, Aren't You? Chapter 40, The Nine-Tailed Fox That Has Been Passed Down from Generation to Generation, Aren't You Afraid? Of course the Konoha ninjas were not blind, but someone asked them to pretend to be blind. 2 advisors, please stay here until everything is over. In the Hokage building, Mito Kato and Utane Koharu looked at the ninjas surrounding them and sighed deeply. As soon as Sarutobi left, Danzo's men arrived, as if the 2 had made an appointment. The biggest problem is that these ninjas who stopped them, are from the ninja clan that supports them. The surrounding Anbu had also arrived, but they didn't dare to take action without their orders. A Jonin said to the 2 advisors, Danzo-sama has received news that the 3rd Hokage asked Tsunade to research a way to break the caged bird. It should be almost sent to the Hyuga side by now. What did Danzo do to Tsunade? Utane Koharu and Mito Kato widened their eyes. Tsunade must not be in any danger. We know, and that person knows too, so don't worry. Another Jonin said in a low voice, Tsunade is the princess of Konoha, the princess of the land of fire. We will not attack her. We don't need much, but the things that the first generation promised us have been gradually taken back as the first generation died and the government disappeared. And now, what does the Sandai want to do? Uproot us. Most of the ninja clans identify themselves not with the Hyuga branch family, but with the Hyuga main family. The branch family is just a servant of the main family, and they have long been accustomed to this. What did the 3rd generation want to do by studying the art of breaking the caged bird? To destroy the Hyuga clan? Then, after destroying the Hyuga clan, should we take action against them? Hiruzen would not do this. You should know that the ninja clan cannot be destroyed. He released the caged bird because he was probably on guard against Danzo. Utane Koharu shook her head with a complicated look in her eyes. When a civilian ninja becomes powerful, he will leave behind his powerful secret techniques. His descendants will grow up with these secret techniques, and a clan of secret techniques ninja will gradually be formed. The Bloodline Ninja clan has a place in the ninja world by virtue of its unique bloodline inheritance. As long as the bloodline exists, there will be a day when they will rise again, and it will be even more difficult to destroy them. So, as long as ninjas exist, the ninja clan will never disappear. But only when the old ninja clans die out can new ninja clans have the soil and space to be born. An old figure appeared in the scene, causing Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en to frown. Elder Sarutobi. The other party is Masaaki Sarutobi, the elder of the Sarutobi clan who supports them. U2, Hiruzen is weakening the power of the Sarutobi clan. He has brought 2/3 of the Sarutobi clan's forces to the front line. But according to the information Danzo gave me, that is not a place where ordinary ninjas can survive. He also pushed Minato, a civilian ninja, to the top. Add to that the incident with the Hyuga clan, and we can't trust him. All 3 incidents were direct or indirect attacks on the ninja clan. If they don't fight back, perhaps it will be the turn of one of them next time. Upon hearing this, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Sarutobi Masaaki leaned on his cane and stared at the two of them with cloudy eyes, and you should understand that if the Hokage has enough power and remains in office for one day, his family will be the strongest ninja clan in Konoha. Namikaze Minato is very young and very powerful. With Hiruzen paving the way for him, he will be able to stay in the position of Hokage for a very long time. And the child of him and Uzumaki Kushina will undoubtedly be a genius, and a genius who will inherit the Uzumaki bloodline. You know better than me how terrifying the Uzumaki bloodline is. They are the only ones who are the best candidates for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the Nine Tails will be passed down from generation to generation in their clan. The scene described by Sarutobi Masaaki rushed into their minds. The two consultants felt a chill coming from all directions and their brows frowned instantly. What the old man said was not alarmist, but something that could actually happen. Rather than searching for the remnants of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world, it would be better for Kushina's children and descendants to serve as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. No one can tell exactly how many Uzumaki clan members are left in the ninja world, and no one can guarantee that these Uzumaki clan members brought back will not side with Minato and Kushina because of their care, thereby accelerating the strength of the Namikaze lineage in disguise. Kushina's descendants were born in Konoha, so they are naturally familiar with the place and can be taught from an early age and trained as future Jinchuriki. But then a terrible thing will happen. Konoha's strongest power will always be in the hands of Minato Namikaze's descendants. Minato's personality may not allow him to have such thoughts, but no one can guarantee that his descendants will have the same thoughts as him. By then, what would Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi be compared to the Namikaze lineage that holds the Nine Tails? Moreover, this Namikaze has a close relationship with the Uchiha and Hyuga branches. Hiruzen has crossed the line. He is draining Sarutobi's power, but he is creating Konoha's strongest ninja clan. We are all from that era and we know the power of Uchiha Madara. Minato is close to the Uchiha, so there is a good chance that his descendants will marry into the Uchiha clan. If one day, a being with eyes like that is born, and is also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, there will be no second first Hokage in Konoha who can stop him, and he can do whatever he wants. Do you really want to watch Minato gain a firm foothold? Let Konoha do whatever it wants, and watch the descendants of Namikaze Minato stand at the top of the ninja world. Utane Koharu and Mitaman were struggling, but they were actually somewhat persuaded. Minato would definitely not let his offspring suffer the same treatment as Kushina. His son would be the son of the Hokage and the descendant of a hero. Without the label of Jinchuriki, which represents both power and danger, and with the identity of being the descendant of the fourth Hokage, how will future high-level officials use various means to control Jinchuriki? Using shady means is no longer effective. The longer Minato serves as Hokage, the better the influence he will have on future generations. And the more difficult it will be for Konoha's top brass to take action in the future. Can't you just rely on feelings like Minato did? Minato's descendants may not buy into this, and no one who has reached this position believes in feelings. The worry that Ming Zhang mentioned is likely to become a reality. Without the negative influence of the Jinchuriki's identity, it is possible that Konoha will be controlled by Namikaze forever. No generation of Hokage can ignore the Namikaze clan, which has the identity of the fourth generation and possesses the 9 tails. Because that represents Konoha's strongest power. Compared to Sarutobi, Namikaze has more potential to become the new Senju. Even if there is only one person on the other side. The two didn't want this to happen, and their families would not allow it. However, the trust that Minato and Hiruzen gave them before they left made them feel tormented, and they were unable to express their agreement for a while. Seeing this, the people behind Sarutobi Akamesa exchanged glances and smiled. As expected of Elder Mingzheng, he easily convinced the advisor who is now in charge of Konoha's affairs. If these two agree, there will be no obstacles to the next step. That kind of eye is not just a possibility, it has already been born. Following these cold words, Danzo walked through the crowd and came in front of the two advisors. Just now, an Uchiha ninja with a Mangeki helped Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. Everyone present was stunned at first, and then their expressions changed drastically. The third generation still has such a backup plan. Are there any surviving Uchiha ninjas who can open their eyes? Tsunade plus the Mangeki, such a combination. Danzo looked at this group of rabble and sneered in his heart. If I didn't need you guys. Koharu, and Hiruzen obviously forgot about the sensei's warning against the Uchiha, and even hid from us the birth of the Mangeki among them. The power stored in those Mangeki can rewrite Tsunade's will, allowing her to overcome her fear of blood, and perhaps even make us obey his orders. Do you really want to stand on Hiruzen's side? It's not appropriate for the fourth Hokage to become Hokage. Although he realized from the fact that Shin left directly that the other party had nothing to do with Hiruzen, Danzo would not let go of this bargaining chip. Danzo's whisper became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato sighed at the same time, and the former asked, "Tell me, what do you need us to do?" It wasn't difficult to verify the Mangekyo thing, so there was no need for Danzo to deceive them. The fact that they concealed such a secret shows that the third generation does not trust them. Give me the command of the Anbu first. While Danzo was carrying out his plan, on the Hyaga side, the Hyaga main family also received news from Danzo. Also included is the cleavage spell and several bottles of cleavage-assisting potions. In the conference room, the elders of the clan looked at the splitting spells and potions on the table and looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long while, the second elder said in a cold voice, "What a Sarutobi Hiruzen! He even asked you, the clan leader, to be wary of Danzo. Now it seems that he is the one we should be most wary of. It's pointless to discuss this matter at this time. Let's solve the splitting technique first. Tsunade can definitely make this kind of potion again. She knows the technique herself. We need to think of a way to make the technique ineffective." The great elder said calmly, and looked at the calm Hyaga Hayashi, the chief, and asked, "Does the clan leader have any ideas?" End of this chapter. Chapter 41, It's not like this, it's hard to accept. Chapter 41, It's not like this, it's hard to accept. Hinata Hayashi looked at them silently, turned his gaze outside and closed his eyes. The atmosphere felt a bit strange, and the clan members present looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, a strong smell of blood came into their noses, and their faces changed, and their eyes were focused on the door. Hinata Hayashi sighed, "I didn't expect you to be here first, Miyuki." At the entrance of the conference room, a figure paused for a moment, but soon regained his composure and gently pushed the door open. "Hinata Miyuki, what do you want to do?" Through the open door, the third elder saw two guards lying in a pool of blood in the distance. He stood up and said angrily, "Are you planning to betray the clan? Your parents died gloriously in a bloody battle for the clan, do you want to shame them in the underworld?" Hinata Miyuki's cold face showed obvious anger. Before the clan members could react, she appeared behind the third elder at an unexpected speed and punched him directly in the heart with anger. The only one who had the ability to stop it, Hyuga Hayashi, just watched the scene without taking any action. Due to his old body and the degraded fighting instincts caused by years of not having fought, the third elder was unable to put up any effective resistance. His heart was directly pierced, and he was exposed from front to back. He staggered and fell to the ground. Bang! The silence lasted for a few seconds. The elders of the clan narrowed their pupils and immediately moved away from Shangxiu, looking at her warily. Glory? So-called glory means that even after they die, as their daughter, I will still not be treated well. Hinata Miyuki smiled sarcastically. I don't want such glory. That being said, there is nothing more to say. Has the caged bird eliminated the punishment effect, so it made you forget about hierarchy? The second elder raised his hands and sneered, then use your life to remember that you will always be in a cage. The technique to activate the caged bird had already been used, but Hinata Miyuki still stood there, causing the second elder to stop talking and freeze in his movements. The caged bird is ineffective. How is that possible? Tsunade helped you to remove it. Does that old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen really want to destroy us? Several elders looked at the splitting technique placed in front of Rizu, and felt a chill rushing through their minds. How many people have been freed from the cage? What are they doing now? Only the great elder looked at Rizu, as if he understood something, and said in a complicated tone, You expected this a long time ago, Patriarch. I don't want to understand, but looking at you, I know this day will come sooner or later. Looking at the clan elders who were indecisive and panicked, Rizu felt a little sad, but after seeing the body of the third elder, he miraculously felt a sense of relief. He looked at Hinata Miyuki, You are not the only one here, right? There were many guards on the way to the meeting room, it is impossible for all of them to betray, and it is impossible for you to break in so quickly by yourself. The clan leader will see you. A calm voice and the sound of dense footsteps came at the same time. Led by Hinata Yuaki, several Hyuga ninjas entered the meeting room as if no one was around. The fourth Hokage, Hinata Yu, and others rushed to the front line using Flying Thunder God. Minato talked with them and sent Lin to the medical team first before taking them to the headquarters. There, a serious-looking man was waiting for them. Patriarch Fugaku, where are Orochimaru-senpai and Jiraiya-sensei? The current head of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Orochimaru is currently investigating the forces led by the two Jinchuriki, while Lord Jiraiya is waiting for you to come over in the command room, Yandame. Looking at the Hokage cloak behind Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Fugaku smiled sincerely. Hinata Yu looked at Uchiha Fugaku's performance with a calm look. In this generation, too many people are born at the wrong time. The fourth Hokage was like this, and so was Uchiha Fugaku. Did the second generation really not give the Uchiha a chance to integrate into the village? The Uchiha are the ninja clan of Konoha and part of Konoha's foundation. He could not possibly wish for the destruction of such a ninja clan, as that would represent the decline of Konoha. The guard team did offend people, but this situation was essentially caused by the character of the Uchiha people. At least in the early days, Obito showed no signs of being disliked by the villagers and his peers. The second generation hopes that there will be more people in the Uchiha clan like Kagami who can truly integrate into the village. If not, the guard team will be a limitation for the Uchiha to become Hokage and move towards the high level. Unpopular, these 4 words are enough most of the time. Uchiha Fugaku's character is not strong enough, and his attitude towards the coup and attack is ambiguous, but judging from the fact that he made friends with the 4th Hokage before he rose to power, his initial direction was correct. Unfortunately, the 4th generation died. And Hyuga Hayashi was also born at the wrong time. I see. After returning Uchiha Fugaku's smile, Minato turned to the others and said, You and I will go to the conference room. Kushina, you take Kakashi and the others to familiarize themselves with the environment here first. Looking at Hyagayuki's determined eyes, Hyaga Hayashi sighed and said, "You can't stay in Konoha after doing what you did today. We are not welcome here. I am here to get the disintegration technique." With the guard's blood on his palms and face, Hinata Yuaki said indifferently, "Please be sensible and hand it over. Maybe your death will not be so painful." "I see. You haven't completely freed the bird from the cage yet." The great elder frowned and opened his Byakugan. After seeing the 10 branch family members, including Hinata Miyuki and Hinata Yuaki, protecting their foreheads, the seal of the caged bird was still there. However, the bird in the cage of Hinata Yuki and the others seemed to be sealed, and there was a complicated sealing spell at the seal location. But Hinata Miyuki seems different. Hasn't it been solved yet? The elders who were about to angrily rebuke these traitors were stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. The second elder said directly to Rizu, "Master Patriarch, quickly destroy it. We can't let these traitors untie the bird from the cage." Even as he spoke, he was already moving towards the Sun Foot, intending to destroy it himself while staying in a safer place. As the current clan leader, Hyaga Hayashi's strength is no weaker than the elites among the Jonin. These rebellious branch family members do not have the main family's secret techniques and are not strong enough, so they may not be able to defeat Hayashi. Plus these old guys, it's not enough for these people to kill them. When the second elder reached out his hand ferociously to use the splitting technique, Rizu suddenly stood up and attacked, landing a swift palm on the second elder's head. Blood spurted out instantly, ending his life. Blood stained Hayashi's kimono. He looked indifferently at the second elder falling to the ground like a corpse, then knelt down again. The sudden change made the elders of the main family and members of the branch family look at him in astonishment, unable to believe it. Only the great elder sighed deeply, knelt down on the ground again and closed his eyes. "Take it." Hinata Hayashi picked up the scroll and threw it to Hinata Yuaki, then took out another scroll from his arms and handed it to him. "There should be quite a few people you want to take away. If you remove the caged bird, they will be watched by the ninja world, and you are not strong enough to protect yourselves. In this case, you need this curse seal. That is the technique I asked the third generation to improve. It is the main family's technique for protecting the Byakugan. You can consider whether to use it." This was the price that 3 generations paid for letting Takuma infiltrate the roots. It has all the functions of a caged bird, except that its life and death cannot be controlled by others. Maybe, this is what a caged bird is supposed to look like. The special order given to me by the third Hokage is also included in it, allowing you to leave Konoha safely. He is one of the third generation's backup forces, and the special order gives him the right to mobilize Hyaga ninjas to act freely in times of emergency to resist Danzo's trump card. Unfortunately, from the very beginning, Hayashi never thought about protecting the main family, and he left the Sarutobi clan with a pale face just to show the third generation. If he could use Danzo to get rid of some people, he could reform, but since it is the branch family that is doing it, then so be it. After saying that, Rizu also closed his eyes like the great elder, leaving the elders looking at them in panic. Looking at the 2 scrolls with a complicated look, Hinata Yuaki said in a low voice, "That person said that someone could survive today. I thought we had missed something. It turns out he was referring to you." He looked at Hinata Miyuki again, and in the latter's equally complicated eyes, he said coldly, "After today, only you and your wife will be left in the Hyaga clan." The elder's eyes suddenly opened. "Does it have to be this way? If not, we will feel unhappy." As soon as he finished speaking, the branch family members who had been quiet behind Hinata Yuaki showed bloodthirsty smiles and rushed towards the elders of the main family with madness in their eyes. Screams and laughter echoed in the narrow conference room and spread far, far away, but no one alive could hear them. Only Hinata Miya was witnessing from a distance, with many emotions such as sadness and surprise rising in his heart, and his expression was extremely complicated. In the future, there will no longer be any Hyaga main family, the main family is already in name only. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Let's Bully the Snow Country Ninjas. Chapter 42 Let's Bully the Snow Country Ninjas. Takuma, why are you back? At the house of the former clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi's father frowned as he looked at Takuma in the yard. The other party is a spy sent by Hyuga Hayashi to the route. Why did he come back now without reporting to Hayashi? What was he doing here? The third Hokage had Tsunade break the caged bird, and was discovered by Danzo. Now he has given the cracking technique to the clan leader. I am worried that the Hayashi clan leader will not be able to make the right decision, so I would like to ask you to make the decision. Hayashi's father's pupils constricted and he stared at Takuma's expression. After confirming that he had no signs of lying, he closed his eyes. Sir. At this moment, a maid came over, her eyes briefly met with Hyuga Takuma's, and she left after the former clan leader waved irritably. Hinata Takuma glanced at the retreating maid, lowered his head and said, Danzo has already taken control of the Anbu and reached a cooperation with the two consultants. The guards and the unaware ninjas were previously stopped by the root ninjas, and now they have received orders from the Anbu. No one is supporting Tsunade. Isolated and without help, she might leave Konoha temporarily. And without her suppression, Danzo would have completely taken control of Konoha. After listening to Takuma's description of the current situation, Hayashi's father fell into deep thought. Under such circumstances, it would be unwise to fight Danzo head-on. Okay, tell Hayashi to follow Danzo's instructions for the time being. Yes. After receiving the order to retreat and leaving the mansion, Hinata Takuma looked back with a cold gaze. I was worried that you would have an impact on the Hyuga clan at the end of your life, but I didn't expect that I was a step too late. It's a shame that I can't do it myself. Inside the mansion, Rizu's father fell to the ground with a look of pain on his face, covering his throat and unable to make a sound. The maid who had just brought him tea showed a slightly crazy smile and looked at him quietly beside him. My lord, I really want to carve the original caged bird for you, torture you with it, and watch you struggle and die in agony. It's a pity, you have a good son. For the sake of Chief Rizu, let's give you a decent death. Rizu's father's eyes widened, and he wanted to start the bird in the cage, but before he could even raise his hand, his eyes lost their luster. The maid did not come forward, but waited for another 3 minutes to make sure that his body had been completely corroded by the poison. Then she went over to remove his white eyes and left quietly. This is... Hinata Takuma walked into the meeting room and was greeted by an ominous silence. The lights in the room were dim, and the air was filled with a suffocating heaviness. As the vision adjusted, the outlines of tables and chairs could be vaguely seen. On the floor, irregular dark red spots and lifeless corpses appeared particularly glaring under the dim light. Hinata Takuma swallowed, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and looked at the only living person in the conference room. Master Hayashi, what happened? He did not deliberately put on a look of worry or sadness, and his face remained expressionless as always. Looking at him like this, Hayashi thought of the branch family members who had just left, and sighed, it's nothing, just the retribution I deserve. You are here to inform me according to Danzo's order. Rizu stood up, his white clothes were stained with blood, but he didn't care much and walked slowly towards the exit of the room. Hyuga Takuma leaned sideways and lowered his head, waiting for Hinata to leave the room and followed him. I'm going to change my clothes first, you go inform Hisashi and let him take over the Hyuga clan. Takuma was stunned and looked up at Hayashi. In the midday sun, you can clearly see the other person's serious face with fatigue, and a hint of relief. This time I will stand on Danzo's side. I will bear all the blame. When the fourth Hokage and his men come back, I will resign from the position of clan leader and Hisashi will be the clan leader. You don't need to call me sir in the future. The Hyuga clan no longer has a main family. Hinata Takuma was silent for a long time, and said in a low voice, "Yes." Hayashi looked up and looked into the distance. The bird seeking freedom is the first to break the cage and can fly anywhere, but everything in the future is up to you. The bird that is willing to stay in the cage even though it can leave is treated well by its owner because of this. It's hard to tell the gains and losses. But since you have chosen this path, I believe you will just keep going forward with a smile. I wish you can fly higher and farther. If you hadn't come to me, I wouldn't have known that so many people in the tribe wanted to leave. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Hinata Miyuki glanced at Hinata Yuaki and the team of more than 20 people behind them and took a deep breath. Hinata Yuaki observed the surroundings with his eyes and said with emotion, "If it weren't for that person, I would not have known that there was a master like you in the branch family. I wanted to ask before, who is that? You'll know when the time comes." Hinata Yuaki just shook his head and refused to say anything. Although they had not yet left Konoha, a Hyuga ninja behind them looked relaxed, without the gloomy look of the past, and said jokingly. He kept talking about that adult, but he refused to reveal it. I even suspected that there was no such person. He wanted to resist, but lacked confidence, so he imagined a powerful existence. Hinata Yuaki smiled. Today's events, in a sense, do seem like a fantasy, don't they? Hearing this, everyone around chuckled. Indeed, it was like their dream. So, Chief Yoshu, where are we going next? A Hyuga clan member asked as he glanced at the huge scroll on his waist. This is a scroll that can store living things. It is not available on the market. It was given to them by Yuki to store their family members. They didn't have time to explain to these people, so they just knocked them out and took them away. Plus the sealing technique that suppressed the bird in the cage. It was because of these things of unknown origin that they believed there was someone behind Yoshu. Hinata Yuaki, let's go to the snow country. The ninjas there are not strong, and there are no weird legends. And because of Danzo's matter, Konoha has no time to pay attention to us for the time being. We can gain a foothold there, cover our tracks, and develop slowly. Among them, there are 6 Jonin and special Jonin. But if the snow country is rated according to Konoha's rating standards, there is not a single Jonin. By the way, what are you going to do? Thinking that there was still one person he hadn't talked to about his future plans with, Hinata Yuaki asked Hinata Miyuki. I'll go with you guys first. Hinata Miyuki shook her head. She hadn't thought it through yet, but the first thing she had to do was probably to stabilize the power in her eyes. Before her Byakugan evolved, she stopped absorbing pupil power due to current affairs, but the pupil power in her eyes has always been active, as if something is about to be born, but something is missing. She will probably look for that missing thing in the future. The ninja world has always respected the strong, and if you have strength you can get away with it anywhere. To rebel against the village, on the contrary, you have to improve your strength even more. Come to think of it, I wanted to thank you Jun, but he went to the battlefield. If he was still in Konoha, he would probably choose to go with them, right? I don't know when I'll have the chance to see you again. Muttering to themselves, Hinata Miyuki and the others were stopped by several ninjas who suddenly appeared. What are you going to do? The ninja guarding the gate of Konoha looked at them in confusion and shook his head. He felt that the scene of dozens of pairs of eyes looking at them was somewhat familiar. When did you meet him? The 3rd generation ordered us to go to the battlefield for support. Hinata Yuaki took out the token given by Hayashi with his right hand, and secretly gathered strength with his left hand. Although Rizu's words are credible, we must not lose basic vigilance. I see. The ninja guarding the gate nodded and made way. He remembered that he had seen this kind of scene more than half a year ago, when Hinata withdrew from the battlefield. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Minato, I'm not alone this time. Chapter 43 Minato, I'm not alone this time. Several guards watched Hinata Miyuki and the others leave, and one of them suddenly asked, the Hyuga clan generally doesn't use ninja tools, right? Why do they carry such a large storage scroll? His companion replied, maybe there is also a mission to deliver supplies to the front line. Why, do you think there will be problems with the Hyuga clan? No, it's not. The doubtful ninja shook his head. No one believed that the Hyuga clan would defect. The main family had no need, and the branch family didn't have the ability to do so. I just remembered the ninja tool shop opened by my friend. His daughter was born and her name seems to be Tian Tian. The shop is having a sale on ninja tools now. If you go buy them, you can get a discount. You're even advertising yourself. That friend isn't you, is he? The captain patted his shoulder speechlessly, looked towards the place where the living slug appeared before, and said earnestly, we are just guarding the door, don't let spies and dangerous rebels in and out, just don't think too deeply about some things. After living for so many years, he knows the principle of keeping a low profile. The Anbu had just warned them not to pay attention to the commotion in the village, and the Hyuga clan came out of the village with the transfer order of the third Hokage. It was obvious that there was something fishy going on, so it was better not to think too much about it. After hearing the captain's words of experience, the few people put their thoughts aside and planned to continue guarding the door, but they saw a blonde woman with a dark face walking towards them in the distance. Tsunade-sama. When the other party heard their voices, he looked up, his face became even gloomier, and he walked out of the village without saying a word. The ninjas guarding the gate felt the powerful chakra on her body, swallowed their saliva, and dared not stop her. In the distance, the figures of Anbu and Root appeared faintly. They left when they saw Tsunade leaving the village. What is this? I was actually escorted out of the village. It was not until they were 1 kilometer away from Konoha that Tsunade punched the tree in annoyance, feeling filled with frustration. The princess of the Senju clan and one of the 3 ninjas was actually asked to leave the village? Simply ridiculous. Earlier, she had thought of taking the initiative and moving closer to some of the ninja clan's territories after realizing that they had no support, but when the Anbu showed up, she realized that it was useless. Most of the ninja clans have probably reached an agreement, otherwise the 2 consultants representing the interests of the ninja clans would not agree to lend out the Anbu. There are different voices within the ninja clan. There are new generations who yearn for the will of fire, and there are old people who cling to the glory of the past. Whether they reach a consensus or one side completely overwhelms the other, the situation is more serious than Tsunade thought. She didn't know who could be trusted, and she didn't have time to communicate with each ninja one by one. Originally, Hyuga and Uchiha could have been a helping hand. The former was because the main family could represent everything and had few internal voices, while the latter was too arrogant and could not get along with most ninja clans. But, the caged bird breaking technique was one of the triggers. Now, should I go find Hinata? It will only be a disappointment. The Uchiha main force is on the battlefield, and the remaining ninjas are not even enough to form a guard team, which is also not acceptable. Although those ninjas who were inclined towards the Hokage could also serve as support, the appearance of that old man Sarutobi made her thoughts fall into the abyss. Princess Tsunade, in the current situation, even if you gather a lot of people, what will it do? It will only bring chaos and make the spies of other ninja villages laugh at you. The village's defenses are somewhat lax now. If other ninja villages knew that there was a civil strife in Konoha, they would definitely take the opportunity to attack. In this war, the damage to Kumagakure was not that serious. The war has been going on for a long time. The villagers and ninjas are tired of it. Don't drag Konoha into the quagmire of the battlefield because of a momentary anger. Let the ninjas who are fighting hard on the front line and want to end the Third Shinobi World War be discouraged. Hehe, you are indeed from the older generation, you can speak freely from the moral high ground. It was Danzo and you who started it first, but in the end you want me to give in? What's the logic behind this? You still don't allow me to resist. But she also had to consider the other side's argument. The reason why Kumagakure retreated was because the third Raikage died suddenly, and the fourth Raikage needed to go back to take over the position of the Raikage and stabilize the situation, otherwise the fight would have continued. Among other ninja villages, the Iwagakure besieged the third Raikage, and coupled with the war with Konoha, the damage was quite serious, but Noki was bold enough to use tens of thousands of ninjas to besiege the third Raikage, showing no lack of courage. If he could have some soup with Yunyin, he wouldn't mind asking for money. Although Sand Village was an ally, she still needed to be on guard. After some thought, she could only let the living slug go back, and walked out of the village with a frustrated mood under the watchful eyes of the Anbu and the Root. If I stay there, I might be ambushed, and I have to face those disgusting guys every day, so I might as well get out. Didn't the old man ever think about what his three good friends could do? It would have been fine if they had just gone to the front line to provide support, but they haven't left any restrictive measures behind. They're getting more and more confused as they get older. Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry. The last clone left by the living slug appeared in front of Tsunade with Shizuan. Shizuan, who was only 13 years old, looked at the furious Tsunade, lowered her head and kept apologizing. It's because of me that Lady Tsunade had to. Do not talk. Tsunade looked at Shizuan, who kept apologizing, and felt the anger in her heart gradually disappear, and her expression took on a hint of peace and gentleness. She hugged Jingyan and whispered, I'm glad you're okay. Another reason she left was that she was worried that Danzo would threaten her with Shizuan again. It would obviously be easier to find and capture Shizuan than to deal with her. She doesn't want to lose any more. Tsunade's seldom gentle gesture stunned Shizuan for a moment, a gentle smile appeared on her face, and she hugged her back. Lady Tsunade must be worried about me. The two comforted each other, and soon Tsunade cheered up again and said to her, We're going to the battlefield. The old man caused this trouble, so he has to come up with a solution. As she spoke, Tsunade subconsciously took out the dice and wanted to roll it to see whether her choice was good or bad, but she stopped when she remembered what happened before. Using gambling to predict the future is probably not reliable. Even though you have lost everything, it is still the same as if you have died once. Obviously, they all lost. Tsunade's face turned strange when she thought of someone saying before a bet that whether he won or lost depended on whether he wanted to or not. That Hinata kid, wouldn't he be cheating? In the front-line command room, Jiraiya and Minato had been arguing about something for a long time. Minato, you are the Hokage now. You can no longer take risks like before. Teacher, I know, but this is how I fight. Minato looked at Jiraiya, who disagreed with him going to deal with the tailed beast army, and shook his head helplessly. Don't you trust me? I can retreat anytime I want. This is not a question of whether you can be at ease or not. Minato, have you ever thought about your own situation? Jiraiya sighed, your deterrence on the battlefield is stronger than the third Raikage. Onoki has the guts to send out more than 10,000 ninjas to besiege the third Raikage. What do you think the third Mizukage will do? Now the third Mizukage of Kirigakure is a member of the Shadow Guard of the first Mizukage. If the second Mizukage, Hojiki Gengetsu, hadn't been too strong, the position of the second Mizukage would have been his. How could the third Mizukage, who had used all the strength of Kirigakure and had probably witnessed the second Hokage's flying thunder god, not have considered dealing with Minato? I'm not alone this time. Minato glanced at Hinata with trust in his eyes, and smiled at Jiraiya. Don't worry, I have Kakashi, Yakumaru, you and Kushina by my side. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 We Are Companions. Chapter 44 We Are Companions. After hearing what Minato said, Jiraiya looked at Hinata and muttered, I heard that you chose guards from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. He must be one of them. Yes, Yu is very strong. Together with me, he defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. Oh, you cleaned up those troublesome guys. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and looked at Hinata in surprise. That's pretty impressive. For 2 days, without any channels to obtain information, we still didn't know that you had the information about Flying Thunder God. Thinking of this, the smile on Minato's face became more prominent. You has already learned Flying Thunder God. With the two of us together, no one can stop us. Jiraiya, who was originally just surprised that the Hyuga branch had such strength, widened his eyes. A second user of Flying Thunder God. My mastery of Flying Thunder God has not yet reached the level of the 4th generation, but with the vision of the Byakugan, long-distance transfer has certain advantages. Hinata Yu explained calmly. 2 Flying Thunder Gods, one of whom is from the Hyuga clan, and the enemy has no intelligence yet. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. Well, since you are not unprepared, I won't say anything. You are the Hokage now, and I will just act as a jonin and follow your orders. He smiled widely and joked, speaking of which, I really want to see Orochimaru's expression. He is the person who is most likely to compete with you for the position of Hokage. Seeing the words 4th Hokage behind you, I'm afraid he must have complicated feelings. I heard from the 3rd Hokage that it was because Orochimaru gave up competing for the position of Hokage that I was able to take over smoothly. Minato shook his head. Jiraiya was stunned and scratched his head. I really don't know that. Orochimaru didn't even tell me. Jiraiya frowned slightly when he recalled how he had shown off Minato in front of Orochimaru and the latter had looked so calm. Would Orochimaru have laughed at him behind his back? Even though he was thick-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed. Shaking his head, Jiraiya threw away the uncomfortable thoughts, and looked at Hinata Yu again, and said with emotion, there are so many talented people in the village now. Looking at you, it feels like we, the 3 ninjas, are about to retire from the era. Hinata Yu shook his head, my strength still needs to be improved. I am far from reaching the level of senior Jiraiya. There is no doubt about Jiraiya's strength. Even without any intelligence, he was able to fight against 6 paths pain like that. Assuming his combat power was not destroyed, the opponent's strength was one of the best in the ninja world. That's right, teacher, you are still very young, and there are still many things I need to learn. Minato chuckled, ending the topic, looking at the map on the table, and said, let's talk about how to deal with those 2 Jinchuriki now. Do you have any ideas, Yu? After Jiraiya left, Minato looked at Hinata Yu, who had not given any suggestions during the meeting, and sighed. It's just the 2 of us. As friends, we can always talk, right? Originally, I wanted to use this opportunity to bring Hinata Yu into the core of the village, but I didn't expect the latter to not even give any suggestions. Hinata Yu pointed to his forehead and said, I have already talked to Lady Tsunade. Even if the caged bird technique has been cracked, you shouldn't openly let me participate in some decision-making. Namikaze Minato was stunned and said helplessly. You know, am I being too obvious? Hinata Yu did not answer this question and continued. Your thinking is out of line with the Hokage's way of thinking. Between the 2 choices of a powerful Hyuga branch family and offending the Hyuga main family and losing the support of the Hyuga clan in the future, you should choose the latter. Maybe. Minato was silent for a moment, then smiled a sunny, gloomy smile. But, we are companions. I can't watch my companions live with false faces, rarely smile, ignore them, and ignore them. I will change. Tsunade-senpai has laid the foundation for me. I will change. Hinata. Looking at Minato's unwavering eyes, Hinata Yu sighed, I understand, but don't let me participate in some decisions before you change. Although many of Minato's concepts and ideas were different from his, he respected Minato's will and character. However, there is no need for you to change. With the vision effect of Hyuga Minjyu still in effect, this evil world ninja, holding a scroll in his hand, slowly retreated into the coffin that suddenly appeared. In that scroll, were 28 pairs of glares from the main clan, all the glares from the main clan except Hayashi and his wife. Okay. Minato agreed and smiled, then let's talk about it. You won't object, right? What do you think about this war? Hinata Yu, the third Mizukage of Kirigakure, has put all of Kirigakure's future on the line this time. There must be voices of opposition within. Rumors can weaken their combat effectiveness. Minato said thoughtfully, how about spreading the news that the third Mizukage was under an illusion? He even let a Hyuga clan ninja say this in front of Kirigakure. As a Kage, his behavior is too irrational. He is gentle only towards his companions. If it can reduce the casualties in the village, he will not use any means to deal with the enemy. Treating the enemy with kindness is a betrayal to the title of Hokage and the ninjas of the village. Feasible? It's not even feasible. When a Hyuga ninja uses his Byakugan to see into the mind of the third Mizukage, he will find that he is truly controlled by an illusion. Did you read the script too? Glancing at Minato strangely, somewhat surprised that he immediately connected it to illusion, Hinata Yu continued, but in this way, the third Mizukage cannot move. It is best to keep him as a target for rumors and attacks. I will arrange this matter. Minato nodded. The root has spies in Kirigakure who can serve as an aid. Since the Hokage came to the front line in person, the command of each unit would naturally fall into his hands. Just now, Jiraiya took the initiative to put himself in the subordinate position because he didn't want to make things difficult for Minato. After all, respecting teachers has always been Konoha's fine tradition. If Jiraiya didn't say it himself, it would be difficult for Minato to command him. As for the root, Danzo himself didn't want Konoha to lose the war, so some manpower had already been handed over to him. Having decided on this matter, Minato frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Hinata Yu didn't use honorifics this time and asked directly, "Are you worried about anything else?" Minato was somewhat happy about Hinata Yu's change of tone. And did not hide it. What do you think of the root? Or rather, do you think their existence is necessary? The other party kept using honorifics, which made him feel that the other party was deliberately keeping a distance. Hinata Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. You want to attack Danzo? No, it was the third generation who wanted to pave the way for me. Sighing slightly, Minato turned his gaze to the door of the command room and said in a complicated tone, Konoha should have been controlled by Danzo. There were some things that the third Hokage did not hide from him. After all, now, he was the Hokage. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Peace. Chapter 45, Peace. Roots underground can never enjoy the sunlight like leaves. Danzo's actions are meaningless. Hinata Yu shook his head and said calmly, if you were worried, you wouldn't have come here. That's right. Minato smiled and stood up. All I have to do is win this war with my fellow villagers. The premise for the ninja clan to bargain is that the Hokage is willing to play by the rules with them. When a powerful Hokage is unwilling to play, the ninja clan has no ability to stop him. Did the first Hokage have political acumen? No, but all ninjas must follow his rules. The eternal law of the ninja world is, the strong are respected. Well, the strong are respected. Well, before the village's ninja forces gather, let's first clean up the Kirigakure troops wandering around. Looking at the excited Kushina, Hinata Yu sighed and looked at Kakashi and Uchiha Yamaru beside him, as if asking. We are the Shadow Guards. How can we abandon the Hokage and carry out the mission on our own? You ask me, who do I ask? Uchiha Yamaru rolled his eyes, pointed in the direction of Kushina, and then looked at the command room, using two fingers to indicate high and low. Kushina was high and Minato was low, clearly expressing what he wanted to say. It is obvious that this person is the boss of the Hokage's family. Can we still resist? Is this another way of respecting the strong? The fourth generation master is a henpecked husband, and I never thought about it before. Kakashi, on the other hand, stood there looking at the comic book, calmly, as if he was used to it. Mrs. Kushina just stayed in the village alone for too long and wanted to have some fun. What are you waiting for? Kushina walked a distance away, looked back at the three people with different expressions, and did not follow, put her hands on her hips, and said with a smile, "Don't you want to listen to the captain's arrangements? I have already said hello to Minato. Let's go." Hinata shook his head, created a shadow clone and left it outside the command room before following. Seeing this, Kakashi and Uchiha Yamaru looked at each other and followed. As the reinforcements have not yet arrived, Minato needs to stay at the command center first, and the plan to deal with the tailed beast force has to be postponed. After all, Orochimaru, who was gathering intelligence, has not returned yet, and some plans require more specific intelligence before they can be carried out. But Jiraiya has already gone to the front line. It's much worse than my previous experience on the battlefield. An hour away from the headquarters, Hinata thought secretly as his Byakugan reflected the scene of the surrounding forest. Scattered blood and ninja tools were everywhere in the forest, and some bodies had not yet been recovered. It was obvious that with the arrival of the Kirigakure reinforcements and the increasing intensity of the battle, there was no energy left to do some things. After moving forward for a distance and seeing that they had not encountered any enemies yet, Kushina made a stop gesture at the front and asked everyone to rest for a while. Although they are all Jonin, if the intelligence is correct, Kirigakure has already deployed 7,000 ninjas on the battlefield and is still sending reinforcements to the front line. Next time, there will probably be another 2,000 ninjas deployed. Although most of the ninjas are cannon fodder at the middle and lower levels, there are still some experts among them. Their team is very powerful, but if they are not careful and fall into an encirclement when they are tired, they may suffer casualties. Kirigakure is really crazy. This number of ninjas only appeared when the third Tsuchikage besieged the third Raikage. How much defense does the Land of Water have now? Uchiha Yamaru took out a sip of water from the canteen and asked in confusion. The military forces of the 5 major ninja villages are needed to defend most of the 5 major countries. How did the daimyo of the Land of Water agree to let the Mizukage bring so many forces to attack us? Do you really think the Mizukage can win? Under the one country one village system, most of a country's military strength is borne by domestic ninja villages. Although the daimyo also controls some power, it is insignificant compared to the proportion occupied by the ninja villages. The Land of Water is isolated overseas. If you want to attack them, you have to cross a long sea. Most ninjas don't have this ability. They have to go there by boat. Kushina glanced at him and smiled. As long as we control the coastline, it will be difficult to attack there. Aren't you good at geography? I know, Yaoan curled his lips, I just don't understand. Every time the ninja world goes to war, other ninja villages will come to bite Konoha when they see it is weak. Why don't they just attack other big countries? The defense of the water country must be very lax now. If we can't defeat it, we can just take some benefits. That's not very beneficial. The place occupied by the Fire Nation is too good. Hinata used his Byakugan to investigate and looked in a certain direction, and said, the Fire Country faces the sea to the east and south, and is surrounded by small countries. According to the current map of the ninja world, it is in the central position and is an important transportation route and economic center. Besides, due to the climate and terrain, the grain output here is among the highest among all countries. By attacking here, even if we just break through the border, we can plunder considerable profits. Besides, Konoha's war potential has always been the strongest among all the major powers. If we don't suppress them, they will be uneasy. Uchiha Yamaru remained silent. It was not that he had not thought of these things, but he was a little worried about this development trend. During the 3 ninja world wars, Konoha had to fight against several ninja villages. What should they do if Konoha is in a period of transition and no strong person emerges to turn the tide? The destructive ending seemed foreseeable. Can't we just destroy them? We win every time, but I don't see Konoha gaining any substantial benefits. Yaoan murmured, the tailed beasts were all assigned to them by the first generation, and now they are using them to fight us. They really don't know what is good for us. The peace that the first generation longed for has been shattered by them. When will we be able to usher in true peace? No one present answered, and Hinata also narrowed his eyes and remained silent. True peace, that kind of thing never existed. As long as people are alive and have desires, the struggle will not stop. The world in my previous life had not achieved peace either. Those deterrent weapons only forced countries to exercise restraint when necessary and to launch alternative wars through economic, political, and other means. And many countries have not given up on mastering those terrible weapons, even if they are banned from research. After all, power can make others fearful, but it can also arouse their greed. The power of Hashirama was studied, and the power of Uchiha was studied, because of the birth of people like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who could rival the big ninja villages alone. Many people are afraid of them, but if given the chance, they all want to be those too. In the ninja world, if you want to achieve long-term or even eternal peace through individual strength, you must be at the level of the so-called Otsutsuki god. Otherwise, the peace brought by force will sooner or later disappear because of stronger force. A mere Otsutsuki is not enough. After all, there have been many Otsutsuki killed and sealed in the ninja world in the future. The ninja world has the foundation to fight against the Otsutsuki. However, if we abandon the premise of the individual and seek temporary peace, peace without war, we don't need to be so strong. The current Konoha will do. Hinata-Yu's expression changed. The enemy is spotted 1 kilometer ahead. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Mei Terumi. Chapter 46 Mei Terumi. 2 are standing on the tree, and 2 are hiding in the bushes. Judging by the amount of chakra, there is a jonin. Confirm that there are no sensing ninjas. We are not exposed. After getting the information from Hinata-Yu, Kushina took the lead and rushed forward. Several people followed. Under the Byakugan, the position of the Kirigakure ninja is clearly visible. As a jonin, why should he be so cautious? The golden figure flashed by, and the jonin didn't last more than a few seconds before he was entangled by the violent Kushina's diamond seal and knocked into the ground, dead. His 3 subordinates watched their superior being killed instantly, and without even a moment's hesitation, they fled in 3 separate directions, hoping that Kushina would not find them. 3 o'clock, 10 o'clock. After Hinata-Yu reported 2 locations, his figure disappeared directly from the spot to clean up the fastest one. Kakashi rushed towards one of the directions with a blade in hand, and Yaoan had already formed a seal. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. As if it had crashed into it itself, Kirigakure was directly engulfed by the huge fireball and turned into a charred corpse. This is the first time I've seen a ninja being killed directly by a huge fireball. He must be a genin. Yaoan smacked his lips, speechless. It was a completely crushing battle. It was so boring for the shadow guards to fight against such a weakling. 1 jonin, 1 choyunin, and 2 genin. Hinata-Yu returned with the still-living Kirigakure choyunin and tossed him to Yumaru, used genjutsu to ask, I should be able to get some information about this area. Yaoan looked at him in surprise, then carried out the order thoughtfully. This must be experience. Hinata-Yu and the Uchiha clan members must have cooperated many times in the Kirigakure battlefield. They just killed them directly, and the other side saw that there was an Uchiha in the team and left him alive. Kushina blinked, looked at the jonin she had killed, then looked at the genin killed by Kakashi and Uchiha Yamaru, and nodded nonchalantly. Yu is very thoughtful. Minority against majority, the one with the problem is definitely not her. Kakashi touched his left eye and looked at the chunin controlled by the pill with flickering eyes. The commander of the troops in this area is Lord Yagura, the jonin is Kid, and the jonin Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi, Yagura. After muttering these 2 names, Uchiha Yamaru used a kunao to finish off the chunin. I remember they are both the elite jonin of Kirigakure, right? That's right, and Yagura has a great reputation in Kirigakure, and he may be the next Mizukage. Hinata-Yu whispered. Yagura. They seem to be two good opponents. Yaoan said with a smile. Okay, clean up and continue the mission. Seeing that this Chunin still knew some information, Kushina, who felt a little guilty about having directly killed the enemy Jonin, coughed lightly, let Kakashi and Yamura go first, and slowed down her pace, falling behind with Hinata Yu. Seeing that Kakashi and Yamura were a little far away from here, Kushina said, "If you encounter an enemy next time, you can tell me in advance if you have any suggestions. Haven't you ever served as a coaching Jonin? It's basic to first understand the abilities of each team member. And then rehearse in your mind the situations in which they can display their strengths." Seeing the black lines on Kushina's forehead and the chakra boiling in her body, Hinata Yu's mouth twitched and he didn't continue speaking. "I see. Those who have served as a Jonin instructor are most likely just saying it casually, or they don't meet the average standards of a Jonin instructor." Kushina curled her lips when she saw that Hinata Yu stopped talking. She had served as a mentor to Jonin, but with the Anbyo guarding her at all times, would she have the mood to think about these things? It is her habit to kill the enemy first. The reason she was so excited today was because there was no Anbyo watching her. The first time in more than a decade. With the actions of Hinata Yu and his team, the Kirigakure troops in this area decreased rapidly. After the Kirigakure side noticed something was wrong, the two teams met unexpectedly. The 6 ninjas in front are all Jonin. They are sentient ninjas and are approaching us. Hinata Yu suddenly accelerated and landed in front of everyone. It's an elite team. Yaoan grinned, looks like we can have a good fight. Give me 2. Ignoring him, Hinata Yu looked at Kushina, the leading ninja is Mei Terumi. The bloodline limits she has mastered are melting release and boiling release, and her attack power is extremely strong. As he spoke, several specially made kunao appeared in his hands and shot in all directions. Leave it to me. Kushina smiled, her whole body radiating a golden glow. With both sides having sensory ninjas, the encounter was extremely fast, and a distance of 1 kilometer passed in the blink of an eye for them. Hinata Yu had just informed the others that the other party was only 300 meters away from them and they could see each other. Red hair, that strong chakra, and there are Hyuga and Uchiha ninjas around. When Mei Terumi saw the team approaching her in the distance, her pupils shrank. The Uzumaki clan? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Thinking of this, she said solemnly to a ninja beside her. Send a distress signal immediately. Her subordinates fired the flare without hesitation. Really cautious, we need to make a quick decision. Kushina frowned, and chains emerged from her back and whipped the ninja opposite her. They're a little too deep already, and there's no backup here. Although he has Hinata Yu's Flying Thunder God as a guarantee and does not need any support, this is the first time he has encountered a big fish and he has to catch it. The Uzumaki clan's diamond blockade. Stepping back, Mei Terumi looked extremely solemn. The tailed beast Jinchuriki, or the legendary strongest 9 tails. How many rounds can she fight with him with her current strength? Boiling escape Jiao Mist technique. Without worrying too much, Mei Terumi's expression quickly returned to calm, and white acid mist came out of her mouth and gradually spread. The others tried to stay away from the area, but Kushina stayed for a moment with the power of the tailed beast, but she quickly withdrew from the area covered by the acid mist, looking more serious. Just at that moment, the golden chakra coat on her body was corroded by the acid mist. If she stayed inside, her body would be attacked. These acid mists have extremely strong corrosive properties. After just a quick glance over there, Hinata Yu set his sights on the 5 Jonin on the opposite side. Mei Terumi has not yet reached her peak, and her chances of winning against Kushina, who is at her peak, are slim, so there is no need to worry. Clean it up as soon as possible, we don't have much time. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yamura didn't say anything about assigning enemies. He just took out a scroll and unfolded it. Various shurikens and kunao connected by steel wires appeared in his hands. Kakashi also opened his left Sharingan. Hey? You can take care of us? Just 3 of you little brats. Before he could finish his words, the Jonin's body stiffened and he fell down. The 4 Kirigakure Jonin looked at Hinata Yu, who appeared behind him at some point, and retreated in disbelief. Hinata Yu silently picked up the Flying Thunder God Kunao on the ground and disappeared again. It is difficult to set up an effective trap in such an unexpected situation, but Flying Thunder God can do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. Do you think the Mizu cage is still normal? Chapter 47. Do you think the Mizu cage is still normal? With the death of the last Jonin at the hands of Kakashi's Reikari, this elite team was completely destroyed. Only Mei Terumi was tied up like a dumpling by Kushina with the diamond seal. Her hands were unable to form seals and she looked at them with hatred. Sealing technique. Ignoring her gaze, Kushina formed seals with her hands and used sealing techniques to seal Mei Terumi's ability to concentrate chakra before retracting the diamond seal that bound her. Seeing this, Hinata Yu looked at the destroyed trees around him, gathered chakra in his fingers, and stepped forward to perform a cup ointment pressing. It is better to add 2 layers of insurance. Pills, set up an illusion for her, you should understand. Uchiha Yamaru's eyes lit up, and he used the 3 Megatama Sharingan to look at Mei Terumi. Seeing Kushina's look, he explained, I gave her a hint. As long as she makes any suicidal move, she will fall into an illusion. Kushina looked at Mei Terumi's extremely dark face, patted her shoulder and said with a smile. It doesn't matter. You can't even break my seal. Don't worry about the spell they cast. Feeling that she couldn't gather even a trace of chakra in her body, Terumi Mei said with a cold face, Konoha's geniuses are still as numerous as ever. She looked at the 3 young men in front of her. They were all ninjas who were about her age or younger than her. They had easily dealt with her 5 fellow Jonin. However, the person who could stay beside the Jinchuriki to protect her couldn't be bad, and she was mentally prepared for this. Konoha sent you out to fight us. If your 3rd Mizu cage hadn't gone crazy, this war would have ended long ago. Kushina rolled her eyes, walked forward to pick up Mei Terumi, and hurried back with everyone. Okay, go back and tell Minato if you have anything to say. You should know a lot of information about Kirigakure. Most powerful ninjas like Mei Terumi would cast some seals on themselves to encrypt some information. Simple illusion interrogation could reveal very little, so it was better to hand it over directly to experts like the Yamanaka clan. Mei Terumi's heart sank, and she wanted to commit suicide using her own hidden means, but when she remembered what the Uchiha ninja had just said, she cut off the idea and looked at Hinata Yu. Although she didn't see their fight with her companions due to the huge pressure of facing Kushina, the brief contact just now left the deepest impression on her with this boy. The Hyuga clan knows the Uchiha very well and can skillfully use the abilities of their companions. Compared to Kushina, the other party is more like the captain of this team. Why haven't I heard of this person before? Since you are on the battlefield, you are from the Hyuga branch family, right? I heard that the Hyuga clan changed the caged bird technique. They are so nervous even though we haven't caught the main family member at all. It seems that they really want to enslave you for generations. Snapped. Kushina slapped Mei Terumi in the face, her expression grim. Shut up, you is not a slave. Minato will change Hinata. Uchiha Yamaru's Sharingan, which he had put away, subconsciously reappeared and stared at Terumi Mei. However, he noticed that Hinata Yu beside him was looking at him, so he avoided her gaze and muttered. You are my recognized opponent. As a captive, she has no right to insult you. Hinata nodded, thank you. The corners of Uchiha Yamaru's mouth just rose, but then they drooped because of Hinata Yu's words. But I naturally won't care about the enemy's obvious provocation. Hinata Yu said slowly, she is a double blood limit holder, and was used as cannon fodder by the village on the battlefield. She is still here to provoke me. She is loyal. Mei Terumi's eyes narrowed, ignoring the burning pain on her face, and said in a deep voice, "Who do you say is cannon fodder?" "Of course it's you." Uchiha Yamaru put away their depressed mood and said in unison, "Your Mizukage obviously doesn't care about the lives of you people. We, Konoha, have fought against 3 ninja villages at the same time and we are not at a disadvantage. Do you think that the Hidden Mist village alone can do it? You can't be that stupid." "She's not stupid, she just holds on to the fantasy and doesn't want to believe it." Hinata Yu shook his head. Mei Terumi stared at Hinata Yu and Uchiha Yamaru, memorizing their faces deeply in her mind, and said in a low voice, "We Kirigakure will win." The rest of the journey was silent, and no one communicated any more, until "There are Kirigakure who are surrounding us. There are a lot of them. They should be attracted by the flares she fired earlier." Hinata Yu's eyes flickered, and he said to them, "I'll use Flying Thunder God to send you back." "Okay." Kushina nodded and smiled at Terumi Mei, whose expression had just eased a little when the situation took a turn for the worse again. "We are different from you. We go so deep because we have guarantees." Mei Terumi was only focused on looking at Hinata Yu, and was horrified that another Flying Thunder God technique user had appeared in the ninja world. At the age of 15, she still maintained awe for the famous strong men in the ninja world. Unlike the arrogant 7 ninja swordsmen, she was even more wary of a strong man like the 4th Hokage who could single-handedly rewrite the situation of the war. She is the only one who survived this time. If she cannot spread the news, Kirigakure may suffer losses in the future. However, before she could think of a way to leave a message, Hinata Yu sent her away with the Flying Thunder God. Watching all the team members being sent away, Hinata Yu created a shadow clone and stayed behind, then used Flying Thunder God to return to the headquarters. And here, after a few seconds, Hinata Yu's shadow clone looked to the right. "This is the first time we meet, Lord Yagura." "Yeah, first time." Yagura, who had a baby face and a calm expression, walked out from behind the tree and stared into the eyes of Hinata Yu Ying's clone. "But I think this is not the first time we have cooperated." Hinata Yu nodded noncommittally, "I also want to thank you for the ambush on the Hyuga clan last time." "It's you." Yagura's tone sank, "My subordinates actually found out the information about the Hyuga clan before they died, and they were able to leave a secret code. I felt it was strange in the first place. In the end, the ambush failed, and not only did we lose several ninjas, but we in Kirigakure were also accused of crimes that we didn't even know about. Was it all your doing? Don't speak so seriously. Among the ninjas sent to round up the ninjas, none of them were your subordinates." Hinata Yu chuckled. Yagura narrowed his eyes. "That's right, since he knew that the intelligence was problematic, he naturally wouldn't send anyone there. He just dutifully informed the 3rd Mizukage, and what happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. You left a message at the place where you defeated Mei Terumi on purpose, just to show off to me how you fooled Kirigakure. How is it possible?" Hinata Yu smiled and shook his head, staring at Yagura's calm face, and asked in a low voice, "Do you think the current 3rd generation Mizukage is still normal?" Yagura's expression changed, and he stared into Hinata Yu's white eyes. "What do you know?" "It's not much, but what do you want to trade?" End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Investigation of the 3rd Generation. Chapter 48, 3 Generations of Investigation, Part. Lord Yagura, there is no trace of Mei Terumi Jonin nearby. It seems that she was captured alive by Konoha. A few minutes later, 2 ninjas appeared in front of Yagura, knelt on one knee and reported. "Let's go back." Yagura stared at the place where Hinata Yu Ying's clone disappeared, was silent for a moment, and hurried towards the camp. The 2 ninjas looked at each other and thought that Yagura was in a bad mood because of the loss of Terumi Mei, a jonin with outstanding potential, so they didn't care and stood up and followed. At night, in the camp, Uchiha Yamaru walked towards Hinata Yu with 2 grilled fish, handed him one, and sat next to him. What are you thinking about? Are you still concerned about what that Kirigakure said? With your current strength and status, the Hyuga clan's restraint on you is just a joke. The Zone family has nothing to do with me. I'm thinking about other things. Hinata Yu tasted the grilled fish and frowned slightly. What did you add to it? Why is it so sweet? It tastes better with some sugar. Uchiha Yamaru took out a seasoning box as if nothing had happened, sprinkled a lot of sugar on his fish, took a bite, and said vaguely, "Don't you like sweet things? Too much?" Hinata Yu finished the fish without wasting it, and then asked, "You said before that you wanted peace, so what do you think about children going to the battlefield?" As he said this, he looked towards the forest in the distance, where Uchiha Fugaku was training with a child. The clan leader's child? His name is Itaki, right? Uchiha Yamaru turned his gaze over there and said in surprise, "He is only 4 or 5 years old, and he was brought to the battlefield by the clan leader." Hinata Yu, I heard it's been a while. It's a bit early. Coming to the battlefield at this age is a test of his psychological endurance. Uchiha Yamaru said as usual, but it can be regarded as a continuation of the tradition of the Warring States period. Compared with kunao and detonating tags, a child born in a ninja family is more terrifying. No one will let them go just because of their age. Many ninja clans have perished in history. As long as their enemies have the ability, they will not let anyone go, even a child. Only by adapting to the cruelty of the battlefield in advance can you grow faster. It's the same for students at ninja schools, isn't it? They learn killing skills from a young age, and after graduating and experiencing a few ordinary missions, they will start to carry out missions that require killing and fighting. Uchiha Yakumaru's eyes were a little blurry as he watched Itaka's tireless training. The ninja in charge of instruction will initially only accept missions that have nothing to do with fighting or killing, in order to determine whether the newly graduated genin has the cold heart of a ninja. If you are not interested in fighting and killing, then not becoming a ninja is also a choice. And since you have chosen the path of a ninja, you should never think of backing down. Since he has started to learn ninjutsu and regard himself as a ninja, it is only natural. So, it's inevitable. Hinata Yu's sudden sigh woke Uchiha Yamaru from his trance, and he asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The means of killing that a ninja leaves to future generations is naturally based on killing, so the way a ninja thinks about solving problems will also be based on killing. If they want to obtain resources and food, they use force. If they want to avenge their enemies, they kill them. When they encounter difficult problems, they will consider fighting as their first priority because they have already developed the habit of doing so. Uchiha Yamaru froze and looked at Hinata Yu's white eyes. He felt that something seemed to have come to his mind, but he couldn't grasp that feeling for a moment. And Hinata Yu had already stood up and walked towards the core of Konoha's camp. "Hokage-sama asked me to come over at 8 o'clock. We can talk again when we have time." Uchiha Yamaru watched him go away, then turned his gaze in Itaka's direction with a worried look on his face. What the ninjas left to their descendants was killing. When he stepped into the command room, he saw the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, instead of the fourth Hokage as expected. He had already arrived at the front line. Hinata Yu's expression did not change as he bowed, "Third Hiraki-sama. Here you go, sit down." Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to the seat in front of him, and after watching Hinata Yu sit down, he stated his intention, "Minato wants you to gain enough fame through this war so that he can give you a position. He thinks highly of you, and I want to know more about your abilities." After he finished speaking, he took out a document and placed it on the table. "Take a look at what's inside and tell me what you think." Hinata Yu picked it up and slowly looked at these things that he had known for a long time. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were the flipping of documents and the sound of the third generation smoking. Seeing him put down the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "How is it? Masaaki Sarutobi is your man." Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe moved slightly, he looked up at Hinata-yu's calm face and smiled slightly. Not bad. This sentence seemed to mean more than just confirmation. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, I arranged him to be with Koharu and the others when I first took office. Because I was appointed in a time of crisis, the ninja clan did not recognize me, so I needed the support of the ninja clan behind them. It's just that the ninja clan behind them was still very weak at the time and didn't have much say in Konoha, so I asked Zhengming to assist them in their growth. But later on, my two old friends finally stood on the side of the ninja clan, and Zhengming followed them. He didn't tell a single lie, because he knew that since the boy in front of him could see that Zhengming was his, there was no point in telling a lie. But they didn't expect that Zhengming has been my man from the beginning to the end. How did you see that? Behavior. Behavior. Hinata-yu said calmly. He forced Tsunade out of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized and shook his head helplessly. Masaaki is too impatient. Tsunade has a special political significance in Konoha. Even in the current situation, she wants to kick the fourth Hokage out and become the Hokage herself. Many of the ninja clans who had harmed her before are now able to approach her with a smug look on their faces and help her to that position, without caring about their own face at all. At worst, we can find a leader to take the blame, and the family can still follow Tsunade. And the daimyo would also agree with it. After all, technically speaking, they are still relatives. Such a person should not be allowed to leave Konoha. Otherwise, as long as she supports the fourth Hokage, Danzo will encounter more resistance in his attempt to kick the fourth Hokage out of his position. It is impossible for an old man who has been involved in political struggles for decades to be insensitive to such things. But Hiruzen could understand that if Tsunade stayed there any longer, only trouble would occur, and Konoha might even experience civil unrest, so it would be better to let Tsunade leave. More than that, if you want to control the situation in Konoha remotely, it is better to infiltrate the interior rather than using a hostile method. This information was also given to you by Elder Zhengming, right? Hinata-yu put the document down. It's too detailed, as if I experienced most of the events myself. Unless they are at the core, there are some things that the person delivering the intelligence shouldn't know. Is this also one of the reasons for exposure? With this information, anyone can draw this conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in amusement. If Minato knew what you said, he would probably be very depressed. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Investigation of the Three Generations. Chapter 49, Three Generations of Investigation, Part. Do you know what Minato's first reaction was when he saw this information? Sandai smiled awkwardly when he said this. He asked me seriously if I had used the telescope technique to spy on him. Maybe the impression I left on him was too deep. He did not explain what the telescope technique was used for. After all, one could guess its purpose from the name of the technique. Not a very serious use. The words of the third generation caused Hinata-yu to remain silent for a moment before he said, the fourth generation just lacks a little experience. Maybe it's not just a matter of experience. Sometimes when he gets along with the fourth generation, he always feels that the other person is a little stupid. A natural fool. Yes, although he is smart, he was not born into the ninja clan, and the education he received since childhood was also the basic abilities of a ninja. Later, Jiraiya became his teacher, but he didn't want to teach him these things. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hinata Tsubasa solemnly. That's why he needs a trustworthy assistant. Just listen to his humble words. How many people would have thought that Sarutobi Masaaki is his man? If it were that easy to discover, the situation in Konoha would not have been in his hands all the time. Hinata-yu did not continue the topic, but looked at the information on the table. The information Elder Zhengming gave you mentioned the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Is he asking you to give an answer? In the information reported to his superiors, he specifically mentioned that he had induced the two consultants, and the content was very detailed. It was obvious that Sarutobi Masaaki was really worried about this matter. 9 Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few more puffs of his pipe, exhaling thick white air, and said helplessly, I can't give him the answer he wants. Hinata, this is a problem that is bound to arise as Konoha develops. You should have thought about this question since the birth of Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. I want to know your answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and sighed, no, I couldn't think of a suitable conclusion. The tailed beasts also have wisdom and emotions. Mito-sama once talked to me about this. If the 9 tails is sealed in the body of Konoha Jinchuriki, there will only be 2 results. First, the Kyuubi and a certain Jinchuriki reached a reconciliation, and the legacy will be passed down in Konoha forever. Second, the 9 tails' hatred for Konoha continues to accumulate, breaking the seal and destroying Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and continued, let's not talk about the latter. Let's just talk about the former. This is an unsolvable problem, and it's also what Masaaki is worried about. The wisdom of the tailed beasts is no less than that of humans. If the 9 tails recognizes a ninja, Konoha cannot interfere too much with that ninja, otherwise Konoha will forever lose the possibility of giving birth to a perfect Jinchuriki. And this will cause a problem. The succession of Jinchuriki will be decided by Konoha's first perfect Jinchuriki, as the 9 tails will only choose the descendants of that person and someone recognized by both. Just like Killer Bee from Kumagakure. If Kumagakure wants to choose the next Jinchuriki by themselves without asking Killer Bee and the 8 tails for their opinions, will the 8 tails agree? If it is sealed forcibly, there will be no hope for the Hidden Cloud Village to give birth to a perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee again. And the 9 tails is the strongest tailed beast, so its best choice for Jinchuriki is the Uzumaki clan. If this continues from generation to generation, Konoha will give birth to an uncontrollable ninja, or even, an entire ninja clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, I'd like to say this is a pointless worry, after all, the Kyuubi has not yet recognized Kushina. Unfortunately, there are only 2 possibilities, and it's impossible for Masaaki not to consider it. In that case, why not consider more efficient means of utilization? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Hinata explained, it has only been a few decades since the birth of the Jinchuriki. Why do you think this is the best solution to use the power of the tailed beasts? If a tailed beast identifies with a ninja in Konoha, why not just treat it as a companion? Why not release it? The tailed beast itself has no intention of participating in our politics. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. Excuse me. Hinata whispered, but I think the ancient method is not unchangeable. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped and said with a complicated look, it's okay, you have a point. Konoha should have new voices. Old things are not necessarily right, just like these old guys should also withdraw from the times and change when necessary. But this matter is not yet something we need to worry about. Since you can see that Masaaki is my man, you should be able to imagine what Danzo wants to do. Kirigakure has mobilized such a large force, which seems to be a desperate move. Is he planning to make a fuss about this? Hinata whispered his thoughts. In the current situation, one of Kirigakure and Konoha must give in to end the war. The 4th Hokage's character will not give in, and he cannot give in. Otherwise, that person will make the 4th Hokage take responsibility for the sacrifices of the ninja. If Kirigakure were to regress, Konohagakure would also suffer heavy losses, and there would be plenty of things to do. The Hokage is too young, the leadership is not good, and there is no limit to the amount of mud to be thrown at them. The 3rd generation nodded when he heard this. This was the main reason why he didn't want to give the position of Hokage to Minato. The war is about to end. Someone must be held responsible for the many deaths of Konoha's ninjas and the loss of profits of the Fire Nation. After all, it will be difficult for us to get enough war reparations from other countries to satisfy the daimyo. Hinata narrowed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Yes, the biggest problem is the Fire Country daimyo. During the Ninja World War, the ninjas in the village were all concerned about how many people died in the village, but few people thought about how much the Fire Country lost and how many resources the daimyo gave to Konoha. Under the one country one village system, Konoha is the military force of the Fire Nation. When fighting, ninja tools, food and other military supplies are provided by the Fire Nation. If Konoha were alone, the village would have been dragged down long ago. The daimyo spent money to win the battle. But in the end he couldn't even make back his losses. How could he be satisfied with the current Hokage? After all, the daimyo has the final say in the Fire Country. At that time, resigning would be the most honorable ending for the Hokage. Otherwise, he would offend the daimyo and it would be difficult for the Hokage to achieve good political achievements in the future. What's more, Minato also has to face the pressure from the ninja clan. With the support of the daimyo, those people will only jump even more happily. What the fourth generation needs to do is to win this war in the cleanest possible way. The reason why Konoha couldn't get war reparations from other countries was because Konoha couldn't make them give in, but can't Konoha do that now? The third generation, the fourth generation, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Kushina. During this period, which ninja village had so many powerful people? After all, strength is paramount in the ninja world. The third generation showed a relieved smile. Minato did not choose the wrong person, the position of assistant to the Hokage is indeed very suitable for you. Hinata Yu looked at his satisfied expression, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Without the root, it seems, should I hand it over to Orochimaru first? It was within expectations. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Making Wedding Dresses. Chapter 50, Making Wedding Dresses. After chatting with the Sandai for a while, Hinata Yu glanced at the shadow of the command room and stood up to say goodbye. Teacher, what do you think? After Hinata Yu left for a long time, a feminine voice sounded in the corner. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru who walked out of the shadows and said with a complicated smile, I didn't expect you would still pay attention to this kind of thing. After all, it's related to me. Orochimaru licked his lips. You want me to take over the route, right? I haven't considered this before because you and Danzo got too close. It's also my fault. I shouldn't have let you go to the route in the first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a complicated expression, but a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. But when Konoha needed you, you took the initiative to step down and gave the position of Hokage to Minato. I am very happy. After this incident, let alone Koharu and the others, Danzo will definitely have to step down as the Hokage's assistant, and the route cannot be handed over to him any longer. Originally, my favorite person to assist the Hokage was Shikaku. Every generation of the Nara clan has good brains. Except for those who were pulled into the route by Danzo, none of them took the initiative to participate this time. But it's customary for them to serve as the Jonin squad leader. Plus with Minato's suggestion, it's not a bad choice to choose Hinata Yu. It's just that. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone became low. The route is not good enough. The position of assisting the Hokage and leading a unit alone, Danzo has already given a negative answer. Isn't that caused by your indulgence? Thinking secretly, Orochimaru smiled and said, then is it appropriate to leave it to me? You spent some time in the route, so you are more suitable than him. And although the title of Hokage's assistant is great, it can only be accomplished if the Hokage has real power and is willing to delegate power. In other words, that position requires someone the Hokage trusts. Hinata Yu is a member of the Shadow Guard, so it's only natural for him to be in that position. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, Konoha should have a new wind. Minato, Hyuagaha, you three ninjas, it's time for us old guys to retire. The impact of that letter was greater than I imagined. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and asked in a hoarse voice, when I sent you the letter that mentioned Zinfan, who did you think of? Sarutobi Hiruzen froze. Who do you think of? He recalled the contents of the letter in his mind. The letter recommending Minato for the title of Hokage would naturally describe his strengths. Gentle and friendly, with strong individual combat capabilities, he is deeply trusted by civilian ninjas. Who did you think of? Konoha once had a ninja who was very similar to Minato. He was as good at attacking and killing as Minato, as gentle as Minato, and as trusted by civilian ninjas as Minato. As Minato stood with Kakashi, he felt suffocated by the familiar feeling. That's Konoha, White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously didn't want to think about it, but looking into Orochimaru's eyes, he knew he couldn't hide it. I didn't mean to kill Sakumo, and Danzo only wanted to damage his reputation. We never thought he would die. He has a 5-year-old child and Kakashi to take care of. Why did he choose such a drastic method? The third Hokage, who had been calm just now, smoked dryly with a blurry look in his eyes. We don't want him to die. Seeing this, Orochimaru had a hint of pity in his eyes. Guilt is a knife. The death of White Fang was also an important cause of the start of World War III. As the war continued, the teacher must have thought more than once what would happen if White Fang hadn't died. And when Minato, a ninja who looked very similar to White Fang, appeared in his sight, some things became natural. I've been wondering lately, what would happen if the position of Hokage was given to Sakumo? He has no experience like Minato, and just has reputation, but not much support from the ninja clan. But if I can make up my mind and help him carve out a path, will the current situation be better? The third generation looked towards the door of the command room, as if looking at someone. He doesn't know government affairs, I can teach him. He doesn't have anyone to support him, I can give him some. Sakumo is such a gentle person, he will definitely get along well with Minato, and then he will be able to gain more support. If he doesn't take the position of Hokage, who can say that he is really unsuitable? The third Hokage seemed to see Hotaki Sakumo wearing the Hokage hat, with Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Hinata standing behind him. He felt that the scene was a bit dazzling and couldn't help but close his eyes. If he were alive, Kakashi wouldn't be confused between his companions and missions, and he would grow faster. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before the second Konoha White Fang is born. If he were alive, many people in Konoha would not have died. He is the White Fang of Konoha who made the Sand Village sleepless. I've made a mistake once, I really can't make it a second time. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes and said this again, his cloudy eyes looking directly at Orochimaru. When Sakumo died, Danzo, the two advisors, and I were all at fault. But those ninja clans were also responsible. They fanned the flames and were happy to see it happen. For civilian ninjas like Sakumo and Minato, the ninja clan is their biggest rival. Last time I didn't make up my mind, this time I'll do it myself. Do you think I'm right this time? I should be right, right? Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat confused eyes and remained silent. Maybe, compared to the previous Hokage, you did a good job this time. But at the same time, you are also used as a knife by Yujun, cutting off all the troubles he needs to face to get to the top. The game is designed in the hidden mist battlefield, so you can find Tsunade to crack the caged bird in order to prevent Danzo from abusing it. He was promoted to Jonin, and entered the site of the fourth Hokage as a member of the branch family, and became one of the Shadow Guards. It exacerbates the conflicts in Konoha and exposes the conflict between the ninja clan and the Hokage, forcing you to think about solutions. Those ninja clans were very afraid of Minato, because it was the bloodline ninja clan, the Hyuga and Uchiha clan, who supported Minato to the position. Relying on blood inheritance, they are more difficult to replace and more powerful than the ordinary mystic ninja clans. Once Minato rises, the interests of the ninja clans that did not bet on him in advance will be damaged. And it will be difficult to overwhelm the Hyuga and Uchiha in the future. There is an irreconcilable relationship between the old ninja circle that you led to rise in the past and the new ninja circle that is now led by Minato to stand at the core of Konoha. This forces you, as you watch Minato and Kakashi being tortured by Sakumo's figure day by day, to make up your mind to eliminate the influence of the old ninja clan in order to prevent civil strife in Konoha. And Hinata Yu took advantage of the incident caused by Danzo to gain the possibility of releasing the bird from the cage. At this point, the Hyuga branch family member who should have been unable to become a high-ranking member of Konoha was only short of the reputation to sit in the position of assistant to the Hokage. And the opportunity to improve his reputation has been given to him by Kirigakure. Danzo is your sword, being used by you to ignite the dissatisfaction of the ninja clan. You are Hinata Yu's sword, helping him eliminate things that are not conducive to his advancement. Orochimaru sighed secretly. He thought of a phrase, working in vain. Just like you said, to be the Hokage's assistant, the Hokage needs to have power and also needs the Hokage's enough trust. After you paved the way for Minato and used your backhand to gradually cut off the influence of the original core circle of ninjas, what kind of rights can you, who is deeply trusted by Minato, get? Even without the root, if you wants to form his own army, will Minato stop him? With Yu's ability, it's hard to say who will control Konoha in the future. Yu-kun, you said you wanted to stay in Konoha temporarily to watch the peace that Minato hoped for. You really chose a special position. But, you probably want more than just that, right? Hinata Yu walked out of the command room and watched the sky gradually brighten. Under the one country one village system, the daimyo had no right to manage Konoha's politics. As a military organization of the Land of Fire, Konoha was more like a mercenary in nature and could even accept missions from other countries without reporting to the daimyo. The main source of income for the ninja village is missions from the Fire Nation, not trade. The daimyo holds the economic lifeline of the ninja village, but does not have the strength to fight against the ninja village. A twisted, weird symbiotic relationship. The supreme leader did not control the military power, but instead controlled the ninja village through soft means such as economics. It lacks all the qualities that a good political system should have. Even less efficient. Chakra, a resource that is useful in many ways, is only in the hands of ninjas, samurai, monks, and others, and is mostly used in fighting, killing enemies, and improving martial arts. How many people are there in Konoha? How many people are there in the Fire Temple? And what about the Land of Fire? When everyone masters chakra, the Fire Nation's war potential and foundation will grow rapidly. But the daimyo did not popularize it, nor did he dare to popularize it, because he did not have the ability to master this power, and naturally the Hokage did not have it either. Old things are not necessarily right, this is true for the Jinchuriki and the ninja clan. So does the one country one village system. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 The Battle of Fame. Chapter 51 The Battle of Fame. Hinata Yu did not want to comment on the first Hokage. If he had to say what he thought of him, it would probably be pity and admiration. Due to the limitations of his knowledge and vision, Hashirama Senju did not think about the political system. He just held the most simple and naive idea, which was to provide a home for the ninjas and children to settle down. Is he wrong? Did the one country, one village system lead to more brutal wars? Hashirama Senju has already taken action. Compared with most people in the 1,000-year history of the ninja world, he has at least made changes. Times are changing, and whether it is suitable for the current situation also requires people today to think about it. It was not easy to end the situation of the Warring States period, so there is no need to be harsh on it. At least the one country one village system brought together various ninja clans, making the chaotic situation clearer. But in the future, such a system will limit the power of the ninja world. The Otsutsuki are a clan, and Hinata Yu would not be so arrogant as to fight against all the Otsutsuki alone. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke will lose their strength in battles, so he needs to be fully prepared. Since all the major ninja villages don't want to change, let him use the heritage of the ninja world that has been left over for nearly 1,000 years. Looking at Minato, who was waiting for him with a smile in front of him, Hinata felt no emotion at all. Can you accept this change, Minato? Because of the angle of the sunlight, Minato could only see Hinata in the shadow of the command room. He felt something strange, but as the other party stepped out of the shadow, that feeling disappeared instantly. Orochimaru-senpai has given me the information, and we will set off in 2 hours. No problem. Hinata nodded. Minato smiled and turned his gaze to the Sandai and Orochimaru, who walked out of the command room. Sandai-sama, Orochimaru-senpai, I'll leave it to you from now on. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen had put away all his negative emotions and said solemnly, let the ninja world recognize the power of Konoha again. Orochimaru and Hinata looked at each other, looked away, and raised the corners of their mouths slightly. I am looking forward to the reunion of the three ninjas. It's not bad to end the final battle of assisting Konoha in this way, isn't it? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku came from a distance, glanced at Hinata, and remembered what Uchiha Yamaru had talked to him about last night. He took a deep breath and said, "Fourth generation, please allow me to go with you. I can help you. Itaki is very talented, the strongest among the Uchiha descendants he has ever seen. If the Uchiha want to make further progress in the future, they may have to rely on Itaki, so he is a little impatient. Now he can still fight, the fourth Hokage who is on good terms with him is here, and in this era, the Uchiha situation is better than ever. So, let me show Itaki the future direction of the clan. What the Uchiha left for future generations is definitely not just killing." The three Megatama of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan suddenly began to spin, and a shuriken-like pattern appeared in his eyes amid the astonishment of the third Hokage and the surprise of Orochimaru. Mangekyo Sharingan. As a Hokage, Minato was qualified to know all kinds of secrets, so he was naturally familiar with this pair of eyes. He asked in surprise, "Fugaku, when did you?" "It was on this battlefield that a familiar comrade died." Fugaku touched his left eye socket with his left hand and looked at Minato with his right eye. "I can control the tailed beasts with these eyes." He didn't care about the complicated expression of the third generation. As the head of the ninja clan, his clan members had already told him what happened in Konoha. Although he didn't know the details, looking at the man standing beside Minato, he knew that the time would soon come for the Yandere to become the de facto Hokage. There is no need to hide the Mangekyo anymore, use it to gain higher level support for Uchiha. "I understand." Minato nodded solemnly with a gentle smile on his face. Fugaku was willing to display this strength because of him, and he would not let this trust down. "In the name of the fourth Hokage, we in Konoha will surely win this war. Madara-sama, Konoha has begun to take action." "Where's Obito?" an old voice came from the darkness. "He couldn't wait to get home." "Then let's get started." "Yes. 1,000 ninjas, you need to wipe them out by yourself. Can you do it?" "Yeah." Hinata nodded calmly. "Then I'll leave it to you. This is your battle to become famous." Minato Namikaze put aside his worries, chose to believe in Hinata's strength, and looked at the forest ahead. 10 kilometers away is the Kirigakure camp, where the two Jinchuriki and the Kirigakure's 1,000 ninjas are all nearby. Hinata already possesses strength that is no less than when he became famous. The only thing he lacks is a record of standing on the stage of the ninja world. He once fought against 1,000 Uegakure on his own, and he believes that the other party can do it too. All we need to do is to get rid of the tailed beast. As far as he knew, Hinata was not good at sealing techniques, nor did he have the power to deal with the tailed beasts like the Mangeki, so if the two Kriki show up, I will be responsible for sending them to Kushina and the others. The rest will be left to you. Yamaru and Kakashi will be responsible for picking you up." Minato handed 2 kunao to Hinata and disappeared from the spot. Next, he will activate the Sage Mode, sense the breath of the tailed beast with all his strength, and wait for the opportunity. Whether you can gain the reputation to serve as the Hokage's assistant this time depends on you. Hinata-yu did not hide anything, nor did he need to hide anything, so he just walked forward slowly. The place where thousands of ninjas gathered, there were quite a few sensing ninjas, as well as two-tailed beasts. If they wanted to defeat this Kirigakure army, they would have to fight a tough battle. The only difference is what kind of combat power Konoha wants to invest. Namikaze Minato, the Shadow Guards, and Uchiha Fugaku were already very cautious. After all, Orochimaru has confirmed that the two Jinchuriki can perfectly control the tailed beasts. When Hinata-yu was only 5 kilometers away from the army, hundreds of shurikens fell like raindrops. Countless black dots appeared in the forest, and the shadows were hazy, but no one approached him, as if wondering why he was alone. And the next moment they knew. In just a moment, they lost sight of each other. And shurikens fell densely on the place where Hinata-yu had originally stood. When the mist ninja came to his senses, what he saw were the bodies of 2 jonin fallen on the tree. Get out of the way, he's a taijutsu ninja. Use Kirigakure. No, he is from the Hyuga clan, use long-range ninjutsu to stop him. No, it's too fast, I can't stop it. Is he already that strong? Seeing Hinata-yu engaging in close combat among hundreds of ninjas with high-speed physical skills that were difficult for the naked eye to follow, Uchiha Yamaru, who was originally very worried, was secretly frightened. He and Kakashi were hanging not too far behind Hinata-yu at this time, ready to provide support at any time. One person against 1,000 ninjas, and he's not a chakra monster like the Raikage, so it's possible that Hinata-yu will run out of energy. But now it seems that his worries were completely unnecessary. Hinata-yu didn't even use Flying Thunder God, he mostly used physical skills to fight the enemy, and the chakra consumption was very limited. On average, a mist ninja falls to the ground every second that passes. Even if we only talk about taijutsu, he is already at the forefront of the ninja world. Kakashi watched this scene and asked, "Ha-senpai is only 15 years old, right?" "No, 16. Today is his birthday." Uchiha Yamaru had a complicated expression. At the age of 16, he became famous in the ninja world. Damn it, don't be so complacent, I will catch up with you sooner or later. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 White Zetsu comes to your door. Chapter 52 White Zetsu comes to your door. My lords, we cannot handle the ninja in front of us. Please. Akirigakure knelt on one knee, trembling all over. Not only was it because of the terrifying efficiency of the slaughter by the ninja outside, but also because of the leaked chakra from the 2 Jinchuriki in the tree. They were obviously not perfect Jinchuriki, but after the 3rd Hokage took 2 Jinchuriki to a certain place, they were able to control the power of the tailed beasts. How did they do that? We know. The 2 Jinchuriki jumped down from the tree and looked at Hinata-yu, who was attacking towards them in the distance with ferocious smiles. The genius of the Hyuga clan? Die here today. The bright red-tailed beast coats wrapped them up, and they ran towards Hinata-yu at high speed like wild animals. Hinata-yu narrowed his eyes slightly as he stepped over one ninja after another and approached them. There is a strange chakra in the brain, and an illusion has been cast. This is the preparation made by Madara. The purpose must be to delay Minato and Kushina. So, are you prepared to deal with Fugaku? As his thoughts turned, 8 Flying Thunder God Kunao appeared between Hinata-yu's fingers and he threw them forward. The 2 Jinchuriki paid no attention to the Kunao and allowed them to hit the tailed beast's coats and be knocked away. The next moment, Hinata-yu's figure appeared at the position of one of the Kunao, causing their smiles to freeze. Time and space ninjutsu? His hair isn't yellow, and I've never heard that the 4th Hokage is from the Hyuga clan. Although they were surprised, both of them were experienced ninjas and subconsciously kicked their companions, trying to keep them away from Hinata-yu. At the same time, the tail behind him swung, trying to send the flying thunder god Kunao in the air in all directions. And more mist ninjas gathered around, ready to stop Hinata-Yu's actions. The reason for arranging this ninja force is to worry about the Jinchuriki encountering the 4th Hokage. If there are not enough ninja cannon fodder, the 4th Hokage who masters the Flying Thunder God technique can easily transfer them to other places. As long as the arrangements are made in advance, they can be quickly dealt with. Their mission is to hold back the 4th Hokage, and they must complete the mission. This is the order of the 3rd Hokage. When this thought came to the minds of the two Jinchuriki, Hinata-Yu, who was on guard, did not make any move. Instead, a figure familiar to the ninja world appeared in the place where their tails were about to hit the Kunao. Then please follow me, both of you. Minato and his shadow clone smiled slightly and took the two away in an instant. He couldn't concentrate on sealing the tailed beast among thousands of ninjas. If the information about Yu Huifei's Thunder God had not been exposed, this time would not have been so smooth. When the mist ninjas saw that their once trustworthy Jinchuriki had suddenly disappeared, they looked at Hinata-Yu with stiff expressions. Too slow. While muttering, Hinata-Yu's hands were gradually covered with blue lion flames and he rushed into the enemy camp again. Soft step double lion fist. The blue chakra energy greatly increased the attack and defense power of his arms. Even if he faced a ninja sword or kunao head-on, it was difficult to hurt his hands, which further improved Hinata-Yu's efficiency. Some of the physical ninjas who had been able to hold out against him were now completely unable to fight back. A ninja watched him slaughter his companions, gritted his teeth, took out the detonating tag connected with a kunao, ignited it and wanted to throw it at Hinata-Yu, but as Hinata-Yu rolled his eyes at him, his movements instantly froze. Eye roll, pressure. Bang! The detonating tag that was not thrown out in time exploded instantly in the ninja's hand, blowing him and his companions into the sky. Looking at the tragic scene in the distance, Kakashi smacked his tongue and killed the mist ninja rushing towards him with one sword. As the battle progressed, some ninjas who could not endure psychologically had already begun to flee. They stopped anyone who wanted to leave from their direction, and ignored other places. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the 3rd Hokage had already gone to the front line, and Lady Tsunade was about to go to the battlefield. The Kirigakure was under great pressure, and had no time to support this side. Besides, someone has to spread the news. Looking at Hinata-Yu galloping on the battlefield, Kakashi had a complicated look in his eyes. If he had such power, would Obito not have? Obito. Watching a figure passing by in the distance, Kakashi's expression changed drastically at the familiar figure, and he subconsciously chased after it. Uchiha Yamaru saw his teammates suddenly abandon him and run away, frowned and shouted, "Have you forgotten our mission? I'm sorry, I will apologize to the Hokage later, but I have to follow now." Hearing the words coming from afar and watching Kakashi disappear into the woods, Uchiha Yamaru looked towards Hinata-Yu hesitantly. He was worried that Kakashi would be in danger if he was left wandering around the battlefield alone, but here, it seemed like there was no need to worry much. In just a few minutes, half of the mist ninjas had fallen at the hands of Hinata-Yu. Moreover, Hinata-Yu can also use Flying Thunder God, so the possibility of encountering danger is actually very small. If it really doesn't work, he can just leave the battlefield. His and Kakashi's welcoming mission was more symbolic than practical. On the contrary, Kakashi's abnormal behavior may have been a plot by Kirigakure. Mission or companion? Do I still need to choose? Muttering something, Uchiha Yamaru ran towards where Kakashi left. Hinata-Yu, you are my recognized opponent, don't say that you will lose to this extent. Shortly after he left, a white head emerged from the trees, followed by a body. After completely walking out of the trees, his figure gradually turned into the appearance of Uchiha Yamaru. You didn't collect Kakashi's chakra in the battle just now? Then leave first. I can do it alone. He spoke softly, as if speaking to the ground and the trees. The breeze blew, but there was no echo. but he knew that his companions had already left. And so, several more minutes passed. Hinata killed the mist ninja in front of him with his last soft punch, looked at the corpses hanging on the trees and lying on the ground, and walked towards Uchiha Yamaru. The number of enemies killed was about 600. When they saw him kill 300 mist ninjas and they were not yet tired, the mist ninjas started to flee. Although there were some genin of the mist who tried to stop them. The demoralized mist ninja even attacked their own people and did not dare to face him. He simply eliminated those who resisted stubbornly and ignored those who fled or killed each other. At this point, the Kirigakure army had been completely defeated. "Are you okay?" Kakashi was acting a little strange. He chased after a mist ninja after he saw him. "I sent a shadow clone to follow him. Now let's go and support him." Seeing Hinata approaching, Uchiha Yamaru took out a military pill from his ninja tool bag and said, "You must have consumed a lot of chakra. Here you go." Hinata didn't even look at the Bing Liang pill, letting it fall to the ground, and grabbed the head of Uchiha Yamaru. "Has anyone ever told you that your acting is terrible?" An Uchiha wouldn't speak so directly and gently. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Uchiha Madara is still alive? Chapter 53, Uchiha Madara is still alive? White Zetsu, who had transformed into Uchiha Yamaru, froze for a moment and laughed dryly. "I'm just worried about you, and there's no trace of transformation on me, so you won't treat me as an enemy, right?" At this time, Pill would just slap my hand away with an annoyed look on his face. Hinata was not interested in listening to his explanation. A black sealing spell appeared on his palm and gradually wrapped around by Zetsu's entire body. "Having been with Uchiha Madara for so long, don't you know what Uchiha's personality is like? Pretend to be more realistic." After sealing the precious experimental material of White Zetsu into the scroll, Hinata looked in the direction where Uchiha Yamaru and Kakashi left, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Baiju expected him to take action. The strength displayed by Konoha now is too strong. Just because Madara is confident that he can handle it doesn't mean he believes that Obito is capable of handling such a Konoha. Even if he and Orochimaru were eliminated, the Akatsuki organization in its heyday would have to pay a heavy price when facing the current Konoha. Therefore, the purpose of this war is to appropriately cut down Konoha's combat power and consume Kirigakure, a ninja village with equally huge war potential. At least it will make it easier for Obito to capture the tailed beasts in the future. And now the drama on Obito's side should be about to begin. White Zetsu's actions can delay time and prevent others from disrupting the situation. Although the one who attacked him was an ordinary White Zetsu, the Hyuga clan who were unaware of the White Zetsu's information would have been hit just now. After all, even if one was surprised by the changes in his companions, he would never have thought that there was such a powerful transformation technique that could even simulate chakra, and even the Byakugan could not distinguish it. The soldier pill given to him was not a good thing, it was highly poisonous. There was something wrong with the way Obito used his army of 100,000 White Zetsu. As long as he has enough information, White Zetsu can transform into anyone and temporarily replace anyone. They are the best assassins and spies because of their excellent transformation skills. Obito was sent directly to the frontal battlefield. Although the result was that Naruto was forced out, this method of use was really a waste. But Ban obviously wouldn't make the same mistake. So, among the strong men who separated from the main force and came here this time, who is most likely to receive special care? Where is the special individual of White Zetsu, whose real body has the strength to fight against Kage? Looking in a certain direction, Hinata'u's figure disappeared on the spot. Uchiha Fugaku, Minato, Kushina. As long as one of them comes into contact with the two-tailed beasts controlled by illusions, he will definitely find some problems. No, it should be said one man and one beast. What are you going to do with them, Madara? On Minato's side, after a battle, Kushina successfully controlled one of the tailed beasts with the diamond seal with the help of Fugaku and Minato. Watching Kushina suppress the Vulpix, Minato turned his gaze to the other side where the three tails had already transformed into a complete form, and said in a low voice. Fugaku, I leave it to you. What? Uchiha Fugaku responded and opened the Mangekyo. When Minato used Flying Thunder God to attract attention and disrupt the three tails, his Mangeki met the three tails' line of sight, and his powerful eye power instantly penetrated into the spiritual world of the three tails and its Jinchuriki. In a damp and dark underground space, Uchiha Fugaku's figure with concentrated eyes appeared here. Looking at the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts who were wary of him in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Now, follow my orders, three-tailed. The power of the kaleidoscope's pupils infused the spirits of the man and the beast. Outside, the three tails stopped moving, and Uchiha Fugaku, who thought he was about to succeed, relaxed a little. It was at this time that a sudden change occurred. A terrifying eye power that was even greater than that of Uchiha Fugaku burst out from the three tails' eyes, expelling his eye power. Fugaku groaned as the blow was backfired, blood gushed from his eyes and fell to the ground along his cheek. Meanwhile, Kushina paused as she was about to seal the tailed beast back into the Jinchuriki's body, clutching her stomach in unbearable pain. Minato saw that both of them were in trouble at the same time, and even the three tails that was supposed to be controlled became active again, with its tail attacking the unsuspecting Kushina. He quickly used Flying Thunder God to move to her side and used Raise Nan to deflect the tail. Kushina, what's wrong with you? Yandere, this three tails. No, I now know why these two Jinchuriki can control the power of the tailed beasts. Before Kushina could answer, Fugaku, who had recovered, activated his Red Susanoo and forced the three tails back with one sword to prevent him from rescuing the Vulpix. He explained at the same time. Someone has the same or even stronger Sharingan as mine and is controlling the two-tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. Kushina also endured the pain and whispered to Minato, the Nine Tails is angry and hates the eye power that hit Fugaku. At this moment, in her spiritual world, the nine-tailed fox was extremely furious, constantly attacking the seal she had set, as if it wanted to find the mastermind behind the scenes for a decisive battle. A pupil power that is stronger than the Mangeki and can make the Nine Tails angry and hateful? It wasn't just Minato. After Fugaku and Kushina summarized the information they knew, a name popped up in the minds of the three of them, but they didn't dare to believe it. Because that person should be dead. It's a kaleidoscope indeed. In the dark underground space, the extremely old Madara slowly opened his eyes. When White Zetsu told him that among those going to deal with the tailed beast force was Uchiha Fugaku, he had a guess in his mind. Only a Mangeki level eye power can control the tailed beasts. It is not surprising that Uchiha Fugaku and the fourth Hokage have such a trump card when they deal with the tailed beasts together. Only. What a coincidence! Yes, what a coincidence! If it was only Fugaku, the other party would at most think that another Mangeki had been born in the ninja world at some point. If it was only Kushina, without the influence of the Mangeki Sharingan's eye power, the illusion he cast would not be triggered, and the two-tailed beasts would only be resolved by Kushina and Minato's sealing technique. And the Nine Tails would not be able to sense that power. Only when both of them are present can a certain fact be discovered. He, Uchiha Madara, is still alive. It was like someone who knew he was still alive did it on purpose. There seemed to be a person in Uchiha Madara's eyes making an invitation, wanting to see what he would do next. Kill or stay. The former may not be achieved with the help of those White Zetsu, but it will instead expose more of his cards and affect his plan to capture the tailed beasts. The latter meant that from this point on, his existence was already semi-transparent in Konoha's eyes. Maybe it's just a suspicion, but once something is revealed, it's not difficult to find the facts. However, some trump cards can be hidden and used by Obito. Oh, so what if I'm exposed? Even if more information is exposed and it affects future plans, he believes that when he is resurrected, all resistance will be meaningless. The old man's face showed an expression of arrogance and confidence. You want me to take action, then let me see what you want to do. It is impossible that a person who knows his existence and makes such a design simply wants to expose him to the ninja world. If the other party only considered this point, and just happened to know from some channel that he was still alive, he would be afraid of him and want to use someone else to deal with him. Not worthy of being taken seriously by him. Even at this age, he is not someone who can be controlled by just anyone. Let me see what you want to gain from this. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Uchiha must not have anything to do with Madara. Chapter 54 Uchiha must not have anything to do with Madara. Jiraiya felt very depressed. After Minato arrived yesterday, he stepped onto the front line, and soon, he was targeted by the third Mizukage of the Kirigakure. This is nothing, after all, the difference in strength between the two is not that big, but the guards around the other party are much stronger than the companions he brought. Water release, big explosive water wave. The water flow spread rapidly, covering the battlefield like an all-consuming wave. Jiraiya nimbly dodged and landed on the water. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the tailless beast of Kirigakure, its chakra is indeed as terrifying as the tailed beast itself. Water escape, water iron cannon technique. Behind Jiraiya, the third Mizukage emerged silently from the water surface created by Kisame, and a water ball like steel was launched from his fingers and flew straight towards Jiraiya. Boom! Jiraiya, who was shot, turned into white smoke. A scorching breath came from the top of the third Mizukage's head. He reacted quickly, formed a seal, and pressed on the water surface. Water escape, water formation wall. The fire style was offset by the rising water wall, and Jiraiya took the opportunity to get close, attacking the third Mizukage with his hair like needles, but only hit the opponent's afterimage. On the other side, Kisame attacked again. Chakrado really does whatever he wants. Jiraiya dodged the shark-like water escape and sighed. The venue created by Kisame was perfect for him and the third Mizukage to perform. Why haven't Orochimaru and the teacher come to support yet? It is not appropriate to summon Wenta and the others here. If we want to hold on, or even win, we can only. He formed a psychic gesture with his hands and pressed them on the water. Boom! Two toads appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Two immortals, I have to trouble you again. Before Jiraiya could finish his words, he saw a helper he summoned suddenly jumped out, formed a reverse summoning seal, and disappeared in an instant. Don't worry about him. The old fool has arranged something for him. After helping Jiraiya deal with the water dragon bullet of the third Mizukage, Shima Sennin explained, the old fool seems to have predicted something again. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Shima Sage was still as harsh in his words to Gama Sage as before, even though he was an elder who could predict the future. By the way, little Jiraiya, you didn't actually have to summon us. Sennin Shima's expression changed and he looked in a certain direction in the distance. In the area not covered by the water current, a team of ninjas approached rapidly, and Sage Shima felt several familiar chakras from them. Jiraiya didn't react for a moment, but as the ninja approached, a mixture of shock and excitement appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but be happy. Tsunade. Orochimaru and Tsunade landed behind Jiraiya with a troop, forcing back the third Mizukage and Kisame, and laughed, "You totally ignored me." Jiraiya smiled awkwardly, staring at Tsunade's face, which was a little tired but no longer had the decadent expression as before. Various complicated emotions were intertwined, but he only said one sentence. "Welcome back, Tsunade. I'm not too happy about being dragged to the battlefield by Orochimaru and Sensei right after arriving here." Tsunade grumbled, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly, "But never mind, today is the first time the three of us have worked together in 10 years, so we haven't regressed, right? It's you. You've wasted so many years. Don't fall behind." Orochimaru licked his lips, a rare smile in his eyes. "It's great that the last battle for Konoha ends in this way. While they were having a relaxed conversation here, the third Mizukage, Yagura, also came with a troop to support them. Yakura, what's going on? Facing the question from the third Mizukage, Yakura lowered his head and explained, the Konoha reinforcements have arrived, and the third Hokage is leading his troops to advance towards our headquarters. I'm here to report to you. Looking at the three ninjas on the opposite side, the third Mizukage said indifferently, is it necessary to report this? Just fight, we haven't lost yet. The location of the fourth Hokage is unknown. Flying Thunder God is too lethal to ordinary ninjas on the battlefield. If the fighting continues, Kirigakure may be unable to recover. Yagura said softly. The third Mizukage turned his indifferent gaze towards Yagura's baby face. Are you questioning my decision? I dare not. Yagura still lowered his head, and there was no emotion in his lowered eyes. The third Mizukage frowned and glanced at Kisame, who was standing aside alert to the enemy. Kisame, what do you think? Kisame looked calm, looking at Jiraiya impartially. Third Sama, compared to the three over there, I am just a nobody. I was able to help you just now. If you continue to fight, I will only hold you back. Although what Kisame said was true, when the third Mizukage thought of what Yagura said, he felt that the other party was evading the issue. The third Mizukage's face darkened. He looked at him, then at Yagura. Stop them here. This is an order. Yagura and Kisame looked at each other and remained silent. There's actually a civil strife. Should I give you some time? Jiraiya laughed out loud, wanting to dampen the morale of the Kirigakure, but was stopped by Tsunade's cold gaze and asked in confusion. What's wrong, Tsunade? Tsunade, I don't want to hear the word civil strife right now. Splitting technique, what a great splitting technique. Ever since she developed the splitting jutsu, the Hyuga clan was split, the ninja clan was split, and Konoha was split. Simply toxic. They have a lot of things going on in Konoha, so how can they have the right to mock others? Jiraiya, who had been focusing on the front line and had not heard about what happened from the Sandaime and Minato, was completely confused. What happened? Where in Konoha was there a civil strife? Tsunade, you are not afraid of blood anymore. Are you planning to compete with my apprentice for the position of Hokage? Are you trying to gain respect within the village? Jiraiya asked, pretending to be curious. Don't be so rude. I don't need your comfort. Ignoring Jiraiya's cold joke to comfort her, Tsunade clenched her fists and looked at the mist ninja with a ferocious expression. I'll calm down with my fists. I feel so depressed in the village, I really need to vent here. Minato diverted the tailed beast ball fired by the three tails, creating another opportunity for Uchiha Fugaku. Is everything okay? Fugaku. Minato turned around and saw that the blood in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes was becoming more and more obvious. He looked at the three tails who had calmed down again and said worriedly. Why not let me seal it? The Uchiha have paid enough in this war. You don't have to fight so hard. It doesn't matter. The person who cast the illusion is not here. That pupil power is just a rootless duckweed. I can expel it. Uchiha Fugaku insisted. Minato, if it is really Uchiha Madara who is controlling everything behind the Kirigakure, as the current head of the Uchiha clan, I must give you an explanation. Uchiha Madara might still be alive, he believed it more than Minato and Kushina. Because among the eye techniques passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha people, there is one that can bring the dead back to life, Izanagi. As the owner of the Manjiki, Uchiha Madara knows better than anyone how terrifying his power is. Such a person, who had not appeared in the ninja world for decades, just controlled two-tailed beasts? Just controlled this war? Fugaku felt uneasy, but couldn't understand Uchiha Madara's intention. But no matter what, the Uchiha who is about to stand at the core of Konoha must not have any relationship with Uchiha Madara. Absolutely not. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, A Toad? Chapter 55 A Toad? After a few minutes, Minato felt relieved when he saw the three tails completely stop moving. Fugaku succeeded. Minato, do we need to send the three tails into battle? Looking at the three tails, whose eye power had been expelled from him and was under his control, Fugaku closed his eyes tiredly and put away his Manjiki. From now on, as long as the three tails and his Jinchuriki cannot break his illusion, they will be under his control. If I may. Minato nodded. Controlling the village's tailed beasts can effectively undermine the morale of the Kirigakuer, and even make some Kirigakuer ninjas lose their will to fight, and Konoha's damage can also be reduced. But if Fugaku couldn't hold on, he wouldn't force it. Fugaku nodded, no problem, the Manjiki is very effective against the tailed beasts. Hearing this, Minato's serious expression relaxed a little. He turned to look at Kushina, and saw that the six tails had gradually transformed from a tailed beast into a human form. He was completely relieved. In order to prevent the three tails from rescuing the six tails, he and Fugaku had just pinned the three tails to a location far away from Kushina. If it weren't for the battle with the tailed beasts, which flattened the surrounding woods, he wouldn't be able to see what was happening over there. You should be done with it too. As he was thinking, Minato saw a familiar figure approaching from a distance. It's Uchiha Pill. Pill, why are you alone? Kakashi saw a figure leave directly. It seemed to be Obito. This is my shadow clone. I come to report to you. What did you say? Minato's expression changed drastically, and he instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Yamaru, staring into his eyes. Obito. I have met him several times in the clan, so he must be right. Hearing this, Minato's thoughts raced. He hoped this was true, yet he subconsciously denied this possibility. Even if Obito was still alive, why would he appear on this battlefield? Someone with a similar look, or is Kakashi under a genjutsu? But the pill is also there, and ordinary illusions cannot pass the Sharingan. I understand. You. In the distance, Kushina, who had completed the seal, sensed a distinct malice. She turned her head and saw the figure in front of Minato, her pupils constricted. Minato, get out of the way, he's not a pill. Minato was stunned. The next moment, blood splattered. Is it the same ability as Uzumaki Mito to sense malicious intent? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki really is our nemesis. Glancing at Kushina who was glaring with anger, White Zetsu turned into a pill and looked at Minato who was covering his arm. So fast, should we say he is worthy of being the yellow flash of the ninja world? Kushina's reminder helped him avoid fatal injuries. But, the seeds have been planted. Spore technique. Under Minato's solemn gaze, the white substance began to increase in value on his body, absorbing his chakra to grow stronger. And White Zetsu also returned to his original appearance, with only half of his face visible, and the other half had only rough textures. Nice to meet you, Fourth Hokage. I'm here to kill you. Having said that, Baizetsu rushed towards him with a smile. Is this a technique that is different from ordinary transformation techniques and can transform perfectly? Minato calmly pressed his palm on the white substance that emerged from his body. Dodging the attack of White Zetsu while continuously covering the white substance with sealing charms. With a snap, these unknown substances fell to the ground, but a considerable part of Minato's own chakra was also absorbed. But Minato didn't care and just dealt with White Zetsu seriously. When Fugaku saw this scene, he originally wanted to stand up and help, but his pupil power was severely depleted and he needed some time to recover. After discovering that the strength of this White Zetsu did not seem to be strong, he did not step forward. Just like in the past when dealing with ordinary Jonin, Minato easily overpowered this strange creature. After a Flying Thunder God transfer, he used the Raise Nan to knock White Zetsu directly into the ground. Both of this guy's skills are very strange, but he himself is very weak. Surprised at White Zetsu's strength, Minato frowned visibly. Could it be that he just wanted to launch a sneak attack using that special transformation technique? Indeed, if Kushina hadn't reminded him, he might have been seriously injured because of Kakashi and Obito's distracted mind, but he shouldn't be so weak. Seeing Minato's solemn expression, even facing the future of death, White Zetsu still smiled heartlessly. "I told you, I'm just a clone, do you want to go look for my real body?" Ha ha ha. Minato's pupils constricted and he subconsciously looked in the direction of Kushina. Just now, Kushina saw through White Zetsu's disguise in advance. If the opponent's real target is not him, it is very likely that it is Kushina who can see through the opponent's ability. But he didn't find any suspicious enemy in his field of vision. There is nothing in the sky or on the ground. Could it be Minato, under Fugaku? I guessed wrong, ha ha ha. As Minato turned his attention to his wife, Kushina's shout and the laughter of the White Zetsu clone were heard at the same time. Wooden release, the art of cutting. A huge amount of sharp wood spread out from the ground and stabbed towards Fugaku's vital points all over his body. Minato turned around and watched the scene with gritted teeth. He threw the flying thunder god Kunao towards Fugaku, but he knew that he might not be able to arrive in time. Fugaku, whose pupil power has just been severely depleted, will die if faced with this attack at such close range. He is late again. Okay? Minato looked at the small figure that appeared at his feet at some point and the technique he had already performed, and the uneasiness in his heart disappeared in vain. Fugaku, who heard the reminder, barely summoned a bit of his eye power, but he didn't have time to use Susanoo to protect his whole body. A sharp spike pierced his waist, and the real White Zetsu's head emerged from the ground, watching this scene, and was about to extend smaller branches from his body to pierce him all over his body. Perhaps Minato and Kushina have a greater influence on future plans, but at this moment, after the collision of power with Madara's, Fugaku, who is difficult to defend against his sneak attack, is the best target of attack. But at this moment, a small stream of water rushed from the direction of Minato and directly hit the sharp spike that pierced Fugaku. With the blessing of Fairy Chakra, it directly broke it and prevented Fugaku from being killed. Minato's flying thunder god Kunao also arrived shortly afterwards. And the teleport Minato quickly took Fugaku away from White Zetsu. It failed. Baizetsu had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all about the failure of his carefully planned attack. But before sinking to the ground, he looked deeply at the source of his failure. A toad? The toad of Myaboku Mountain. Are you satisfied with this answer, Lord Ban? Minato looked warily at the ground where White Zetsu disappeared after leaving, his brows furrowed. The earth escape technique that merged with the ground and was almost unnoticeable before the attack, the difficult to identify transformation technique, the strange spore ninjutsu, and. Glancing at the spike that Fugaku had pulled out from his waist, Minato's face darkened. The first generations would release. This strange creature showed great strength and was capable of attacking and killing any ninja in Konoha. If we don't have intelligence on the other side. No, even if we have intelligence on the other side, it won't be enough to guard against him. This is a battlefield, and some means are restricted. If it were in real life, the abilities of the white creatures would be impossible to defend against. No one will be on guard against everyone around them. That's too tiring and too difficult. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Big Toad Immortal. Chapter 56 Big Toad Immortal. Minato was alert for a while, until Kushina came over with the unconscious Six Tails Jinchuriki, then he cast a questioning look. Minato, he should be gone. Facing Minato's gaze, Kushina shook her head, I can no longer sense any malice. As she spoke, Kushina showed a thankful expression on her face. Fortunately, I came to this battlefield, and I activated the malicious perception. To be honest, she didn't really like this ability that was obtained by plundering the Nine Tails Chakra. She had never used it in Konoha. Because once she used it, she could always sense malicious intent in crowded places. Maybe it wasn't directed at her, but it was still uncomfortable. Hearing this, Minato breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the toad next to him. "Fukasaku Sennin, how come you can use the reverse summoning technique to get here? The master asked me to come and save people. He also predicted something." Fukasaku observed the direction and jumped to the distance. "I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you anymore." "Thank you." After sincerely thanking him, Minato looked at the injured Fugaku and said to the two of them, "Fugaku, I'll take you back to the camp first. You've consumed too much energy." Uchiha Fugaku did not force it this time. He nodded, and used his Manjiki to give orders to the tailed beasts. "The three tails will obey your orders now, the rest is up to you." The fourth. In his current state, if he follows the two of them, he will only be a drag, so it would be better for him to go back. "Okay." Minato nodded and looked back at the white Zetsu clone with a serious look in his eyes. After this war, there are still many things that need to be dealt with. It failed. Inside a barrier, Hinata slowly opened his eyes. "Did the Great Toad Immortal ask you to come find me?" Away from Minato, Fukasaku Sage, who came here according to the order of the Great Toad Sage, looked extremely solemn. "What does this white-eyed boy know? We are not enemies, and there are no white creatures here. Why do you look so serious?" Hinata chuckled. After a moment of silence, Shenziu Oxian said carefully, "The master wants to see you. This is just a clone. If you want, you can see it." Hinata smiled calmly, "But if you want to see the real me, please forgive me for not having time." Hearing this, Shenron Fukasaku recalled the conversation he had with Shenron de Toad a few minutes ago. "If you meet a boy with white eyes, invite him here." The conversation did not mention whether the other party was the real person. A clone is also possible. After a pause, Fukasaku said, "Then let's go." Hinata nodded. "Mt Miyamu." After Fukasaku Sage brought Hinata Tsubasa, Great Toad Sage woke up from his sleep, looked at the face in front of him that he had seen more than once in his dreams, and sighed. "The first time I dreamed of you was half a year ago." As if he knew what Hinata wanted to hear, the Great Toad Sage waved his frog palm, made Fukasaku retreat, and said, "I was no longer able to deal with you at that time. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Hinata shadow clone looked at the huge old toad in front of him and shook his head slightly. "Not satisfied. Our interests are aligned." The Great Toad Sage paused after hearing this, and then said, "You are not an Otsutsuki. You will not let this planet die. As for the right and wrong of the ninja world, it has nothing to do with Myaboku Mountain, so I did not interfere in your affairs." Seeing Hinata looking at it with a chuckle, the Great Toad Sage smiled helplessly, "No matter what I say now, you won't believe it. When facing a creature that can predict the future, it is natural for them to be wary of you before they understand the source and principle of your ability or have absolute strength." Hinata said this with fear, but his expression was relaxed. "Believe it or not, I don't know whether I am acting according to your expectations. So, I can only hold your vital points." Great Toad Sage, "So, you haven't left Konoha yet, and have made close friends with Minato and others, and even arranged a series of backup plans around them. One of the reasons is to prevent me from taking action." "Really? People hate changes that are beyond their plans. So what about you?" Hinata chuckled. The big toad immortal sat on the chair, his old face no longer smiling, and he slightly closed his eyes. "Change, of course it hates it. If there had not been the variable of Hinata, and the ninja world had continued to develop step by step, it would have been able to usher in a glorious future. But now, he has not seen in his dream where the changes brought by Hinata will lead the future. Therefore, if Hinata'u's death can bring the ninja world back on track, it will definitely take action." Unfortunately, its words at the beginning were not false. When it saw the other party, it was already too late. However, it was not half a year ago, but 2 years ago. That was the first time Hinata-yu appeared in his dream. Something the other party did made it want to take action, but the future of taking action appeared in his dream afterwards. If Hinata-yu had been exposed 2 years ago, with the help of Minato, Jiraiya, and even Konoha, they would have been able to kill the opponent even if the opponent had Izanagi. But in the end, the opponent will escape using a strange reincarnation technique. When the other party appears again, it will be the time when Miyaboku Mountain is destroyed. It does not see the details in between, its dreams cannot see some minor details, and the pictures it can predict are limited. It seems that that kind of reincarnation ritual has long been set up by Hinata-yu on some specific people. Once Hinata-yu's body dies, the soul will be transferred. It cannot determine who the opponent can be reincarnated into, where he is originally, how many back UPS he has, or what the limitations of the reincarnation technique are. Its ability to see the future is ultimately limited, and taking action is too risky. Even more, if the other party is directly reincarnated as the child of destiny, then it will be really over. Hinata-yu's soul is a little special. It doubts that even if it could have predicted the other party earlier, it would not be able to completely solve this problem. The Great Toad Immortal was silent for a long time, then asked. You should know about the reincarnation of Indra and Asura, but how can you be sure that I will protect them and their parents, or even give in to this? The reincarnation does not necessarily have to be them. You sent the frog to rescue Uchiha Fugaku today. Isn't that a disguised way of verifying it for me? Hinata-yu chuckled and said. Simply seeing the future is not the same as achieving the desired future. Of course, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura may not be the children of Minato and Fugaku, but they are what you need. The Big Toad Immortal remained silent. It knew that the other party had indeed grasped its weak spot. The Big Toad Sage looked deeply at Hinata-yu. You can also see the future? Otherwise, there are some things I can't understand why you know. Its understanding of Hinata-yu comes from the predicted images, but the information revealed therein does not explain why Hinata-yu knows the future. This young man from the Hyuga clan knew too much and understood too much, even allowing the future to go in different directions and see many different futures. If you don't understand the future direction, you can't do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Impure Earth Cultivation Technique. Chapter 57, Impure Earth Cultivation Technique. Hinata-yu did not answer, but stared at the old face of the Great Toad Sage and said slowly. I already know what I need to verify. As you said before, strictly speaking, our interests do not conflict. I hope that we can keep our distance from each other in the future just like we do now. It can be said that half of the future changes in the ninja world are related to the Great Toad Sage. Obito is Minato's disciple, Minato is Jiraiya's disciple, Uzumaki Naruto is Jiraiya's disciple, and Nagato is also Jiraiya's disciple. Jiraiya played a very important role in that vortex, and the reason why Jiraiya accepted a disciple was because of the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. But the prediction of the Great Toad Immortal obviously has its own purpose, and one needs to intervene to direct the outcome to the future that one hopes for. Whether it was guiding the Six-Path Sage in the past, or guiding Jiraiya and Naruto later, the other party's purpose was obviously to deal with Kaguya, and even to leave the foundation for the ninja world to fight against the Otsutsuki. Among them, the Great Toad Sage personally took part many times, gave prophecies to Jiraiya and Naruto, and asked the frogs below to teach them magic. The Six-Path Sage did everything personally at that time. This time, it was also the case that Fukasaku Sage saved Fugaku. Of course, Ashura and Indra may be reincarnated as someone other than Naruto and Sasuke, but if that's the case, the future will most likely lead to an ending that the Great Toad Sage does not want to face. Putting aside other things, Naruto is the most likely person who can reconcile with the Nine Tails. Ordinary people can't even come into contact with the Nine Tails. The other party needs Naruto and Sasuke. As long as he knows this, he doesn't need to be too afraid of the other party. Hearing what Hinata-yu said, the great toad sage closed his eyes and shook his head. Your so-called verification has brought a lot of trouble to Mayaboka Mountain. Uchihamadara, this attack poses a considerable threat to Mayaboka Mountain. Rather than having you staring at me all the time, I think it's better to put some pressure on Mayabokuzen. Hinata-yu said meaningfully, besides, if we don't do this, we won't have a chance to talk. I should have changed your prophecy, but how do you know if I'm the last one? Sometimes, you need to adapt to change. Seeing that Hinata-yu was about to dissolve this shadow clone after saying this, the great toad sage was filled with thoughts. He recalled the special soul of Hinata-yu and his understanding of the future in his dream, and sighed. Wait, Mayaboka Mountain will not expose your information, nor will it interfere in your affairs. Moreover, I am willing to teach you the fairy arts of Mayaboka Mountain in exchange for your promise. There is actually no need to be overly wary of the young man with the white eyes in front of him. They have no direct conflict of interest. The only reason they are on guard against each other is because the other party has the ability to destroy their plans. It hates that the established future has been changed, but since the change has already happened, it has to find a way to adapt. Hinata-yu is the first person to jump out of its prophecy, but who can guarantee that there will not be a second case in the future? If someone similar to Hinata-yu appears in the future, it might be more beneficial to reach an agreement with him now. All it wants is for the ninja world to not be planted by the Otsutsuki and to protect Mayaboka Mountain. Hinata-yu's shadow clone stopped moving and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I can promise you that if you encounter someone similar to me in the future, who is beyond your prediction, you can tell me and I will deal with it. As for the foundation of the ninja world against the Otsutsuki, I will also try my best to preserve it, although the process may be a bit painful for them. Fukasaku Sennin brought Hinata-yu's shadow clone to the place where he was practicing immortal arts, told him the steps of practice, and asked, "You really don't need me to watch over you? This is your shadow clone, right? Why don't you call your real body over?" "No need." Hinata-yu's shadow clone replied. "Okay." Shenin Fukasaku frowned, remembered the master's instructions, and jumped away from here. After the other party left, Hinata-yu took out some toad oil and performed summoning magic, and a coffin gradually appeared in front of him. "What else do you want me to do?" Hinata-miu looked at Hinata-yu and asked with a frown. "I'll help you improve your strength." Hinata-yu's shadow clone said with a smile, and then turned into white smoke and disappeared. The next moment, Hinata Minjaya found himself being controlled by Hinata-yu's consciousness. Hinata-yu controlled him to apply toad oil, and then sat cross-legged to practice. The ninjas who have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation can sense and absorb natural energy. After all, there are two examples of this, Minato and Hashirama Senju. Toad oil can allow the area where it is applied to automatically absorb natural energy, helping practitioners to sense natural energy. The caster can control the filthy earth body and synchronize its perception with that of the filthy earth body. Therefore, if you control the impure world body and apply toad oil to absorb natural energy, and gradually enhance your ability to sense natural energy, some experiences can be synchronized. The most important thing is, doing this avoids the risks of practicing immortal arts. If one fails to strike a good balance between natural energy, body energy, and spiritual energy when practicing the magic of Meibokuzen, one will first turn into a toad or even a stone statue. But the impure world reincarnation. Hinata-miu, whose consciousness was robbed, watched helplessly as strange changes occurred in his body, and that part of his body exploded. It was Hinata-yu who destroyed that part. Under Hinata-miu's numb perception, the automatic repair of the impure world reincarnation began and his body returned to its original state. I see. Hinata-yu is using the immortality of the impure world reincarnation to study dangerous fairy arts. This unfilial descendant. What hasn't he seen in all these years? He had never seen such a practice method before. Hashirama Senju knows fairy arts, but even if he has powerful recovery abilities, the way he practices fairy arts is definitely different from this brat's method. Rely on the power of immortality to resist? Really believe in your thoughts and go out. In this way, Hinata Minjayu's body kept repeating destruction and recovery, while Hinata Yu's consciousness kept trying to sense natural energy. It's just inefficient and fuel-consuming. After all, Hinata Yu needs to divide his attention between two things and cannot fully devote himself to training. And because the body of the impure world body is destroyed, it is necessary to reapply toad oil. Compared with when Naruto was training, Hinata Yu consumed much more toad oil during his training. However, as long as you are willing to spend time, you can gradually sense the natural energy, which is enough for Hinata Yu. Toad. In the dark underground space, Uchiha Madara frowned as he listened to White Zetsu's report. That junior named Jiraiya was taught at Miyaboku Mountain, right? Yes, Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Jiraiya's information had come into his view several times in the past. After all, Jiraiya is Nagato's master and Minato's master, and his relationship with Uchiha Obito is obvious. The opponent's information is the key point that White Zetsu needs to collect. And there was one thing he remembered very clearly. The reason why the other party taught Nagato and Minato was because he was looking for the child of destiny who would bring changes to the ninja world according to the prophecy. Prophecy. Destiny. Change. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Uchiha Madara, the Moon Eye is controlled by me personally. Chapter 58 Uchiha Madara, the Moon Eye is controlled by me personally. Can Nagato bring changes to the ninja world? According to his plan, yes. Where is Minato? The other party became the fourth Hokage and was about to end the Third Shinobi World War, which had brought many changes to the shinobi world. And Minato's disciple, Obito, is also part of his plan. Madara kept thinking, his hands gradually clenching. How much did my Boku-san know about my plan? How much did the other party predict? White Zetsu seemed to have received some news and reported to the thoughtful Madara, that Toad was summoned by Jiraiya and then went directly to the fourth Hokage. I see. This means that Fukasaku Sage did know that Fugaku would be attacked, but before the action was taken, only he and White Zetsu knew about it. Will White Zetsu betray himself? Even if there was betrayal, the other party would not be able to contact Miyaboku-san in such a short time. Madara's eyes darkened slightly. This also proves that Miyaboku-san does have the ability to predict. Does Toad like to dream? White Zetsu's real body looked at Uchiha Madara with a cold look, and instead of laughing and joking as usual, he said directly. It is rumored that the great Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain predicts things through dreams, but if I really fall asleep and get up, immersed in a beautiful dream, I may not be willing to do so. So, I failed in the future. It may not have predicted the ending yet. Baiju said dryly. Haha, Uchiha Madara sneered, have you forgotten when Jiraiya started to grow up and become the heir of Miyaboku Mountain? White Zetsu fell silent. Jiraiya became the heir of Miyaboku Mountain before Nagato was born. If the great Toad Sage predicted the future at that time, then my plan has always been controlled by other beings. Does it sound like a joke? Uchiha Madara's eyes were complicated, but his tone was calm. I became someone else's pawn. There was no point in deceiving himself, he had to admit that there was a big flaw in his plan. But, Lord Madara, if the other party really predicted the future, why did he allow such a future to happen? Asked White Zetsu. If the intention is to stop Madara's plan, Miyaboku-san's actions seem very strange. It was just asking Jiraiya to accept a disciple, but there was no sign of him looking for them in all these years, which was too strange. If they can predict the future, we can definitely find them through clues. Madara coughed and took a deep breath. Since they have seen our failure in the future, why do they still want to take action themselves? Jiraiya's disciples are the key. For so many years, Mayaboku Mountain has clearly done what it wants Jiraiya to accept disciples. The reason why I failed is most likely because of his disciples. And Uchiha Fugaku. Madara narrowed his eyes, his mind clear. You know my power. If you want to have the power to fight me, the most likely one is another pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. To be honest, although Konoha is very strong now, it is not enough to face him. Even the strong men in Konoha couldn't break his Rinnegan jutsu. But what if another pair of eternal kaleidoscopes was born? With those eyes, you will know the secret of the Rinnegan. Mayabokuzen will not care about the damage to Konoha, and White Zetsu did not attack the fourth Hokage. But that toad just happened to save Uchiha Fugaku. Is there anything special about the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Mangekyou Sharingan, the other party is one of the few who evolved Sharingan into Mangekyou after Uchiha joined Konoha. He has a very outstanding son, right? The eternal Mangekyou does not necessarily require the eyes of a brother, a blood relative can also do it. Madara said in a low voice, if you have the eternal Mangekyou, you can understand the contents behind the Uchiha steel and know the secret of the Rinnegan. Although Hashirama is dead, there are people in Konoha who have been studying his cells. There may be some results. But this is just speculation. After seeing the contents of the stone tablet, the Uchiha who helped Konoha should not exist. You don't need to worry too much. From now on, just focus on exploring the relevant information about Minato, Nagato, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Fugaku. I understand. White Zetsu asked, Lord Madara, since the plan has been exposed, do you want to retrieve Nagato's Samsara Eye? For Madara, he doesn't need to care about other arrangements, even Obito can be abandoned, but the Rinnegan must not be lost. Uchiha Madara shook his head. It's not necessary for now. The Samsara Eye needs a ninja with sufficient chakra as a temporary master. Even if it is replaced, Mayaboku Mountain can still see it. Nagato was only a little prodding away from summoning the golem and completing the first step of his plan, so there was no benefit in changing hosts at this point. Moreover, as he possesses the Rinnegan, Nagato's strength is not matchable by ordinary ninjas. In addition to his secret arrangements, it would be difficult to destroy the Rinnegan by force alone. As for convincing Nagato to destroy it himself. Thinking of the relationship between Nagato and Jiraiya, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. The plan really needs to be revised. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara looked at White Zetsu. In the latter's puzzled eyes, he stood up and placed his hand on his shoulder. Black substance flowed out of Madara's hand and gradually attached to White Zetsu's body. This is my will, and Obito can assist appropriately. From now on, your main task is to find a ninjutsu for resurrection, whether it is Tobirama's impure world reincarnation or other ninjutsu, as long as it can revive me from the underworld in advance. I will personally manage the Moon Eye project. The original plan to use reincarnation to achieve perfect resurrection needs to be changed. The Moon Eye project cannot afford to fail. Only that technique is the only way out for the ninja world. The thousands of years of sad cycle in the ninja world will end in his hands. Uchiha Madara looked up gloomily. This attack was worth it. What was revealed in a short period of time made him realize that he did not know as much about the ninja world as he imagined. You need to learn about the 3 holy places. Thinking of this, he suddenly let out a chuckle. Jiraiya is a ninja of Konoha, as are Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. It can be said that Mayabokuzen has placed its hopes on Konoha. As expected, my strongest opponent has always been you, Hashirama. The ninja village that I founded together eventually became my biggest rival. Apart from these people, who in Konoha was the one who led me to see the threat of Mount Mayaboku. It can make Uchiha Fugaku stop hiding his Mangekyou and join the 4th Hokage and his wife on the battlefield to fight against the tailed beasts and make their existence known. Anyone who can do this must be a member of Konoha. Is he a ninja who has studied the Senju and Uchiha powers and knows Izanagi? Or is he a ninja who has the special ability to see into the future like the great Toad Sage? A smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips. The final war may not be boring. Behind him, Black Zetsu looked at him as confident as ever and suppressed all his thoughts. It should be, no problem. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Obito, it's this world that is wrong. Chapter 59, Obito, it's this world that is wrong. What happened? What am I doing? Why did my palm pierce through Lin's heart? Obito felt like he was having a nightmare. Because of what White Zetsu told him, he knew that Lin was in danger, so he ran directly out of Madara's underground base, rushed to Lin's side as soon as possible, and easily saved her with the strength trained by Madara. However, there seemed to be a gathering place for the Kirigakure troops nearby. Before he could be happy for long, another Kirigakure ninja jumped out. Then, when he was fighting with these mist ninjas, Lin suddenly rushed over. With the blessing of White Zetsu, his strength increased dramatically and he punched through the opponent's chest. "Why are you rushing over here?" Obito asked stupidly, his pupils spinning wildly. The number of Megatama in his eyes quickly increased from 2 to 3, and it hadn't stopped yet, almost completely connected together. "It's Obito after all." Lin looked at him with complicated eyes and said softly, "Although you are wearing this white mask, when I saw you, I knew it was you. It's great that you are still alive. I'm sorry that I can't leave here alive." She wanted to reach out her hand to touch Obito's cheek, but she no longer had the strength to do so and closed her eyes. Obito held her body, looking at Rin's lifeless body, his mind went blank. Lin. Kakashi, who was chasing the figure that looked like Obito, ran out of the forest. He was furious when he saw a white monster and a girl whose heart was pierced by him surrounded by the Kirigakure. The Sharingan spun rapidly, and lightning gathered in Kakashi's hands. He used all his strength at an unprecedented speed, killing all the mist ninjas who were trying to stop him, and launched an attack on the ninja who killed Rin. Obito turned around and stared at the scene in a daze. Why did Kakashi want to kill me? Oh, by the way, because there were too many mist ninjas on this battlefield, I was afraid that he would be killed, so he turned into armor and put it on him, even protecting his head, so Kakashi didn't recognize him. No, that's not right, because I killed Lin. Obito's pupils lost focus, and the world in front of him seemed like broken glass, shattering in an instant. The fact that he had been trying to escape from in his heart was exposed by Kakashi. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Obito's eyes, and the shape of the Mangekyo was completely formed. At the same time, the kaleidoscope in Kakashi's eyes also took shape. And the next moment, Chidori pierced Obito's chest, and blood splattered. Perhaps it was his body's instinct, or perhaps it was something that Afiai did, but Obito avoided the vital points. Looking at Kakashi with red eyes in front of him, all kinds of thoughts came to his mind. He killed Lin. Kakashi failed to protect Rin. The fastest teacher in the ninja world is late again. Whose fault is it? Rin's apologetic expression came to his mind, and Obito recalled what Madara had said over the past 6 months. Looking at Kakashi's angry eyes, the tears in his eyes suddenly stopped and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! The loud laughter reached Kakashi's ears, causing him to stop in his tracks from drawing his sword to kill the other person, and he looked at him in disbelief. This voice is Obito? This is hell, ha 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 ha! Obito held his face and smiled, his exposed Sharingan staring at Kakashi's cheek, his voice low and weird. Hey, Kakashi, Rin is dead. I killed her. Kakashi looked at him blankly, unable to comprehend the current situation. How could Obito possibly kill Rin? He likes her so much. Is this a dream or an illusion? He doesn't believe it. Obito lowered his head, but, if Lin doesn't blame me, she won't blame you and the teacher either. It wasn't someone's fault, Lin chose to die herself. It wasn't his fault, it wasn't Kakashi's fault, and it wasn't the teacher's fault. What's wrong? Is this hell-like world? It wasn't a certain person who caused all this, but this world, this war-torn ninja world, that took Lin away. Obito slowly pulled out Kakashi's hand that had pierced his chest. The intense pain did not change his expression at all. A cold voice came out of his mouth. This kind of world, a world that can't even tolerate a gentle girl, has no value in existence. The desire for destruction continued to emerge in his heart, but Obito did not suppress it. He completely pulled out Kakashi's hand and turned his eyes to the surroundings. As if they felt that the infighting among them would be beneficial to them, the mist ninjas did not step forward, but just looked at them vigilantly. As he looked at them with a cold gaze, these mist ninjas seemed to feel threatened and attacked them with all kinds of ninjutsu and ninja tools. Obito took a step forward, and a huge piece of wood appeared in front of him, blocking all kinds of ninjutsu and ninja tools. Obito! Obito! Obito held Rin's body with his left hand and grabbed Kakashi's hand with his right hand. He ignored Kakashi's painful and confused look and said coldly, "You're in the way, Kakashi." After saying that, Kakashi was thrown out of the encirclement by Obito. At the same time, a whirlpool appeared in front of Obito and absorbed Rin's body. After doing all this, he rushed towards the mist ninjas. The opponent's attacks towards him seemed to penetrate his body and had no effect at all. Obito rushed into the crowd, exploded with wood release, and all the mist ninjas died instantly. Monster, monster! He is just like that Hyuga clan ninja just now, both are monsters. The Kirinin retreated tremblingly, wanting to escape, but unlike when he faced Hinata Yu, Obito had no intention of letting any of them go. Under Kakashi's stunned gaze, Obito took little time to clear out all the mist ninjas around him. Moreover, many of the ninjutsu he displayed were different from the Obito he knew. What has Obito experienced in the past 6 months? And why is Lin here? Kakashi came back to his senses when he heard footsteps, and looked at Obito walking towards him with a dazed look on his face. Obito, Rin has really... The sunny boy in the past was filled with indifference, and his hand instantly grabbed Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi's pupils constricted and he wanted to avoid it, but when he remembered that these were the eyes of Obito in front of him, he stopped. Ding! A ninja sword stretched out from the side and firmly blocked Obito's grabbing attempt. What do you want to do, Obito? Uchiha Yamaru looked into Obito's only eye with a serious look. Kakashi is your important friend, right? He had just seen the Manjiki Sharingan from the clan leader today. Unexpectedly, the former last-place student actually opened his eyes. Obito might be an alternative genius. I just want to take back my things. Why are you going to stop me? You want to become a traitor by attacking your companions. It doesn't matter. Everything doesn't matter. The most important thing to me has disappeared. Obito said indifferently, this world is wrong and has no value in existence. That kind of thing is not something you can decide. Looking at Uchiha Yamaru's determined expression, Obito sneered, one day, you will understand. Kakashi, give me back my power, I will use it, to destroy this world that rejects Lin. Kakashi stood up silently and touched his left eye. Obito, these are the eyes you entrusted to me to see the future. What it saw was despair and Lin's death. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito said no more and took action instantly. Uchiha Yamaru and Kakashi counterattacked subconsciously, but their attacks directly penetrated Obito's body. Damn, kaleidoscope's eye technique? Although there was no information about the hollow, Uchiha Yamaru wisely retreated and said to Kakashi, who also dodged, "Hey, Kakashi, don't be depressed. Your eyes are also Manjiki. Use them as soon as you can. Obito is obviously not right now. I haven't mastered it yet." Listening to Kakashi's words, Uchiha Yamaru felt that the end was coming. You are too unreliable. If I had known the result would be like this, I should have caught you back earlier instead of following you around. Relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, the two of them barely managed to deal with a few moves, but Uchiha Yamaru was exposed due to his strange ability of hollowing. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to hold on, but now it seems that I might have to go first. Obito stretched out a wooden branch from his hand and reached it towards Uchiha Yamaru without any emotion, completely unconcerned about the life or death of this fellow clan member. But at this moment, a figure appeared and grabbed his arm. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Hinata U vs Obito. Chapter 60, Hinata U vs Obito. You are, from the Hyuga clan. Obito looked at the ninja that appeared in front of him and smiled coldly. It was Flying Thunder God just now, it was more timely than the teacher, but you can't stop me. He turned his gaze to Kakashi's Sharingan, and his body became virtual and passed through Hinata U. Over the past 6 months, Afei had been passing on information from the outside world to him, telling him the news that his teacher had become Hokage in the war between Konoha and Kirigakure. The tailed beasts, the shadows, the 3 ninjas, and the village's elite jonin, battles that were rarely seen in the past can now be seen on this battlefield. He could feel that his current strength was very strong, but it was not enough. Neither avenging Lin nor destroying this unreasonable, war-torn world is enough. In the battle just now, he had a physical body when he attacked. We must seize the opportunity. Uchiha Yamaru, who escaped the disaster, secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hinata U coming. He looked at Obito vigilantly and reminded him in a low voice. Hinata U nodded and stopped Yaoan, who wanted to help Kakashi. Under the latter's strange gaze, he watched indifferently as Obito passed the two of them and rushed towards Kakashi. Seeing that Obito was determined to get the other eye, Kakashi responded to his attack solemnly. Senior Yakumaru is right. Obito is very emotionally unstable now. If we allow him to continue like this, it will definitely lead to irreversible consequences. Fortunately, as long as Obito is subdued, there is still room for recovery. And he also needs to ask about Rin's matter. However, he was obviously no match for Obito and was at a disadvantage in seconds. Obito's hand reached for his Sharingan again. The moment Kakashi failed and Obito reached out to attack him, Hinata U's figure disappeared from the spot. I'll take this eye. Boom! Obito's eyes widened and his body flew backwards in an instant. He quickly made his body virtual in the air to avoid secondary damage. After landing and standing firmly, Obito looked at Hinata U, who appeared in the position before him with a frown. What happened? He had been paying attention to the movements of Hinata U and Uchiha Yamaru. Although it was strange that the two of them just sat there and watched, Hinata U did not throw the Flying Thunder God Kunao in that direction. Obito, my arm. When Afei's reminder came, Obito noticed that a mark had been carved on White Zetsu's arm at some point. It's probably because of the brief contact just now. We were too focused on Kakashi. Obito looked at Hinata U solemnly. He rarely saw Minato engrave the Flying Thunder God mark on others. In other words, when facing a powerful enemy, the other party basically dealt with it alone, and the 3 members of their team were not by the other party's side at that time. As for ordinary enemies, Minato-sensei doesn't need to use such methods at all. The situation that left the deepest impression on him was the graduation examination. He, Rin and Kakashi worked together to grab the bell, and the final result was that Kakashi finally seized the opportunity, but was defeated miserably because he was engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark. From personal experience, I realize that this trick is really hard to guard against. Did the two of them touch for half a second? In such a short time, he actually left a backup plan for himself. Minato-sensei has found a good successor. Hinata U clenched his palms and looked at the armor transformed by Uzumaki White Zetsu, with a raised brow. With the White Zetsu on, the effects of some physical techniques on Obito will be halved, but the impact is not significant. He turned sideways to Kakashi and said, "Sorry, I just used you as bait." "It's okay." Kakashi shook his head, stood beside Hinata Yu, and said to Obito, "Obito, Lin is participating in the battle as a member of the medical team this time. Why did she appear here? Don't you want to investigate?" "I will do it," Obito said coldly, "but I don't need to do it with you." After that, he ignored Kakashi and looked directly at Hinata Yu, who also looked at him. As the two looked at each other, branches grew out of Obito's side, and blue flame lions appeared in Hinata Yu's hands, and they quickly rushed towards each other and fought. After suffering a loss from Flying Thunder God once, Obito became cautious this time. As long as Hinata Tsubasa's body entered the dangerous distance, he would immediately activate his hollowification and pay special attention to the part of Afei where Flying Thunder God was engraved. He didn't dare let Afei give up that arm, so he could only pay attention to whether Hinata Yu would teleport in this direction. "I'm not worried about Afei being disabled." The experience of the past 6 months made him realize that for White Zetsu, physical damage was not a serious injury. Their arms were plug and play, and the things behind Madara could help them regenerate, so there was no need to worry about it. He was worried that if he gave up that part, Hinata Yu would carve the Flying Thunder God mark directly on his body, and then it would be difficult to deal with it. With the help of hollowification, Obito made most of Hinata Tsubasa's attacks ineffective, but the opponent still seized the opportunity several times and hit his real body. His attack was completely ineffective against the skilled Hiraishin using the Hinata feather. This is the gap in experience and hard power. 2 minutes later, Obito used wood release to intercept Hinata Yu and distanced himself from the opponent. He felt the pain coming from all parts of his body and looked grim. He was suppressed. "Obito, let's go. You won't be able to get that eye back for now." While the two were separated, Afei hurriedly persuaded, "Go find Master Madara, he will give you strength." "All right, I still have something I want to ask him." Obito stopped and looked deeply at Hinata and Kakashi. "We will meet again in the future." Kakashi realized something and wanted to step forward to stop Obito, but he saw that the other party directly entered a whirlpool, leaving only one of Obito's arms behind and disappeared. "With soil," Kakashi muttered to himself, looking at the place where Obito disappeared in a daze. Today, he met the friend who was supposed to have passed away, but what he welcomed was not a touching reunion, but the death of Rin and the farewell of Obito. For a moment, he seemed to have returned to the moment when his father had just died and had nothing. Uchiha Yamaru, who did not participate in the battle, also had a gloomy look on his face. "Mangeki, can it really make a ninja so powerful? If you want to become stronger, maybe." Looking up and seeing Kakashi's depressed look, he temporarily withdrew his thoughts, stepped forward and slapped Kakashi on the shoulder. "Okay, you just said you wanted to find Lin's reason for coming out, what's with that expression?" After a moment of silence, Kakashi said in a deep voice, "I understand." "That's right." Uchiha Yamaru nodded with satisfaction, and when he looked up, he found Hinata Yu looking at him, wondering. "What happened? Have you forgotten what your original mission was?" "Cover you, but do you need it?" "I do not need." Hinata Yu shook his head, looking at the scarlet figure walking behind the two of them, "But someone needs an explanation." Uchiha Yamaru and Kakashi felt a familiar chakra and their hair stood on end instantly. "Hey, why didn't you join us after you dealt with the Kirigakure troops, Kakashi, Yakimaru?" The words coming from behind me started out softly, but suddenly took a sharp turn. "Do you know how worried I am?" Boom, boom. End of this chapter. Chapter 61, Flying Thunder God and Kamui. Chapter 61, Flying Thunder God and Kamui. "Pill, did you know? A white monster turned into you and attacked Minato. At that time, I thought something happened to you." Kushina, who rushed here, had an unhappy look on her face and started lecturing non-stop. "Can't you guys learn from you? Just a notification would be okay. I notified you, ah." Touching the swollen bump on his head, Yaoan wanted to retort loudly, but when he saw Kushina's unfriendly look, his voice dropped a little bit. I sent a shadow clone over there, but it seemed to have died in a sneak attack halfway through. Kushina raised an eyebrow. The white creature that attacked Minato, after turning into a pill, seemed to be a shadow clone claiming to be here to inform you of the news. So it was you who led the enemy here? Yaoan, noticing that Kushina's eyes were becoming more and more hostile, closed his mouth with a slightly confused look on his face. He didn't lie, doesn't Lady Kushina believe it? On the side, Kakashi heard a familiar creature from Kushina's words, and his heart sank when he thought of the armor that Obito was wearing just now. Was Obito saved by those strange creatures? But they actually attacked the teacher. What kind of environment was Obito in? Thinking of Minato, Kakashi realized a huge problem and stared at Kushina closely. Excuse me, where is the teacher? Could the Kushina in front of me be fake? Do you suspect I'm pretending? Kushina burst out with powerful chakra and looked at Kakashi with a complicated expression. Minato took the tailed beast to the battlefield. He was worried about you, so he asked me to come and take a look. In fact, before encountering Hinata-Yu's clone, she and Minato had already thought that the three of them were in great danger. If you don't have any information about that kind of monster, it's easy to be killed. The key point is that the other party has turned into a pill, which makes her foreboding even stronger. Fortunately, all three were fine. I'm afraid that Yaoan's shadow clone died from the sneak attack of that white creature, and then the other party took the opportunity to replace Yaoan's shadow clone and did not directly attack them. I'm sorry. Kakashi clenched his fists. He hadn't cried during the battle, but now tears were streaming down his cheeks. But I saw Obito, and Rin. Looking at the sad Kakashi, Kushina had a bad feeling. What happened? Lin is dead. Kushina's heart sank, and she suppressed her anger and said, "Tell me the details, why is Lin here?" Looking at Kakashi and Kushina discussing the whole story, Hinata-Yu did not interrupt but started to think secretly. This fight with Obito allowed him to obtain a lot of information. Although he knew about the opponent's abilities before, he didn't have a deep understanding of them without fighting him personally. If you only know the duration of Shinwei and the nature of its power without testing it in combat yourself, you may make a misjudgment. Since he chose to sit back and watch Obito turn evil, in order to plan for the future, he had to determine the extent of the threat posed by the other party. Obito is now at his weakest since awakening his Manjiki, and this is also the best opportunity to test him. This time, he gained a lot from the test. For example, even if you leave the Flying Thunder God mark, without enough chakra, you cannot directly transfer to the Kamui space. In terms of the performance of Flying Thunder God's ability, it is actually very similar to summoning. In the original story, there was an example of using summoning to travel through different dimensions. That is, after the battle with Kaguya, the successive Cage generals summoned Naruto and others from Kaguya's space of origin. Although there are many problems that require psychic creatures, it requires the cooperation of successive generations of Cage to complete it, which shows that spatial teleportation between different dimensions is very difficult. But it is not impossible. In the previous battle, when Obito hollowed out the part with the Flying Thunder God mark, he had the idea of teleporting into the Kamui dimension, but he felt an obstacle. It should be the spatial barrier between the ninja world and the Kamui space. But since you can feel it, there is naturally a possibility of a breakthrough. In other words, if you have enough chakra and preparation, and have the coordinates provided by the Flying Thunder God seal in the Kamui space, you can teleport to the Kamui space. Thinking of this, Hinata-Yu looked at the arm left by Baizetsu Afii and his eyes narrowed slightly. The Flying Thunder God mark is indeed difficult to erase, but as long as you can be ruthless and abandon the part where the mark is left, it is actually not that unsolvable. If you carve it on your hand, cut it off. If you carve it on your body, dig out that part of the flesh, and you will naturally solve the problem fundamentally. It's just a mark, not a flexible spell. For Obito, who has Hashirama's cells and the white Zetsu reserve of his limbs, it is not difficult to do this. The reason why the Flying Thunder God mark was not cleared during the original development was probably because it was believed that the fourth generation was already dead and there was no need to pay attention to it. And now that he, the magician, is still alive, the other party naturally does not want to leave any loopholes. But, I never thought I could leave a mark on you, Obito. Banara, I'm back. Uchiha Madara woke up from his coma and looked at the boy in front of him who was completely different from before, and smiled with relief. Then let me tell you how to save the world. Obito and Madara communicated in the illusion space, obtained various inheritances, and after witnessing each other's death, he and Zetsu left this underground space. Not long after Obito left, in Obito's eyes, Madara, who had left the outer path statue and died leaning on the chair, returned to his original appearance. Obito, this guy couldn't even see through such a simple illusion. Madara, who had used illusion to play a trick on Obito, squinted and said, "Tell me, what happened to Obito?" It happened much faster than expected. A white Zetsu who was monitoring Obito's movements emerged from underground and explained, that little medical ninja girl was too weak. The mist ninja we lured over easily caught up with her, so Obito had to rescue her in advance. This was not the original plan. The original plan should have been for his companions to transform into Obito's appearance to attract Kakashi, and then have the two people Obito cared about most die in front of him to stimulate him to open his eyes. Now, the effect seems to be quite good, but Baizetsu always feels something is wrong. That little girl is a chunin after all. Even if she is a medical ninja, she shouldn't be unable to deal with the first few genin. Is it because the use of medical ninjutsu before consumed a lot of chakra? And the mist ninja coming from behind was really fast, as if there was a ferocious beast chasing them. If it weren't for the pincer attack from both sides, Lin could actually have held on for a while longer. But there is nothing wrong with the person. She is indeed the girl that Obito likes. She chose to die at Obito's hands and escape his control. After listening to White Zetsu's story, Madara frowned slightly. No wonder Obito's emotions just now were a little beyond his expectations. He killed the person he loved most with his own hands. This was a rare situation among the Uchiha who had opened their eyes. It was natural for him to become cold-blooded and full of desire for destruction. An unexpected surprise? End of this chapter. Chapter 62 Lin, I'm broken. Chapter 62 Lin, I'm broken. After thinking carefully for a while, Ban found no signs of anyone's involvement in this matter, so he stopped thinking about it. How's the plan going? There were too few suitable targets, so only 5 ninjas were selected. Not enough, keep going. Yes. After listening to Kakashi's story, Kushina just wanted to rush to the medical team and ask them how they allowed Lin to appear on the battlefield alone. But reason told her that this matter probably had nothing to do with them. Rin, Mist Ninja, Obito, Manjiki, White Creature, Uchiha Madara. Kushina felt like she could string a thread together, but something was missing. After thinking for a moment, Kushina suppressed her sadness and looked at Hinata. You, how strong is Obito? Although they didn't want to think about it, Obito would most likely become their enemy if they met next time. Retracting his thoughts, Hinata said, very good, after experiencing more battles and improving your experience in using pupil techniques, you will be very difficult to deal with in the future. Fugaku said that his Manjiki eye technique cannot be used too frequently, otherwise he will go blind. Doesn't Obito have such a restriction? Kushina was a little confused. He uses it quite frequently. He keeps using that move to dodge attacks. Yaoan took over the conversation and frowned, I'm afraid it doesn't consume much for him. And in the end, he sucked himself into a whirlpool and disappeared. The whirlpool appeared from his right eye. I guess his pupil technique should be a space-time ninjutsu. But in that case, I can't understand his ability to change his body between reality and illusion. I understand. Kushina remembered Obito's information and turned her gaze to Hinata. You, can you still hold on? Hearing this, before Hinata could say anything, Uchiha Yamaru looked at Hinata with a question mark on his face. He's obviously fine. Not very good. Hinata glanced at the pill and said lightly, the chakra is almost exhausted, but there are no major problems in other aspects. It's not just a matter of chakra, right? One person against 1,000 ninjas, even with the Byakugan to provide a global perspective, but he has to analyze all kinds of information, and then he has to face Obito, so he will be very tired. You should go back to the camp and rest first. Kushina shook her head and said softly, and Kakashi, you go back to the camp too, and we will take care of the rest. Kakashi nodded. His mind was in a mess now, and he just wanted to know why Lin appeared on the battlefield. So you are just trying to be strong. Seeing that Hinata also acquiesced to this arrangement and did not refute, Uchiha Yamaru complained, I thought you were just like the expression on your face, nothing happened. You came to support in this state, aren't you afraid that you will not have enough chakra and be killed by Obito? I saved the chakra to use Flying Thunder God. I can leave if necessary. Pill. The space-time ninjutsu is really tricky. After I go back, I will continue to ask the 4th Hokage for advice and try my best to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Yaoan, you look so energetic, I believe you can still continue to carry out the mission. Kushina grabbed Yamaru's collar from behind, and with the latter's speechless expression, she walked towards the direction where Minato left. Let's go and see how our Konoha's Three Tails ravages these bastard mist ninjas. Those mist ninjas who chased Obito and Rin were obviously one of the culprits who caused this tragedy. She was unable to see the truth behind the mist now, so she would just let the mist ninja pay the price first. Hinata and Kakashi, who stayed where they were, looked at each other, and the former said, I'll take you to the camp first. Thank you. After returning to the camp using Flying Thunder God, Hinata glanced at Kakashi, who was walking towards the medical unit's station, then turned and headed somewhere in the camp. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind her, the girl sitting on the chair turned around with a complicated look. Senior Yu. Lin moved her lips, wanting to ask why the other party did such a thing, but thinking that if the other party hadn't taken action, she would have been dead, she really couldn't ask, so she could only say dryly. Thank you for saving me. It's just an experiment. You don't have to thank me. How are you? I'm a little weak, so I may need some time to recover. Lin saw Hinata walk to the table and read the experimental log on it, clenching her palms. I seemed to see Kakashi appear there at last. Senior, you and Kakashi are teammates, so you should be together, right? Is Obito okay? Hinata said calmly, physically, he is very healthy. As for his mind, you know it better than me, right? Sometimes, those who are alive suffer more than those who are dead. How could she not know how sad Obito was? Lin lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly, if I had known that I was still alive, I would have told him. Then Obito will die there. Hinata said. Hearing this, Lin looked up and asked. Can you tell me what happened? She didn't know much. Soon after she joined the medical unit, she was brought here by a ninja and asked to undergo an experiment. Because she saw Hinata here, she agreed without much thought. It's impossible for the teacher's shadow guards to harm me, right? And the result was exactly as she expected. Apart from feeling a little weak after waking up, there were no other changes. Only, during the experiment, she was basically in a coma and had no idea that she was cracked. Her two bodies did not meet each other. They were each given different arrangements, one stayed here and the other returned to the medical unit to help. It was not until the body outside died not long ago and the memory returned that Lin knew about her previous situation. There were two of her living in this world at that time, but she herself knew nothing about it, and the people around her were also unaware of it. What a horrible drug! After reading the experimental log, Hinata-yu added some words at the end, put it away, and looked at Nohara Lin. Where do you want to start? In Lin's mind, she recalled the experiences of another self during this period, from the Kirigakura's sneak attack on the medical unit, her being captured, to Obito killing her. She was silent for a moment, then murmured, "What happened to Obito afterwards?" Coming to Lin's side, Hinata-yu whispered, "He thought you were dead, and he was completely desperate for this world. He wanted to avenge you. So he attacked Kakashi to gain power and take back his other eye." With every word Hinata-yu said, Lin's face turned paler. When she heard that Obito and Kakashi were killing each other, her heart was completely wrung out. She said in disbelief, "The combat power that a Sharingan can improve is very limited. Obito would not. A normal Sharingan won't work, but what about the Manjiki?" Seeing Lin's confused eyes, Hinata-yu explained calmly, "When an Uchiha with the 3 Magatama Sharingan sees the death of his loved ones, he may gain a stronger power, a Manjiki that is powerful enough to control the tailed beasts." End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Seven Tails Success. Chapter 63 Nanao succeeds. No further explanation is needed, just 6 words "control the tailed beasts" are enough to make Lin clearly realize the power of the Manjiki. After all, she chose to die at the hands of Obito because she was worried that the tailed beast mentioned by the mist would enter the Konoha camp. The Sharingan is the eye of spiritual reflection. The ability of the Mangekyo is related to Obito's thoughts at the time. You know best what he was thinking at the time. Lin murmured, "Escape." Obito's first thought must be to escape. He didn't want to believe that she was dead, and he didn't want to believe that he killed her. So the ability that came into being. Hinata-yu gave the answer, "It's a time-space eye technique. You who have seen Flying Thunder God should know how powerful it is." So far, Obito hasn't done anything, but since he has already attacked Kakashi, he may attack Konoha in the future. "Obito he won't, he won't." Lin kept repeating no and her face turned pale, but she had already agreed with Hinata-yu's words in her heart. After what happened, Obito may no longer be the naive boy who shouted that he wanted to be Hokage, but an avenger who wants to destroy everything. It was her fault. She was the one who made Obito endure all this. Lin looked at Hinata-yu and said with a wry smile, "Am I too selfish, only thinking about my own relief? There's no point in asking me." Hinata-yu shook his head. "You don't want comfort or persuasion. You just want to be firm in your own ideas. I didn't set up any guards here. No one will stop you. If you want to leave, you can leave before I come. From the moment you stay, you have made plans." Lin fell silent. Why stay? Hinata-yu in front of him obviously has a secret that Konoha doesn't know. Why should she stay? Because of Hinata-yu's strength? No, that's not right. From the moment she stepped onto the battlefield, she was prepared to die. She was not afraid of death. The reason she stayed was because after she got the memories about Obito, she found some problems in them. Kirigakura captured her and implanted a tailed beast into her body, hoping that the tailed beast would enter the Konoha camp and run rampant. Obito, who was supposed to have been dead for half a year, appeared and saved her, and then she died at the hands of Obito in order not to go to the Konoha camp. In a series of events, she and Obito are the core. The actions of the two seem reasonable and their behaviors come from their hearts, but in fact, the situation they face is destined to be beyond their control. If she added the second life Hinata-yu gave her, after thinking calmly, she always felt that this was a trap set against Obito. Among them, the only person who knew about it in Konoha was Hinata-yu, but he didn't seem to be the mastermind behind the trap set for Obito. He just made some arrangements based on this trap. Who is the mastermind behind this and what is his purpose? Does anyone else in Konoha know who is behind this? What is Hinata-yu's attitude and position on this matter? After some thought, she decided to stay. Because in Konoha now, Hinata, you may be the only one who knows the whole story. If you want to know about Obito's situation, you must contact him. This matter was caused by her, and she has no right to escape. And the Nanatai incident made it impossible for me to go back as a Konoha ninja and Nohara Rin. Lin sighed. I've heard from Sister Kushina before that the Seven Tails was the tailed beast assigned to Takigakure village by the first generation, and that village is an ally of Konoha. If they knew that I was implanted with a tailed beast by Kirigakure before, I'm afraid it would bring trouble to the teacher again. The 3 tails and 6 tails of Kirigakure are both on the battlefield, and the tailed beast implanted in her was snatched from Takigakure by Kirigakure at some point in time. However, no one knew where the operation went wrong, and the mist ninja who had implanted the tailed beast into her at the beginning was killed by her suddenly runaway power of the tailed beast. Afterwards, she ran towards the Konoha camp due to the influence of the curse seal in her body. On the way, she was chased by the mist ninja and then met Obito. Now that I think about it, was the tailed beast's power going out of control a mistake? It always feels like they used her to silence her and deliberately let her escape. Lin, who noticed something strange, sighed, showing up alive will only bring all kinds of troubles. In this case, it is better to hide and find the truth behind it. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked firmly at Hinata. You, besides, no matter what your purpose is, Senior you saved me, and I can't bring you any risks. As a Konoha ninja, Nohara Rin has died fighting for the village. From now on, I want to act according to my own will. Apologize to Obito and thank you. She has already died for the village once, so let her be willful from now on. Hinata Yu smiled, nice look, but I've said before, this is just an experiment, no need for you to thank me. After your memory returned, you must have been thinking and not paying attention to other things. I carved 2 spells on your dead body, and one of them has already brought results. Under Lin's puzzled gaze, Hinata Yu put his hand on her forehead, and she instantly felt her consciousness sinking. When Lin woke up, she found herself in a dark underground space, with Hinata Yu beside her. Senior Yu, where is this? Hinata Yu did not answer, but smiled and asked, Lin, what is a tailed beast? As a student of the 4th Hokage and a Jinchuriki, Lin knew this and answered, chakra aggregation. What are their souls? Soul. Lin was slightly stunned when Hinata Yu asked a question that she had never thought about before. What are the souls of the tailed beasts? No, we should first think about what the soul itself is. Lin, who had no exposure to this kind of knowledge, fell into deep thought. Seeing that she didn't answer, Hinata Yu didn't care, but just led her forward and said as he walked. One of the spells I carved is a spell that can transfer souls, but this spell has no effect on you. When either of your previous 2 bodies dies, your soul will return to the living body just like a shadow clone transfers back memories. This is the effect of schizophrenia itself. But if there is another soul in your body, the ritual I set up will allow it to transfer along with your soul. Hearing this, Lin followed Hinata Yu's gaze and looked forward, her expression changed. Could it be that the souls of the tailed beasts are themselves? Hinata Yu looked at the huge creature flying in the dark space and smiled slightly. That was none other than Nanao Shijiki. The soul is chakra, and the tailed beasts are a collection of chakra. There is also the matter of Minato using the Shiki Fujin to seal the 9 tails. Both of them are proving one thing, that the souls of the tailed beasts are themselves. Rin, if you want to thank me, then assist me with the tailed beast transfer. Lin stared at Nanao blankly, then looked at Hinata Yu, and suddenly felt a little funny. She originally thought that the other party saved her perhaps for Obito. After all, through the conversation just now, she knew the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes, which was to make Obito awaken the Manjiki. Her value lies in being able to restrict Obito's behavior and even make Obito be used by Hinata Yu. She was ready. But now it seems that the other party doesn't need these at all. The tailed beasts, strategic level weapons of each ninja village, were actually obtained by Hinata Yu in such a silent way. She died in front of Kakashi, and everyone in the future would think that the Seven Tails also disappeared with her death. As long as she doesn't show up in public, no one will ever know that Nanabe is in Hinata Yu's hands. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 Contrast Creates Beauty. Chapter 64 Contrast Creates Beauty. Hinata Yu is very clear about his current shortcomings. The combat system has been established, but the chakra is somewhat insufficient. Although the chakra should be able to increase significantly when the Byakugan is advanced again, it is an improvement that can only be obtained in the future after all. This is a rare opportunity and it won't be noticed. It will take time for the tailed beast to be reborn, and until that time comes, no one will even go looking for the seven tails. Speaking of which, we should thank Madara. Perhaps in order to prevent Obito from noticing any obvious abnormalities, he chose to use the real tailed beast to carry out the plan? If it was an illusion, Obito would definitely find clues when he captured the tailed beast later. Kirigakure has completely become the scapegoat. Now that Lin is dead, if Takigakure wants to cause trouble, it can only look for Kirigakure. But in the final analysis, it is a crime to possess a treasure. With Takigakure's strength and the tailed beast, it is normal for it to be robbed. Thinking about it, Hinata Yu said to Lin, the transfer of the tailed beast will deplete your vitality and even cause your death. Although I have a way to avoid it, I have another suggestion instead of directly transferring it. Before Lin could ask, the flying Nanabe spoke. Human, how long are you going to ignore me as if nothing has happened? Zhongming stared at Hinata Yu closely. There is no seal here, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? If you wanted to do it, you wouldn't have waited until now. Hinata Yu chuckled, you know more about the whole thing than Lin, and you know the consequences of taking action. Nanao Shijiki. It recalled being snatched away from Kirigakure and that scary Uchiha, and fell silent. If it goes berserk and leaks chakra, attracting others to watch, it doesn't know what will happen to Nohara Lin, but it will most likely be controlled by that man and used as a tool. It is not a pleasant feeling to be controlled by an illusion. Although the person in front of you is not a good person, at least he does not have the consciousness to control it. Contrast creates beauty. Even so, I have no interest in becoming your strength, greedy human. Nanao Shijiki said in a deep voice, I am different from this little girl. I will thank you for your rescue. I would rather die than be imprisoned in the body of a Jinkriki. And then? Wait until you are resurrected and sealed away again. Nanao Shijiki, at least I can be free for a while. It can live freely until the ninja comes to it. Freedom for a while. Hinata Yu smiled and shook his head, that's a low request. What do you mean? I can give you a certain amount of freedom. Hinata Yu looked up at the seven tails. The tailed beasts can control the Jinkriki through chakra erosion. I can directly send you a shadow clone to control it. Chongming was stunned and asked in astonishment, aren't you afraid that I will control you directly? According to what Hinata Yu said, he would most likely just seal it inside his body and would not set any further seals to restrict it. Then its chakra can erode and control him at any time. If you can do it, you can try. Hinata Yu's eyes glowed blue, and a heavy breath filled the surroundings. He said slowly, but once you try, you will never have such an opportunity again. This eye power is a little bit different from that old guy's, but it is equally dangerous. Could it be that this Hyuga clan ninja can also control it with illusion? Kongming's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly found the world a little strange. In the past, although they would be sealed with sealing techniques, they still had some choice. If they did not agree, the Jinkriki would not be able to obtain their full power. How come it feels like anyone can control the tailed beasts to do something now? It still remembers what the Six-Path Sage said, because their power is too strong, he hopes they can get along with weak humans in a friendly way. In the past, humans, with the exception of the two children of the Sage of Six Paths, still met the definition of being weak. But now, Nanao lowered his head in humiliation. I hope you can keep your promise. Whatever, it's no different from before. Maybe I can even go outside and exercise, which is already good enough. As the saying goes, contrast creates beauty. Seeing that Nanao agreed, Hinata-yu smiled and left with Lin. The quality of his pupil power is no worse than that of the Mangekyo, and the strength of his Yin-tun chakra is also very high. Illusion belongs to Yin escape, and the effect of his pupil power in activating illusion will not be bad, but he cannot restrain the tailed beast like the Mangeki. After all, the Byakugan focuses on a different direction than the Sharingan, and the pupil power differs in the details of its expression. However, there is no problem in scaring Nanabe, who has just been controlled by the Mangeki. After regaining consciousness, Lin asked, Senior Yu, what is the other suggestion you mentioned? If you want to know the whole truth and do something about it, you are not strong enough. I understand. Lin nodded seriously. She is just a Chunin now, and even if she knows about Obito, she can't change anything. Hinata-yu smiled slightly. If you're willing, you can participate in another experiment of mine and become a pseudo Jinchuriki. Hey, this situation is a bit strange, isn't it? Jiraiya looked at the third Mizukage, who was surrounded by the three of them and was fighting angrily, and glanced at Kisame and Yagura, who were fighting and retreating with other Konoha ninjas in the distance, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Facing the three ninjas, the Kirigakure is indeed at a disadvantage, but even so, there is no need to abandon the cage and run away, right? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by Kirigakure? There must be many people in Kirigakure who are dissatisfied with the third Mizukage, and those two are just one of them. When Orochimaru saw Tsunade rushing towards the third Mizukage, as if she was venting her anger on him, he wisely did not step forward, but just assisted from the sidelines and started chatting with Jiraiya. In this war, Kirigakure has no chance of winning, but if they want to resist the orders of the cage on the battlefield, they can only seize power, or do this. On the other side, Yagura, who led his men to escape Konoha's encirclement, also explained to Kisame. We have no choice. We can either take the blame for failing to protect the third Hokage and leave him to Konoha. We can use this opportunity to gather those in Kirigakure who want a ceasefire and suppress the pro-war faction. Or we can control the third Hokage and seize power. If they want to stop the war, they have no choice but to deal with the third Mizukage. Both choices were serious crimes for him and Kisame, but they were mentally prepared. Compared to Kirigakure being dragged into the abyss by the third Hokage, what does it matter if you bear a little responsibility? Then how are you going to explain when you go back? Kisame asked calmly. The third Hokage, for the sake of Kirigakure's inheritance, took the initiative to stop the three ninjas and cover our evacuation. Faced with this explanation that even a fool could see was problematic, Kisame said nothing and just looked at Yagura deeply. You said you would reduce Kirigakure's losses and lead Kirigakure back to its peak. I hope it's not just empty talk. Yagura lowered his eyebrows and whispered, No. The potential of Kirigakure is not weak. There are many talented ninjas in the new generation. As long as they have enough time to recuperate, they can return to the top. The premise is that this war does not cause any damage to our vitality. Kisame looked at him for a while, then looked away and asked, Besides me, who else do you have support from? I am just a temporary guard after the 7 ninja swordsmen were transferred away, so I have no say. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, Master Yuan and the 3RD Generation. Chapter 65, Master Yuan and the 3 Generations. Yagura's strength is unmatched in their generation, and he is a candidate for the next Mizukage, but this does not mean that Yagura has the support of most of the Mist ninjas. Some members of the 7 ninja swordsmen also expressed their opinions. If Yagura had not been adequately prepared, he might not have been able to overwhelm the war faction led by the 3rd Mizukage. Originally, Mei Terumi also agreed, but she was captured by Konoha. Many ninjas of your generation also support me. Yagura replied. On the ninja side, the chief of the Snow Clan agreed to a truce. The next generation of elite ninjas like Kisame and Mei Terumi, although not of high status, represent the future of the village and their voices cannot be ignored. The Snow Clan, who use ice escape, are an important part of the Kirigakure. But isn't this enough? With the third Mizukage having fallen into enemy hands, this support was not enough for Yagura to take over command of Kirigakure and negotiate peace with Konoha. Seeing that Yagura stopped talking about the Snow Clan, Kisame's face darkened after waiting for a long time without any further news. Where are Kagaya and Hojiki? Yagura was silent for a moment, then explained, the Kagaya are just a bunch of fighting maniacs, they won't want to stop the war. As for the Kizuna clan, after the third generation took the throne, they have been much more low-key and unwilling to stand out. The second generation Mizukage could be said to have seized the position of Mizukage with his strength, and the third generation lost in terms of strength, so there was nothing to say. But after the death of the second generation, the Hojiki clan felt that they had lost their pillar, so they began to restrain themselves. This made it much easier for the third Mizukage to govern, but it also brought them trouble. Kisame frowned and asked, "Is this all you have prepared?" He felt like he was on a pirate ship. "I can't lead all the ninjas here by myself. I don't have enough prestige." Yagura shook his head, his voice still calm, "But there is another person in Kirigakure who has the same prestige as the Mizukage." Hearing this, Kisame reacted instantly, "You mean the master? You invited him here?" The master, the elder of Kirigakure, is a contemporary of the first generation. He is now in his 70s and has witnessed the changes in Kirigakure over the past few decades. His prestige in Kirigakure is no different from that of the Mizukage. However, he was not greedy for power. When the second and third generations were in power, he rarely interfered in government affairs. How did Yagura invite the other party out? Facing Kisame's puzzled gaze, Yagura didn't look away and rushed straight forward. The third Hokage led a team to attack the headquarters, and he was worried that the ninjas there would not be able to stop the enemy. Seeing him anxious, Kisame thought of what Yagura said when he supported the third Hokage and the conversation just now, and his expression changed drastically. "You brought the Yuanshi to the headquarters?" "Yet." Yagura nodded and sighed, "Don't we have a 2,000-man support force? The Yuanshi followed them and should have arrived at the headquarters this morning." "You are so mobile. I thought you had just contacted the master." Kisame gritted his teeth and sped up. If the master died as a result, no one would be able to stop the war. Even the third Hokage might not be able to stop 2,000 ninjas, not to mention that many of them had already accepted missions and were sent to other places. "We must rush back as soon as possible. Now is not the time to care about the third Mizukage." Master Yuan. In the mist-hidden camp, Sarutobi Hiruzen used his stick to sweep away the mist ninjas around him. Looking at the old man who was protected by a group of ninjas, he thought of the information about the opponent and stepped forward. The ninjas protecting the master looked at him in fear as he approached. When they saw the densely packed corpses around them, they broke out in a cold sweat. The Kirigakure position is not without powerful ninja guards. The patriarchs of the Kirigakure clan and the Yuki clan are here. They are all ninjas who can rival the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was defeated after only dozens of rounds. If both of them did not have tricks to save their lives, and if a lot of ninjas had not been reinforced here, before they could all be dispersed to carry out their missions and receive timely support, the two of them would have already died at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But even if he managed to save his life, it would be impossible for him to continue fighting. Without enough ninjas to fight against him, no one could stop the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The master's cloudy eyes watched as the Sandai walked 10 meters away from him and waved his hand, asking the ninjas protecting him to move aside. "No one here can stop the third Hokage. This is our first meeting, right?" There are fewer and fewer ninjas who have seen that era. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to him with a complicated look in his eyes. Are you here to correct some mistakes as well? When he was young, he was also a powerful and famous person. Unfortunately, time is not forgiving, and now the master is an old man who needs a cane to walk. If it wasn't necessary, the other party wouldn't be here. I guess so. Master Yuan sighed and turned his gaze to the fighting ninjas. The troops led by Sarutobi Hiruzen had about 300 people, but they were all elites. He could see many unique ninjutsu of the Konohagakure among them. However, these people have another characteristic: they are all middle-aged ninjas, and there is not a single young person. You do have a heart. With years of experience, the master saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose and said with emotion, after this war, the voices in Konoha will surely decrease a lot. There are many powerful people in Konoha, and it would be difficult for Kirigakure to deal with them even if all these powerful people joined forces. But Konoha defeated these strong men, soldier against soldier, general against general, and gave up a certain advantage. He didn't understand it at first, but now that he saw the composition of the attacking force, he understood. In this war, Konoha's goal is not just to win. The Kagaya clan must have also met their opponents. Facing those warmongering guys, Konoha will have to pay a price if it wants to win. This was an open conspiracy. Even though the Konohagakure ninja clan knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose, there was nothing to blame. Someone had to carry out the dangerous mission. Thinking of this, Yuanshi shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, the third generation is too stubborn. No matter from which aspect, we are no match for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen has weakened the middle-level ninja clan through war. As long as they can find a reason to eliminate the leader, and have the fourth Hokage support the weaker ninja clans, give them benefits, and let the lower and middle levels of the ninja clans fight among themselves, the power of Konoha can be handed over smoothly. As a result, the ninja clan could not cause any trouble to the Hokage for a long time. What a skillful move! Even though the master said something that was detrimental to morale, the surrounding mist ninjas did not show any anger, only reluctance. It's because the current scene has already revealed the facts nakedly. Want to negotiate? That's the duty of the shadow, and none of us are shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the ground shaking, looked up at the huge creature running towards here from a distance, and smiled. The current Hokage of Konoha is Namikaze Minato. The master watched the three tails, which should have belonged to their Kirigakure, launch the tailed beast ball at his companions. He recalled the message that Yagura had passed on to him last night and closed his eyes. The third generation, could it really be that he was controlled by an illusion? When the mist ninjas around saw the tailed beast ball condensed in the three tails' mouth, their minds went blank and they fled around like crazy. The three tails is controlled by Konoha. It's the tailed beast ball, quickly dodge it. Where are the ninjas from other units? Why haven't they come back to support us yet? Compared to Kirigakure, the Konoha ninjas noticed Minato Namikaze standing on top of the three tails with his cloak fluttering in the wind, and their morale boosted. It's Hokage-sama. He subdued the tailed beast of Kirigakure. We've won. Master Yuan opened his eyes and looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Perhaps, the third generation should have been advised earlier to hand over the future to the next generation. Yakura, I hope you won't let me down. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Minato, I will never let Madara go. Chapter 66 Minato, I will never let Madara go. Sighing secretly, the master looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aren't you going to attack me? If you capture me, Konoha will gain more during the peace talks. We need a step, and this step can only be given by Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared instantly, leaving only a whisper in the master's ear, leave quickly. If you die here, Kirigakure and Konoha will fight to the death. Yuanshi has been contributing to Kirigakure since its establishment. He can be regarded as the living history book of Kirigakure. His status is equal to that of Mizukage, and his prestige is even higher than that of the third generation. If he died on the battlefield, it would be difficult to stop the war. The master stood there for a while with his crutch, watching Kirigakure being defeated. With the help of 2 ninjas, he left slowly. When Yagura and Kisame arrived nearby, they learned from the fleeing ninjas that the 3 tails had been controlled by Konoha, the battle line had collapsed, and the master had evacuated safely. They had complicated expressions for a moment. 3 generations ago, can't he see this? Kisame muttered. Want proof? You'll see. Recalling the words of the Konoha ninja in his mind, Yagura smiled to himself. He probably can't really see it. If he can control the tailed beasts and the Jinkriki, why is it impossible for the cage to be controlled? Kisame looked puzzled when he heard this, but Yagura shook his head. Let's go and catch up with the Yuanshi's troops. We don't have much time. Konoha will not stop after winning, but will only pursue the victory. When the 4th Hokage returned to the headquarters, it was already night, and the 3rd Hokage Mizukage was defeated by the Sunin and sent back here. Let Jiraiya, the Jonin, lead the troops to seize the coastline, notify the other troops to pursue the victory and not give Kirigakure a chance to catch their breath. After returning to the command center, Minato Namikaze listened to his Anbu's reports on the situation on each battlefield, confirmed the losses and support situation, and then issued orders to each unit. After doing all this, he said, "Let you come over." After a moment, Hinata Yu stepped in and Minato went straight to the point. What's the situation with the 3rd Mizukage? Hinata Yu nodded. I checked it out, and it's true that he was caught in an illusion. Really? Namikaze Minato sighed, and faced Hinata Yu's calm gaze, and smiled helplessly. You are not surprised at all. Didn't we already guess it? Hinata Yu said in a low voice, it makes more sense that the 3rd Mizukage was controlled. But the people who control him have big problems. Minato was silent for a while before he sighed and said, that person is probably Uchiha Madara. It is unbelievable that Shura, who was killed by the 1st Hokage, might still be alive and controlling the hidden mist village behind the scenes. Uchiha Madara. Muttering these 4 words, Hinata Yu said, if we connect with him, Obito's matter may have an explanation. Obito. Minato didn't know about Obito and Rin because he was separated from Kushina, and he immediately wondered, what does this have to do with Obito? As he spoke, he secretly became more alert. When mentioning Obito, Minato remembered that the white creature had used Obito and Kakashi to lower his guard and look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The Hinata Yu in front of me should be real, right? You, tell me first, what was the first sentence you said in my house? Hinata Yu stared at him strangely. Was he suffering from White Zetsu's stress disorder? He replied, no, I have never been to your house. Hearing this, Minato exhaled softly and smiled, sorry, the white creature that attacked us had a very realistic transformation jutsu. And the only person Konoha could identify was Kushina. I've heard of it, and I've seen a similar creature on Obito's body. As he spoke, Hinata Yu took out a white arm, which was exactly what Afei left behind. Minato narrowed his eyes at this and pulled out a scroll as well, from which he took out the clone of the white creature. This is the attacker's clone, but after its death it did not disappear like the shadow clone, nor did it turn into other substances like the water clone technique. I brought it back. The reason why it didn't disappear is probably related to its own nature. Pulling out a report, Hinata Yu handed it to Minato. This is the test report I asked the medical ninja to do on this arm. Minato took it and started reading it. The cells are full of life, and they are very different from the human body, plus the wood release. Is it really related to the first generation? He had guessed it before. The only recorded user of wood release is the first generation. When a new user suddenly appears, he will inevitably think that the other person learned wood release because of the first generation's cells. After all, Konoha Root had conducted such research before, but it was stopped. Minato frowned when he thought of the dark ninja of Konoha. Will he really stop? I'm afraid not. Obito also knows would release. Hinata Yu waited for Minato to collect his thoughts and told him in detail what happened after he met Obito. The person behind the scenes knows a lot about wood release and has the ability to grant wood release to ninjas. Those white creatures were most likely cultivated using the cells of the first generation. As for Obito, his encounter with Rin was a little strange. According to Kakashi's investigation, Rin was captured by Kirigakure. But even the third Mizukage was controlled by illusions. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. It might be a design to stimulate him to open his eyes. Mangekyo and wood release. Today Obito has obtained two powers that were used to pacify the chaotic world at the end of the Warring States period. If Uchiha Madara is still alive, he would be the one who knows these two powers best. Therefore, Uchiha Madara is highly suspected, and Obito might be the chess piece he rescued, and then trained. Minato heard the subtext of Hinata Yu, nodded seriously, and sighed for Lin's death and Obito's experience. Thank you for your hard work. If you meet Obito again in the future, don't worry about me and Kushina, and take your own life as the most important, even if. After a pause, Minato still didn't say that sentence clearly, but he believed that Hinata Yu knew what he meant. Obito liked Rin very much, and asked him to kill her with his own hands. Minato couldn't imagine how extreme Obito would become. In this situation, perhaps only Obito's grandmother can persuade Obito. When Kushina and Kakashi meet Obito, they must also be mentally prepared for a direct fight. Not to mention everyone else. End this war first. If it's really Uchiha Madara, I will make him pay the price. A cold light flashed in Minato's eyes. Toying with his students and manipulating the war between Kirigakure and Konoha. If all this was done by Uchiha Madara, as a teacher and the fourth Hokage, he would make the other party pay the price. Over the next few days, Konoha gradually advanced the front line and suppressed the Kirigakure troops along the coastline. The strong men of Konoha were active on the battlefield, and the giant summoning beasts and the three-tailed beast made the Kirigakure suffer. In addition, the third Mizukage was captured by Konoha, and people within Kirigakure were in panic, with rumors spreading that the third Mizukage was controlled by illusion. It was under such circumstances that Yagura, with the support of the master, temporarily took over the position of Mizukage and started peace talks with Konoha. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 Bargaining Chips. Chapter 67 Bargaining Chips. In the Konoha camp, Yagura, under the protection of Kisame and the watchful eyes of the Konoha ninjas, stepped into the command center. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was already waiting for him. Seeing him coming, Minato stood up from his chair and pointed to the position in front of him. Mr. Yagura, please take a seat. Ah. Yagura nodded, glanced at Hinata Yu who was behind Namikaze Minato on the left, then calmly looked away, sat down at the negotiation table, and spoke first. How is the third generation now? Of course we will treat him with courtesy. Minato smiled and said, after the peace talks, we will send him back to Kirigakure. After saying that, Minato said no more, and did not mention the other captives of Kirigakure. He just looked at Yagura quietly, as if waiting for him to speak first. Don't think about gaining any advantage at the negotiation table. Negotiations between ninja villages are based on strength. We are the losers. Arguing with reason will only put us at a greater disadvantage. The most important thing is to use facts and interests to make the other party give in and preserve the foundation of the village. Thinking of the master's experience, Yagura relaxed his hands under the table, gave up the idea of probing, and stared at Minato. Konoha won beautifully this time, but the combat power it showed was too strong, which will further arouse the fear of other ninja villages. I hope that Konoha can return the two-tailed beasts of Kirigakure, and then Kirigakure and Konoha will become allies and advance and retreat together. Minato shook his head, the covenant is just a piece of waste paper. You want to take back the tailed beast without any evidence. Lord Yagura is not that naive, right? Kisame. Yagura looked back at Kisame behind him, who understood and took out a document and a scroll and handed them to him. Yagura took it and placed it in front of Minato. Seeing this, Minato narrowed his eyes and picked up the document to read it. There were not many words on it. It was a letter. Minato finished reading it in just half a minute. His brows slightly furrowed. Is the content of this letter true? Yagura replied, her body is in the scroll next to it. You can check it, Hokage-sama. Minato frowned even deeper and subconsciously handed the document to Hinata-yu beside him. From this detail, Yagura saw Minato's trust in Hinata-yu, and he couldn't help but lower his eyebrows and said, this is the advance payment, you should need it, right? These words seemed to be spoken to Minato, but also seemed to be spoken to someone else. Hinata-yu had already read the contents of the letter and nodded to Minato. It's true that the prestige of the 4th Kazekage at that time was not enough to suppress the Sand Village. Hearing this, Minato looked at the scroll with dark eyes. Is this the fate of the Sand Village hero? As one of the strongest men in Tsunagakure, he was betrayed by the village and handed over to Kirigakure for disposal. Now his body has become a bargaining chip. It's really sad. Seeing that Minato looked a little unhappy, Yagura could understand his feelings. In order to avoid affecting the peace talks, he took the initiative to explain. After Sand Village lost the 3rd Kazekage, we, Kirigakure and Kumigakure, launched an offensive against it. The burning release Yakengru caused great damage to our Kirigakure on the battlefield. Later, the 4th Kazekage took the initiative to propose peace talks. The condition proposed by the pro-war faction in our village was to let them hand over Yakang. That was originally just a statement to discuss the Sand Village. In fact, the pro-war faction did not want to stop the war at all. Who knew? At this point, Yagura sighed. Who would have known that the 4th Kazekage and the Tsunagakure high-level officials would actually leave Yakang to them for disposal? He felt chilled when he learned that a strong man with the prestige and strength to serve as a shadow was handed over to the enemy country. The Tsunagakure has not reached the end of its rope. The reason why Yakang became the hero of Tsunagakure is that she blocked the attack of Kirigakure very well. For the sake of peace, they have to dismantle their own military power to resist the enemy country. No wonder Sand Village has always been the weakest of all ninja villages. How dirty! Hearing what Yagura said, Minato suddenly felt very lucky. When he needed support the most, his teacher, his wife, the Sandai, Fugaku, Hinata Hain and others stood behind him. Even Orochimaru, his senior who was also his rival for the title of Hokage, took the initiative to step back. Because of them, he was able to move forward steadily step by step, without being trapped in the whirlpool of politics and turning into ashes. Thinking of this, Minato felt warm in his heart, and his smile became brighter, and he said to Yagura, "We are all very lucky." Yagura was stunned and nodded slightly. "Yeah, we're lucky." Kisame had asked him how he had persuaded the master to offer his support. In fact, he did not persuade, but sought help from the elder. As an eyewitness of the war, he spoke of the dangers of continuing the war to Kirigakure, hoping that the elder could help him stop the 3rd Mizukage. He never thought at that time that Master Yuan would personally go to the battlefield to stop the war. It was Master Yuan who blocked all the dissatisfaction for him, pushed him to this position, and obtained the opportunity for peace talks. Although he is the temporary Mizukage, as long as this peace talk can regain some foundation for Kirigakure, the position of the 4th Mizukage will be his. You are the future of the village. If the position of Mizukage is not given to you, do you want me to take it? You are the first one to ask me for help. It is enough that you care about Kirigakure. If there are any matters that are difficult to handle, I can teach you. Thinking of the elder's words, Yagura smiled and said in a deep voice. The letter doesn't prove anything, but the body is different. In order to study Scorch release and gain more benefits from Sand Village in the future, Yakang's body was preserved very well. We can still find many problems from the body. Yakang had never experienced any battle before his death. He was killed by a sneak attack, which can be seen from the body. Not to mention the ability to retrieve memories. Although it is impossible to bring down the fourth Kazekage who has gradually gained a foothold, it is still possible to make him pay some price as a bargaining chip. Such as, in the 5-cage conference, you want to profit from Kumagakure and Uegakure. With Kirigakure and Tsunagakure on Konoha's side, it will be much easier, right? Hearing this, Minato glanced at Hinata beside him and said with a smile. It seems you have some good assistants too. It's the elder, Yagura corrected. It seems you are satisfied with this gift. It's a good price as an advance payment, but if you want to get the tailed beast back. Yagura interrupted, 1. We in Kirigakure only need to retrieve one tailed beast. Kirigakure still remembers the price of buying a tailed beast in the first 5-cage tournament. I can buy one back for double the price, and I will double the compensation for the damage to Konoha in this war. You can keep the tailed beast until the money is paid. But I hope you can release Mei Terumi first. Minato raised his brows and nodded, okay. Yagura was obviously much more relaxed. I will initiate the 5-cage tournament in 5 months and invite all the major hidden villages. Where will the venue be? The Land of Iron. Minato shook his head, no, the 5-cage tournament will be held in the Land of the Rain. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 The Beginning of Change. Chapter 68 The Beginning of Change. We will return your villages Mei Terumi Jounin and the 3rd Mizu Cage when you withdraw your troops. It is good. Standing in front of the forest, Minato looked at Yagura and Kisame going away, and asked Yu beside him, his target is not the tailed beast at all, but Mei Terumi, right? That's right. Hinata nodded. The compensation that Kirigakure has to pay is simply not something Kirigakure can afford to pay in a short period of time, and the daimyo of the Land of Water is unlikely to pay for Kirigakure. On the premise of developing the village, they have already made preparations to temporarily deposit the tailed beasts in Konoha. Mei Terumi, the ninja with double bloodline limits, is their target. The Kirigakure is isolated overseas. During the several ninja wars, there has never been a case of other countries attacking the Kirigakure homeland. As long as they don't attack other countries, it doesn't matter to the Kirigakure whether there are tailed beasts or not. After all, it is an enclave and it is impossible to manage it if you conquer it. If you just want to grab some benefits, the Water Kingdom itself is not a good choice. Minato sighed, if I had known, it would have been more appropriate to let the 3rd generation come. You are the Hokage now. Hinata looked at the document agreement in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. And as far as compensation is concerned, the terms offered by Kirigakure are already very generous. The price of the tailed beasts is clearly stated, but Konoha's losses are determined by us. Hearing this, Minato thought for a moment, it can't be too much, right? He understood what Hinata meant. Whatever losses Konoha suffers is exactly what he says it is. In the end, whether it is double, quadruple, or even more, is all decided by him. The Kirigakure can calculate Konoha's losses based on its own losses, but their losses are definitely higher than ours. We can calculate an upper limit based on the Kirigakure's losses. As long as it doesn't exceed too much, the Kirigakure will accept it. Hearing this answer, Minato felt like he had learned some strange knowledge and shook his head. Within the upper limit, Kirigakure is very sincere. We do need an ally, and Fugaku has restored the 3rd Mizukage's consciousness. We can cooperate in dealing with that person. At this point, thinking of the scroll still in the headquarters and Konoha's current allies, Minato looked at Hinata and frowned. Over there in Tsunagakure. Hinata took over the conversation and said in a deep voice, leave it to me. The 4th Kazekage of Tsunagakure is not a good person. He can betray his companions. It is only a matter of time before he betrays the covenant in the future. Don't feel burdened. I don't mind offending him, but... After a pause, Minato didn't continue speaking, but smiled and changed the subject. When the Kirigakure troops withdraw, we will also return to Konoha. We will need your and everyone's support then. I'm sorry for troubling you all this time. Please continue to assist me in the future. Hokage assists His Excellency. Hinata Yu looked at him and responded softly. With the permission of Konoha, the Kirigakure troops gradually left by boat. Before Yuanchi and Yagura left, they received Mei Terumi and the third Mizukage. The two did not look at the third Mizukage, but only at Mei Terumi, the talented ninja of Kirigakure. She looked a little haggard, but overall she was fine. It was obvious that Konoha did not use any cruel methods against her. Mr. Mizukage, Mr. Yuanchi. Mei Terumi said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me. I'm glad you're all right." Master Yuan waved his hand and turned to walk towards the ship. "Third generation, I have something I want to talk to you about. I need to tell you something too." The third Mizukage looked at Yagura with a complicated expression, and followed the master onto the ship. After the two left, Yagura waved his hand to let the hidden Anbu retreat, set up a small barrier, and said, "What do you think of that guy? Very dangerous." Thinking of the ninja who came to visit her alone with Yagura's keepsake before she was released, Terumi Mei looked solemn. She took out a document and handed it to Yagura. After the other party finished reading it, she said, "Mr. Mizukage, cooperating with him is like seeking the skin of a tiger. The one country, one village system has been implemented for so many years. There is no need." Yagura did not take back the document. He looked at the contents inside and interrupted her softly, "Do you know why each generation of Mizukage started a war?" Seeing her confused expression, Yagura said in a low voice, "To divert internal conflicts. The water country is isolated overseas, which means that several ninja world wars have not affected our homeland, but it also makes us feel less of a crisis. To other countries, the Water Kingdom is an enclave. To them, if they occupy a piece of land on the mainland, wouldn't that also be an enclave? The benefits that Kirigakure can gain from each war are actually very limited, but if they don't fight, only with external pressure can we unite and face the outside world. Without it, there will of course be internal strife. The geographical advantage of the Water Kingdom is the best environment for internal strife. Perhaps it was unrest within the Hidden Mist Village, or perhaps it was a civil war between the Hidden Mist Village and the daimyo." Thinking of this, Yagura sighed. In the eyes of some high-ranking officials in the Land of Water, Kirigakure currently has little value in existence. Mei Terumi's expression froze, and she exclaimed in shock, "How is it possible? How could they think that? If there was no Mist Village, the Land of Water would definitely be invaded. Of course they won't disband Kirigakure." Yagura explained, "But a military ninja village cannot bring benefits to the water country externally, and the armed protection it provides internally seems a bit dispensable. Then is it enough to just provide the minimum maintenance funds?" This question left Mei Terumi unable to refute. But without sufficient funds, Kirigakure's development will stagnate, and its strength will gradually decline. The gap between it and Konoha will widen further, and it will be even less able to resist. Such an approach is undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. Instead of improving strength, it will continue to regress. Do you want to one day become one of those small countries, always relying on the Fire Nation to survive? But someone in the water country's upper echelons must have considered cutting funding. After all, there is a similar example out there. It seems that you have already thought of it. After the defeat of Tsunagakure in the Second Shinobi World War, the funding given to Tsunagakure by Wind Country has been declining year by year. Even our previous attack did not make Wind Country change its mind. The fourth Kazekage even had to supplement the funding himself. Noticing the complicated look in Mei Terumi's eyes, Yagura closed his eyes. For the Kingdom of Wind, it is enough for the Sand Village to provide the country with self-defense. The Kingdom of Wind no longer expects the Sand Village to bring them benefits. And the geographical advantage of our water country is easier to defend than that of the Kingdom of Wind. They were defeated in the war, suffered heavy losses, and were unable to fight their way out, but it wasn't difficult to defend themselves. So why should we give the ninja village too much funding for its development? We are the losers this time, and it gives them an excuse to cut funding. But if they do that, we'll have a civil war. Mei Terumi couldn't help but say, in the next few years, we will have to compensate Konoha for its losses. If we face further budget cuts, the ninjas below will definitely be dissatisfied with the status quo. Those who are unwilling to cease fire before the end of this war will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. And Konoha is at its peak, so it will be hard for the Fourth Shinobi World War to start. By then, if they don't want to cause internal strife and want to divert the conflict, they might even target the daimyo. Mei Terumi's voice became increasingly quiet. She looked at Yagura's calm expression and the document in his hand, and murmured in a trance. Is it he who made the situation like this? End of this chapter. Chapter 69 He gave too much. Chapter 69 He gave too much. Facing Mei Ziwimei's question, Yagura had a complicated expression on his face and said slowly, if Konoha's prosperity is related to him, then it is indeed true. Why are things like this? Because Konoha is too strong. Konoha was so powerful that he had to pay a huge amount of compensation, which was the most generous compensation since the several ninja world wars. It is precisely because of Konoha's strength that Kirigakure has laid hidden dangers for the future in order to negotiate as soon as possible. The war faction headed by the Kagaya clan, the followers of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even those who oppose him becoming the Mizukage will definitely keep an eye on him, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. However, the compensation to Konoha and the inevitable reduction in funding for the water country due to the defeat in the Kirigakure War told him that those people would definitely wait for an opportunity. After the peace talks, Kirigakure is living in a worse situation. Who is responsible? Of course it's Ying's responsibility. This should have been borne by the third Hokage, but in order to reduce the losses of Kirigakure and facilitate peace talks, it was Yagura who temporarily took over as the Mizukage, so naturally he had to bear the responsibility. The leader of the Kagaya clan died on the battlefield, and the 7 ninja swordsmen also died. Yagura stared at Yuyu and said, the hatred has not disappeared from Kirigakure, it's just that the time for it to explode has not come yet. Konoha is very strong, so strong that it is difficult for people to have the desire for revenge. But Konoha is very weak in attack. In the several ninja world wars, Konoha has never taken the initiative to declare war. This provides us with the best environment for internal fighting. The war faction and the peace faction. Daimyo and Kirigakure. Those who are content with the status quo and those who want to make Kirigakure stronger. The accumulated dissatisfaction will explode sooner or later, but because the countries outside are too powerful and the natural geographical environment of the Water Kingdom, it will only happen within the Water Kingdom. I can't retreat. Once I retreat, Kirigakure will never be strong again. But I can't damage my own strength and destroy the Kagaya clan and other dissatisfied ninjas. That will make Kirigakure gradually weaker and become weaker than Tsunagakure. Yagura looked at Mei Terumi seriously, and said in a serious tone, Hinata, you gave me a multiple-choice question. Do you want Kirigakure to sink into internal strife or break out of its cocoon and be reborn? It all depends on the result of my transformation. But reform will inevitably lead to bloodshed, and changing the one country one village system will face huge obstacles. I may fail, and then Kirigakure will be handed over to you, Ming. Faced with these almost explicit words, Mei Terumi opened her mouth and her mind went blank. Yagura continued, you have the greatest potential among your generation as you have double bloodline. Although Kisame is not bad, he is more suitable to be a pure ninja. You have the potential to become a cage. Mai Terumi came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and knelt on one knee. I will live up to your trust. Seeing this, Yagura smiled with satisfaction. Get up. When Mai Terumi stood up, seeing her worried expression, Yagura smiled comfortingly and said, don't worry so much. The reason why he chose Kirigakure to carry out this plan is because Kirigakure is the most suitable. Due to the unique geographical advantages of the Water Kingdom, as long as it is handled properly, it is difficult for the outside world to know about some changes in the Water Kingdom's top leadership. As long as they can keep their internal situation stable and not expose themselves, Kirigakure will not be immediately targeted by other daimyo. Mai Terumi felt relieved after hearing this and asked, given his status, it would be more convenient for him to do this in the Land of Fire, right? What exactly is his purpose? The Fire Nation is not an option. As the first country to advocate the one country one village system under the leadership of the first Hokage, it is the most difficult to change and faces a lot of resistance. Yagura's eyes flickered as he spoke here, and if our reforms are effective, it will be Kirigakure's turn to force other countries to change. Hinata-yu, he wants to completely destroy the one country, one village system. On the way back to Konoha, Tsunade reached out to stop Hinata-yu and said with a smile. Stinky boy, I finally caught you. It's really not easy to see you during this period of time. Tsunade-senpai, is there something you want to discuss with me? Don't give me that crap. Tell me, did you cheat when you gambled with me? No. Tsunade couldn't tell the truth from Hinata-yu's expressionless face, and she was a little speechless. That's not what you said before. It's normal for Tsunade-senpai to lose, right? Why do you think there's something wrong with me winning? Hinata-yu asked calmly. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Tsunade curled her lips and turned away. Forget it. It seems pointless to trouble you about this. Hinata-yu followed. Now that you have no questions, I want to talk to you about something else. Go ahead. As the two of them walked through the woods together, Hinata-yu asked softly, do you have any thoughts on becoming a consultant? Tsunade frowned slightly and looked at Minato in the distance thoughtfully. In this war, Uchiha Fugaku and you have made great contributions. Shouldn't the position of advisor be given to Uchiha and Hyuga? The advisor is a voice for the ninja clan, guaranteeing the clan's interests to a certain extent. It is best to let a high-ranking member of the ninja clan take this position. As for the two current advisors, she didn't think Minato would lose to Danzo, so there was no need to think about their fate. One of the positions is indeed given to Patriarch Fugaku, but the other one is best for you to take. Tsunade was also familiar with these twists and turns, and understood instantly, you want me to appease those ninja clans. The ninja clan will not perish. Konoha needs their strength. They will have to bleed heavily this time, but we can't do anything extreme. There still needs to be a position for consultants. Uchiha serves as an advisor, as the leader of the ninja clan. It can't be said to be suitable, it can only be said to be extremely inappropriate. How many ninjas are on good terms with the Uchiha? Are they willing to consult with Fugaku? Maybe it can improve slowly, but initially the consultant's responsibilities will just fall on another person. So who is the most suitable person? She is very powerful. And the ninja clan behind her has been integrated into the village. She is the best because she can communicate with most of the ninja clan. And because of some previous grudges between her and the ninja clan, she can easily control them. So in every way, it is beneficial for her to serve as a consultant. But Tsunade thought for a moment and followed her heart. I refuse. It's of no benefit to me personally. I don't want to deal with those old guys. My dream is. Hinata-yu said expressionlessly, Konoha will pay off all your past debts for you. Tsunade's heart was moved, but she still insisted, my dream is to travel around the ninja world, not to stay in one place. The gambling money from now on will be paid by Konoha. We will set a limit for you. You can withdraw money every month as long as it does not exceed the limit. And the position of consultant is just a figurehead. If you really don't want to contact the ninja clan, you can leave it to me and Chief Fugaku to handle. Tsunade changed the subject and said seriously, but Konoha is my home. I've been away from the village for several years, and I still want to stay here for a while. I'll just be an advisor, reluctantly. Shizuan, he gave too much, let's stay in Konoha from now on. End of this chapter. Chapter 70 Danzo, now, I am the Hokage. Chapter 70 Danzo, now, I am the Hokage. Elder Danzo, long time no see. In the Konoha Hokage's office, Danzo sat in the position he had longed for, looking at the person who had come, wanting to smile, but the gloomy expression he had maintained for so many years prevented him from showing a friendly smile, instead it looked like a sneer. This made Kazuma, one of the 12 ninjas who protected the daimyo, frown. Do you have a problem with me? Danzo put away his inappropriate smile and coughed, of course not. Thank you for bringing the appointment letter from the daimyo. This is the promised reward. Taking out a sealing scroll, Danzo handed it to Kazuma. The latter took it and looked at the word nine-tailed fox on the scroll, his eyes narrowed. When did you collect the chakra? In the past, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was not very skilled in the art of sealing, and the Nine-Tails chakra leaked several times. Among those who monitored her at that time were my subordinates. After casually explaining, Danzo looked at Kazuma's calm expression that showed joy, and warned meaningfully, don't use it against Konoha. If we can continue to cooperate in a friendly manner, of course not. Kazuma calmly put away the scroll, took out the appointment letter and showed it to Danzo, but did not hand it directly to Danzo. The daimyo plans to invite the fourth to the capital to discuss the losses in this war. It will take about half a month. You should need this time, right? Danzo narrowed his eyes, knowing that he needed to up the ante, so he whispered, I will open up some of the root's research results to you. Thank you. Kazuma raised his lips slightly and handed the appointment letter to Danzo. From now on, the expenditure of funds from the Land of Fire to Konoha will be coordinated by the Hokage assistant and the daimyo's mansion. Danzo caught it steadily, holding the appointment letter tightly in his hand, as if he had grasped the future. Looking at this scene, Kazuma took a step back, then I will withdraw first. When the fourth Hokage returns, I will invite him to the daimyo's mansion. Konoha is actually divided internally, this is truly a godsend. If it weren't for the high-ranking people like Konoha's ninja clan and Danzo fanning the flames, it would be difficult for him and the people in the daimyo's mansion to take action against the power of the Hokage and make the daimyo share this power that belongs exclusively to the Hokage with Danzo. With this appointment, and the supporters behind Danzo, Konoha will have 2 jades, and the political struggle will become more brutal. In this way, the plan to abolish the Hokage in the future and concentrate all power in the Land of Fire in the hands of the daimyo can be carried out more smoothly. You only need 1 jade from the Fire Nation. Watching Kazuma open the door and leave, Danzo smiled coldly. This power is in his hands now, and when he becomes Hokage, it will belong to him. It was naive of a Jonin to try to use the scattered chakra of the 9 tails against Konoha and concentrate power in the hands of the daimyo. If there is no Konoha and Hokage in the Land of Fire, how can the daimyo remain in power? The Fire Nation does indeed only need 1 jade, but he doesn't necessarily need to be the daimyo. When I become Hokage, I will definitely help Konoha and the Land of Fire to take another step forward. Thinking of this, Danzo put away the appointment letter with satisfaction and looked towards the corner. Chief Rizua gave me a good suggestion. Hayashi stepped out from the shadows, followed by Takuma. It is because Lord Danzo has sufficient information that he can use the 12 guardian ninjas to achieve his plan. Hayashi complimented softly. Don't be modest. Compared to most of the ninja clan leaders who are mediocre, you are really good. Danzo's tone was full of appreciation. With this appointment, I can make more arrangements. The power of the Hokage assistant comes from the Hokage. His previous power was given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he actually only controls the root. The real power is actually not as much as imagined. Although he now has the support of the ninja clan, if he is relieved of his position as the Hokage's assistant, it will be unfair for him to do some things. And this appointment is equivalent to real power, and it is real power that is difficult for the Hokage to abolish. In the past, the person who was responsible for connecting with the daimyo in terms of funding has always been the Hokage. This is one of the lifelines of the ninja village and one of the core rights of the Hokage. But this right is actually the right of the daimyo, and the other party can connect with anyone they want. Danzo looked at Hyuga Hayashi and said with emotion, "The situation is different now. I can get this right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have overlooked this." Rizu's eyelids drooped slightly. Yeah, things are different. He had already seen the battle report from the front line at Danzo's place. There was only one conclusion he drew from this: Konoha was too strong. How long did it take for the reinforcements to arrive and for Konoha to defeat Kirigakure? In less than 10 days. No war in the past has ever ended so quickly. The strength displayed by Konoha will make neighboring countries uneasy, and it will also make the top leaders of the Fire Nation uneasy. Hima, the Guardian 12 ninja, had long been planning for the daimyo to gain all the power of the Land of Fire. Some of his actions were too obvious. However, he was just a jonin, so I didn't pay much attention to him before. Fortunately, I kept him. Danzo's voice was a little complicated. Not everyone is the first Hokage, and no one believes that the fourth Hokage is the first Hokage. Those who can sit in a high position in the Fire Nation will not entrust everything to trust. Konoha is showing a strong posture that allows it to fight against the 4 major ninja villages alone. The foreign threats that the Fire Country had to face in the past seem to be nothing. So should the power of the Hokage be restricted? With Konoha's current strength, if it continues to develop, will the Fire Country's Tama be the Hokage or the daimyo? People always like to assume the worst of others. Those who are already dissatisfied with the almost equal relationship between the Hokage and the daimyo will not think about the benefits of a strong Konoha, but will only want to reduce the power of the Hokage to prevent the daimyo from becoming a puppet in name only one day. This time, he got the right with just a gentle push from behind. Hinata Hayashi bowed his head and congratulated, "Congratulations, Master Danzo." "Ah." Danzo nodded, carefully put away the appointment letter, and murmured, "The 2 most core rights of the Hokage. The right to manage the ninja village, and the right to hand over to the daimyo, are in my hands. Even in name, you can't overwhelm me who has the appointment letter from the daimyo. How can you fight me, Namikaze Minato? Hiruzen, I have won. Now, I am the Hokage." Danzo walked to the window and looked at the Hokage rock outside. Various emotions emerged in his heart, and a sense of joy arose spontaneously. Over the past 6 months, the Shadow Rock of the 4th Hokage has been gradually completed, and is there for people to admire together with the Shadow Rocks of the previous Hokage. And soon, a new Shadow Rock will also be carved there. The 5th Hokage, Danzo Shimura. "Teacher, I will prove to you that I am the best candidate for Hokage. I will lead Konoha to an unprecedented peak, stronger than Minato Namikaze, and surpass the Konoha at the beginning of its establishment." With his eyes lowered, he looked at Danzo's back, his face calm, neither sad nor happy. Beside him, Hinata Takuma also lowered his head calmly and remained silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Minato, do you dare to take it? Chapter 71 Minato, do you dare to take it? Outside the Konoha village, Minato looked at the greeting personnel in front of him and sighed. Yutane Koharu, Mito Kato-en, and representatives of the ninja clan including Hyuga Hayashi. And Danzo Shimura. What a warm welcome! Minato took a deep breath and went forward with only Hinata Yu and Uchiha Fugaku. 2 advisors, is Konoha doing well lately? Facing Minato's calm expression, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en did not dare to look at him and avoided his gaze. The former said, "Everything is fine." Utane Koharu paused, as if hoping that Minato would not focus his gaze on her, and took the initiative to introduce, "This is the envoy of the daimyo mansion, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, the Japanese horse ninja." Kazuma smiled as he stepped forward and bowed to Minato. "Fourth Hokage, the daimyo requests that you come to the daimyo's residence to discuss an important matter." Minato was not surprised by Kazuma's appearance, and said calmly, "The village has just ended the war, and there are various matters that need my attention. Can you please allow me to refuse? This shouldn't be a problem, right?" Kazuma smiled and looked at Utane Koharu and the others. "With so many capable people assisting us, it won't have any impact if we're not in the ninja village for the time being. Konoha didn't have any problems when you were away before." Minato narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and Fugaku beside him asked, "Did the daimyo give you a formal document?" "Certainly." When Kazuma turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, he was momentarily startled. "Sharingan? Uchiha? What happened?" In the eyes of outsiders, Hima just paused and said with certainty, "No." Those present were all middle and high-level Konoha members, and none of them were weaker than the Jonin, so they naturally knew what Fugaku had just done. Utane Koharu directly scolded, "Chief Fugaku, what are you doing? Attacking the daimyo's envoy is a serious crime." Fugaku looked confused. "When did I attack Lord Kazuma?" As he spoke, he looked at Hima seriously and asked, "Sir Hima, tell me, when did I attack you?" "No." Hima shook his head. Utane Koharu's breathing stagnated, and her expression darkened. "The Hyuga clan leader is right behind me. Do I need him to open his Byakugan to take a look? As for the white eyes, the guy next to me also has them. Yujun, is he under the illusion?" Hinata Yu glanced at Fugaku, opened his Byakugan, and said calmly, "No." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but smile. Utane Koharu had a gloomy look on her face. She was annoyed by Uchiha Fugaku's shamelessness and wanted to go forward and remove the illusion for Kazuma. "Enough!" A low voice came from behind. Utane Koharu paused and she and Mito Kato-en retreated to the sides to make room for the person behind them. Danzo walked out from between the two and stood in front. "Let's stop this farce, Minato. The situation is now clear. You will not disobey the daimyo's orders, right? It would be a good idea to teach Kazuma a lesson, so that he won't attack Konoha without knowing the consequences." "Of course not." Minato shook his head and signaled to Fugaku to remove the illusion. He then solemnly explained to Kazuma, who had regained consciousness. "Excuse me, Mr. Kazuma. Previously on the battlefield, Fugaku and I encountered an enemy with superb transformation skills. Fugaku was worried that you were an enemy in disguise." "Transformation? Is there any transformation technique in the ninja world that the Hokage cannot recognize? Be more thoughtful when making excuses." Kazuma looked at Minato and Danzo with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "Then please go to the daimyo's mansion. Mr. Danzo will manage Konoha's affairs." "Okay, but before that, I have some questions for everyone here." Minato looked directly at Danzo with his bright eyes. "Do you think you can be Hokage?" After that, he looked at the ninjas behind Danzo and said, "Do you think you can be the Hokage? Or are you willing to support Elder Danzo to become the Hokage? What is the problem?" Most of the people behind Danzo looked at Minato in confusion. Naruto is the most sensitive topic right now. By bringing it up like this, are you trying to come clean? Danzo looked at the troops in the distance that were not coming over, and seemed to see Sarutobi Hiruzen among them. He frowned for a moment and sneered. "Of course I can be the Hokage. Since I became the Hokage's assistant, I have made many contributions to Konoha. I have established an intelligence system for Konoha, trained powerful ninjas, and helped Konoha during the Second Ninja World War. The ninjas behind me all support me, as do the clans behind them. Konoha can still function safely even without you. One advantage after another came out of his mouth, as if he was proving that he was qualified to be Hokage, and as if he was putting pressure on Minato. Minato listened to these things, which he either knew or didn't know, and just looked at him calmly, waiting for him to finish, and then he said gently, "I can become Hokage because of the support of my companions." Along with a puff of white smoke, the Hokage hat appeared in Minato's hand, and I will remember their names as long as I come into contact with them. Feather. Hinata Yu burst out with powerful chakra, which made the ninja representative in front of him instantly show a vigilant expression, but he did not do anything, just stood there quietly. Fugaku. Fugaku, who originally didn't understand what Minato was trying to do, showed a look of realization when he saw Hinata Yu's behavior. When he heard Minato calling out his name, the Manjiki Sharingan appeared in Fugaku's eyes. Amid the expressions of fear and shock on the faces of the other ninjas, he smiled and activated Susanoo, completely not caring about the loss of his eye power. Kushina. Amid the shaking of the ground, Kushina put on a chakra coat and appeared behind Minato with two controlled-tailed beasts, quietly watching the ninja representatives who were subconsciously retreating. Sensei Jiraiya, Senior Orochimaru, Senior Tsunade. Oh my, this kind of scene really makes my blood boil, and you didn't even discuss it with me in advance. Jiraiya smiled excitedly and looked at his companions. My disciple is pretty good, isn't he? Remember everyone. When Minato said it, it was unexpectedly convincing. He inherited your strength but not your bad habits. He is indeed excellent. Tsunade nodded. She looked at Minato's back and seemed to see many figures in him. Staying, seems like a good idea. It's very good, so let me see where Minato's wind can blow. Orochimaru glanced at Hinata Yu beside Minato and smiled. His disciples are pretty good too. The three ninjas exchanged glances and formed hand seals in sync. Psychic art. Three giant summoning beasts famous in the ninja world, along with the three ninjas, landed behind Minato. At this point, Hima's expression had become dull, his body was trembling slightly, and the fantasies in his mind turned into a broken mirror, shattering with a loud bang. With Konoha like this, can the daimyo really win? Narahiro Yuki, Yamanaka Ishin, Akimichi Shinsuke. Minato called out the names of the ninjas one by one, including Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. Many ninjas who had come into contact with Minato thought that the other party would not remember them, but they did not expect to hear their names from Minato's mouth. They followed behind Minato in a trance, and after they reacted, they all showed excitement. Some of them even belonged to the ninja clan that did not support Minato, but at this moment they forgot their identities and just wanted to stand behind Minato. Looking at this scene, the third generation felt like their fantasy had become reality. However, the one wearing the Hokage's hat was not White Fang, but Minato. Sarutobi Senpai. Knowing that Minato was calling him, the Sandaime showed a smile that was both relieved and complicated, and walked among the ninjas. After saying the last name, Minato touched the Hokage hat in his hand, his expression softened. The position of Hokage is a responsibility to me, I need to fight with their trust. Then, Elder Danzo, I ask you again, can you accept this burden? Can you carry this trust? After saying this, Minato handed the hat to Danzo. If you can take it, the position of Hokage will be yours. The midday sun shone on Minato and the Hokage hat in his hand, making Danzo feel extremely dazzling. End of this chapter. Chapter 72 1 as before. Chapter 72 just like before. Looking at Minato's solemn expression, Danzo was silent for a moment, and slowly extended his hand towards the Hokage's bamboo hat. Every time he stretched out a little, he would look at a certain ninja behind Minato. Orochimaru has a handle in his hand, and if the other party supports Minato, it will give him an opportunity to attack Minato. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya have high prestige in the village, their influence is limited unless they convert it into political capital. White Fang's prestige was also quite high at the time, but didn't he die because of the rumors he spread? The two of them traveled in the outside world for many years and did not develop any political power within Konoha. Those who wanted to support them switched to others because they couldn't find anyone. Just like the descendants of small country daimyo who are stranded outside and have to rely on Konoha to restore their country, if they don't stand in the core layer and transform their identity and prestige into status, they will not be able to influence him at the political level. The Hyuga clan, which would have supported Minato, now supports him. After all, Hyuga is a branch family ninja. It was a bit unexpected that Uchiha Fugaku opened the Mangeki, but as long as Minato could not gain momentum, Uchiha would not be able to stand at the true core of Konoha. His biggest rival, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had lost his position as Hokage and the support of the ninja clan, and no longer had the ability to suppress him as he had in the past. He worked with the ninja clan, and with those among the 12 guardian ninja who wanted to bring the daimyo to the pinnacle of power, and successfully obtained the necessary orders from the daimyo. As long as Minato does not take the position of Hokage and leaves Konoha, he, with his 2 advisors and the support of the ninja clan and all the power in his hands, can break up the last group of people who support Minato and prevent them from gathering their strength. He can win. It's just one step away, but why doesn't my hand dare to move forward? Do they dare to use force in Konoha? In such an occasion, in such a place, they would never dare to take action, never dare to. Danzo's palm finally stopped in front of the Hokage's bamboo hat, and the scene before him seemed to go back to the day when the teacher decided on the position of Hokage, when his companions asked if anyone was willing to cover the rear and avert the enemy. And now, how similar. The person in front of him seemed to have become a teacher, and the action of reaching out to take the Hokage's hat became the answer to that question. Will you stay behind? He should have had that realization since the day he became a ninja. Just say it, as long as he says he is willing, the position of Hokage will be his. It was just a sentence, just taking the Hokage's hat. Why was it so difficult? Danzo put his hand down with trembling hands, and said in a hoarse voice, I lose. Minato looked at him quietly for a while, put on the Hokage hat on his head, and announced in a deep voice. From today on, the advisory positions of Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en will be abolished and replaced by Uchiha Fugaku and Tsunade Ninja. Shimura Danzo is dismissed from his position as Hokage assistant, and Hinata Yu is appointed as the new Hokage assistant. From today on, the route will be led by Orochimaru, a Jonin. There was silence all around, and no one raised any objection, including Utane Koharu and Mitaman-en. Even Kazuma, who believed that he had the daimyo behind him, did not dare to speak, let alone mention that Danzo had the daimyo's appointment and could not be removed from his position. He stood there with his head bowed, saying nothing. Danzo glanced at Kazuma dimly, then turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I lost, but I didn't lose to you this time, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked behind Minato and looked at him with a complicated look. Yes. Under the gaze of many ninjas, Danzo slowly turned around and looked behind him. There was no one behind him. When those ninjas released their chakra and the tailed beast Susanoo appeared, the shinobi clan ninjas retreated in fear. They stood several meters away, noticing his gaze but not daring to meet his gaze, let alone look at the 4th generation. Danzo let out a smile that was either self-deprecating or mocking, looking at the only 2 ninjas who remained nearby but kept their distance from him. Are you Hiruzen's arrangement? Unfortunately, you are of no use. Sarutobi Masaaki looked at Minato and Tsunade with a weird expression behind him, and smiled helplessly. I'm glad that I'm not useful. The worst situation is when he is needed as a winner. But he didn't help, and if Princess Tsunade wants to vent her anger, he will have to bear it. I hope she can be gentler. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Danzo expressionlessly, walked to Minato without saying a word, and apologized. During my time in Konoha, I failed to fulfill my duties and helped the evil. I am willing to give the position of clan leader to Hyuga Hisashi. Please forgive the Hyuga clan, Hokage. Okay, but from today on, the Hyuga clan will abolish the caged bird system. Minato's calm words allowed no room for argument. At this moment, no one dared to refute. Hinata Hayashi looked at Minato and the strongest troops in the ninja world behind him, his serious expression relaxed slightly, and he even wanted to smile. This is the trend of the times, who dares to go against it? He bowed slightly and saluted, Hyuga clan, listen up. From now on, abolish the caged bird system and cooperate with advisor Tsunade to remove the caged bird curse seals on all branch families. Danzo listened to the conversation between the two without looking back. He walked away in a trance, as if he was an abandoned old object. Just like last year, he lost, this time to Minato Namikaze. Lost to a new era. After getting the answer from Hinata Hayashi, Minato held the Hokage's hat and looked at the people behind him. Facing the bright eyes, he smiled slightly, from now on, it's our era. This era does not belong to him alone, it belongs to all those who have supported him and walked here with him. Oh! The excited people couldn't help but cheer. Then, irrepressible cheers rang out from the crowd, echoing throughout Konoha. Fugaku's face flushed, his serious face was filled with joy at this moment, and his eyes were full of smiles. A small figure squeezed through the crowd and came to his side. Fugaku noticed this and put in Susanoo. Father, I have a request. Coming to his side, the young Itaka looked up at him seriously. Go ahead. I want to go to Hokage-sama and assist him in the future. Fugaku was slightly stunned, then gently touched his head and said with a smile. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. A ninja is a human being first, and a ninja only second. His methods should not be left to only the younger generation of ninjas. After looking around and seeing everyone's smiling faces, Minato's gaze fell on Hinata Yu and he said gently, Thank you. Hinata Yu put on a smile and shook his head, You don't need to fight, and you don't need to participate in any political struggles. That will limit your abilities. Minato's eyes reflected Hinata Yu and the others with a smile, Yes, you are my strength. After hearing Minato's words, Hinata Yu also looked at Uchiha Fugaku and others. The strong can solve most problems on their own because of their own strength. The weak, knowing their own weakness, unite and confront the strong. He recognizes the importance of individual strength, but does not deny the power of the collective. After knowing the truth, will you stand behind me or in front of me? In the distance, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato and others were watching this scene with extremely complicated expressions. On October 10, the 30th year of Konoha, Konoha turned over a new leaf, and the ninja world also turned over a new leaf. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Unlocking the Caged Bird. Chapter 73 Unlocking the Caged Bird. Are you sure you want to do it yourself? In the laboratory, Tsunade handed the scroll containing the splitting technique and the potion to Hinata Yu and reminded him, there are still risks. I am by your side and can help you save your life in the most dangerous time. No, Tsunade-senpai, you still have to make a lot of potions. It's just a little risk, so you don't need to worry about it. It's just a small matter. It's nothing. You should thank yourselves. If you hadn't brought this creature back, I don't know how to explain it to the living slug. Tsunade turned her gaze to the body of White Zetsu beside her and frowned. After experiments, it was found that this guy's cells can also be used as the main material for fission potions, and the risk of the potions produced is even lower than that made with slug cells. If this creature were to practice splitting on its own, it would most likely succeed in a short time, and the chances of problems arising would be extremely small. They actually used their grandfather's cells to create this kind of monster. Uchiha Madara, just wait for me. Hinata Yu looked at the corpse with flickering eyes. After discussing with Minato, he told Tsunade about White Zetsu. The others can be kept secret for now, but White Zetsu may be related to the cells of the first Hokage, and Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, has the right to know. If you weren't the Hokage's assistant now, it would be too much of a problem to be trapped in a cage. I would actually hope that you could wait. Tsunade suppressed her anger and said to Hinata, although it's only in the experimental stage, the potion made by this white creature is obviously milder. Are you sure you don't want to wait? It has only been a few days since she got the body of White Zetsu, and she has achieved some results, but it will take some time to complete the product. The potion given to Hinata is made from living slug cells. If you consider the risks in everything, you won't be able to take the first step. It's good to have the aid of medicine. I will use it carefully. Hinata smiled, turned around and walked towards the gate. By the way, please don't tell anyone about this for now. I see. After watching Hinata walk out of the laboratory, Tsunade put on gloves on her hands and continued to study the White Zetsu's corpse. Although she felt that it was not a good idea to do so whenever she thought about the fact that this was made by her grandfather's cells, the White Zetsu's cells had too many uses. It has plenty of vitality, but its nature is very mild, which is completely different from the wood release experiment data obtained from the roots. My grandfather's original cells should have been very violent, but for some reason the White Zetsu cells don't have such characteristics, and perhaps their vitality has also decreased, but they have gained universality. If the research is thorough, it may be possible to use White Zetsu cells to create human limbs in the future. By then, it will be possible to treat various disabilities, which will be a major advancement in medical ninjutsu. And according to Hinata, Obito used the eye technique many times, but it was not as difficult as Fugaku. Is it also related to this kind of cell? After all, one difference between Obito and Fugaku is that Obito can use wood release. And he obviously has transplanted his grandfather's cells. If that was the case, she might be able to ask Fugaku to accept her favor and completely give him the consulting job in the future. So, Grandpa, please devote yourself to medicine. Anyway, it's just a living organism cultured from your cells, don't blame me. We are ready, so let's get started. In his own experimental base, Hinata looked at Nohara Ranmaru and the ninja wearing the Tsunagaku forehead protector in front of him, smiled, injected himself with the potion, and formed the seal of the splitting technique. Before this, he had practiced it many times and had mastered the splitting technique very well. The 7 ninja swordsmen who are not here now can guarantee this point. Hinata's mastery of the splitting technique is definitely among the top 3 in the ninja world. After all, that was the experience they had gained from dying and recovering countless times, this demon. Seeing that Hinata was gradually split into 2, and the body with the caged bird was immediately silent, the caged bird was activated passively, destroying his brain nerves and eyes. Lin turned her eyes to Ranmaru and said softly, "Please." "Yes." Ranmaru activated his red eyes, ready to help Lin regain her vitality. Lin followed the instructions of the 7 tails and placed her hand on Hinata who had already opened his eyes, and the tailed beast's chakra gradually began to transfer to him. In Hinata's spiritual space, the huge body of Nanao appeared here silently. It sensed Hinata's weak body and became restless. This seems like an opportunity. Should I control this man directly? No, forget it. The female ninja from Sand Village outside is not easy to deal with. She is immortal, and it has never learned the sealing technique, so it has no way to deal with it. If it doesn't completely transform into a tailed beast, it will be difficult for it to even leave here. But after Konoha transforms into a tailed beast, can it escape? Thinking of this, Nanao lay down completely, ready to live his whole life here. Well, let's live and die together with Hinata and spend this life together. It's only 100 years anyway. Just as it was thinking this, a figure appeared again in the sealed space. It was naturally Hinata. However, after Nanabe sensed the pupil power of the other party, he was startled and said in shock, how come your pupil power is not damaged at all? I have my own way to keep it. Hinata-yu looked at it with a smile. Do you have any other ideas? You are so excited. Nanao's wings flapped violently, and he stammered, I'm thinking about it. It suddenly had an idea. I'm thinking about telling you my name. Then what's your name? Seeing Hinata-yu's ordinary question, Nanao was stunned for a moment, and said in a complicated tone, don't you think it's strange that I have a name? A name is one of the symbols of intelligent life. You can talk to humans and think. You are more intelligent than some psychic beasts that have names. How could you not have a name? Hinata-yu asked back. How could there be no name? How could there be no name? Nanao looked at Hinata-yu and repeated this sentence several times in his heart. Suddenly, he was relieved and said, you are different from those ninjas. Remember, my name is Chongming. When you need my help, just call my name. Hinata-yu also smiled and said, Hinata-yu. You already know it, please give me more advice in the future. Chongming, please advise me. Turning his attention back to the outside world, Hinata-yu looked at Lin, who was lying in the arms of the sand ninja, and Ranmara, who was supplying Lin with vitality, and walked over. What about vitality loss? She's still alive. It seems that it's because the one called Nanao left her with a lot of chakra. She doesn't need much vitality. I'm fine. After transferring his vitality, Ranmara shook his head gently. This consumption will not hurt my vitality, just rest for a while. The female kunoichi who was holding Lin raised her head and gave Ranmara a complicated look. The ability to resurrect. How many people in the ninja world want to master it, but have no idea how to do it? Today, she saw two of them, which was another kind of luck. After hearing Ranmara's explanation, Hinata-yu nodded thoughtfully, and turned his gaze to the other body that had turned into a corpse, feeling a little emotional. From then on, the bird in the cage had nothing to do with him anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 I don't believe it. Chapter 74 I don't believe it. Kushina-sama, where is you? He hasn't revealed anything since he became the Hokage's assistant. What has he been doing lately? He has not been involved in government affairs recently and should be working on removing the caged bird. In the training ground, Kushina explained to Yomaru expressionlessly. The bird in the cage still has an impact on you. Before, Minato announced that he would be the assistant to the Hokage under that situation, and no one could object. But if he went to deal with the affairs directly, it would give him an excuse, so he went to deal with the bird in the cage first. I see. After hearing the explanation, Yaoan wanted to start today's training, but when he saw Kushina's expression, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. No, there's a problem. Various memories of his time with Kushina warned Yomaru that if he trained now, he would become her punching bag. What should I do? It seemed that the other party's expression became like this when you was mentioned. You just didn't go to work, so he shouldn't offend Lady Kushina. Is it? Uchiha Yomaru, who was smart for once, tried to find out, how about I go and help Hokage with his work? How do you deal with it? You might as well ask Lady Tsunade to help you deal with it. As he expected, Kushina's expression visibly relaxed. But Yaoan knew the reason. Although this political struggle ended in a grand manner, the subsequent impact was not so easy to end. Some positions cannot be handed over to the previous ninjas to manage, and the top management has been replaced, and various rights need to be handed over, resulting in the Hokage having a lot of affairs to deal with. As a Hokage bodyguard, he witnessed the Hokage's work scenes firsthand. There are piles of documents in the Hokage's office that need to be processed by the Hokage. In order to work more efficiently, he even placed Flying Thunder God Kunao at home and in the office. He would go from home to the office to handle work in the morning, and use Flying Thunder God to go directly home in the evening. I go from point A to point B every day without wasting a single second. Even when meeting with the daimyo, Minato used Flying Thunder God. When he returned to Konoha that day, he was not in the team, but went to the capital of the Land of Fire early with the Flying Thunder God Kunao. After the war, the Hokage will have a talk with the daimyo no matter what, so it is better to prepare early. When talking with the daimyo can see the Hokage every day, but in fact it is always the shadow clone. The distance between Konoha and the capital of the Land of Fire was not very close, and because Flying Thunder God was ignored, no one thought that it was a shadow clone that would disappear when its chakra was exhausted. The Hokage would send a shadow clone over there every once in a while the real Hokage would be in charge of Konoha's affairs. It even caused a joke. When Kazuma, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, returned to the capital and wanted to report to the daimyo, he actually learned that the 4th Hokage, who was still in Konoha, had already met with the daimyo for a few days. Yaoan wanted to laugh whenever he thought of the other person's expression, although he couldn't laugh anymore after he came back and knew what happened that day. He just felt that he had missed too much. Yaoan came back to his senses, suppressed all the sadness, looked at Kushina and said, "Lord Kushina, don't worry, I will find someone to help Lord Hokage deal with the affairs. Lord Minato looks like he's about to die from overwork at work, so it would be strange for Lady Kushina to be happy as his wife." "Don't bother Tsunade-senpai, I was just saying it casually," Kushina said dryly, but her face was clearly full of anticipation. "If you want to know who is the most leisurely senior executive in Konoha now, it is definitely Tsunade." She had no idea how the ninja clan managed to communicate with her, but clan leader Fugaku actually took care of everything for her. It's obvious that the communication between the Uchiha clan and those ninja clans is not very effective, and they have wasted time without any results, but Fugaku is still willing to help. It's really strange. Tsunade's current life is to get Konoha's money for free every day, go to the casino and lose it all smoothly, and then go back home leisurely to make splitting potions. This is her only job. No, that's not right. She had passed by Tsunade's house before and looked in through the window. What she saw was Shizune with dark circles under her eyes, yawning and grinding some herbs. Tsunade was fast asleep. When she passed by again at night, Tsunade had disappeared from home. When she asked Shizune, she heard that she had gone to the casino again. Obviously, the previous sleep was to prepare for the night, and the responsibility of making the splitting potion. Tsunade has probably handed it over to Shizune. Thinking about Tsunade, the consultant who is leisurely all day, and then thinking about Minato Namikaze who is busy until late at night every day, Kushina feels deeply that the world is unfair. Without comparison, there is no harm. The difference was so huge that it was hard for her to ignore it, but she had passed by it too many times and was too embarrassed to continue passing by it. So, facing Kushina's expectant eyes, Yaoan nodded with difficulty, "I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the instant body movement technique to quickly leave here and rushed to where Tsunade might be. The first stop was Tsunade's house. A young girl opened the door. She had dark circles under her eyes and it was obvious that she was suffering from oppression, so much so that Yamaru was too embarrassed to ask. "Are you okay?" Shizune looked at him sleepily, her voice a little hoarse and slow, "It's okay, who are you looking for?" Yamaru scratched his head, but still asked, "Is Lady Tsunade here?" "No, maybe, in the casino." After saying this in a daze, Shizune shuddered and found that the ninja in front of her was about to leave. Suddenly she realized, "Are you Uchiha Yamaru? Lady Tsunade didn't go to the casino today. You need to get permission from the Hokage to enter there." Yaoan stopped and listened to Jing-Ian talking about a place. After being checked by two ninjas at the entrance and having his identity confirmed and permission obtained, Uchiha Yamaru was allowed to enter the basement of Konoha Hospital. "Tsunade-sama? Tsunade-sama?" In front of the secret door, Uchiha Yamaru tried knocking on the door and shouted a few times, but got no response, so he frowned. The cold air coming through the crack in the door made him feel the cold even though he was outside the room. It looks a bit like a morgue. But the hospital's morgue isn't here. Is there such a place in the hospital? If he hadn't asked the Hokage-sama for permission, he wouldn't have been able to come in. What was Tsunade-sama doing? There won't be any accidents, right? Thinking in his mind, he used his shadow clone to push open the door. Seeing him enter safely, he opened his Sharingan and followed him. The moment he entered the room, Uchiha Yamaru's pupils constricted. Dead body. A corpse. The dead body was placed in the center of the room, covered and preserved by the cold air generated by the room. Such a scene was not scary for Yaoan, who had seen war scenes, but his body couldn't help but tremble. Just because that was someone he knew and was familiar with. The other person's eye sockets were empty and he had lost his eyes, but the familiar face told him that he was not wrong. The megatama in his eyes began to spin. At this time, a figure walked out of the darkness and sighed, "If I had known you would come to see me today, I would not have moved him here." "Lady Tsunade, what's going on?" Uchiha Yamaru lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Tsunade looked at the corpse and said with a complicated expression, "The splitting technique is risky. He was not beside me when he used it, so..." With bloodshot eyes, Yao Wang gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe it." End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Pill, Are You Calling Me Stupid? Chapter 75 Pill, Are You Calling Me Stupid? Memories of being with Hinata Yu kept coming to mind. Yaoan looked directly at Tsunade with red eyes. He was always so calm, as if he was sure of everything he did. "I don't believe he died like this." Facing Yaoan's questioning words, Tsunade sighed, "The body is right here. The body is right here, right here." The words echoed in this small space, like magic sounds surrounding Yaoan's ears. A strange yet familiar emotion spread from his heart, wrapped around his spine like a tentacle, and inserted into his skull, with cold chakra continuing to emerge. "You'll understand sooner or later." The words Obito had said came to mind. The megatama in Yaoan's eyes kept spinning, and a strong sense of unwillingness and anger stimulated his nerves, but Yaoan couldn't even find the object of his resentment. Hate the Hyuga clan? They had been suppressed by the Hokage-sama and had to untie the caged bird. Hate Tsunade? The other party has reminded Hinata Yu. Who should I hate then? The megatama in Uchiha Yamaru's eyes gradually merged into one. He knelt on the ground, grabbed the corpse by the collar and said angrily, "Get up right there! I've never defeated you once, and yet you died in such a ridiculous way, you piece of shit! Who is the waste?" A familiar voice came, and Yaoan looked at the person with red eyes. "Shut it!" The voice paused. A familiar figure walked over with documents in hand and looked at him puzzledly. However, after noticing the corpse on the ground and his eyes, he immediately understood something and looked at Tsunade at the side helplessly. "Tsunade-senpai, what are you doing?" Cough cough. Under Uchiha Yamaru's expressionless gaze, Tsunade kept a straight face and controlled the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise. "You can't blame me for this. I heard someone calling me and walked out of the lab. I saw his face was as if the sky had fallen. There was a change in his Sharingan. What do you think I should do? Besides, I didn't tell a single lie, so it doesn't count as lying to him. This guy seems to care about you a lot, and I can't interrupt this opportunity." As she spoke, Tsunade's emotions calmed down and she whispered, "Only with strength can you protect more things." She didn't have the habit of watching others lose someone important to her, as that would only remind her of Duin and her brother. Compared with the many people who have opened their eyes in Uchiha history, this Uchiha kid is considered lucky. At least nothing important was lost. The process is a bit weird. Thinking about it, Tsunade gave up and walked towards the deepest laboratory. "You guys chat, I won't disturb you." Hinata Yu watched Tsunade leave, glanced at the pill, and said in a pointed tone, "When you say trash, Do you mean myself, who didn't realize that Tsunade-senpai was lying? Well, after all, it's my split body, so it's really hard to tell them apart. I can't blame you. Standing up with a stiff expression, Uchiha Yamaru reached out to touch his eyes, and suddenly had the urge to dig them out and destroy them. The kaleidoscope he had been longing for recently appeared in this way, and he didn't want it at all. What is this? Is this the first weirdo in Uchiha history who was tricked into opening his eyes due to a misunderstanding? Looking at the corpse on the ground and then at the living Hinata-yu, Uchiha Yamaru had a complicated expression and all kinds of swear words came to his mind, but he didn't know who to curse, so he finally targeted himself. It's so shameful that he couldn't even think of splitting himself. After a while, Yamaru's eyes completely turned into Kakashi-style dead fish eyes, and he said weakly, "Laugh if you want to." Hinata-yu put the documents on the table, put on gloves and walked towards his body. "You opened your eyes because of me, I have no right to laugh." The rhetorical question made Yaoan stunned for a moment, and he smiled slightly. "Come to think of it, if I really died, the Hokage-sama would also know about it. You need the Hokage's permission to enter here. Did he tell you that I was dead?" The corner of his mouth twitched, and the smile that Yaoan had just revealed disappeared. Familiar and heart-wrenching words, it was definitely Hinata-yu. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his expression, stepped forward to watch Hinata-yu's actions, and asked sullenly, "So, what are you doing here?" Hinata-yu injected a potion into his corpse and waited quietly while explaining aloud, "I want to learn something from Tsunade-senpai while she still has motivation. She's been a little enthusiastic lately, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for long." After seeing Hinata-yu finish his words and start dissecting himself, Uchiha Yamaru didn't know what expression to show. "Why didn't I realize you were so scary before? I've seen people commit suicide, I've seen cruel people, but studying self-dissection, this is the first time I've seen it." The body was peeled open bit by bit, revealing the red nerves. "This scene is a bit weird." Yamaru asked dryly, "When did you start? Did you want to learn medical ninjutsu?" "It's not a medical ninjutsu, it's knowledge related to experimental research. I learned some basics before, and I used my body to verify it today. By the way, I also provided some data to Tsunade-senpai." Hinata-yu did not explain in detail, but changed the subject and asked casually, "How is the eye technique? Can it be used? Or is it the same as Kakashi, with no clues for the time being?" Sensing the powerful pupil power in his eyes and his own chakra that had been enhanced again, Uchiha Yamaru completely forgot the embarrassment just now and said excitedly, "No, it takes some time to get used to it. And I have a vague feeling that if I use one of these eye techniques once, it will probably take several years before I can use it again. Even if I master it, I won't use it easily." Having said that, he looked at Hinata-yu with some complexity. "I don't know whether this kind of eye technique should appear in the world. If exposed, his eyes might receive the highest bounty ever offered on the black market, attracting many people to watch." Hearing this, Hinata-yu paused and narrowed his eyes slightly. "The restrictions are similar to Shisui's, so it looks like the effect won't be bad. So, you didn't show any reaction to my opening my eyes? Your previous reaction was very bland. This is our Uchiha's second, no, third pair of manjiki." Uchiha Yamaru changed the subject somewhat abruptly, not wanting to talk more about the eye technique. The Uchiha clan pays more attention to offspring who open their eyes at a younger age and regards them as geniuses. As an Uchiha genius, do you know the reason? Facing Hinata-yu's irrelevant question, Uchiha Yamaru frowned slightly. "First, because the Sharingan can increase one's training speed. The earlier it is opened, the faster the strength will increase. Second, it is because of the emotional threshold." He paused and continued, "The younger the ninja, the less experience and knowledge they have. When faced with the moment of losing something important, their emotions will fluctuate more strongly. In this war-torn world, the Sharingan will evolve faster. So to put it simply, if the stimuli they face are the same, the more emotional and innocent a person is, the smoother the evolution of their Sharingan will be. Hinata Yu got all the data he needed, collected all the devices and corpses, walked to Yaoan who was stunned by his words, and patted him on the shoulder. You said Obito is a different kind of genius. Actually, I think you are the same. You are equally talented in opening your eyes. After saying that, Hinata Yu said no more and turned to walk into the laboratory that Tsunade had entered before. Yaoan stood there thinking for a long time, automatically ignoring the emotional comments, and fixed his thoughts on the word naive. His face flushed instantly. You're beating around the bush and saying I'm stupid, right? If you lie down there again now, I will never be sad. End of this chapter.